97.1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 3-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. He got him with the fastball, and the Rangers come here to St. Louis and take the opening game of this series by the final score of 2-1. The Rangers stretch their winning streak to 4 games.
Jake Rara Riepma did it again.
Yes, he did.
He has put them on a winning streak.
Yes, he did.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ here on a Tuesday. There's no Sean Sharif.
Man,
Is he alive?
He is definitely alive. Well, actually, I don't know this morning because we haven't talked to him. So
He did get a diagnosis.
He does have a diagnosis.
He has streptococcus down his throat.
He has strep throat.
No. It's called streptococcus throat.
Is it?
Yeah, and we're going to make sure that it gets its actual definition.
Yeah.
I just
So
slurp
I
it like
I always thought there was like a Ola in there, streptococcus.
I know you would think something. I understand why they shortened it to just call it strep throat.
Yeah.
They're hurting already. Don't tell people they've got streptococcus throat.
Right, because
that is what Sean has.
Yeah, which
All down his throat.
I do have to say, I don't want to say it made me happy, but I feel vindicated.
About?
Because he was trying to blame me.
Oh, yeah. And you did. You were negative.
And I was negative. So that could not be from me. Right?
Yeah. No, you're right.
Can't be for me.
Basically, I would say there are 2 takeaways here. One,
our
Sean
makeout session was totally fine.
Sean went to get tested, and he was positive.
Yes.
That's what I would say first.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I'd frame it the first way. And the second way I would frame it is I'd say, and no, it wasn't anything serious. He just got streptococcus all down his throat. So that's what I would say. All right, Rangers win a 4th in a row, 2-1. This is starting to feel good, Chop. This is starting to feel like something we could do regularly.
Yeah.
Win baseball games.
Well, win baseball games.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I mean win baseball games. Wow, Chop over trying to replace Sean.
That's, no, I was like, wait a second. What? Is that what we're going with? Yeah, I mean, look, they did it the old-fashioned way. Mm-hmm. Pitching.
Yeah, they were not. This was not a continuation of what they'd been doing offensively. Although, I mean, the fact that they did pick up 8 hits in this game, there was just one that was an extra base hit. But, I mean, I'll still take 7 singles in a game over what they had been doing.
Oh, they've been doing nothing. But, yeah, lately in this 4-game winning streak, unfortunately, Seattle's won 7. So you haven't really picked up any ground there, but you are creeping closer to 500. And now that could be good or bad news, depending on whether or not you want this team to sell.
Right.
Because there are some people out there that are in that situation, which, by the way, it is kind of – I was talking to Sarah about this. It's kind of funny, like – the moment that basically everybody has universally just said, I'm done. I can't watch this team anymore. They're a difficult watch. Mm-hmm. They start to hit. They start to win.
Yep.
Right? It's like the moment we all just said we collectively, oh, guys, all right. It became a tough watch. And now they're starting to hit, or at least, starting to win games, I should say, because they didn't really hit.
How superstitious a viewer are you?
I'm sorry, what?
How superstitious of a sports viewer are you?
I would say I'm 8 out of 10.
I think I'm maybe not as bad as I used to be, but I am responsible, I feel like, for the Mavericks coming back against Oklahoma City in that Game 4, the year they won the title, where they're down 15 with 5 minutes left. Because I said, they've been getting their ass kicked while I've been watching. I'm going to turn off the TV. I'm going to stay in the room. I'm not leaving. I'm planning to turn the TV back on, but I can't see whatever's going to happen for the next few minutes because then that'll cause them to lose more. So then I turned it on, and they were within 8. And I went, okay, turn it off now. And I turned it off. And I went and turned it back on, and they tied it. And then I watched overtime, and they won. But that does show that my viewing can change. So I do believe that all of us saying we're out on how watchable this baseball team is what turned them around.
There you go.
Well, thank you for doing that, Bobby.
I think, we all collectively did it as a society, I feel like. I've been saying it about them offensively.
Yeah, collectively and offensively, they've been offensive.
Yeah.
And now, and again, and granted, it was 2 runs last night. It wasn't a great, they didn't have a ton of timely hits. They didn't really need them because they also didn't have a lot of opportunities for timely hits necessarily. They did got a lot of guys on, but Jake DeGrom was fantastic, and St. Louis does not have Albert Pujols and Jim Edmonds and Scott Rowland and a bunch of other guys. They don't have a loaded roster.
He had allowed 7 home runs in his last 3 starts. DeGrom had before he went out there last night. And I'm not going to say he looked like he was, totally turned back the clock night, but it was back to the DeGrom we saw earlier in the season where it was like, okay, yeah, this is the guy that can absolutely do this for you. So,
man, how long, just don't look. Mm-hmm. How long has Jake DeGrom been pitching in Major League Baseball? What's your guess? 10 years, 12 years?
I think I know. Isn't it like 14? Wasn't it 2012?
For him to just now get his 100th victory.
That's insane.
Is stunning.
But see, it's also, and obviously he's been hurt, and there's a bunch that goes into that.
He was on some teams that could score too.
Yeah, there's that.
Those Mets teams, some of those were really bad offense.
But I remember I was listening to ESPN 103.3 one morning.
Oh.
Okay. I think you were doing Sports Centers that morning, and I was listening to Mike and Mike. This was probably 20 years ago. And they had made a reference on there about, CC Sabathia is probably the only guy left that like of the young guys who right now has looked like he might be able to get to 300 wins. And I remember when they said that, I was like, I remember growing up as a kid, like 300 wins was kind of just the target. That's one of the things that people would strive for. And now that's impossible. That will never happen again. Nobody's winning 300 games as a major league starter anymore.
I would not think so.
And I got to see what Sabathia even ended up with.
I think he had like 280 something, maybe 280.
Yeah, and that was the one guy who they thought could do it. So getting 100 wins, it's a different era. 251 is what he ended up with. So Rangers getting that victory. That's
250 is going to wind up being the number that would be the target. And I don't even think anybody's going to come close to that.
I don't even know that people are going to get that. Yeah. Rangers will take on the Cardinals again tonight at 6:45. But that's 4 straight for them now, and that is a good Cardinals baseball team. Yesterday.
Man, that is, I'll tell you this. They might win games. They are unwatchable.
Oh, the Cardinals?
They are they're more I'd rather watch the Rangers offense like from 2 weeks ago than watch the Cardinals.
Oh.
That is an unwatchable baseball team.
That offense from 2 weeks ago got no hit. I don't know that I'd watch that. So, yesterday, if you were tuned into the G-Bag Nation, you would have heard it as the news broke while they were on the air. The Dallas Mavericks do have a location for their next arena, Chop.
They do. Valley View Mall.
Have you? I know we've talked about this before. I never remember what your answer is.
Fortune favors the bold.
What is your? Have you seen Talk Radio, the movie?
I don't think so.
I cannot. I'm gonna have to see if I can find the clip anywhere. I grew up around the Valley View Mall, everything else, but anytime I hear it, all I think of is the movie Talk Radio when this stoner comes into the radio studio and he's like, "What do you like to do?" And he says something along the lines of like to hang out with my friends, and then I like to pick up chicks at the Valley View Mall. And I was like, man, this was outdated years ago, because I know the whole time I was growing up, Valley View Mall was not where you would go to pick up chicks, but it's usually where you just go to see the AMC up on the 3rd level. You'd ride it up there to go watch the movie. But this is they're getting a new arena now. This was announced yesterday by Dallas that they will be building the arena over there by the Valley View Mall, and they always say location. That's the most important thing, Chop. How is the location? Because
it's fine. I would have preferred Arlington. I would have preferred the Texas Stadium site. But listen, I think, to me, hot take, downtown arenas suck. It's congested.
This one is not downtown.
What?
And this one isn't downtown.
What, the current one?
No, the one coming up.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, downtown arenas are great for the 10% of people that actually live in a downtown. Nobody lives in downtown Dallas.
Yeah.
I don't know a single person that lives downtown Dallas.
And that's all it is. It's single people who live downtown.
Right. Jake Riepma. That's it. It's single people who live downtown. And, the burbs are where it's at, especially in DFW. It's where everybody lives.
Yeah, no, this is definitely still... it's going to be right next to the Galleria, basically.
Yeah, it's not close to downtown.
It's not close to downtown.
I don't even like when people call that Dallas.
But it is because it feels more...
It's not Dallas.
That feels more Addison Farmers Branch to me.
It's not. But, our downtowns are a pain in the butt to get to if you don't live there. Mm-hmm. And I don't care if that's New York or L.A. or San Francisco or Chicago or Phoenix or Atlanta or Dallas or even Fort Worth. Going downtown, if you don't have to, is a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt. So, to me, go where people can get to more easily. And I think it's more easy to get there. And I shouldn't say it's more easy to get there. Texas Stadium would have been more easy to get to because you have, you could get there from 35, you get there from 183, from 114, from Loop 12. You get there from 6 different highways almost. So that would have been easier to get to. But just stay away from the downtown. Now, the one problem is that there's no rail.
Yeah, I mean, DART kind of is what it
Dart's
is.
Useless and you don't live on a DART line.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know how many people, like, I know there are people who absolutely use it, but I don't know how many people actively use it to go down to the games. I mean, there are a few, but again,
I use the TRE to get to the games, but, like, you still have to drive to...
Yeah, you have to go drive to a station and do that. Now, this is from NBC DFW. The organization said the decision came after analyzing several locations while working with the city of Dallas to identify potential sites for a new arena and entertainment district. Quote, after seriously studying and considering several options while working closely with the city of Dallas to identify possible locations for a new Mavericks arena and entertainment district. Wow, they just repeated what DFW said. The Mavericks organization has entered into option agreements for the potential purchase of approximately 104 acres at the former Valley View Mall site. The Mavericks said they appreciated the support they have received from city leaders and the broader community during the process. Quote, we look forward to continuing the collaboration toward that goal. According to the team, the Valley View property met most of the criteria established at the beginning of its evaluation process. The organization said it sees the potential for a mixed-use destination anchored by a new arena. Here's the thing for me, and we'll talk about the arena a little bit more as we go along. And 8 o'clock this morning, I know we're going to get into how quickly this stuff turns over and like how quickly teams are looking for new arenas and stadiums and what that's doing. But let's just look at it from a location perspective. I think that's going to be two things. One, NTTA is Scrooge McDuck diving in the gold coins today, throwing them around and just doing backstrokes in it, because no one on a weeknight is going to want to sit in rush hour 635 traffic. So they're all going to be jumping like below the highway to get the expressway. You're going to start seeing $20 tolls on Wednesday nights.
You see those in Hearst
over by 820. Yeah, 183, 820. That can get
it's like $20-$25 I've seen.
I have dead serious taken a $25 toll there before to get to like the stand-up comedy club out there in Fort Worth, like on a regular night. And so you're going to get that a lot. And there were a lot of people I know who had said, I brought that up on Twitter. I was like, man, you're going to have a lot of people that are going to have start doing this, and it's going to really jack up those NTTA prices. And then you had a lot of people saying, take 289. You can take 289. You can take Preston. You can do whatever.
Who calls Preston 289?
It's like, I'm sure somebody who just had to Google which one it was because they forgot which road it was, and they saw both. But here was the thing. You've driven by Valley View Mall before. You've been down there.
Yeah.
Can you imagine arena traffic on those roads?
I know. Hey, look, I still think 635 is better than any bottleneck near downtown.
Yeah, look, I mean, where they were at wasn't always optimal because the way you'd have to go Commerce.
The Victory Highline exit was a mess.
You would get there and it'd be like, oh, this is one lane now that's actually turning, and you'd always have this log jam, this bad bottleneck. It was to me, out of the three places like major stadiums, it was the most difficult to get in and out of for a game.
Oh yeah, easily, and that's saying something because the Arlington ones are in our neighborhood,
and this will improve. But that is such. I don't think of that area just having grown up near there and been around there a lot when I was younger. That just doesn't feel like an area. And I drive by it every day. You drive by it every day. We drive right by that exit. I just don't know if I feel like that's going to be just the easiest traffic setup that they're going to have. But it'll be great. Hopefully we'll get some renderings and some better ideas soon of what they're thinking of in terms of the arena. But the Dallas Mavericks will be moving over to Valley View Center. It is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Send Sean your prayers. Again, he has streptococcus in his throat. So just tell him you're thinking about him, that you're sorry that his throat has been ravaged so heavily. There was a lot of NFL news yesterday. It was June 1st. That is the cut day, the opportunity where NFL teams are going to split their cap charge. And we had a lot of moves, a bunch of them involving NFC contenders. We'll talk about that next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy.
openers, and live rodeo entertainment. See you there, Tolos.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers. Frankel and Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. No Sean Sharif today. It's myself, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell is here. We've got a lot coming up today. We got PP in the morning at 6:40. It's an Ask Reddit day. We're going to do that at 7:40. And also in the 7 o'clock hour, do we have tickets today?
Shabuzi.
We do. We have
7
Shabuzi
and
tickets.
9
Okay.
o'clock hour.
We got 2 giveaways for Shabuzi tickets. So you're going to want to turn it on, leave it on. And that is exactly, if you were doing it yesterday, would have been beneficial because the KNC Masterpiece had the breaking news that the Cleveland Browns traded away Myles Garrett. I cannot remember. I was at lunch yesterday when...
Well,
I know.
Peyton, were you either of them?
Nope.
I eat lunch. I'm a lunch eater. I was at lunch yesterday when the Mary Kay Cabot tweet just started circulating randomly. They're like, hey, the Eagles, Cowboys, Rams, like, Myles Garrett could get traded. Like, I wouldn't think that's ridiculous. I've never seen something go from a suggestion that had absolutely no discussion about it in the last couple weeks to what people were saying was, that's just a silly rumor, to then maybe it's real, to the player has been traded in a faster time. That was like an hour?
Yeah.
An hour from no discussion to a rumor to a little bit of buzz to he's gone.
Yep.
It went so fast. The Cleveland Browns end up trading Myles Garrett, Arlington's Myles Garrett, to the Los Angeles Rams for Jared Verse and 3 picks. It is a first rounder in 2027. It is a second rounder in 2028 and a third rounder in 2029. Sean is not here as the king of compensation. So we're going to have to lean on you. Your thoughts on the return here?
Well, I actually think it's pretty... I actually like the deal for Cleveland.
I do too.
They got a really awesome young player.
Yeah. A guy a lot of people have already started talking about is like, oh, that's a top 5 edge rusher.
They're going to get a late first-round pick, right?
In all likelihood, yep.
And then the following year, they'll probably get a middle of the second-round pick because the Rams will not be as good.
Will not have their quarterback, may not have their coach at that point.
And then in the third year, they'll probably get a top of the third-round pick. So
it's going to steadily improve for them.
It's going to steadily improve. I actually really like the deal for Cleveland. And I actually think I like the deal for the Rams, too, under what they're going to try to do. Now, I don't think they're appreciably better today.
I really like, obviously, Myles Garrett. He's a great player.
He is.
He is a game wrecker. But, yeah, and we'll get into at 7:20 a little bit how, if at all, did the power dynamic shift in the NFC yesterday and how it affects the Cowboys. But I didn't watch them one time last year and think, if you only had better than Jared Verse.
Only had Myles Garrett.
If you just would have somebody better than Jared Verse, you would win the Super Bowl, Rams. That was not what I thought their issue was. They last year, they were roundly criticized for neglecting special teams, and that cost them games. That cost them the second game against Seattle in the regular season.
Special teams aren't sexy.
No.
The Rams are all about sexy.
I mean, they call the nosebleeds call him Sean McSex for a reason.
McSex, yeah, absolutely. But look, when you have a quarterback that's probably in his final year, and a head coach who's probably in his final year because he's going to retire with Stafford, and then maybe a GM who might be in his final year too, because why would Les Snead want to stick around for the building to burn up? Right? He may just leave that to somebody else's problem.
We are guaranteed now. Aaron Donald is, now that Verse has been traded, it's a guarantee for another that Aaron Donald is still the last first-round pick the Rams took that played more than 5 seasons with them. It was 2013 or 14.
Yeah. Well, and because they didn't have a first-round pick from Jared Goff to Jared Verse.
They either don't have first-round picks or got rid of Gurley, got rid of Goff, have gotten rid of Verse, have gotten rid of. They had another one a couple years ago that they got rid of, and so. But anyway,
Goff was in year 5 when they traded him, right?
Yep.
And now here's the thing, obviously, if you don't win and it doesn't work, you could just trade Myles, right? They could just trade him, so they're basically renting him anyway. But I'm a little surprised the owner would sign off on this, too, because it's like, all right, you are setting yourself up when this thing is over to be bad.
They have made
And you cannot be bad in L.A.
They have made very aggressive veteran moves in the last few years. Obviously, it's not just been F them picks, but if you think of some of the biggest players that have been traded, it's the Rams are involved in like half of them, maybe more. I mean, the fact that you've got the Stafford deal that went down, they traded for Jalen Ramsey years ago. We obviously have the Odell Beckham trade. Von Miller was the guy that they traded for along the way to the Super Bowl. So they're not afraid to make these sort of moves. I was just looking at this. I am stunned by this. Have you looked up how old Verse and Garrett are?
There's 6-year difference?
5. He's actually less than 5. He's 4 years and 11 months younger than Myles Garrett. Because, I mean, Myles Garrett was so young when he got to the NFL. But, I mean, you're looking at Myles Garrett got in the league in 2017, and then Jared Verse
24, right?
Was 24. So you're talking about there's
7-year difference.
There's like a little under 5 years age gap between these guys, and yet he's played,
wow.
It was his 8th season when he was rookie. That's like, I remember Tyron Smith had played 3 years, signed his next extension, did all that before Zach Martin ever took a snap, and he was like a month younger than Zach Martin.
But to your point that you never once thought that Myles Garrett, they were missing Myles. Mm-hmm. They were already top 10 in defense. They were already top 8 in sacks. They were already top 5 in takeaways. If I told you this year that they're not better in all 3, no one's going to be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't.
If they're the 13th ranked defense, I'm not going to be stunned. If they're 9th in sacks, I won't be stunned. If they're 8th in takeaways, I won't be surprised. In order to make this trade, you got to be better in all 3.
Yep.
Their defense is already pretty good.
Now look, again, Myles Garrett is a monster. This was sort of the discussion we had last year when we were talking about Dallas. Like, if you could trade for anybody at any spot, and a lot of people were like, well, Myles Garrett. And I'm like, sure, Myles Garrett's great. I'm not saying I wouldn't want Myles Garrett. I am saying I don't know that Myles Garrett fixes as much of Dallas's problems as trading for the best player at another position, because they've got so many problems in the secondary, for instance. Like, there are factors here that you would think would contribute to stabilizing it or causing problems. And I did not think last year watching the Rams, this is going to be a massive problem. But Dallas was mentioned in along with this yesterday.
Yeah, but you would, from the Cowboys' perspective, he probably has a greater impact on this team in terms of where their defense is compared to the rest of the league than on the Rams.
Yes.
Who already had a good enough defense.
And then definitely now that they've addressed some stuff in the secondary.
Yeah, so if the Cowboys got him.
Yeah, right now the Cowboys, if they got him, now you are talking about them legitimately as they might be contending in the NFC.
Right. The Rams were already contending. Yeah. They were already a top 10 defense-ish. They're still going to be the same. They're not really going up a tier on anything. Defense as a whole. It was very Rams. This deal was very Rams. It's very on brand. You either love their reckless style or you hate it. There's kind of no in between with the Rams. It wasn't their biggest need. It barely is going to move anything. Their win total's not moving.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
It's already at 11.5, right? Can't go any higher. I've never seen it go higher in the history of viewing. I don't even think the Patriots got to a 12 with Tom.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a team that was like a team that's a little bit on the brink or something like that. Like to think of a comparable trade, but it's a little bit to me like, if you had a team like Green Bay, which I don't even know. People say Green Bay need corner. They obviously could boost their receivers if they needed to. It'd be a little bit like if you traded, Jordan Love for some other quarterback who's better, but it's okay, but does that fix the problems that were was Jordan Love the one holding you back consistently? I don't know that he was. We did finally get the A.J. Brown trade announced yesterday. Diana Rossini can finally rest now. She no longer has to put in that work. Yep, work. The Eagles did trade A.J. Brown to the Patriots. The return was interesting to me. You liked the return. It was a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 5th rounder for A.J. Brown. He'll need to pass the physical, obviously, in order for the deal to be finalized. Eagles are going to eat cap charges for the next 2 years, pretty significant ones. But they end up moving off of A.J. Brown and getting the return they did. And you like the return for the Eagles.
They rented where's A.J. Brown? Top 8 receiver? Top 10?
Sure, 10, yeah.
They rented a top 10 receiver for 5 years for a 5th-round pick.
They had to eat the charges. They had to eat the cap.
The cap money.
Yeah, they have to eat the cap charges the next couple years. That hamstrings them a little.
Yep. But they traded a 1-3 for a 1-5. To get him, they traded a 1-3 away. They kept him for 5 years, and they sold him for a 1-5. So essentially, they rented him for a 5th-round pick.
Did you not think he was going to go for a 1?
I mean, he's 29 years old. I thought he probably would go for a 1, but...
See, I'm stunned, and I'm trying to figure out what Howie's thinking. Because they got the 28 first-rounder. And I don't know, maybe the Patriots don't have a 27 first. I haven't looked. But when you're talking about the way that you're dealing out 2 years from now, so I'm trying to think, was that all they could get? The closest they could get for a first-rounder was getting one that's 2 years away? Or is that Howie signaling... I've got to eat these cap charges for 2 years. I got to get out from under Jalen Hurts. And by the time I do that, that's when I want to have 2 first-round picks.
Maybe.
I wondered yesterday if that was some of the thrust for him, was that he was looking at it as, I need to get out from under this money before I want those first-round picks. I want to be able to have those first-round picks to be able to make moves and get my next quarterback.
That could be. But, I mean, to me, that is the absolute definition of, like... Of having a plan. You have a guy, you keep him for 4 or 5 years, and then you flip him for essentially the same thing that you bought him for. I mean, that's just elite GM. It makes my pants tight. All right, it's just an elite GM, man. It's just so sexy. It like that. That's what I want. And that's what we all want. You know, like we can't sit here. We can't create a market for George freaking Pickens. And then a guy who's a locker room cancer, destroyed his locker room this year, gets essentially the same thing they sent away for him 5 years ago. I mean, that is just so damn sexy.
Save it. We got red zone. You can go off on the Pickens thing. I already saw somebody tweeting. They're like, I already know what's going to happen. This is going to come up. They're going to talk about Pickens. Bobby's going to say he still doesn't think he gets more than 2. And Choppy's going to tell you exactly. So we'll see if that's the case at 9:20. Choppy will have it for us. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. And it's a Tuesday morning, which means it is a PP in the morning. Peyton Russell, what do we got coming up?
Guys, we have controversy in youth sports again. And if you eat chicken nuggets on a roller coaster, you could be banned for life. That's next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist.
Our coverage of tonight's action gets underway at 6 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
PP in the morning. Yeah. PP in the morning. PP in the morning.
That is right. It's PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time, 6:40 every single Tuesday. And guys, look, we've talked about it for it feels like years now, maybe even months. To be real, yeah, not years, but we talked about for months.
Yeah. What are we even talking about here?
Months, years, same thing, same but different. Look, we have major controversy in youth sports, and this is youth baseball. A 12-year-old has been suspended 5 years, and a coach has been banned for life after the coach told his player to throw a pitch at the opposing team's dugout during a game in Kansas City on Memorial Day weekend. This is an Oklahoma team who was playing a team from Nebraska. Man, that rivalry continued there from the Big 12 early days. And the pitcher on the Oklahoma team lifted his leg up on the mound like he was going to throw a normal pitch to the batter and decided to throw a fastball right at the dugout full of kids. He was told to do so by his dad, who was the head coach. Now, RJ, you being a youth sports parent, youth sports dad, I feel like you have a lot to say about this. Was a 5-year suspension maybe a little too much for a 12-year-old kid?
Yeah, it's incredibly too much. Because it's the kid, that's his father. Like you said, the coach is his father.
Yeah, you're disobeying twofold, the coach and your dad.
And, I don't think this is a hot take, but a coach, dad, who asks you to throw the ball into the dugout probably doesn't offer you the most stable environment at home. Right? Might actually raise his hand to you. I'd be scared to death of that. Be scared to death of that as a 12-year-old. You know who I'm not disobeying? I'm not going to disobey the dad who tells me to throw the ball in the dugout and risk assaulting another 12-year-old kid. So how am I going to blame he's a 12-year-old. He doesn't know right from wrong. My 12-year-old is an idiot.
Is that
13-year-old? He doesn't know right from wrong.
Is that how they're punishing dad then? Like, it is a dad punishment, but you're punishing, which I know you said you don't like this before.
I don't like. I have personal responsibility.
You don't like punishing family members as a means of getting justice on somebody else.
I don't like when the Russian tennis players can't put the Russian flag next to their name.
Yeah, I would say lifetime ban for dad.
Lifetime ban. Get out.
And I would still, the kid did do it, so I'd still say a year. Kid's got to sit out a year.
He's got to sit out the rest of the summer.
Yeah,
got no problem with that, right? There's got to be a lesson in there. Sit out the summer. But the dad, I don't even think a lifetime ban is far enough. I mean, that guy needs to. That's disgraceful. And by the way, who's playing on a field at 12 years old where there's not a fence in front of the dugout?
Yeah, I mean, I used to play Little League ball at Big League Dreams in Mansfield, and that was more like they had they wanted a big league environment, but then kids were getting hit by foul balls, so I think they put the fence up right there. Like, okay, we'll give you the dugout that goes underneath the ground, but it's just too dangerous nowadays.
Have you ever, Chop?
Yeah,
you.
I
I'm
have
sure
done something like this.
No, I'm sure you have intrusive thoughts. Have you ever thought to yourself, I would like it if Luka would hit this kid? Right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
But you don't tell him to do it, but you think it.
Yeah, I haven't told him to necessarily hit somebody. I mean,
throwing up and in is fine.
Do you try to tell him I
do the Pedro Martinez where I just pointed ahead.
or do you tell a story like an allegory and you just hope he understands what you're saying is you need to hit this kid?
Yeah, I do. I've never done that.
Luka, let me tell you a story about two fish or something, and then he ultimately catches. Oh, he wants me to beat the guy up. Okay.
If I see a kid get a good swing on him, I'll yell out, "Got a good swing," and that is that means you got to pitch inside, right? You got to pitch inside because you own the inside of that play. I'll tell you, I did something like this when I was a kid. We were playing this team called Edison. Edison is a city in New Jersey. It is the biggest white trash, at least it was then, mecca of Guidos. Okay, that's what it was. All right, it was just my people, but these were my people with the curly-haired
bombs.
mullets. These mullets, and one earring. Right, as they were.
Which ear?
Always the left. But these were the guys that would wear black jeans and cowboy boots everywhere they went, thinking they were at a Bret Michaels concert. Well, they would kick our butts every year. We were down 22-1. And my dad was the coach. He's like, here, go pitch. Just go pitch. Finish the game out. Let's get out of this thing. They tried to steal home.
Oh.
They tried to steal home of 22-1, so I threw it the runner.
You should.
I threw it. I missed, but I didn't care. I threw it the runner.
You should have. Did it almost spark a brawl?
Yeah, my dad comes right over. What the hell are you guys doing? You running out? You stealing? You stealing up 22-1? You stealing home?
You got to send a message, dude.
Yeah.
You need a no door in that situation. Or
You know what we needed? We needed a mercy rule. That's what we needed.
Yeah, 22-1 and being allowed to steal home feels.
Yeah, we needed a mercy rule.
Yeah,
We had those back.
that doesn't feel right.
Now, RJ, I feel like you're the dad that if you know the pitcher, to your son's team is like pitching slow, you're the guy that says, all right, scoot up in the box. Got to scoot up all the way in the box, which is a nice way of saying, hey, he's really slow.
Yeah.
You can't be in the back of the box.
I feel it balances when you say you got to get back.
Yeah.
You gotta get back. I feel it balances out, but yeah, because if it's a junk ball pitcher, you got to move up. You got to move up. You got to catch. You got to see it up. See it up.
So the 12-year-old will not see baseball field until he's 17. So he'll be driving before he sees a baseball field for the next time, playing competitive baseball at least. All right, it is PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. Guys, we have a new world record, and this one might stand for a long time. This is Big John, or his real name is John Fisher. Some people might know him. I didn't really know him until I was doing some research on him, but he broke the Guinness World Record for listing the most takeaway dishes at a restaurant in 30 seconds, and this is what it sounded like for Big John to be in the record books from now on.
Go.
Egg fried rice, chicken fried rice, pork fried rice, special fried rice, Singapore fried rice, Singapore rice noodle, plain chow mein, chicken chow mein, pork chow mein, beef chow mein, chicken balls, prawn balls, pork balls, sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork Hong Kong style, sweet and sour prawn, beef in black bean, chicken in black bean, pork in black bean, roast duck Chinese style, roast pork Chinese style, chicken Chinese style, crispy aromatic duck, seaweed, sesame prawn on toast, spicy pork, mixed hors d'oeuvres, chicken and sweet corn soup, chicken noodle soup, hot and sour soup, prawn crackers, chips, salt and chili chips, salt and chili chicken balls, salt and chili pork.
Wow. That to me sounded very quick.
I feel like I might have done it just.
In your attempt today, you achieved 40 menu items in 30 seconds.
It's a solid record. You talk about my life being surreal. This has been one of the most surreal moments and one of the best moments. It's been an absolutely wonderful afternoon.
There's world records I have no idea that are
What
world
did he
records.
achieve?
But
He
said
listed the food items.
They said you achieved so much. That did not sound like an achievement. Like, I talk fast. What
you
record
talk
do
fast.
I hold?
Oh, we need to have Bobby doing that.
Pork,
Yeah.
chicken, big chicken.
It sounded like he was rapping for a minute.
That's how that sounded.
Did I detect a Geordie accent there?
Yeah, that was a little Geordie.
A little Geordie.
Geordie.
Chicken chow mein, pork chow mein, beef chow mein, chicken balls, prawn.
That's not English. That's not English. I'm sorry.
No, that's not. That's I don't know what that is. Good for him that he could list a bunch. Where are the sponsor dollars coming to hold that event? Like you gotta have
you
sponsorship
do,
dollars coming. Who was like, I will throw my business name on that. I
Because,
wanna. I know that's a moneymaker.
Let's say you set the record. What's your next step?
The pros, I guess.
What are you doing next?
Some sort of sponsor, I guess.
What's your
I don't know.
encore?
Man, that's the thing. Like, I don't. Because he's like, I felt like that's good. That's a good record. All that you've achieved. Okay, you read it fast. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. What's next?
This one missed me. It's over my head.
40 items in 30 seconds, so that's less than one item per second, which that's impressive. He was saying, it wasn't like he was just saying chips, salsa, queso.
I'm going to look this video up. I'm going to write down everything that he said, and I'm going to see if I can read it. We'll do it like some other time, like when Sean's back or something, and I'm going to see if I can read it that fast.
Now, John did claim he did not practice this. He was told what the record was, and he said, you know what? Let me give it my best shot. And he did.
Was he reading these off a menu or by memory?
It had to be memorized. So he was looking at the camera, and there's a girl there with like what you would use as like a stopwatch, basically.
Well, then
she's
he did
making
practice
note.
it.
Yeah, okay.
You can't say he didn't practice it if he had to memorize it. He practiced it in his head at the very
Unless
least.
he just knows all the menu items at wherever this place was.
Some Chinese restaurant. I don't know. Maybe he frequents there a lot. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
I guess, if someone goes to a restaurant a lot, you might know a lot of the menu items. But yeah, so shout out Big John there for the record. All right, last story here, guys. PP in the morning. Apparently, eating chicken nuggets on a roller coaster is a big no-no at amusement parks. So this is Alan Farrell, who is an influencer with almost 4 million followers on TikTok and another 2 million subscribers on YouTube. Decided to sneak a 10-piece chicken McNuggets on a roller coaster at Cedar Point Amusement Park in Ohio. Now, Cedar Point is a parent company of Six Flags, by the way, for some who did not know. But
Hang on, Cedar Point owns Six Flags?
They do now.
What
I think they
in
do
the
now.
heck?
Yeah, Cedar
Point?
Point's Cedar Point's very famous.
Oh, I
yeah.
know it's very famous. It's like the
No,
big one.
he was just asking. He said, Cedar Point? Yeah, Cedar Point
Yeah,
is
it's very
Cedar
famous.
Point's very famous.
Okay,
They had all the records for a long time of the biggest coasters in the country.
Really? Okay. I'd never been. I mean, I guess I've seen it, but I've never been. But yeah, Cedar Point, parent company of Six Flags. And so Alan is dipping his nuggets in a sauce, and he's eating them while the roller coaster is moving over.
The other way. It's the other way. Six Flags owns Cedar Point.
Oh,
there we go. Yeah. So would Cedar Point, a parent company of Six Flags, be the right?
No.
Nope.
Nope, the other way?
Yep.
Yep, Six Flags, you own Cedar Point. Congratulations. Alan is dipping his nuggets in a sauce and eating them while the roller coaster is moving over 90 miles per hour. He's recording all of this, and I guess other security cameras got a hold of him because 2 park officials were waiting for him when he got off the ride. So he snuck these in his pants, I guess, went on the roller coaster and was taking them out. There's people around him, and after a long talk, Six Flags banned Alan from all of their amusement parks indefinitely. And I think it's a little dramatic here. You ban the guys, it's free advertisement. I hate when casinos do this. They kick you out. It's like, it's free advertisement. Let me just record. Let me do whatever I want. As long as I'm not trashing the place and causing corruption, I guess, and pissing off your customers, let me do it.
Yeah, we celebrate Big John, and then we ban, what was this guy's name?
Alan.
We ban Alan. That just doesn't seem right to me.
Was he getting the sauce on other people?
That's why I never saw it in the story. If he was spilling food or sauce all over, where he was sitting, then I get it. If he was making a big mess and wasn't cleaning up, then sure, you gotta kick him out. But if he's just doing it for YouTube content, TikTok content, let him do it.
All right, that is PP in the morning. 7 o'clock hour coming up here. We've got a Shabuzi ticket giveaway. But first, the Rangers keep on rolling thanks to Jake Rah-Rah Rietma. The Mavericks have a new home, and what's going on with Brendan Sorsby? We'll talk about that next on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
When sports news breaks, these guys Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jansen again at third, Lopez at first. Lopez takes off. Here's the pitch. It's hit back up the middle into center field. A base hit for Peterson. Jansen scores. Lopez easily to third base. RBI single. Jock Peterson. It's 2-0 Texas.
7 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif is out sick today. He does have a doctor's note. In fact, we're going to hear from his doctor. He made sure to record his conversation with his doctor, and we're going to hear it. Yeah, we're going to hear it at 8:20 this morning. So y'all pray for Sean's throat. That's normally we're telling you to pray for his butt. Today it's hashtag pray for Sean's throat. So that's what we're worried about today. It's myself, Bobby Belt. We got RJ Chapa here, Peyton Russell. That was Matt Hicks as the Rangers win another one last night. They are now up to 4 in a row. Next segment, we're going to be talking a little bit about the Myles Garrett trade and how that shifts things in the NFC. A Myles Garrett trade that you heard broken live on the KNC Masterpiece. In the second, we're going to talk about the new Mavericks Arena. You heard that broken live on the G-Bag Nation.
Man.
And then you heard this Rangers game live. So it sounded like just basically all day yesterday. All of your news headlines were heard right here on 105 through the Fan live. That's why you got a Tolo.
No way all three of those happened.
All three of them did.
Wow.
Are you taking anything more out of this game last night? Because typically we've talked about this year, you want to see offense from the Rangers. And so DeGrom pitching well, that's nice. But is there any part of you that goes, yeah, okay, they won a 4th in a row, but still the offense didn't look like it had a lot of pop last night again?
I mean, the offense did not look like it had a lot of pop. There's no doubt about it. But look, can you ask them to do that every night? They're not. I mean, even
not every night, but string together a week.
Even a great offense is going to have a game where they only score 2 runs.
And they hit pretty well last night. They got base hits. They hit the ball hard a few times. It was just they didn't slug very much. They had 1 double in the game. Other than that, it was all singles.
Singles.
They had their 2 ground into double plays a game that I guess they now receive.
Yeah.
But that's that right now. It's just encouraging to see they're consistently making contact. It's another 8-hit game, and then DeGrom comes out and pitches the way he did.
Yeah, like I'm not going to overreact to one game here or there, whether they have an offensive outburst or not. They win. It's bottom line. DeGrom pitched well. I'm not going to say he pitched great, because to me, as the number one, as a true ace, I need more than 5 innings generally. I don't want to make a habit of that. It happens, so don't freak out about it. I find St. Louis to be a completely abhorrent team to watch. I mean, they are awful. They are so boring. You think the Rangers' offense was boring? I don't know how Cardinal fans watch this. And
They're the best fans in sports, though.
And judging by the crowd last night, they don't watch it.
No, they do. They're the best fans in sports, Chop. You keep that nonsense to yourself.
They had 21,000 there, and 19,000 were outside the stadium.
They were busy trying to applaud the Rangers buses because they're such classy sports fans.
Such classy people. That's an awful team. I don't know how anybody watches it. The Cardinals are brutal. I don't know how they're winning games. I actually like McGreevy a little bit. I thought he pitched pretty decent. He kind of looks like Derek Holland. Just like his side profile a little bit.
I hadn't noticed
if
that
you
before.
just
Now I'm going to have to look.
It was just a glance. Not like if you look at him, no. But if you just kind of glance and you're just looking kind of out of the corner of your eye, you're like, huh. No.
Okay, now I'm going to have to look for that. Yesterday, the Mavericks did announce, not a new head coach, but they did announce a new site for their arena because, like clockwork, when Sean Sharif is out, the Dallas Mavericks will do something. We have now established that as the precedent. They announced that the Valley View Mall site will be the site of their new Mavericks Arena as they plan to move out of the AAC here in the future. They say we've appreciated the enthusiasm from the Dallas city manager, elected officials, and the broader community to keep the team in Dallas. We look forward to continuing the collaboration toward that goal. The Valley View site meets most of the criteria established at our outset of our evaluation process. We have the opportunity to create a vibrant, mixed-use destination anchored by a state-of-the-art arena along with restaurants, entertainment options, public green spaces, and family-friendly experiences. Done thoughtfully and with community engagement, a project of this scale will serve as a meaningful economic catalyst for Dallas and its residents. Boy, they got to underline that. After everything that happened with the Lucas situation, they've still got to remind people every time they do something like, hey, we're doing this with you guys.
Yeah.
We're collaborating with you, the community.
Yeah.
So, but Dallas did announce the Valley View site yesterday. So, boy, that's going to be a congested area. And we had some people earlier today say, well, there's traffic everywhere. Yeah, but I mean, there's varying levels of traffic, and
Look, that's
gonna be a tight area over there.
It is. It is. Where they are now is a tight area. I don't hate where they're going to go. I don't love it. I think my preferred one would have been like where Texas Stadium was. I just think that is the most accessible via highway, multiple highways of any location you could have had.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing they're looking at it and they're saying we are right smack dab in between Tollway 75 and 635. It's 3 access points.
Yeah, and
now it's going to congest heavily when you get 635.
Of course it is. But, I mean, this is a forever sprawling area. Like, does L.A. have their... We got to... Like, L.A. is our closest city in terms of, like, what they look like.
In terms of the
structure of setup.
Yeah,
This is not Chicago. This is not New York City where everything is located downtown. It's not. Where, like, everybody go... It's easy to get to down... It's not. Like, this is, you got to look at more like L.A. Like, is a Staples Center downtown L.A.?
Rick Welts has talked about this, that they basically have, what they were looking to build, they just had limited real estate options in DFW. Like, there was not going to be in many places that checked the boxes of the amount of land they needed. And so they were going to be kind of tied up on a few locations.
I still, it's obvious to me that, because what happened with the Texas Stadium site? Because they had bought the land.
I don't
remember they had bought that land like right north of it.
Yeah, but I don't remember what had come up. I mean, obviously, like that was at the time. That may have been just what they were looking at when they thought they were going to get a casino with it.
And
now that they don't,
the land. Yeah,
now that they don't, it's not the land that they need. All right, let's tap the keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Well, we have got a new Hall of Fame ballot, and Mike Leach is on it.
Oh, they made the exception.
Yeah, they did. So
a lot of Texas Tech people looking for exceptions lately.
They had changed the rules, and I'm not going to say they changed the rules to accommodate Mike Leach, but the rule for college football and their Hall of Fame was that a coach had to win 60% of their games and coach more than 10 years. Mm-hmm. And Leach did not fit the required winning percentage. Les Miles was on track, and then he lost.
He got those wins vacated.
I go with Kansas, and they all turned into losses, which cut him under the 60%. And even though he's a 2-time national champ, and that would put him in. So Mike Leach, who died a couple of years ago at 61, probably would have gotten above the 60% at some point. Mm-hmm. Was not. So he was not eligible. Well, they changed the rule, and Leach is now on the ballot. And now the question is should impact supersede wins and losses? And should innovation outweigh wins and losses? And this is the whole, can you tell the story of the sport without this person?
Yeah, and do you like that definition of a Hall of Fame? In fact, I want to know this. Fan text 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. People argue about this all the time. How do you define it? If you just had to say, this is the Hall of Fame, how would you define it? Because that is the one that most people, it feels like, have felt comfortable defaulting to, has been, can you tell the story of XYZ without this person? My only hang up there is there's a lot of bad stories that need to be told about leagues that involve people who I would not say are Hall of Famers.
Well, here's the problem that you run into, okay? And this is a great conundrum. If you say that you can't tell the story of the league without this person, Hall of Fame guy, then you by default have to put Eli Manning in.
Yeah. Yep.
It's the reality of it. So if you do say that, then you have to put him in.
Which to me, forget the story of college football, win percentage, whatever. If you were just to ask me, did Mike Leach have a Hall of Fame impact on the sport? The answer to me is 100% without question, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
The coaches that he mentored, the innovation he brought to college football, 100% Leach deserves to be in there. But the rule is the rule, so what is the deal here? Is this just an exception, or is this they've removed the rule?
They removed the rule.
Is it a new threshold, or is it just no longer there's no threshold?
There's no threshold.
Okay.
I mean, they may have the 10-year, you know what I mean? But they were adjusted. So the eligibility standards had to be adjusted, for this ballot, right? And they were adjusted, and how they do it, because his winning percentage was 596.
Mm-hmm.
You had to be 600.
You can round up. They could have just done this by saying we round up.
Well, they did round up. Well, what happened is they changed the number now to 595. Okay. So also allowing Jackie Sherrill to get in, who was at Mississippi State as well at, he was at A&M too. I mean, he was all over the place, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he was at Pitt. So he had a lot of spots, a lot of stops. But, for Leach, to me, it's like I don't have a major issue with him being in at all, because I do think he is, without question, a Hall of Fame personality, a Hall of Fame icon, a Hall of Fame coach. I mean, like, he is a Hall of Fame innovator.
Yeah, he is not just. It's not just a story thing with him.
Right.
He had an impact on the game that is meaningful.
He changed the game
and absolutely deserves to be recognized.
What I don't want is just to open the door for guys who just shouldn't be in.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I would think, personally, I think probably Les Miles should be in.
Les should be in. I have no problem with Les being in. Les cheated, but I also look at Les cheating the same way I look at Kelvin Sampson and Bruce Pearl, and that what they did is now no longer cheating.
Well, speaking of cheating and Texas Tech people looking for exemptions, Brendan Sorsby, the Texas Tech quarterback, had his day in court yesterday. The fate of Sorsby's eligibility will be decided in the near future after a 2-hour hearing in Lubbock County District Court on Monday. Attorneys for Sorsby are seeking a temporary injunction permitting him to play in 2026 after the NCAA ruled him ineligible and denied his request for reinstatement after he placed thousands of bets on college and professional sports, including his own team during his career. The decision will be up to Judge Ken Curry. Jeffrey Kessler, very famous attorney, is Sorsby's lead attorney. He argued in the hearing that the NCAA ignored its own rules by not considering Sorsby's well-being in its decision, describing his gambling history as a mental health and addiction issue that the NCAA is required to support and not punish. NCAA attorney Taylor Askew, and this is the big thing to me, said that the organization did consider Sorsby's mental health in its process of deeming him permanently ineligible, and that those challenges do not excuse gambling or the consequences of his actions. They said later on in this that the attorney Askew said that if this were to happen, if you were to go ahead and just say, fine, go ahead, if the judge clears the way for Sorsby to play this season, Askew said the NCAA would become the first sports league in America that allows athletes to bet on its own contests without punishment, and that's why he's going to lose.
Yeah,
that argument right there is why he's going to lose.
That's it.
And he should lose.
He should lose.
If he has an addiction, I'm sorry. I really do hope he gets treatment for it and gets better.
Well, if he has an addiction, shouldn't you remove?
Yeah, you shouldn't say
how does it help his mental health to be out there doing the very addiction that he has?
Inside info too. Like, you get all this inside info and get to do things like that. The attorneys are asking for a ruling inside of 2 weeks. So
yeah,
Jeffrey Kessler wants June 15th as the drop dead date because June 22nd is the deadline for the supplemental draft. And so he wants to have time to make a decision about that if that's the direction that he's going to go. And so Sorsby, we now wait, but the expectation is that we will get some sort of a decision hopefully inside of 2 weeks, and then we'll find out if Sorsby is in the supplemental draft or not.
I think that if it's like every NFL team should be doing recon on him right now because
they are.
They all know what's going to happen. I would be my level of stunned. It's hard to get me stunned anymore. I think we're all so cynical.
Mm-hmm.
My level of stunned would be pretty high.
Yeah,
if he is allowed to play.
I have viewed this as essentially no chance that he's able to play.
This should be, by the way, this should not be a very long deliberation by this judge.
No, you wouldn't think so. Just go ahead and make the ruling because the precedent does feel like it's been set. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif is out today with streptococcus throat. He is going to be out. I assume he might be back tomorrow, but we'll just have to see. Those antibiotics will get running their course. You can hear from Sean's doctor at 8:20 today. But coming up next, we got the Expressway. It's a Shabuzi ticket giveaway.
Whoa.
We've got Ask Reddit. But the first thing we're going to lead off with is this massive Myles Garrett and AJ A.J. Brown trade news, which you heard broken right here on 105.3 The Fan, and how it changes things for the Cowboys in the NFC. That's next on The Fan.
But it's time for a little real talk.
Thursday afternoon at 12:20, Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. And Friday afternoons at 4:40, it's our Hall of Fame voice, Eric Nadel. Nobody talks and covers this team like your official home of the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Bobby Belt. He's RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Russell behind the glass. Sean Sharif is out sick today. Probably one more day, I would guess, but who knows? We'll see. We got.
You don't think he's back tomorrow?
I mean, I assume he will be. I just don't know. So 24 hours after antibiotics, you're no longer contagious. So he should be fine tomorrow in terms of contagiousness. But if he just doesn't feel well, then he won't be able to go. Man, the stuff he was sending in the group text yesterday about his urgent care experience. I don't want to spoil any of it because he'll be able to break it down himself. And the Sophie's choice he was presented with that he had to make a decision on.
Right.
He was tested on his morality. But Sean, hopefully back tomorrow. We're holding things down for now. It's Tuesday, so we're doing Ask Reddit here in about 20 minutes. We're about to get into some discussion about the big trades that happened in the NFL yesterday and if it shifts the power dynamic in the NFC at all and what it does to Dallas' standing in there. But we've also got 2 Shabuzi ticket giveaways today, Chop. One in this hour, one in the 9 o'clock hour. We might as well just give one away now.
Let's do it.
1, here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shabuzi at the Southside Ballroom in Dallas on Saturday, September 12th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Good luck in trying to win those Shabuzi tickets. If you do not win them, you will get another chance here at 9 o'clock. All right, so yesterday, we talked about this about an hour ago. There was the rapid development of Myles Garrett being traded to the Rams. There was the slowest trade development in the history of the NFL and A.J. Brown getting traded. Something a little poetic about the fastest trade I've ever seen come together from buzz to trade to the slowest trade that any of us have ever seen come together with the A.J. Brown deal. But they both get done yesterday, and this obviously, you would think, changes Dallas's context within the NFC. Dallas, to this point, has had a very strong offseason in terms of they nailed the draft, and then you felt like they got better in other areas with free agency. Maybe didn't get any of these like big-time stud players you like, but generally I think everybody felt positive about what they did in free agency. Like, yeah, they got better. Even if I don't think they signed a bunch of studs, they got better in free agency.
Sure.
And they did have a draft that everybody liked. And they added a defensive coordinator and a defensive staff that a lot of people seem to be excited about. So Dallas right now has, we've talked about this, a lot of buzz growing with them and a lot of chatter about them. More momentum probably in the offseason than they've had in a few years. But you then see big moves being made yesterday. One was Philly kind of cleansing themselves of A.J. Brown. And then the other one was the Rams going and trading Jared Verse and 3 draft picks for Myles Garrett. So this does what exactly? We'll start with these 2 teams specifically, and then we'll look in the broader context. But what does this do specifically to the L.A. Rams, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think they were already the favorites to win the title.
Over Seattle?
I mean, I think Vegas had put them and Seattle right there at 1 and 1A. And
every offseason list we've seen has basically been Seahawks and Rams are 1 and 2.
And I just trust Matt Stafford and Sean McVay more.
Okay.
Even though I know that Seattle just won, I don't think anybody's going to sit here and say they want Sam Darnold over Matt Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
And McDonald's a great coach, but I still think people would say they would rather have Sean McVay.
Yeah.
So, I don't think it's crazy. So from that standpoint, it really hasn't done a ton to the Rams. I'll tell you this. So they were minus 2.5 against the Niners, the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
It moved to minus 3.
Why?
Are you surprised it was?
Yeah. No, I was sitting here thinking plus 2.5, and it moved to 3. Okay, so they moved a half a point against the 49ers.
Yeah, so it's a half point.
Okay.
So basically, they're saying that either Myles Garrett is worth a half point more than Jared Verse, or Jared Verse wasn't factoring into the line at all, and Myles Garrett is just worth a half point.
How many sacks he's played 2 years now. He's played every game. How many sacks do you think Jared Verse has in 2 years?
13 or 14?
12.
Okay.
And that's actually one less than former Tennessee great Byron Young had all last year for the Rams. So he's a guy who wrecks shop. It's not totaled up to like ridiculous sack numbers the way Myles has, though.
Right.
So if they're looking at this as we want more negative plays and we want more takeaways, then I think it makes sense. But are the margins big enough going from Verse to Garrett? Which, again, Garrett's definitely better.
Definitely better, but Jared Verse
But we are talking about a Pro Bowl edge rusher that they just traded away.
Who's young.
Yeah. Is the gap there big enough and were their needs sincere enough that this all of a sudden just changes, my gosh, the Rams are a different football team? I don't think it is. Now, we had some people in the fan text earlier saying they thought that there was one person in particular who said he had to do a lot in the run with Cleveland that he's not going to have to do anymore with the Rams. So it'll allow him to pin his ears back and do more rushing. And so maybe that's the case. But overall, I would say I think this made the Rams slightly better. But I don't know that as a team they've gained wins necessarily.
If they were a 9 on a 1 to 10 scale, they're 9.5.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to make it even just decimal scores lower than that, it might be 9 to 9.3 or something. Like I don't know. I don't know that it may be enough of a difference if you're talking about the elite of the elite.
Yeah, they're definitely better. There's no doubt. Myles is a better player. You are. I mean, literally going all in, because there's you have nothing. You have nothing moving forward. You just traded a young piece. Now the good news is that if Stafford retires and McVay retires or quits, you could sit there and just trade Myles Garrett next year and get quite a bit for him and restock. Someone will trade for him.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So unless he has such a catastrophic fall off, which I don't expect him to have.
Yeah, I don't expect him to go from the most dominant edge rusher of the last
somebody that nobody wants in a year. I don't expect that. Vegas, they were 8-1 to win it all. As soon as the trade happens, they go to plus 550, and then immediately gets bet back up, and it's now plus 6.5, plus 650. So now they go from 8-1 to 6.5 to 1. So not a huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's movement. Again, I think that's representative of what it is, which is they are better. I don't think they are significantly better. Now, the Eagles, they make the deal. They trade away A.J. Brown. They get a first in 2028. It's not even next year's. Then they get a fifth rounder in 2027 as well. And that one, obviously, nobody's going to say that the Eagles are necessarily better because A.J. Brown's gone. The biggest argument you could make is they're less toxic. But I think everybody has felt like the toxicity's coming from the quarterback, and A.J. Brown is just not able to keep quiet about it.
He's not. I also think that it's not a great fit with Sirianni and him because
with Brown?
Well, just with the locker room.
Yeah.
Sirianni I like, but he is he's kindling.
Mm-hmm.
He's lint that you throw on a fire, right? He's a spark. You don't want that. You can't. Nick Sirianni cannot be around a toxic clubhouse because he doesn't handle it. He just doesn't handle it. So
yeah.
I think that you got to just remove. You got to remove everything, and what they're going to have to do is eventually remove the quarterback too.
Yeah, that's what this will ultimately circle back to, and this is why I wonder if that's why Howie pushed or ended up getting the 2028 first rounder. Is he's just saying. We're trying to get out from under Jalen Hurts' deal, and I want the capital once we're out of it because I want to be able to trade up and move and do the different things that I need to do. Howie is really, really good at stacking capital into future years. He's also good at stacking, dead money into future years and shifting money forward and then having situations like the A.J. Brown one where they have to operate the deal that way and wait till June 1st. But
Patriots do have a first in 27.
Then either they told him no or he wanted that one for whatever reason. And now it's just a matter of finding out why would he want 28 or why would the Patriots have refused to give up 27? That would be the biggest thing. Now, Dallas, and within this context, we talked about this. Dallas is trying to tear open a 3-year window. They're trying to force themselves into a window of contention after they've been bad the last 2 years. OTAs started yesterday, by the way. We had some people asking us, oh, you guys can have reports from OTAs? No, we're not. Not till Thursday. Thursday is when they allow media out there, but OTAs did begin this week. But this is the Cowboys trying to rip open a 3-year window. So these moves yesterday, I think it helps Dallas against the Eagles in 2026. I think it helps Dallas in year 3 of this attempt to open a window against the Rams. Because I think 3 years from now, the Rams are going to be weaker than what they could have been.
Yeah, that they are. I think so. Now that's they drafted Ty, so we have no idea what he's going to be like.
But that's exactly you cannot assume he will be as good as Stafford has been for them.
I totally agree. So from that standpoint, yeah. And then the rest of the NFC, you have no idea what the rest of the NFC is going to be like in 2 years anyway. I assume. Let's see, 3 years.
I'm going to go look at the 2023 NFL standings, and I'm going to see how different it looked. So the NFC, the standings, the playoff teams in 2023 were Cowboys won the East, Eagles were a wild card, Lions won the North, Packers were a wild card, Bucks won the South, and then the West was the 49ers won it, and the Rams were a wild card. That's close to who we've had.
Close.
I mean, the Buccaneers are not quite, but the South is the South for the NFC.
Right. Detroit's not as good as they were.
San Francisco's not as good as they were 3 years ago.
Dallas
Dallas is obviously not as good as they were 3 years ago.
Now, in 3 years, will Green Bay... So the North will probably be Chicago's in 3 years. It's probably not going to be Detroit's in 3 years.
It's pending Caleb.
Yeah.
It's pending Caleb. And then I guess pending what they do around Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, like, when you look at the Packers, they obviously invested a lot in Micah Parsons for their future and wanting him to be part of what they see as a bigger vision that goes beyond just right now. And Jordan Love is still, I think, somebody who is generally underrated. I know that he's not been perfect, but I think that he's generally underrated by most people around the NFL. And so it's wild to me. He's still like in an age where everybody makes the Pro Bowl. Jordan Love still does not have a Pro Bowl, even after doing this for 3 years. But no, I think
that's pretty surprising.
Packers and Bears will be in contention. But this is, I think, in the immediate term, yeah, this is not great for Dallas in terms of the Rams as a contender. It makes them more dominant. It gives them slightly more dominant disposition. But overall, I think that you look at those moves yesterday, and I'm not even counting what the Giants did. My gosh.
Oh, gosh.
They signed Odell Beckham
OBJ.
Jr. That was huge. Giants signed 3 receivers. More on that in a second. But I think that this does help Dallas if we're talking about into the future, and you're talking about the Rams, because the Rams are clearly narrowing their window while Dallas is trying to expand theirs, and it helps you in the immediate term against Philadelphia. And Philadelphia remains to be seen what they'll be in 3 years. I can't say with certainty this helps Philadelphia in 3 years.
I don't know what they're going to be. I mean, I assume if Howie's there, I assume they're going to be a competitive team. Or they'll be in the midst of a rebuild that's a 1-year rebuild where they go to the Super Bowl in that 1-year rebuild, which is what seems to be their MO, and it's wholly frustrating. I don't know what the Cowboys are going to be in 3 years. I mean...
Oh, the Cowboys are going... I think the Cowboys are going to definitely be a good football team in 3 years. I think in 4 years, there's no telling.
I think that I think 2027 will be the best of the three.
Potentially. 28 is the last year. 27 might be the best, but 26, 27, 28 is where they're trying to compete. And then I think by when you get into 2029, Dak Prescott's not here, I don't think. Dak Prescott's not here. I don't know if CeeDee Lamb's here. Probably not. Like, the core is largely not here, and you're in the middle.
Orlovsky.
You're in the middle blowing things up, I'd imagine. That's not Orlovsky. That's...
Kinda.
2029, that's a decade into his carer.
Yeah, it's true.
Like that's we're talking well into the future.
Yeah,
but
like LA won't be good in 3 years. I don't know about San Fran. I don't know about Detroit. I feel like Detroit's timeline and ours is the same.
Detroit's paid a lot of guys already, though. A lot of that core they've gotten locked in. It's just they're having to replace some cogs.
Philly,
around.
I don't know. They're going to have a different quarterback.
Philly's always competitive is the thing.
Like San Fran will have the same quarterback in 3 years. The Cowboys will have the same quarterback in 3 years. Detroit, Green Bay, Chicago, Washington. They'll all have the same quarterback in 3 years. I don't know about Seattle.
I don't know about Washington.
Well, that's true.
Washington injuries keep piling up, and I think jury is still out on Caleb.
I think it's. I think he's not on cruise control yet, but it's like
I think in 3 years, Caleb is either one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, or he's been traded.
Okay. The South is a mess. I don't know.
The South has always been a mess.
So there's like 4 teams that are going to have the same quarterback that have a good one. And it's San Fran, 3 years. San Fran, Green Bay, Cowboys, and Detroit. And I think the rest of them in the league or in the NFC is up for grabs.
We got Ask Reddit coming up here in just a few minutes. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Before we get to that, we just made reference to it. Odell Beckham Jr. is back with the New York Giants, and they also added Juju Smith-Schuster and Braxton Berrios. That, for a team that everybody wants to talk about, is like, the Giants want to contend right now. This is like a window they think they've got here. They're ready to contend right now. Man, if you are signing 3 veteran receivers who have started several games, and you're like kind of panic signing on June 1st just to fill out your receiver room, that's not a team that's going to contend for, like, in my mind. In fact, you want to look at this. Tom Brady has been out of the NFL for the last 3 seasons, Chop. Since 2022, he has started 11 more games than Odell Beckham Jr. has. Tom Brady, out of the league for 3 years, has started 11 more games since 2022 than Odell Beckham Jr. has.
No way.
You didn't hear what I said.
Yeah, Tom Brady. Started 11 more games than Odell Beckham.
If you look at OBJ right now, he was out of football all of last year. He missed the entire 2022 season with an injury. There have been, it's a nice story, sweet. He's going back there. He played for Harbaugh in Baltimore a couple years ago, but ultimately, like I said, if the Giants are doing things like this, they are clearly in panic mode. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif is out today. Coming up at 8 o'clock, we're going to talk a little bit more about this new Mavs arena, and specifically this question. Are you getting tired of seeing the stadium, arena, whatever turnover that exists in professional sports where you get the ballpark in Arlington or you get the AAC and 25 years later, it's nope, time to get a new one. We'll get into that with you guys at 8 o'clock. Right now, we're going to get into some Ask Reddit with you guys.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. It is where you can weigh in on Ask Reddit. We do it every Tuesday. It's where we take the most viral questions being asked on the Ask Reddit forum. We kick them around the studios here. And then we also get your takes over on the text as well as the YouTube and the Twitch. So if you want to weigh in there, be sure to jump on. We will lead off with one Ralph James Choppy.
Let's go.
RJ, what is something your dad said all the time while you were growing up?
He used to tell my sister, my older sister, you got champagne taste and beer money.
Natty Light.
Because she would come home and, she bought a Trans Am. It's wonderful. Oh, she bought a Firebird. She would buy a sports car all the time. And he said to her, you're a secretary. You buy these cars for you. You had no money. You're living at home.
Credit's a beautiful thing, Job.
Yeah, I know, right? Credit is a beautiful thing. And you say, you got champagne taste and beer money.
I like that. Peyton, something your dad used to say to you?
Yeah, my dad would say this. He still says this. The Cowboys have to win the Super Bowl again eventually, right? I've never seen them. I was born in 96, never seen them win a single thing. I remember me and him were watching the 07 playoff game, Cowboys-Giants, and he was like, this is the year. This is the team right here to go the distance. They're finally going to break through. They got eliminated in their first game in the divisional round, got beat by the Giants, and he was like, man, I thought they were close, but I guess they're not going to win now. And so he kept saying year in and out, because I kept watching these games. I'm like, they have 5 Super Bowls. How are they not winning when I'm watching them? They just go away all of a sudden, and they have to win eventually, right?
Eventually, and that was, you did mention, your dad did mention at the firehouse, of course, that you were conceived.
RJ, next question here.
You were conceived because of the last Cowboys Super Bowl. The thing my dad said, this came up the other day, but it was like his frustrated exclamation, and I can't say it because it's an expletive, but I'll say it as best I can. I'm curious if you've ever heard this, Chop. Frick me running.
Oh,
huh.
That was his, if he hit a finger off, frick me running. Only it would not be frick. That was his go-to.
Running.
I've never heard anybody say it but my dad. I have no idea where it came from. But he would say, and I've caught myself like thinking or saying it before. And I'm like, you know what? Nobody else says that. And I've asked a couple people, like, have you ever heard that? And I go, no. So I have no idea where he got that. He was from Ohio initially. Maybe I need to ask Tim.
There you go.
Ask Tim, was this a cultural phrase you guys would use?
I've heard of frick me sideways.
I've not heard that.
Oh, I've said that.
Yeah.
214, take all you want, eat all you take. 214, it's mind over matter.
That's military right there.
My mind over your matter. 918, money doesn't grow on trees. Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, that's a big one. 940, start at the end. You'll get done faster. All right, we are doing Ask Reddit here on 105 Through the Fan. Peyton Russell. Let's go with, I'm not going to do that with you right now. You get $1 million, but you have to listen to the same song 500 times in 10 days. What song are you picking?
This one was a little tough for me. I was going through my playlist and I was thinking, okay, what's a song that I could listen to? Because you can listen to a song for a day or two and then it's like, all right, it gets old. I needed one that was a bop, one I could sing along to. I knew most of the words I could dance to. And RJ, this one's for you. Because I could sing it, people I'm with can sing it. I mean, for $1 million, 500 times, I could do that.
Now, why'd you say, RJ, this is for you? Do you think RJ's like a big Killers guy?
Well, he's brought up when we talked about Michigan. He said, "Oh, the Mr. Brightside and all that." So
I love all kind of alternative music. The Killers are a band that it's like universally everybody kind of likes, but they only have like 2 good songs.
Oh no,
maybe 3.
No, they're a little. You could say
they have 2 songs that everybody knows.
Okay, that you could say they're a little Weezer-like with that. Although, unlike Weezer, they didn't just completely fall off. Brandon Flowers is I really do like Killers. I think they're very good. Chop, your answer for if you're going to get paid $1 million to listen to the same song 500 times in 10 days, which I do not feel is that difficult.
By the way,
50 times in one day.
The answer is literally any song. I will listen to any song 500 times if you're going to give me $1 million check in 10 days.
But to make it pleasurable.
Yeah.
What would you play?
Peyton's right, Rocky Top. I could do, for me, it's got to remind you of childhood. So parents, dads, for me, Night Moves, Bob Seger, Night Moves, a good one.
Song.
Great song. Hey, what can I do? Zeppelin, right? Anything from Creedence, anything from Doobie Brothers, either one, either version of the Doobie Brothers. Yamo Be There Doobie or the original Doobie. Steely Dan. Steely Dan's great, but I went with one that I've never not turned the volume up when this song comes on. I've never turned the song off either. And maybe Tim Collins would love this one too.
Hey!
It is Johnny Cougar Mellencamp. Cherry Bomb.
It's okay.
Good one.
I thought it was going to be, I said it's all right. Hold tight.
Yeah, good one, but no.
No, you know what this song kind of reminds me of? I'm trying to remember. That's it reminds me of. I think it's like a Blues Traveler song or something that they kind of cop this sound.
Yeah, I can see where you're talking. I think it's is that Hook?
I can't remember what it is. I'll have to find it. But I know there was one. I know there was one that reminded me of it. All right, some of the answers from the fan text. 682, Runaway by Kanye. 903, Money for Nothing. That's by Dire Straits. Don't Stop Believin', says the 918. God's Plan from 303. Michael Jackson, Dangerous from Awesome Body 44. And EJL Viking just named mine on the Twitch.
Nice.
Little Wonders.
What are you doing? Come on.
Okay, no, it's not. Look at it. He's already crying. EJL Viking did say Chops is Little Wonders. But we got that ready. So that was that. No, my real answer, I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, okay, I'm not going to want something that's just up. I'm going to need something a little mellow because there are going to be times I'm going to want to wind down when I'm playing these songs. And so that's why I went with one of the greatest mellow love songs of all time by the Commodores.
I want you to want me.
Do you know this one? Oh no.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know so.
This is a great
It's a good one.
It's so. This was I remember when I was a kid, my dad playing this, and I was like, "What is this?" I was just like, "Here, turn this part up right here." The oh no. Listen how smooth this is, Chop, right here. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love the Commodores. So that would be mine. Oh no, by Lionel Richie and the Commodores. Okay. We are doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. RJ Choppy, what's the biggest double standard between men and women?
Oh, man. I mean, okay.
Yeah, if you want to split it even, because I know you can think of lots.
There's
if you
a
want to split
lot.
it even, you can share one for each gender. That's an unfair double standard. Like I'll give you my unfair double standards right off the bat. For women in society, the number of partners you've had, like the number of people that you've been with, it's viewed a lot differently for men versus women.
That's the easy one, yeah.
Yeah. For men, the one that's a double standard is just being able to process things emotionally. You're not allowed to process things emotionally as a guy. Like by society standards. Like, why are you being a baby about it? Why are you doing it? Like, you can process things as sad or as whatever you want to do as a woman generally in society. As a guy, there's a little bit more of like a stigma, I think, naturally from people who are like, what are you crying about? What are you whining about?
You know, a man, not socially, but like, I don't believe, it's more difficult for a man to, like, go to the level of saying, I've been abused by my wife.
Okay.
You're seen as soft, right? Oh, you're gonna take her to court?
Didn't that happen to Chuck Finley?
I don't know.
I think Chuck Finley had.
You're gonna get her arrested.
It was like Tawny
hitting
Katane.
you know, like it's like, it just doesn't. It's not one that I think a lot of men would even admit to. You don't want to admit to it, right? It's a double standard. So like, you know, a man can't do that. I think the partners one's a great one. The amount of partners you've had.
Yeah, I mean, that's
a fantastic.
Some of the
one.
answers on the fan text 817 for women, exposing the old chest.
You
can do
chest?
that. You can do that. I would say walking around the house in your underwear. That definitely is just thought of as more like, yeah, men can do that. When women do it, it's like a little, oh my gosh, put some clothes on. What are you doing? That's so provocative. No, not by you, not by you. I'm talking about like in general. If you were to walk, like I know when I was growing up, my dad, he'd walk up.
I get offended when Sarah puts clothes on.
Okay, but you would walk out and would you not walk out in boxers in front of the boys? Like just like getting ready like coming out for breakfast?
Yeah, well, it depends on what time of morning it is.
Okay, if mom came walking out, if Janet came walking out, wouldn't they be like, what the hell?
If she was just in her underwear?
That's what I'm saying. That's a double standard. Guys can just lounge around the house around the whole family that way. Girls can't. Peyton, what's your answer?
Yeah, Bobby took mine. It was body count for mine, to be more specific. I think that's the big one there. You know, guys have high numbers. It's high fives all around. You're praised in the group message. Girls have it, and you're made fun of.
Let's see here. We got 303 men, how you manage your finances. Women can't work on cars. Like those are double standards that are out there. 469, double standard when a female teacher gets with a kid, it's not looked at the same as if a male teacher did it. Yes. And I don't think that's an argument to say that men should be like applauded for it. I think that's more that they think that it should be a consistent thing. Walking around with shirts off says 817. 430, women are allowed to act out in public, but if a man does it, hell no.
That's another one.
Acting out in public. There you go. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here for the next couple of minutes on 105 through the Fan. Peyton Russell, what's the worst thing you've ever woken up to?
Ooh.
So this was when I was really trying to think back. I've never woken up to someone breaking into my house or tornado siren or anything like that, but it was my dog. I think I was 12 or 13, and so my dog would sleep in the same room as me. And I'd shut the door. You know, I didn't want him to go in, out. So he would, usually for the most part, stay in my room, stay in my bed. And he, I guess, had to go to the bathroom one night. And I just thought he was making noises, and I didn't let him out. Diarrhea. All in my room. Oh. All over, because, the door was shut. He couldn't go. He was barking. He was yelping, everything. And I was like, you need to be quiet. I'm trying to sleep. It's 2 or 3 in the morning. And, he had diarrhea, so I was woken up to that.
Worst thing I ever woke up to was Kristen had gotten sick like overnight, and it was the thing that they always tell you to watch out for. She was like on her back, and I like woke up to her going like, and it was like she was on her back, and it was, I think she would have woken up and been fine. But when I was waking up, I was thinking, oh God, she's choking. But I also have an issue here. The worst thing I've ever woken up to is not real. I get massive, like, who's the guy for the Rangers a couple years ago? I think Brock Burke was it, where he had like sleepwalking issues. Oh, I have some sleepwalking issues where I will wake up once a month, maybe more. I wake up thinking someone next to me, if Laura's coming to bed or Kristen's there, I think they're dead. And I start freaking out. And I'm trying to like resuscitate them before I realize I just woke up from a dream. And so about once a month, I wake up thinking somebody's dead next to me. But that's my own problem. Chop, what's yours?
I mean, I woke up to this girl in college once. It was my own personal crying game, man. I was like,
oh, gosh. Wait, hold on.
No. Not quite.
Chop,
I had to
just admit to?
I questioned. I was like, wait a second. What's going on here?
If you've seen the crying game, you'll know what Chop just said.
I was like, she had a haircut like Macaulay Culkin in The Good Son.
Which one?
Oh, Bobby. I was like, what happened? What did I get into? What did I get into? No, stop it. I was like, what did I get into?
How many beers did I have last night?
What happened?
My gosh.
What in the world?
Oh, 0 beers needed. That's great.
Tall, though.
Yeah, you guys need to 682. I can't read your text on the air. That's funny though. 214. I woke up to a scorpion in the bed. That'd be pretty bad. 858. An angry ex trying to break my window to get into my house. 254. Worst thing I've woken up to is the news about Kobe Bryant. I woke up to Kobe Bryant. I was on the couch sleeping. It was a Sunday. I was just taking a nap, and Kristen came and woke me up. And when she woke me up, I was like, "You got duped on Facebook." I was like, she's like, Kobe Bryant died. And I was like, no, how? No, he didn't. And she said, helicopter crash. And I knew Kobe had the helicopter. And so when she said that, I was like, that woke me up instantly. I was like jumping up. I was looking for stuff. That one was pretty bad.
I was on my parents' dining room table getting some work done when that happened.
It is one of those things you remember where you were when you heard it. All right, that is Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. We'll finish up the rest of it with the KNC Masterpiece during Crosstalk. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. Coming up next, we will dive into a little bit more discussion about the Mavericks Arena. And I want to hear from you guys on the fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Are you getting a little tired of the arena and stadium turnover in professional sports, particularly here in DFW? We'll talk about it next year on The Fan.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with
A&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif is down and out today, but we'll still hear from him. We're still going to hear from him here in about 20 minutes, yeah. So he, when he went to the doctor yesterday, when he went to the urgent care, which he was giving us feverish updates about.
I like it.
I feel like everyone is sick right now.
Yeah, there's a lot going around.
It shouldn't be. It's June. I feel like there should not be sickness right now.
The second wave started in June.
Well, I mean, it depends on, what was the weather like? Because once it warmed up, it was supposed to go away.
Yeah, I don't know. You got any other thoughts?
I was fine in June.
All right.
Although there's a good chance I was patient zero in the U.S.
Everybody thought they had, I felt like everybody I talked to, they're like, I think I got it back in November, when it was first being talked about.
I got it in February.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I got it when we were on the plane to Phoenix for for spring training.
Did you tell anybody?
Because I had tested, and they're like, you have the antibodies. And I was like, how? And then I looked back, and
that was the only time you were sick?
The only time I was sick, and it was...
Suckers and losers.
I missed a day of the show on the road.
So you were... So wait, no... Because when Wolchuk missed a day on the road last year, or when we were at Super Bowl or whatever, you and Sean were talking about how nobody had ever done that before.
At the Super Bowl?
No, but they said nobody's ever missed a show on the road.
Oh, maybe I wasn't paying attention. That's possible.
That's completely possible. But you were fine in June, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I was fine in June.
You know who else is fine in June? The Texas Rangers. As they win last night, they beat the Cardinals 2-1. They are on a 4-game winning streak. They will take on St. Louis again this evening. The classiest fans in the world, as RJ Choppy always refers to them.
Oh, yeah.
But we got the Dallas Mavericks, who are also doing fine. And if you were tuned in yesterday to the G-Bag Nation, you heard this news break when it happened. And the Mavericks have picked the location for their next arena, an entertainment complex. That's really what is the real focus here. Rick Welts is brought in here. Patrick Dumont has stuck through this. All of that stuff was done because it's not just we want a nicer arena. We want to move into a nicer... They want the money that comes with the complex.
Right. They all
That's
want
what they're looking for.
They all want to build their Texas lives, or whatever they have in St. Louis, or whatever they have in Atlanta with the Braves. All these baseball teams want that. These football teams, go look at college football. We talked about this on the Kegger once, how all these colleges are building these entertainment districts around their stadium.
Yep.
Whether the stadium is there currently or not.
You know what's going to happen next? We are going to get that around high school stadiums.
I know.
That'll be the next play. Because everything professional has worked its way down.
Absolutely.
It's working. It goes through a process.
Yeah.
So colleges will get the entertainment districts, and then eventually Allen High School is going to have a casino where Brendan Sorsby can bet on the Allen game.
Yeah, there you go. So it happens all the time, and it's going to continue to happen until we put a stop to it. Until we stop giving these owners and these teams money to build a stadium in that they don't need.
We've already got some feedback on the new arena and the announcement, as the Mavericks did say yesterday, they're moving to the Valley View Mall area. So that's 635 Preston-ish area. It's not far from the Galleria. And so it does keep them in Dallas proper, technically. It is sort of Addison
Farmers
line. Yeah, it's right around there, but it is technically Dallas. It's just not downtown Dallas. But that was a big goal of theirs. They are able to do that. They did get the 104 acres that they needed for all the different space that they wanted to do. Some of the feedback that we've got so far, 254 says, my mom lives at Spring Valley and Hillcrest, and traffic is already a beating. I can only imagine when the arena gets built. 469 says, I live in Northwest Hills. Maybe that's North Richland Hills is what they meant. North Richland Hills arena is going to be a nightmare for the area. 635 between I-35 and 75 is already a nightmare. Don't forget HEB is building on Hillcrest, so that's going to be wonderful on Sundays to have Mavericks games and HEB there.
They're also building an HEB at Olympus in 635, so it's another just west.
Yeah, they're putting it in that old Fry's building. Where that Fry's
by
Electronics
the
was.
dump.
Yep. Yeah. So it's going in that building. 214. I hate how spread out all the teams are. Cowboys should be near where Fair Park is. Rangers should be near the Farmers Market, and Stars Mavs keep themselves at the AAC. And then 214. Rangers absolutely did not need a new stadium, and neither do the Mavericks. Such a huge unnecessary waste, and the general public should not have to ever take on any of the cost when teams do this. So that's one of the things that we're going to talk about here and that I was curious about. The AAC, I remember vividly that being a new facility. It still feels
new.
It doesn't look new. I know for a lot of people when they go inside, they say it's not as up to date as some other places, but I remember the entire lifespan of this arena, and it does not feel that long ago.
No.
I remember Reunion Arena, games being played there. The ballpark in Arlington, I remember that opening. And they were basically ready to move out of there after 20 years. Now, AT&T Stadium looks like it'll live on for a while. Texas Stadium had a, almost 40-year run?
40-year.
Because of 71 when it opened. 09 or whatever it was. It was almost 40 years. So, and you made a point.
And that aged poorly.
What did?
Texas Stadium.
Yes, it did. But it was thought of as very state-of-the-art at the time. You had brought this up last night when we were talking about this. I was mentioning, man, the turnover I hate it. It's all this rapid flipping of where your home is. And you brought up the point that I thought was interesting, which is what this does to, the legacy of these venues.
Are we just never going to get, these legendary stadiums anymore? Where if Fenway Park was built today, the Red Sox would be in there for 20 years.
Yeah.
And they would say, can't do it here. We can't do this. We can't make enough money. The Red Sox have done a great job of basically bleeding the blood out of the rock to get as much possible cash flow as they can from that stadium without moving.
And you loved it.
I loved it. It was great.
You didn't anticipate you would.
Did not anticipate. It was awesome. Awesome. And, Wrigley Field. Same thing. Are we never going to get Wrigley Field? It's uncomfortable. Concourse is too small, not enough bat, all that crap, right? Are we just never going to get that? Is everything now going to be, if you don't have a Lambeau Field, your only option is to win the arms race? Because what is the arms race?
Yeah,
it's not college football where you have to recruit. I
understand. Well, so let's just talk about with baseball. Basketball, it's different, I would guess. Although basketball, they do want the amenities and the perks and different things like that. But I would assume you can make that happen in an arena without moving into a new building.
Like football, NFL players sign contracts without even visiting the facility.
Baseball
That's crazy to me.
stadiums make sense to me because baseball stadiums directly impact your numbers. And so if you are I could see somebody being picky about where they wanted to go. Juan Gonzalez, when he got traded to Detroit, couldn't get out of there fast enough because he hated the fences.
I get it. I totally get it.
And so it definitely happens. There's some guys who have been a little frustrated with the Rangers ballpark, obviously, which one of the texts we got here just a few seconds ago said, I'm fine with people moving or with teams moving as long as it's an improvement. The Rangers missed the mark. That was the problem there.
Well, the Rangers got what they wanted. What the Rangers wanted is they said basically we're going to sacrifice charm, we're going to sacrifice nostalgia, we're going to sacrifice ambiance for air conditioning.
Yeah.
That's what they did. We're going to sacrifice all of that. We're going to sacrifice everything that is holy about Major League Baseball stadiums for air conditioning.
You know what I hate the most about that stadium? Not to nitpick it, and we are talking Mavs here too, but this is learn lessons from the Rangers if you can, Mavericks. NBA arenas to me are the most anonymous ones that exist. They all pretty much look the same. But it's that with the Rangers, it's that same height fence from foul pole to foul pole, that green fence just going across, where it's no variety, nothing, no cool, all right, this wall goes a little bit, this wall's like a 15-foot wall, and then you get towards center and it drops down or whatever. It's that high school stadium look of just the same fence all the way around, which just said to me lazy. They didn't care about aesthetic at all or anything else. They just went, we need a fence out there, put a fence. That to me, I think represents every.
I feel most are like that, though.
No, hell no, dude. There's always different dimensions or different they've looked like. I told this to Peyton when we were sitting in the stadium. You play MLB The Show. Mm-hmm. The Rangers Stadium feels like the Create-A Stadium that they let you do on MLB The Show that you really can't tweak it very much. You can put different logos on the walls, but it's going to be this very generic
Let's go look here. I think Toronto, Yankee Stadium.
The Royals, I think, too. Royals is like that. It's just the same all the way around.
No, Royals is not. Royals has a left center, I think it is. Royals where they've got the bullpen. There's a cutout where the fence drops. And you've got the
lower.
Yes, you've got the Rays. The Rays have that whole. They used to have that thing where that
the Rays the Rays had a lower foul pole
right there,
like where the Angels have it, and the Dodgers have it.
Which do you know why they have that? The Rays owner, the first guy who owned it, grew up watching. Can't remember who it was. Dodgers games.
Yeah,
where he watched. He used to love. He fell in love with baseball watching guys rob home runs in the Dodgers, and he wanted to be able to see guys rob home runs in his stadium. And so he put it there, and that's how Evan Longoria hit that end of the season shot, just basically over that wall.
Yeah.
But
I'm pretty sure Citi Field's the same. I know Yankee Stadium's the same.
Yankee Stadium is, yeah.
I mean, they're all either green or blue.
No. I'm not talking about the color.
No, I know. I'm just saying they're all either green or blue.
But like, you will have just the different. It's such a basic, like, it's that same arc around the track. There's no weird dimensions. There's nothing about this ballpark that looks compelling.
That's a weird take on your part.
No, it's not. I'm going to show you during the break.
I think the.
I'm going to show you during the break. You're going to make me. I'm going to show you during the break.
It's not a symmetrical stadium. It's quirky.
No, it is not. It's like
there's
a perfect,
jagged edges. It's not a perfect.
With them, it is. Yes, it is. That's what. Go look next time you're there. I want you to look. Okay.
Right.
I want you to look when we're there. All right. So, in specific regards to the Mavericks and then moving to the Valley View Center now, I guess the big thing that's going to come with this is what are the plans for the entertainment complex?
Mm-hmm.
They keep promising the entertainment complex is clearly the thrust for them. I think they would like to talk about it being, a gambling tie-in of some sort, but they're not gonna get that. It doesn't appear. So, if that's the case, I don't know what they're going to fill that 104 acres with. Hotels, I assume, some shopping stuff.
Be a hotel, a Texas Live type thing. Yeah, entertainment district of
something like that. But I don't know. That's going to be we're getting a lot of feedback on the text. That's going to be a rapidly condensed area. And to your point, I am like we're already just saying goodbye to any memory that occurred at the AAC, any title, anything else like that. All going out the door. You're not creating any sort of a legacy. You can't create the Boston Garden or whatever else. You can't create Madison Square Garden if you don't commit to a facility.
Yeah, I don't think they need a new stadium. I don't think the Stars need a new facility. Now, yeah, you want to get a hockey only. I get it, right? Because football and baseball used to share stadiums all the time. Basketball and hockey have shared stadiums for decades. Now it's chic to get a 15,000 seat hockey stadium, hockey only, and get a basketball only facility as well. Teams want their own. I get it.
Stars and Mavs are,
but
there's just a couple that they don't want to live together anymore.
You know what? If you want your own stadium, pay for it. Yeah. But to ask the people to build a hockey arena and an NBA arena and a Major League Baseball stadium and an NFL stadium, I don't know, man. I don't know. It just seems like it never ends. It's never enough.
Nope, it's too quick turnover, and it never allows you to feel comfortable or get comfortable in any one area.
Like Staples Center is not going away, is it?
Well, I mean, it's not called Staples anymore, but yeah, I wouldn't assume it's going anywhere anytime soon.
Crypto, whatever the hell they call it.
Whatever it's called.
They just built into it.
I think it's AmeriQuest Arena, maybe.
Dodger Stadium ain't going anywhere.
That one maybe should.
It's great.
I think the Angel Stadium is better.
Have you been to Dodger Stadium?
Yep.
I haven't been to Angel Stadium, but I've been to Dodger Stadium. I thought Dodger Stadium was great.
I just thought Dodger Stadium was generic. It's pretty generic, dude.
Man. I mean, in a way, but it's just cool being there.
It's a history play more than anything else.
Awesome.
All right. 105 through the fan, Sean and RJ here. Sean Sharif is out. He went to the doctor yesterday. He got a diagnosis. It's strep. He has strep. And I know many of you have been concerned for Sean and you want to know if he's doing all right. Sean actually recorded his conversation with the doctor so you guys could have peace of mind to hear specifically about his condition and know that he's going to be just fine. So that's next on Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
before it starts with DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Which buzzworthy NFL teams are actually worth the hype? We're going to talk about it in Below the Belt coming up here in about 20 minutes. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell. No Aiden Butler, no Sean Sharif. But we are going to hear from Sean Sharif here in just a few minutes. Yep, just a few minutes. We're going to have Sean's going to, he shared with us the audio from him getting the chance to talk to the doctor yesterday. And I think it's good just to put Tolos put them at peace of mind that Sean's just fine. And then that you'll hear that, I think, in that audio. NBA Finals start tomorrow night. Knicks Spurs. This is the rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. And it's so funny. I was talking about it when we walked in. Like ESPN this morning is like running like, a return. And they're throwing up like Sprewell highlights and like Sean Elliott. And I'm like, guys, this is not the way to get people pumped about the series.
Let's hey guys, let's reminisce on a gentleman's sweep.
The revenge tour. Are you surprised ever at how tone deaf sometimes the national outlets are in terms of what they think the national audience wants?
I'm not surprised.
Like they were so pumped about the Subway Series. And it's like no one outside of New York cares.
Yeah, well, look, and the problem with that is that all the national outlets are based in New York City.
So they have that Bristol bias.
Right. So like they just think, oh, well, everyone here is talking about it, and it must be what's going on everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So... yeah, of course. It doesn't surprise me because, and this is the same reason why, if you notice, like all the fill-in play-by-play guys are just like random New York people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because it's just like, oh, well, here, just grab you. I know who you are. I hear you. I hear what you're doing.
Yep.
Mike Breen was doing updates. He was like the Jake Rietma of Imus. And that's how he got his. It's one of the ways he got. He's doing the Knick games, but
do you think Rietman needs to try out Bang or something? See if that at the Stars games. Maybe one day we will hear Otter's Better as like a call in a hockey
there
game.
You go.
Maybe we'll get that. All right. So with the NBA Finals tipping off tomorrow night, we will have apparently in attendance for at least one game. This has been the chatter. Donald Trump. Trump has said, I intended to go to the Eastern Conference. He was talking
I'm going to go to the game, okay? We're going to go to one of the games. We don't know which one. I told him, I said, you want me to go to the game? We're going to go to the game.
He had said he was going to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. He said then they wrapped it up. He said, they got done in Game 4, so I wasn't able to go there. He's like, but I'm, good buddies with Mr. Dolan. He said I could come out whenever I want. Would love to go out there. And I think New York teams, I think the Giants would be like, yeah, absolutely. Like, let the Knicks have to talk about it. Maybe that'll like change it a little bit.
I told Dolan, and he's a wonderful fan. He loves me. He loves me. He says, "I love you very much."
Never had a sitting president go to an NBA Finals game. I don't know if we've ever had a former president.
Really?
Yeah.
No, surely Barack Obama post office has been to an NBA game.
I don't recall, but I know for sure never a sitting president. Trump would be the first to attend an NBA Finals game as a sitting president. So that would be pretty historic. We've also got some other history.
As I know, I've seen President Obama at games.
I've seen him go to basketball games. I don't know if it was an NBA Finals game, but definitely sitting in office never happened. The good thing is that if he does go, there's also a bunch of New York youth who are also going to be able to go to the games, even though they might not normally, because old Mayor Mamdani yesterday signed an executive order eliminating bedtime during the NBA Finals for New York's children.
Okay.
It's a little weird, I thought. Not the act. People do these PR things all the time of just like,
are executive orders just fake? Like they don't mean anything?
No, there's just limited powers in them. A lot of times they will use an executive order, quote unquote, for just like almost like a PR purpose like this. That's all this is.
So Trump signs an executive order, it seems like every day.
Yeah, people sign executive orders all the time. But and a lot of times it extends as far as your powers are allowed to go, however that may play out. But in this instance, he has this proclamation that and it's just a weird video of that. He has this proclamation he makes a sign, and then he has all the children come up and put their hands in ink and put their handprint on his piece of paper.
I was like, it's a weird state seal.
Yeah, I was like, this is just weird. I don't know what this is, but it's a decent PR bit. I'm eliminating bedtime for the Knicks. We're all rallied together. We're all doing this together. But there
was nothing more frustrating than my mom as a kid made me go to bed during all these sporting events.
Yeah.
9 o'clock, it's bedtime.
Yep.
9:30, 10,
And
whatever it was. 10:30, it's bedtime.
And I remember thinking as a kid, she does not understand.
No,
she doesn't understand. And as an adult now, I
still
feel
think
the
she doesn't
exact
understand.
same way that she didn't get it.
She didn't get it.
She doesn't get why that's ridiculous.
And
and that you should just let me one time stay up for this game,
right.
please.
And I blame my dad.
Why?
I blame my dad for not standing up for me.
Oh, yeah.
But guess what?
What did you want him to do exactly?
Say, hey, he's fine. Let him stay up, watch the game. That's what I wanted him to say.
You just
stay in your lane.
You want him to do his dad voice? Hey!
Oh!
To your mom. Just
Hey, he's fine. Let him watch the game.
Knock it off in there. Let him watch the game.
Know your role. That's all I wanted him to say. But he didn't. He never stood up for me. He always. And, he loved it. He loved coming in to my bedroom at 6 a.m. the next day to tell me what happened.
Oh,
he loved it.
He did. So he relished the opportunity to spoil it for you.
He did. When Carol, we grew up North Carolina basketball fans because my sister went to high school with Sam Perkins.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they went. So Sam went to the same high school.
That's why she needed the Trans Am.
And she went to the same high. My dad went to the same high school, so Shaker High, right? Mm-hmm. And Sam went there. So they were. He's like, all right, I like North Carolina basketball now. That's what he did. So when they won the title in '93 over Michigan, my mom made me go to bed. It was Monday night. She made me go to bed. My dad comes in there. There's 9 minutes to go to the game. 9 minutes to go. Donald Williams hadn't even started going off yet. And he comes in there, and he is air horning the Carolina fight song at 6 a.m. Let me know they won.
What a spoiler. That's low. That's dirty. All right. Tell us what Bryson DeChambeau's doing because he's touching on something right now that even our fan text has been pretty irritated with lately.
Well, I could tell you what Bryson said, or Bryson could tell you himself what Bryson said about him using a new wrinkle to help him with his swing.
I spent some long hours on the range trying to figure some stuff out, and I was talking to AI last night quite a bit, trying to go through some different physics principles that makes the club turn over, having some alpha torque and gamma torque put in there. I was like, what makes that passively do that? And was talking about just grip pressure and tension. And so I came out here today with just a little bit more freer hands, and I felt the club a lot better, and I felt like I could close the club a lot more effectively, and then I started striping it.
All right, so I want to break this down here, okay, a little bit, because imagine a world, even 5 years ago, where you uttered the phrase, I was talking to AI last night, or Gemini.
What was Bryson talking to? I got to know.
Gemini.
Did he say it was Gemini?
He said later it was Gemini.
Bryson is an idiot.
And then, now it could be Gemini Pro. I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
And then he said
talking to AI last night.
And then imagine uttering the phrase alpha torque. What was it? Alpha torque and gamma, whatever.
Having some alpha torque and gamma torque put in there.
What the hell does that mean? What is alpha torque and gamma torque?
I don't know. So there was a study. It's funny. AI chatbots, these LLMs are notorious for they're people pleasers at the end of the day. They are meant to be. They're a program that people pay for, and so customer service is built into their code of they've got to. They ultimately want to please the customer, so they will have a tendency to fall into just glazing you and telling you how great you are or whatever else there is. Or hey, I'm trying to figure this out. What do you think? Yeah, what you thought was great. It'll do that for you. It'll say it in a way that makes it sound very compelling, but it won't just shoot you straight and tell you that's a bad idea. Generally, it won't do that. So if he doesn't have something to if he's just putting in questions and different things like that, fine. But if he's trying to use AI video, there's some people who try to record video and then upload it to Gemini and be analyze this. It will just make something up. It's not even looking at it.
Yeah.
It doesn't know how to process video like that on a lot of those LLMs that are available to the public. There are bigger systems that can do it. But, man, if Bryson's really leaning on that to give him his swing, then he might be in trouble. And this is something that people get pissed about right now. People are furious about AI usage.
I like Bryson. I think that he's got a unique way of looking at things. He's trying different things out in terms of he may not come back to the PGA Tour. He may just do his YouTube content creation. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's fine, whatever. But could you imagine if Dak Prescott said, I was talking to AI and trying to improve my mechanics.
Well, I mean, we mocked Joe Shane for even saying like he was using AI during the coaching search in the Giants, and it was like.
That's okay.
No, I know, but it was still something we were just like joking about. And like 214 says, unfortunately, if you aren't using AI for your profession in some capacity, you're behind. Yes, I agree with that. And the people who are just so like adamant of I'm not going to use it, I'm not going to touch it, and down with the clankers, like you can be that way. You are going to be behind. There's a difference between. I just think it's recklessly used by a lot of people. A lot of people use it to replace their thinking, and it's like no. If you want to use it to like for sorting, organizing, or doing certain things are like, hey, I just need help with this data that I have here. How do I sort this out or whatever? That's a great way to use it. If you're leaning on it to like basically be your advisor in life or whatever, you're screwed. But hopefully that's not what Bryson's doing. So, all right. Sean Sharif is not here to weigh in on this. And that's disappointing because I'm sure Sean would have a lot of great thoughts. He's always, so passionate on the air, and I'm sure it's killing him not being able to be on today. I would imagine we're going to get a Mavericks head coaching hire today because he's out, just like we got all the different Mavericks news every time he's out, and yesterday it was the arena. But I wanted you guys to know he's okay, and Sean wanted you to know he's okay. And so Sean actually recorded his interaction with his doctor yesterday where they diagnosed him with strep throat, and he just wanted to send along so we could have peace of mind to let us know that he's doing just fine.
Mr. Sharif, thank you for waiting. After looking at your test results, I've discovered that you have streptococcus throat.
My throat has streptococcus?
Oh, yeah. Your throat has just been railed by streptococcus. That goop we scraped out of your mouth earlier for the test, that was all the streptococcus residue that you had been swallowing coming back up to the surface.
Jeez.
And it's just running wild all over your throat.
No. Oh, man.
Yes, and I'm afraid that's not the only thing we discovered during your tests today.
Well, what else did you find?
It turns out you have emphysema. Has no one ever told you your voice isn't supposed to sound like that?
Sound like what?
Like you have emphysema. Also, we found something you've apparently dealt with your entire life and has gone undiagnosed. Mr. Sharif, you have discordant dwarfism.
What the is that?
Whoa.
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with dwarfism. You have a subset of that condition we call discordant dwarfism. Discordant dwarfism is where one part of the body is unusually small, or in the case of your hands, hilariously small. It then causes overgrowth in another part of the body. So your hands are actually a medical condition.
But wait, you said overgrowth. What's overgrown?
Yes, sir. The dwarfism in your hands is responsible for the massive overgrowth of your areolas.
My areolas are normal.
No, sir.
My mom has always told me that.
No, sir, they're not. They're not normal. Percentage-wise, your nipples cover roughly the same surface area as the world's oceans. Now, back to the streptococcus all down your throat. I'm going to give you a prescription for clindamycin.
Hey, no, wait, nope. Now I know that one's bullshit. You're not giving me any STDs. What kind of an idiot do you think I am?
Whoa.
That means you're definitely lying about the areolas. Probably lying about the streptococcus down my throat, too. I'm out of here.
So I guess Sean's going to be back tomorrow. It doesn't sound like he even believes the doctor. So. But that's the thing. Now we know why his hands are so small. It's because his nipples are so large.
So big.
Yeah, they're just
pepperonis.
We always tease him about the hands. We just didn't why brag about how large his nipples are? Like that would be unfair.
All
but
praise to Allah.
But I mean that is a real thing for Sean. He just has massively overgrown ones.
In the 601, pretty sure all the hippopotamus laws are being broken here.
Yeah. Well, no, Sean consented to that and gave us the audio of it. All right. Coming up next in Below the Belt, which of the NFL's buzziest teams are actually going to sting? See what I did there, Chop?
I see it.
That's next in Below the Belt here on The Fan.
Coming up on the next K&C Match.
shows that keep you around. Thanks for listening as much as you do to The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Are the Cowboys all buzz and no sting? Let's talk about it here Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. You should start. It's only fair since I just grade your Diamond Cavs teases now. Like instantly, right after I give mine, you should be grading mine and telling me if mine's
okay.
low.
I can start.
I just think that's accountability that we need to have with each other.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so over at NFL.com, they have which buzzy NFL teams should you believe in for 2026? And it says the Bears and Cowboys top their picks. And so they had their editors and their writers weigh in a little bit on some of the buzzworthy teams that have been out there. Before I dive into their list, I'm just curious, who would you, right now, what teams do you think are like, is there one specific, I think you've had a call on this, maybe it's on the wall, I can't remember. Is there a team that stands out to you right now of like, that's a dark horse? Like that could be a Patriots, that could be Seahawks having an explosion this season. Is there a team that after this offseason you've looked at and thought, all right, I like what they're doing?
I mean, I do like what the Cowboys are doing. That's a tough one.
I still say if you're wanting to try and spot a Patriots type team, which the qualification for that would have to be one of the worst teams in football, and then they get to the Super Bowl. So you're likely not going to get that. But if there is a team that would do it, I still think the Saints make the most sense.
I like the Saints. I actually do. I do really like what Minnesota did. I love the Kyler.
Yeah,
thing.
you've been a big fan of the Kyler thing. Were you here when we talked about J.J. McCarthy and Kyler? Or were you out that day?
I was here for that. Yeah.
Okay. I can remember if you were there for that.
It's wild how that if you were to tell me that, and I said this, I mean, like, if you said that you thought JJ was going to be a failure because you didn't like JJ the quarterback, that's fine. But to think that he'd be a bad leader.
Well, and the thing with Kyler too was like, imagine when Kyler first entered the NFL draft. Do you remember how much damage he kept doing to himself in every interview?
Oh yeah.
Like every time he'd sit down, it was like he did that awful one with Dan Patrick where he wouldn't talk. He just wouldn't answer anything. And it's like, well, what are you here for then, dude? Why are you sitting here doing media if you're not going to answer any questions about anything? But for it to go from that to now all of a sudden he's the dude that's in control and Kevin O'Connell's got a chance to kind of bring him back, like rejuvenate him, then yeah, I think the Vikings make a lot of sense.
I mean, think about it this way. At least two of these teams is going to miss the playoffs next year in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys, Eagles, Bears, Lions, Packers, Vikings, Rams, Niners, Seahawks.
Yeah.
So that's 9 teams. Only 7 make. So actually, 3 of them are going to miss, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to have a South champ. So 3 of those teams are going to miss next year.
Yep.
And I mean, look, Minnesota might be the most likely, even though I like what they've done. They're kind of a dark horse. But you're going to have to convince yourself that San Fran, Seattle, Rams, Bears, Lions, Packers, Eagles, Cowboys, like multiple teams are going to miss.
All right, so I am going to give you these teams before I read the Cowboys read-ups and we talk about specifically how we view the Cowboys right now. The buzziest NFL teams, I'm going to read you the non-Cowboys teams that they listed, and I just want to get your thoughts, your reaction on where you view that team right now, like how you perceive them. Do you view them as a team that can do damage? Do you think they've got upside this season? Do you think they can contend? Whatever it may be. The first team they named here is ridiculous because one of the writers here named the Rams. It's like, yeah, the Rams were thought to be the best team in football last year, so I'm not including the Rams on their list. First name, and 2 people put this name down here. Your thoughts right now on the Cincinnati Bengals? They have, I would say, done more to damage your trust in a time-tested core belief than any other team. Because you always said, if your quarterback plays well, you will make the postseason.
I know, I've said that for years.
And then Burrow was probably the first one you've ever seen play at an MVP level who could not get his team to win games.
He's the exception, really.
And Dak last year.
I like Cincinnati a lot.
They made a lot of moves on defense this year.
But I don't trust them because I don't trust the health of Joe Burrow. And I don't trust... Zach Taylor's still there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust that he knows how to run a training camp because they never win in their first 2 games. It's crazy.
They've done a lot to revamp the defense. I like them. Look at this. Mike Greenberg right now, as we're talking about Buzz, the 5 teams with the best chance to win the Super Bowl, he has the Cowboys number 5. Look at that.
I don't know how you could say that.
Well, I do. I'll tell you during the break. You do too. You know the answer.
Yeah, I know. With them, I do.
You know with Greeny. You know Greeny has some friends over there. So, all right.
What's your point?
Next name over there. The Baltimore Ravens. Are you expecting a Baltimore Ravens bounce back? Everybody seems
bounce
to
back in terms of what? I don't think they're going to
the Ravens that they've been for a decade.
I think they'll win the North.
I think they're going to be fine. I think Cincinnati could challenge them for the North. I think they'll be fine. I am more confident in their bounce back than I am Kansas City. The Bears.
I love Ben Johnson. I love Caleb Williams.
And finally, and this is the one I still can't get, I don't know why there have been so many people all over them, the Giants. Giants, if you want to have long-term odds on them, fine, I understand it. But this year, people buying the hype is so odd to me.
They're a stock that you buy for several years down the road.
It just seems so odd that people are wanting to buy that much into it. All right, 2 of these riders picked the Cowboys as their buzziest team that they think will actually follow through. First was their digital content producer, Bobby Konak. He said, I ask with much trepidation, is this the Cowboys' year? After giving up the most points in the league in 2025, Dallas completely rebuilt its defense, swinging trades for players like Rashawn Gary and D. Winters and using 2 first-round picks on that side of the ball, taking Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence. The Cowboys also nabbed an important Eagles coach, Christian Parker, to serve as their defensive coordinator with a potent offense, and finally, a mostly drama-free offseason. A turnaround feels imminent. And you go further down the list. You've got Gennaro Felice, who said, you can't have a discussion about teams generating buzz without the Cowboys. Okay, to be fair, Jerry Jones' hype factor has been more reserved than usual this offseason. But I'm still here gassing up the Cowboys because Lucy's holding the football, imploring me to kick. Why hitch my wagon to the star? I could point to the offensive firepower or extol the defensive overall. I could also just admit that I fall for the Dallas delusion every few years. But frankly, this isn't entirely about the Cowboys themselves. I think the NFC East is there for the taking. And I think that's the big thing right now. Nobody trusts Philadelphia, it doesn't feel like.
No, I don't think you should.
Because
I don't trust the quarterback.
I don't trust their makeup. Now, they have Big Dom. And so
I trust Howie. I trust Big Dom. I trust Sirianni to an extent, not with his necessarily running his own life.
I almost wonder if, I know I mentioned this at the end of the year and Sean was starting to go like, don't you dare do it. But I am starting to wonder a little bit, like, are we going to look back more fondly or more favorably and give more credit to Sirianni in retrospect than we did in the moment? Because, like, are we going to get out of it and realize, oh, he was holding together a cancer locker room and not letting a lot of it get out?
I mean,
Tomlin, the way we shifted on Tomlin in a lot of ways when we would see, oh, he kept the Antonio Brown thing quiet for years.
I mean, look, nobody believes in their quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yet they constantly are going to the Super Bowl.
I mean, yeah, they believed in him, I think, the first time they went, and then the next time it was just they were leaning on Barkley.
Yeah, but, like, they can't... the quarterback can't be a bum and the coach also be a bad coach, and they still win. I don't think that can happen.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Well, then I'll just counter with one thing, though. If the coach is not calling either side of the ball, though, couldn't you just say the coordinators maybe aren't bums? Like Fangio and Kellen were not bums. They knew what they were doing.
I don't know. I don't think that you call something to be a great coach.
No, I don't either, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of, we don't know what Sirianni does. We just don't. And now I do think, again...
But we never asked this question with, name, what did Bill Parcells do?
I think everybody, he was kind of lording over the defense.
But he wasn't. He had Belichick.
Oh no, you're talking about. I'm talking about here. I thought you were talking about when he was in Dallas.
In his career.
Oh yeah. No, I think that they were collaborative. I think they were shared genius on that defensive side. Belichick would call it, obviously, but they built during the. But yeah, no, I think in general, most of the coaches who are not calling plays have a very domineering, in control presence about them. Like
Jimmy.
Whoever it may be, will have a presence of like, that guy's clearly in control. Sirianni doesn't give that off. Sirianni gives off a lot of times like they're having to keep him reined in.
Yeah, they do take on his personality.
And so that's where I wonder sometimes. But like I said, it may just be that he is a master at. A lot of people can't handle Philadelphia, and he does. So, I mean, it may be that we look back on that at one point and look at it favorably. But all that to say, on this topic of the Cowboys and them being able to meet their buzz, and this is obviously on the heels of all the news we heard yesterday, or the news you would have heard live on 105.3 The Fan as it broke on KNC Masterpiece, and then later in the afternoon, G-Bag talking about the A.J. Brown deal. But A.J. Brown leaving the division, Myles Garrett now incoming to the conference and going to the Rams, that's obviously going to shift the power dynamic a little bit. But, the buzz is only about to grow louder because we got OTAs this week. We'll be out there Thursday on the Cowboys. George Pickens apparently not there yesterday. And then, it's voluntary. You wouldn't expect him to be necessarily. But you've got the OTAs playing out, and then we're going to be into training camp, and it's going to kick into high gear as soon as we're out there in those practices. And I think people start seeing the way that Christian Parker's operating and the way that, Caleb Downs is having an impact, and it's going to be into full overdrive. The Cowboys are going to have a lot of expectations to live up to by the time the rhetoric is done. All right, Belo, D-Bell, right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we've got one final hour. We've got Shabuzi tickets to give away. RJ Choppy is going to rant during the red zone about George Pickens' trade return. He's sick of your slander. And when I say your slander, he's talking about me. Yep. But coming up next, RJ Choppy is going to give us a little bit of Diamond Calves. That's next here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet professionally clean, Cleanway, Greenway.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 3-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. He got him with the fastball, and the Rangers come here to St. Louis and take the opening game of this series by the final score of 2-1. The Rangers stretch their winning streak to 4 games.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about outing the biggest frauds in sports?
9.
Thank you.
I like it. That was strong.
That is Cardinal
You just came through like full-chested and like stood on business, P.J. Washington style.
You know, that was 11th hour, too, because I didn't have a great tease.
Some of those are the best ones when they're just off the cuff and from your primal soul.
Like, I was going to go with how can you not be romantic about winning games the old-fashioned way, like the old Ranger way.
That would have been a 4. That would have been a 4.
Which is like winning 2-1. That's the Ranger. That was the Ranger way from May.
You know, that was
the Ranger way from mid-May.
Most famous guitar solo of all time. You know what it is?
Well, I mean, depends. I mean, who you're asking.
What's the most famous one? I think we all know.
Crazy Train.
No, it's not.
No,
Jimmy
I was
Page.
going to say. Really? I was going to go with
Heaven.
Okay.
But anyway, that was off the cuff.
I was going to go with Leonard Skinner.
No, not Crazy Train. Although that is a great one. Randy Rhoads was awesome. But Jimmy Page, he did like 4 just cuts. He just went in there and just ran with, and that one came out, and they're like, oh, that's the best one. We're keeping that. That's what you just did. You Jimmy Paged it with just off the cuff. So I like it. Final hour here. A Shabuzi ticket giveaway coming up.
2-1 victory. DeGrom goes 5 innings, just 5. So you did, and that is the one downside to him only going 5 is that you don't expect Jake DeGrom. On a Monday. So you're playing on Monday, which means there's no day off, right? There was no off day.
No day off.
So your bullpen wasn't given a chance to necessarily rest, and you still need 4 outs from them, or 4 innings from them. So you need 12 outs. That's a lot. It's a lot to ask. You're ace. You're DeGrom, you're Evaldi. You go out there, you expect them to get you 21 outs.
Yeah.
And you're only gonna.
You hope.
I mean, right? That's
realistically, you're not always getting that.
Not always, but it's like the goal is. I think when you have, obviously the goal should be, and I still think it is. I still think for Jake when he takes the ball, his expectation is to finish the game.
Yeah,
I think that's his expectation.
As a competitor, I think it is.
It doesn't always happen, but I still think that's his expectation. And I think that he would tell you that if he doesn't get 21 outs, he considers it, regardless of whether they win or lose the game, he would consider that a subpar outing.
Yep,
for him. That's the standard that he has set for himself. That's what makes him great. 100th win. Congrats. I'm stunned. Jacob DeGrom, who's been in Major League Baseball since, you said 2012?
Mm-hmm. I believe so.
2014 at the latest, is sitting here just now getting to 100 victories.
Yeah, let's
that is
see here.
Stunning to me.
Wow. He's gotten double-digit wins in a season 4 times.
That's remarkable, man.
He has not gotten double-digit wins
since 2019?
Yeah. That was the last time he got double. Or no, because he got 12 last year. So before last year, it was that. But he had gone basically the entire Biden administration. He went the entire Biden administration without winning double-digit games.
God. So he goes 5 innings, strikes out 8. He had his stuff. He had his stuff. They worked his pitch count, man. They got it up there, and there was no point in sending him out there for the 6th inning at 91 pitches already. He wasn't necessarily wild, but he also didn't have his marquee command.
Hey, he didn't give up home runs. That's what I'm glad about. In fact, if you look at, this is the first time. Good God, Chop. Have you looked at his splits on fly balls this year?
No.
Oh my God. I think this was yesterday. It's only the second time all year he's induced more ground balls than fly balls. And I mean, you've got some of his most recent starts, 11 fly balls to 1 ground ball, 20-12, 10-6, 11-1, 15-4. And then yesterday it was 7 ground balls, 5 fly balls. So I'll take that.
Wow.
Keep the ball down.
Yeah, keep it down. Now, look, you said he didn't give a home run. I don't I don't have the stat in front of me. Maybe you can look this up.
Mm-hmm.
I assume the Cardinals have the fewest home runs in Major League Baseball. I don't know that I could look at a single hitter on this team and see any way in which any of them could put the ball out of the ballpark.
The Cardinals are 15th. They are dead smack in the middle. They have 4 more home runs than the Rangers do.
That
should make you sick.
That makes me sick.
Yeah.
I these guys are. St. Louis is such an unwatchable team. You know the Rangers were unwatchable prior to this weekend against the Royals?
They do have the same exact OPS as the Rangers, though, 696.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. And maybe their ballpark is a little bit easier to hit home runs in than the Rangers has been.
Yeah, I mean, they are pretty similar. Average, on-base, slugging, they're all pretty much even, the Rangers and Cardinals.
And that should disappoint you as a Ranger fan. That the Rangers are as bad as the Cardinals are. That's a bad team. I want to ask you this one: are the umpires
so weird? Sorry, I was just noticing. I'm noticing they are the same team in every way. Like offensively, it's weird.
Really?
Like the Rangers and Cardinals have the exact same amount of double plays they've grounded into, and we've talked recently about how much Texas has been doing it.
Well, and the Cards are 4 or 5 games over 500.
It's weird.
Are the umpires being the fun police here?
Always.
This is on Sunday in the Angels-Rays game. Players on both sides having a little fun. Have you seen this where you will go out for the anthem and you'll stand there and then one guy on each team will just kind of stay?
It happened Saturday, I believe. There were, I think, 4 Ranger players and then the mascot was there and then 1 Royals guy.
Yeah, so they're having a little standoff. Okay, it happens. It's fun. And they see who's going to blink first.
Standoff, not a kneel off.
Right. And to see who's going to blink first is the guy who goes in the dugout. They say, all right, we're done. I'm calling it off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Angels and Rays players didn't call it off, and the umpire had to stand in.
Well, we're waiting to see when this standoff is eventually going to end. Brett Suter and Chase Silseth have been out there for, 7, 8 minutes since the national anthem. And that's what's going on over on the Rays side. DJ Kitty has now entered the picture with Raymond, and now Chase Silseth is peeled off. Suter is still on, as we are awaiting the start of this game. And when will the first pitch be thrown? The first battle of the day is before this game can even begin, and the umpires have taken matters into their own hands.
Might have been tossed out of the game. They got tossed.
Lance Barrett says, see you later. And the standoff is over.
So the umpire threw him out of the game.
Don't be soft. Come on.
And if you're the manager, you got to be like, guys, I'm already down a player. Now, it could have been, these could be pitchers that I'm throwing today, whatever. But it's like, come on, we're going to throw these guys out of the game.
Just, don't let the guys have their fun.
This
whatever.
is fun.
They are being the fun police. I'm with you. I think that's fun police.
All the teams are doing
Ruling guilty.
Ruling guilty? Mm-hmm. Very nice. All right, you want to do a little blind rankings?
Yeah, can we do? Are we going to do like a baseball blind rankings, or is it going to be like normal blind rankings?
Well, we could do both.
Okay,
I have some baseball ones.
Hit me.
All right. Oh, you got the music already. Very nice, Peyton. Okay, let's do MLB blind rankings. Let's start with.
And for those of you that have not played this before or not familiar with it, blind rankings is where RJ Choppy will give us a topic. He will then read a name or a brand or whatever else, and we have to rank it in our top 5 without knowing what's coming next. So by the end of it, we may be mad that, I ranked this guy or this thing second overall, and really once I looked at the end of the list, he would have been 5th or something like that. So that's the game. You're trying to guess your rankings correctly without knowing what's coming next.
All right. Let's go players.
Okay. Are these active only?
No.
Oh, okay.
Mike Trout.
Greatness or how much I like them?
We can go greatness.
Greatness, okay. Knowing you and how much you love him, you're not going to have somebody better on there. But I'm going to say that because of the injuries and that I assume we're going all time, I'm going to say 3.
I went 2. I had him 1, then I dropped him 1 because Bobby made me take him down because I think you're going to name someone better than Mike Trout to catch us off guard, RJ. But I have Mike Trout 2 on my list.
2? Okay. Roberto Clemente.
See, I mean, this is where it's going to be hard because you've thrown out Homeboy now. You've thrown out Trout, and he got hurt all the time. So, now I'm going to have to judge, is him being available going to be enough to ding him. I was trying to see how many MVPs did Clemente when it was just one. 4.
4.
Yeah.
I went 3. One spot below Mike Trout.
Lou Gehrig.
What time frame? Gehrig, I'm gonna say 2.
2.
Yeah, he's better than Trout. I just don't know if you're gonna give me somebody better than Gehrig. You want to talk about the bold face type on that dude's reference page?
It's a lot.
I guess I'll go 1.
Okay.
Dang it.
Ken Griffey Jr.
I mean, that's Trout. Damn it. 5, I guess. I don't know. I'd really want to put him 1, but no, I can't. I've only got 5 and 1 left. I would put him 2 probably if I could, but 5.
I went 4.
4. So what do you have left?
1.
What do you
I
have
just
left?
have 5.
Ooh.
Better be Chan Ho Park.
Barry Lamar Bonds.
Yes! Yes! Okay. The only thing I'm doing different is I would swap. I'd move Trout and Clemente down 1 and I'd put Griffey 3. But Bonds 1, Gehrig 2, Trout 3, Clemente 4, Griffey 5.
God, mine's awful. Gehrig 1, Trout 2, Clemente 3, and Griffey 4. Barry.
Oh God.
Barry Bonds at the bottom. Well, he did steroids. You know what? Yeah, you deserve 5. You cheater.
All right,
There's my excuse.
I have MLB hats or plays you could see in a game.
Which one, Peyton? You pick.
Let's do plays.
Okay, it could be things you see in the game too.
Yeah.
Bench clearing brawl.
Oh,
that's 2.
Oh man, I don't know. That's like if it's
You never see it.
And if you get
You
get a real one and not just one where they get out there and they kind of shut, that one sucks. But if you get a
real one,
if it's Bautista and Odor, that is 1, and there's no question. But I'm gonna say that most of them don't become that, so I'm gonna say brawl is. We are saying it is a brawl, not just the bench is clear.
It's a brawl.
Okay,
yeah.
brawl. That's 1. I don't think I'm gonna have anything better than that.
A triple.
Triple's always cool. But I'm gonna say it's 4.
5.
It
It doesn't get me out of my seat.
A rundown. Like a good long rundown.
Rundown, and he's safe, or he's just in a rundown?
He's safe. Yeah, he gets out of the pickle. That's a good one too. It's a back and forth.
That's either like 1 or 5, depending on if it happens to you.
It's Benny. Is it Benny the Jet?
Benny the Jet.
Benny the Jet.
The pickle. I'm gonna say the pickle is 2, if you're safe.
I went 4.
4?
Yep.
What do you have left?
1 and 3.
I got 3 and 5.
Manager ejection, subsequent fight with the umpire.
Like Bobby Cox.
Classic. Bobby Valentine. Here.
BV.
5. I mean, I would have that 4 above triple, but I've only got 5 and 3 left.
As a kid, it was more exciting. I enjoyed he just got ejected as a manager. Yeah, grown-ass man. I enjoyed it. I'll go 3. I like it still a little bit.
I still love my favorite is the old school guy who's like, I'm going to kick dirt. I'm going to kick dirt at you. Like that one of just like old school, like some societal disrespect from like another country or something. Like, I'm going to kick dirt at you. Like, I do love that.
Who was the guy? Was it... He would do the army crawl, and then he threw like a fake grenade.
Oh,
the rosin bag. Yeah.
I don't
remember
Howard
Johnson.
It was the Braves minor league guy, wasn't it? I thought it was.
I don't remember who did it. I remember the clip. I don't remember who did it.
Walk off.
3. Yeah. That's. I don't hate it. I think in terms of just pure excitement, depending on how good your team is, walk-off would be 3. It might be 2, depending on if it's a good team and you need to win.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still feel good about number 1 being the brawl. I don't get to see him.
No, you never see him, especially a good one.
Yeah.
You never get to see him.
I have a walk-off 1. I'll go Adolis Garcia walk-off home run there. That's why it's number 1 for me. Bench clearing brawl, number 2. Manager ejection, 3. Rundown, 4. Triple, 5.
That's fine. That's a good. That's better than your players.
858, do you think Sean sits at home and festers in anger when he's absent and y'all do blind rankings? I don't think so. He's never said he doesn't like blind rankings. We've just never done it with him. We just think he'd be wouldn't have an answer, I think, a lot of times. I don't think Sean would get the game. I think it's one of those things where he's like, I don't get it.
No, he would get mad at RJ. He would put someone number one, then RJ would give him someone better, and he said, "You're so stupid for that. I hate you. You did that on purpose."
I hate you. You think he'd go, I hate you?
Oh, yeah.
And y'all remember, just pray for Sean because he did get the test yesterday. He does have streptococcus throat.
Yeah, he does. I wonder if he'd understand. Like, does he know that this game is because he's on TikTok, right?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he doesn't know the game, or if he does know the game. I don't know that he's I think I could see that being one of those things where he's like, I just don't get it. I could see him be
I'll send a TikTok today.
It's quite popular.
Yeah, be like, hey, Sean, what do you think of this? Yeah, just send him a clip of this segment. Specifically this moment I was talking about it. All right, we got the Red Zone coming up next, and RJ Choppy is going to scream about George Pickens and all the haters out there. That's next on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages have not kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve that problem with the Easy Lease. They offer lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve that payment problem today with the Easy Lease. My favorite part about D&M Leasing is that they are a company with a community conscience. We've been talking a lot about community, about the Metroplex today, with the news of the new arena being built and things like that. Well, this D&M Leasing, this is a DFW company to the core. They are not just corporate squatters blowing into town looking to take advantage of the Metroplex. No, this is our friends, family, and neighbors. They're connected to you in that way. They want to help you out. This is a company that is for the Metroplex and wants to help its residents out. So join 50,000 other satisfied customers by calling 817 or 972-35-LEASE. That's 817 or 972-35-LEASE, or visit us online at dmautoleasing.com.
When your friends say, hey, did you
Jankowski. Wear your favorite team's gear to score admission for $19.99. Visit hfalls.com for details.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It is time for the Red Zone here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. No Sean Sharif today. I assume he'll be back tomorrow, but maybe not. Who knows? We'll see. We're all just playing it by ear as he deals with the streptococcus throat. That's what it is called. That is the name of the condition. They just shorten it to strep. Chop. We got RJ Chop here. I'm Bobby Belt. That's Peyton Russell. KNC Masterpiece will be in here in about 20 minutes to crosstalk and finish up the rest of Ask Reddit. But before we even get into the Red Zone, before we let RJ Choppy unleash all of his angry feelings about George Pickens' trade value, we want to start off in a nice way and give you some Shabuzi tickets.
Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the...
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shabuzi at the Southside Ballroom in Dallas on Saturday, September 12th. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right. It is time for the Red Zone, and we are going to take a look at yesterday. There was two big announcements in the NFL. You had the Myles Garrett trade, which really came out of nowhere, it felt like. Yeah. Now, I know there was Tony Grossi or somebody was saying, this thing's been done for months or something like that.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. That seems odd that it would be that quiet. But then again, I mean,
Didn't
the Rams
Glazer say something like that too.
The Rams surprised everybody with the Ty Simpson pick, so maybe they know how to keep a secret. But Myles Garrett has been traded to the Los Angeles Rams in exchange for Jared Verse and 3 picks. You heard that news broken right here on 105.3 The Fan during the KNC Masterpiece, and a little bit later on the G-Bag Nation, you heard the news broken that the A.J. Brown trade had finally gone through. He was traded to the Patriots for a 2028, not 27, a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick, and this upset RJ Choppy.
Well, it did, and I'll tell you why. I keep hearing that we can't get anything. Well, where's the deal for George Pickens?
Mm-hmm.
What's the compensation for him? Sean, the king of compensation, the cock.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
That's what that stands for, king of compensation.
Yep. How does George Pickens not get you a 1 and a 5?
Explain before I answer and before I just position devil's advocate the other side.
Sure.
Why? Because you're saying, how does he not? How does he? Well, like you're clearly drawing a parallel to A.J. Brown as a player.
Well, for one, he's better than A.J. Brown. Okay. At every juncture, he's better than A.J.
The last 4 years would not say that, so I will say that.
There is no situation where you could say A.J. Brown is, in fact, better than George Pickens. None. There is not a team that would start A.J. Brown over George Pickens. Not a single team in the NFL.
Wow.
There's not. And he's older. A lot older.
He is.
The Philadelphia Eagles traded a 1 and a 3. Rented A.J. Brown for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And traded him for a 1 and a 5, which means they basically paid a fifth round, the difference between a third and a fifth for him.
Yep.
That's what they paid. That's it. They paid the difference in that for him. That is such remarkable. That is so sexy GMing.
If you missed it earlier this morning, Chop was literally talking about his jeans tightening over this.
Yeah, and I'm not even wearing any jeans. That is so sexy of a GM to be able to pull that off, to be able to trade a 1 and a 3, and then 5 years later get a 1 and a 5 back.
So A.J. Brown, in a way, kind of was George Pickens when he got traded initially. Not totally.
Like a pain in the butt?
But he was considered like he might be a little, like he was high upside, but he was considered he might be a little bit of a moody personality. And honestly, 1 and a 3, that may have been too low of value at the time. I don't know. It just depends on how you view it. But he is if you want to just look at those two through the first 4 years of their careers, Chop, it's not close. It is AJ.
Not last year. And last year is all I could go by because that's the only year he's had a quarterback.
AJ didn't have one last year.
Well, I mean, he's had. Okay, fine. But here, I want you to tell you that. I want to tell you this. AJ Brown.
Yes. And George Pickens is great. I just think you're way underselling what AJ Brown is.
AJ Brown was in Tennessee. They knew he was moody. Mm-hmm. He goes to Philly. He proves his moodiness. Mm-hmm. He destroys a locker room.
Okay, I don't know that that's fair because early on he was considered strong teammate, and I think the crux of the criticism for Brown has not been that you started the dissension in the locker room. It's you let people know it was happening. So like there's a difference I think between you're not the cause of it, but you're the cause of people knowing about it now.
Okay.
Wouldn't you say there's a distinction there?
There's a distinction, but I think the best locker rooms don't ever let you find out there's a distinction.
That's fair. That's fine. Right. And the Cowboys, if there were problems with George Pickens last year that really concerned them, they did a good job then keeping that down.
But at the very least, you could say the guy's moody. He had questions about it. It was kind of proven in Philadelphia. He had a terrible relationship, it seems like, with a guy who was his close friend. It hurts.
Yeah. So can I?
And then they ship him off. And you mean to tell me that the Cowboys can't get a 1?
Okay, so
I would say that the Cowboys are doing a very bad job of creating a market.
That's exactly what I was about to ask you. So are you saying this is on?
I think it's the Cowboys.
Is your complaint here that it's on the Cowboys rather than you're complaining about NFL teams not valuing him properly and offering him?
I'm saying the Cowboys are doing a bad job of creating a market.
We've heard. It's been reported that they were gauging their own trade market. So why, like them going out there and looking for it, why don't you think they were able to come to it or find it?
I think Howie's just better. I think if Howie Roseman was the GM here, they would get a 1 and a 3 for George Pickens or 1 and a whatever.
Ooh. I still think, and you were right on Twitter yesterday, whoever predicted this. My thought is they probably still get a second that can become a first because he was out there, he was available. You could have gotten a first for him, but you probably could have negotiated that with Dallas, and nobody did. And so that tells me that's just not where people want to pay him. Right? There's just it's a little bit like the Brandon Aubrey discussion. Remember how when we've talked about the Brandon Aubrey thing, I've said he's worth every penny, and I don't want to pay it. Like he's worth it. That is his value. I don't want to pay it. I think a lot of teams would say, yeah, George Pickens, what he's done in the last year, that is worth a first-round pick. I'm not paying a first-round pick for it, though, because I have too many questions. So I would pay a second for it, but I don't want to pay market price for it. There's just too many people that have nitpicked. That's why I think if he goes through another year like he did last year, then the questions are gone and people will do whatever. They'll be like, all right, we saw it back-to-back years. We see some consistency.
I understand. That there's a hesitancy. I totally get it.
Can we talk about somebody who absolutely has not grown up and absolutely has not learned a lesson, since we're talking about learning lessons and growth and all those different things? I think I'm going to nominate Andy Reid for worst take on Friday. The Chiefs are, to me, they don't get enough hell for being one of the most tone-deaf organizations in sports. Would you say they're high up there?
They're very high up there. What they have done with Rashee Rice is...
They downplay scandals. They step in it PR-wise with Rashee Rice or Britt Reed or whoever else. They always have these issues crop up, and then they play them horribly. But for some reason, nobody thinks of them that way. It doesn't feel like in the national conversation.
They're a cute little small market, man.
So Rashee Rice has gotten in trouble. How many times would it feel like over the last year or two? 5?
Seems it.
Some level of it. And most recently, he got in trouble for he's going to jail for 30 days because he popped on a marijuana test while he was on probation. So Andy Reid was asked about this and asked about what all's going on with Rashee Rice and everything like that. And he said, we're aware of the situation and we've talked to the league. There's been no talk about anything further as far as possible punishment from the NFL. We're moving forward. When he gets back, we've got to get him caught up and doing what he needs to do. Okay, no problem there. It's not an easy thing he's going through. Life lessons are important, but we're all given chances to learn. He's in that position now. Now?
Just now?
Now is his opportunity to learn?
What have they been doing for the last 2 years?
They are such a blind organization.
They're stupid, man. They're dumb.
Kansas City is complete. I don't know where that comes from. And look, I know we've had some Hunt family members over here in the studio before to talk about FC Dallas and stuff like that, and we love them. They're very kind. I don't know what's going on with Andy Reid, and then what's going on with Brett Veach, and whatever happens with their organizational messaging, whoever's coming up with that, and allowing the Rashee Rice stuff to be talked about the way it has for a year is nuts. I cannot believe you would position that as it's not easy for him to go through this. That's hard, and life lessons are hard. But now he has a chance to learn a life lesson. No, this wasn't it. The chance to learn the life lesson was the 5 times ago. Andy, that's an insane quote. And I get sometimes you're talking off the cuff and things read worse than when you hear them. So maybe that could be one of them.
1,000%.
But when you're talking about him, you need to have your comments prepared and ready. You need to know what you want to say and not talk off the cuff if that's the case, because that's an awful message, and I think it's ridiculous, and Andy Reid's going to be nominated for worst take over it.
Oh, baby.
All right. That does it for the Red Zone. RJ Choppy has sufficiently cooled down from his George Pickens ire. We got the KNC Masterpiece coming up next, Crosstalk, and we're going to get into a little bit of extra Ask Reddit with them. That's next here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's time for the Rangers Player Show. Ezekiel Duran's going to join us at 3:20. Nation 2 to 6, then Rangers pregame in The Fan.
Let me go ahead and talk about
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is here. Ooh. We have gotten through 3 hours and 40 minutes without getting canceled, without Sean being here today.
What a shocking series of discussions we had in the break.
There were about 3 of those that if we had them on the air, like 3 discussions during the break that if we had them on the air, we would not be allowed in there.
Is Sean out for the week?
No, Sean has Sean legit.
I don't know.
Sean has strep. He sent us he literally went to the doctor's and he sent us a picture. I guess he thought we were going to think he was lying, so he had to send us a picture of, look, strep, positive. But he didn't even need to do that. He didn't even need to send us a picture. He did send us because he was he knew the listeners were concerned, and I know you were asking, you're like, wait, was Sean out? And I was like, yeah. I was like, we played some audio earlier of Sean talking to his doctor. I
missed that.
And so you missed it. And so, Sean actually recorded that so people could just have some security in the listening audience knowing he's fine. So Peyton's got that audio.
Are you sure? Mr. Sharif, thank you for waiting. After looking at your test results, I've discovered that you have streptococcus throat.
My throat has streptococcus?
Oh, yeah. Your throat has just been railed by streptococcus. That goop we scraped out of your mouth earlier for the test, that was all the streptococcus residue that you had been swallowing coming back up to the surface.
Bobby.
And it's just running wild all over your throat.
Oh, man.
Yes, and I'm afraid that's not the only thing we discovered during your tests today.
Well, what else did you find?
It turns out you have emphysema. Has no one ever told you your voice isn't supposed to sound like that?
Sound like what?
Like you have emphysema. Also, we found something you've apparently dealt with your entire life and has gone undiagnosed. Mr. Sharif, you have discordant dwarfism.
What the is that?
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with dwarfism. You have a subset of that condition we call discordant dwarfism. Discordant dwarfism is where one part of the body is unusually small, or in the case of your hands, hilariously small. It then causes overgrowth in another part of the body. So your hands are actually a medical condition.
But wait, you said overgrowth. What's overgrown?
Yes, sir. The dwarfism in your hands is responsible for the massive overgrowth of your areolas.
My areolas are normal.
No, sir.
My mom has always told me that.
No, sir, they are not. They are not normal. Percentage-wise, your nipples cover roughly the same surface area as the world's oceans. Now, back to the streptococcus all down your throat. I'm going to give you a prescription for clindamycin.
Hey, no, wait, nope. Now I know that one's bullshit. You're not giving me any STDs. What kind of an idiot do you think I am? That means you're definitely lying about the areolas. Probably lying about the streptococcus down my throat, too. I'm out of here.
So he sounds like he's fine. I didn't even say, his voice didn't sound any different.
It's terrifying that you were able to put that together.
It really is.
I didn't. He sent us the audio. He sent us the audio from the doctor. Corey, what's coming up on the show today?
Hey, tell us a player for the Rangers that needs to heat up this month. And then at 10:20, the top 5 NFL defenses after the Myles Garrett trade. We'll do a lot of fun stuff today.
That was a Myles Garrett trade that I believe broke while y'all were on the air.
Fact!
Okay, so I had asked this to Choppy earlier. So when the first thing came out from Mary Kay Cabot yesterday, I think most people looked at it and were like, oh, okay, cool. Like nobody was thinking, oh, a trade's about to happen in 20 minutes.
Right.
And so can you think of ever on the same day a trade that took longer to come to fruition and one that hit us faster than Myles Garrett and A.J. Brown? Because A.J. Brown, we've all been like, that is the slowest trade that's ever occurred in the history of sports.
The Micah trade seemed to take forever. And then it happened, though. We kind of knew.
It was both of them.
It was inevitable that it was going to happen. And then all of a sudden, it was just like, now it's done. And we were like, oh, all right then. And then we were having a press conference.
All right, and I don't know what y'all's take was on this. Like, Choppy and I look at it like, was your problem winning the Super Bowl last year like, if you just had somebody better than Jared Verse?
Right.
Like that just it does make them better because Myles Garrett is a better player. I don't know if that's where you can really create margins if you're the Rams to get better.
Well, he had 7.5 sacks, and Myles had like 24. So, I mean, I think that's a difference there.
That is actually
getting home.
All they really needed to do was pick up the ball on that 2-point conversion.
See, that's the thing. The thing that killed them last year was, this is actually kind of classically Rams, because the thing that killed them last year was special teams. That is what lost them games consistently. And so it is very Rams to just continue to neglect special teams.
They fired that coach, though. Like in the middle of the season, they were like, we're done with you now because we stink at it so bad.
That almost felt like a panic, though. Like, I do believe that's why Matt Eberflus was not fired during the season, because they looked at it and said, our players are bad, our coaches are bad. The only way this will get better is just time on task. So it doesn't make sense to fire him.
And that was what we kind of discussed yesterday of Shoddy's first full season of, look, I am going to be this consistent guy over and over and over. I'm not going to show anybody I'm panicking, because leadership panics, everybody walks out the doors.
If they're having trouble on special teams year over year, do you think they should have just hired a co-special teams coach and then the next year hired 3 special teams coaches, and that would probably fix it?
Yeah, I think that would fix it. What is your example that proves that?
Well, it feels like that's what the Rangers did. They're like, what if we hire more hitting coaches?
All at the same time?
Yeah.
We have the most hitting coaches.
Yeah.
Well, we'll take all the budget for the hitters, give it to hitting coaches, and then take the surplus and spend it on more pitchers.
And take the best pitching coach and the best pitching staff you've ever had and send him away for like $1.5 million.
That's a small price to pay to get him out. You know what I mean? All right, let's do Ask Reddit here. We've got the remaining ones left here. And so, Peyton, we don't have Sean today, so you might actually be able to chime in. We might allow you into the crosstalk to chime in. Look at his face. He didn't like that. All right.
I smiled.
Yeah, but it was like, all right.
Well, sorry, I'm trying to get the music ready to go. Yeah, I'm doing other things.
All right. We'll lead off here with you. I know you already have an answer for this, Hagee. Hagee, what candy is pure trash but somehow still popular?
Almond Joy. I don't get it.
It's good.
So good.
You just is it a texture thing with you?
Yeah, and it feels like Almond Joy and Mounds are for 85-year-old people, but it seems to still thrive somehow in the marketplace, and I don't get it.
I asked my daughter this question yesterday while I was getting Ask Reddit ready. It's funny. When we were going through the Ask Reddit questions, Chop, I said, what's something your dad said all the time while you were growing up? I was like, hey, I'm your dad now. What do I say all the time? And do you know what she said?
What?
Hey, come listen to this on my phone real quick.
That's you, yeah. Yep.
And I was like, oh, okay, so all of you guys feel that. It's down to the baby. No, she said the candy that was gross. She was like, what's the chocolate brick with the mint? And I was like, what? And she was talking about Andy's candies.
Oh, those
and
are
I
great.
almost threw her out of the house.
Yeah, you probably should have.
They were so good
on her own.
That was
She's
like the
gotta
only
learn.
reason to go to Olive Garden.
Yeah, they were legitimately good.
She would have to live in hotels and eat and live off of those.
Yes.
Is the way she would have to live life.
Anybody who eats Twizzlers is psycho to me. They taste gross.
But they're great straws.
But they're gross. They taste like wax. They're
Yeah, I
nasty.
don't get them. My dad used to love them. I don't get them.
What about the people who like the black licorice?
I don't like that either. I don't
That would
care
be weird
for that
if
either.
you-
This is actually a very easy one because it's not good. It's the candy necklace.
Oh yeah, the candy necklace is not good.
The candy necklace
How
is
popular
terrible
is it?
candy.
Is that popular?
Oh yeah, the kids love them still to this
Because
day.
you can wear it and eat it.
Or the sticks, the pixie sticks. Pixie sticks are trash.
Oh, you don't like those either?
Fun Dip, yeah.
Fun Dip's great because you get the stick.
What's interesting is it's just pixie stick,
I
and
don't
then
like-
it's that chalky.
It's not. It's the chalky stick.
It's the yeah.
It's not about the
Whatever
dip.
that thing
It's
is.
the stick.
I don't like sweet tarts. Those are
Sweet tarts are
really?
good.
Now
Yeah.
when you
What
say
about
that,
Spree or
Spree's different. Spree is good. I don't know who. I've never met one person who eats black licorice.
I think
licorice
the
is
reason I think of
awful.
that is my mom.
Yeah, black
she
licorice
does?
is
Yeah.
terrible. A lot of people saying York
A lot of
peppermint
people like
patty.
big black candy.
Oh, York peppermint patties are great. I love the York peppermint.
I think they're popular because
You think
they
you'd
kept
end up
having
on
the
the top of a
commercials.
mountain?
Yeah, they kept having the commercials. Other than that, they're not good.
I'll tell you, this one has gotten me recently because my youngest has been like on a kick of these things. I think they're terrible. Swedish fish.
Oh, those are not good.
I like Swedish fish.
Of course you would. You probably would say those are better than Sour Patch Kids.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Okay. All right. Good. I don't get it. The Haribo's are great. The Haribo, whatever they're called.
The gummy bear?
Haribo,
Yeah.
Haribo. Even the ones that are like the white bag that are like the organic ones that are out there. They're cool.
I've tried those.
The Welch's fruits. I love fruit snacks.
Fruit snacks are amazing.
I love them.
Yeah.
The Swedish fish. I just don't get it.
Alec will hook up with any mom for a bag of fruit snacks. He
Alec?
has said that. Yeah,
You dog.
he
You
loves fruit snacks.
You dog.
Honestly, I don't think Alec would need fruit snacks in return. All right, some of the answers on the fan text runts. We've got Valentine's hearts, Whoppers, Peeps, candy corn. I think candy corn has become, it's like Nickelback. It's become underrated from everybody hating it.
Same with Peeps.
Everybody hates Oliver. Peeps are just too much. It's like just a sugar mound. I'm not about it. All right. Anybody can answer this one. What's the slowest way a man can ruin his life?
Not standing up to people. If you don't stand up to the woman in your life, if you don't stand up to your boss, if you don't stand up to people.
Why'd you default to the woman?
Sometimes you have to stand up to your boss. If you don't stand up to people that you're around that are treating you poorly, you're going to just suffer for the rest of your life.
That's a good one.
I have a great life.
Smoking.
Well, I don't pay.
But you don't pay attention.
Yeah.
You just ignore and move on.
I ignore and move
on. Other people that don't stand up,
Nothing
they let
festers
it.
with
They
me. No,
let it
nothing
fester.
festers
You're the Joe Burrow. You're the exception to the rule.
I'm just kind of in my own role. A bad marriage will ruin your life.
Oh yeah.
How slow is that?
Sometimes it can be really slow.
It just depends. Yeah,
Depends on the abuse.
Like smoking has just. I've known so many people who got taken down by smoking just over the course of like 30 years of smoking, and then they could have stopped 15 years earlier, and then it boomerangs back on them. And so that would be the one for me. Peyton?
Mine's gambling. I mean, look at Brendan Sorsby. Slowly ruined his life. He had a career all in front of him. If you're losing, it'll ruin your life.
Exactly.
If you're winning,
that's what
life.
we talked about yesterday. Nobody has ever said, man, I got to kick this gambling addiction that has me up $500,000. It's like no one's ever said like this. I'm a sex addict.
817
who never gets caught.
I saw some lady on a current affair say that she was like, I'm a sex addict. And I was like, I don't know what that word means.
Yeah, you are.
She said the nymphomaniac.
You are because you got caught. You got caught.
I just wanted you to make this spinning pyramid noise. Remember for current affairs, like.
And then there was hard copy. It was like, do 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 do.
Yeah, we got the. Oh gosh, some of the answers on the fan text. Where's the one? Thinking this is going to be the Cowboys' year? 817. That'll slowly ruin a man's life.
Yeah.
Somebody else says drinking. 214. Can't read that one. Yeah, I can't read a lot of those. Excessive beer says 469. All right, last one here before we wrap things up. If you're out at a bar or club and you're single, and a random woman asks you to buy her a drink, because we all know that's a trap a lot of times. Buy me a drink, and then cool, thanks, see ya. What do you usually do, and why, or what should you do?
I've never bought a lady a drink.
So let's say it's happening. Wow. Are you just going to go no? Or are you going to go kindness? I could see Hagee kindness of start being like, do you need, like, he doesn't want to buy your alcohol. He's like, I will buy you a soda. What soda do you like? Like, I could see.
I think I would go with rum and Coke. I don't know why. I've heard of that.
You have heard of that. Okay, good.
Or is sex on the beach? Is that a real thing that bartenders like actually?
I don't really. They do make it. I just don't generally. In my experience, I have. Growing up as a kid, my belief about alcohol and how it was consumed was that I was going to hear people ordering sex on a beach every day. And that did not happen. It's like the quicksand thing about how you thought you were going to have quicksand.
At the bar, that and the Royal F, like that was, those were very frequently ordered.
It is a trap.
That one.
You are never, some girl who comes to me and goes, buy me a drink, just wants you to buy a drink. It's never resulting in, it's a little bit like the champagne room. It's not going where you think it is. But my thing was all the time was I go, sure. And we walk over there and I would just order a water and then I'd walk away.
I just always said one for one. I buy you one, you buy me one.
There you go.
That was the one for one. Let's do that.
You said you first.
Now, I did have a situation. I think Adrian and I were on our 13th wedding anniversary.
I thought you were going to say our 13th date.
So I can't remember. And I was on soda. I was looking fantastic, all ripped up and everything. And then I'm at the bar at Legacy. And these two girls are sitting next to me. Adrian leaves to go to the bathroom. She leaves to go to the bathroom, and these two girls go, hey, we're having a bachelorette party. Will you come dance for us? And I was just like, 13 years ago, I probably would have done something like this for you. And I told them, they were like, that is so cute. And then they bought me a drink.
A bunch of people are saying you buy her a shot of Rumple, and then she won't ask for a drink anymore. And then I do like all caps from the 972. I tell them why don't you buy me one. Works every time. Assert dominance. I think that was just choppy texting.
If she has to ask for you to buy her a drink, she's probably not attracted for a response.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. And we will.
And she's broke. No money.
We will. We'll wrap things up there. We will see if Sean is back tomorrow from his streptococcus throat. Remember that is the technical medical term for the condition, if you have any problem with that. But this has been Sean and RJ. Stick around for the KNC Masterpiece next.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and
home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. How the heck are you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? You can also hit us up on Twitch, on YouTube.
Kevin, I'm doing great.
Heck yeah.
You want to know why?
Please.
It is the first Tuesday of June.
Okay.
And Alec, I'm sorry I did not give you unity on this one. That officially means it is now time for Tank Top Tuesday.
Oh my gosh. What the hell is this?
Yes! Tank Top Tuesdays are back, baby! Let's get them! Yeah! Show off the guns for summertime, baby. Go get yourself a tan. Get out there in the world. Tank Top Tuesday. Look at Peyton. Peyton's coming in solidarity.
Is this?
Well, that's just no shirt.
Yes! We're not just taking our shirts off.
He is just shirtless.
That's not what's happening.
Different. That is a different thing.
What the hell is going on?
Tank Top Tuesday is not. This is not Tank Top Tuesday unless he had a tan line that looked like a tank top, and then we would consider it that way. But Tank Top Tuesdays are back. We need to go ahead and get these tank tops made. 105.3 The Fan tank tops. Get on it.
I do feel like that could be a popular summer
promotion.
do.
It's summer opportunity to be Tank Top Tuesday with us every single Tuesday. From the 214, Frank was wearing a tank top on Saturday during the broadcast. I get it. I understand that is or Fred. I'm sorry. I want to say Frank.
I was like, who?
Frank.
But I didn't want to say that in case you're like, this guy's been here for 4 years.
Yeah, no,
I'd be like, oh crap.
Fred is typically a tank top guy. When you were out and we were doing Tank Top Tuesday, he was like, that's just me. And I was like, that is true.
Yes.
But I do reserve it for the summer units.
If there was a human version of a tank top, I think Fred would be it.
Yeah. No, and I think he'd agree. I think he'd be like, that's actually a pretty accurate description. So nice job there, Kevin.
I do not think he would be offended by that whatsoever.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Tank Top Tuesday is back, ladies and gentlemen. Every Tuesday, let your boss know that they must also be wearing some tank tops at the office.
So it's not a discussion. Do you pound your fist on the table?
If that's what it takes. But I do wonder if bosses are like, you know what? We need to spruce things up. Kevin, one day I was walking into this building. I was walked in, and I had my gym shorts on. And as I was rounding the corner, I heard a guy go, yeah, I'm wearing a bow tie and a coat because I'm trying to spruce up the place. I see a lot of people wearing shorts around here. And I stepped around the corner, and he just got quiet. And I was just like, interesting.
Oh, see, I thought you were really going to be like, how much money do you make in this building? And like really try to go at him like that, but wow.
So yeah, Tank Top Tuesdays and Alec. Somebody said Alec is doing Tarps Off Tuesday. So if that's your thing, whatever you like to do, Tarps Off Thursday, that's for you. But it is Tank Top Tuesdays back. Sorry I didn't give you a heads up so that we could have the solidarity. And Kevin,
I did not know this was going to happen.
We'll get you a whole bunch of tank tops.
I do not
for
believe
the
I
season.
own a tank top.
Well, that's time to start collecting, you know?
Okay.
I actually have to invest in some more because this one's from last year. But it was one of my favorites. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that it's summertime, baby. It's officially summer, the first Tuesday of June.
Alec, do you have any bold summer declaration you also need to make?
You know what? I'll start the tank top trend this Thursday at Hawaiian Falls and Mansfield.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'll be out there in a tank top with Travis Jankowski.
Tank top Thursday?
Yeah, I think
Hell
so.
yeah.
That's the Carter Freeman approach.
From the
exactly.
That's his way of naming.
From the 601, about to go get my back waxed and throw on a tank top.
Oh.
From the 469, chilling on the porch, got a tank top on and getting ready for knee replacement tomorrow. There's
You're gonna wear a tank top to that. I feel like you should be comfortable for surgery.
Well, that's Wednesday.
Yeah, so not allowed.
Yeah, why a shirt Wednesday?
Is the
yes.
When the boss is like, why do you not have a shirt on? You just say, why a shirt? And he just has to.
My goodness.
What's his response? What's your boss's response when you say, Why a shirt?
I look forward to that because it's a question so jarring that you get thrown back. It's not that you couldn't come up with an answer. It's just you wouldn't anticipate such a question.
From the 469 Tank Tops and Tacos. It's a great approach because it is Tuesday. So those are great opportunities to enjoy your life.
And then,
is it recommended to shave underneath the armpits before wearing a tank top? That's up to you.
If you're a lady,
that's up to you. You can trim it back. You can go full on Sly Stallone and just be like, I'm walking around with a shrub underneath my underneath each armpit. Whatever you like to do.
I know this is typical.
Cutoffs can count. Yes.
Of this show, I've seen a couple of different people who have the tank top variation of the white shirt, and it still carries a name that I don't understand how that quite flies in society because many people still call it the wife beater. How did that roll through at a time when you need to change a lot of stuff, a lot of it for the better? I will readily admit a lot of it we're like, ooh, we probably should not have been calling it that. How has that phrase persevered into the year 2026?
You understand how it created, right? Like the idea, the stereotype of that in movies is always a drunk man who comes home from work, takes off his work shirt, and then that's what he has on underneath because that collects the sweat.
Sure.
And then he starts to drink. And then he gets mad, and that happens. That's the stereotype behind that. And so I think it became it was more of a put down than it was hey, that's an awesome thing. And then that just became what the shirt was and the identity of it. And so it stuck for a while. And I think some people have just been like, oh, my white tank top. I think it's kind of grown out of that a little bit.
Do they need to come up with a different catchy name?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Somebody just wants a catchy name, and that feels like it should definitely not be that.
It's not like you walk into Target and you're like, man, where's the wife beater section? There's no section like that. And it isn't labeled that either. It's always labeled Hanes and Fruit of the Loom white undershirt.
Right.
Tank. So those are awesome opportunities.
Okay.
If you want to come up with a new name for marketing. Marketing purposes always work.
Would love to know. Somebody said it's now called a wife lover.
Ooh.
I feel like, you would have liked that. All right. From the 858, since we're on the topic of clothes-themed days, that's hard to say, but I like it. Why is it Casual Friday and not F It Friday?
Oh, man. I'm totally about F It Friday. Why?
I mean, this is kind of an F It Tuesday, right?
Why shirt Friday, too?
Okay. It really looks like it at this moment. You should be running into the beach in a teen movie with all right.
Yeah.
But I know that's your dream.
That might, not really a teen movie. My dream is just kind of...
The dress, not the rest of
my
that.
My goal in life is just to
That's on a different sports radio station.
This is the most attire that I would put on in any given day, and then most of the day it would just be the shorts. On the beach while I'm selling suntan lotion.
Why did Alec go away for so long? That's what that person said, not me.
Yeah.
They're proud of it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk. Let's talk about the Texas Rangers as they have now won not one, not two, not three, but 4 games in a row. So give me cut number 3, will ya please, good sir?
Jansen again at third, Lopez at first. Lopez takes off. Here's the pitch. It's hit back up the middle into center field. A base hit for Peterson. Jansen scores. Lopez easily to third base. RBI single. Jock Peterson. It's 2-0 Texas.
And the Rangers would go on to win that game 2-1, 4 games in a row. Can I just voice one concern that I thought was going to come back to potentially bite us?
Is it about Jacob deGrom?
No. Is there something bad with him now?
He had a walk and eight strikeouts. And,
Oh, okay. No, I'm not worried about that walk. He also had career win number 100, and he said the coolest thing, which is crazy. Doesn't it feel like he should have 280 wins?
Yeah, the reality is he's been a dominant pitcher in the games he's pitched, but he's been injured in his career.
Absolutely. Now, he said he was really excited about how excited all his teammates were, and I think that's really cool. And he was like, I'm most excited that my teammates are excited for me. But You go to the top of the 9th inning, and it didn't end up costing you yesterday, but I think Skip and I think the Rangers across the board would agree this is a situation that cannot happen. You get 2 infield singles and a throwing error to put runners on at first and third with no outs, and the game is 2-1. Then Evan Carter, strikeout. Jansen, pop up to third. Lopez, strikeout. You do not get a ball out of the infield after that, and you end up getting no insurance runs. Now, luckily you have Jacob Latz, and so we don't really need to worry about it. But this feels like a scenario that not just in the 9th inning, but in many, many innings where you probably are going to find yourself in a lot of one-run games this year, you're going to need to push home at least 1 run in that situation.
No, I absolutely agree with you. And the way that they were trying to play some small ball in the late innings last night, too, laying down bunts and trying to just create a little chaos all over the field, I liked it because you hadn't been knocking the ball all over the place that last night, so you were trying to figure out something. Was the 9th where Nicky Lopez watched strike 3?
Yes, correct.
And he probably should have challenged that. But he just didn't have the confidence that he had the green light for it, and Skip probably needs to give that to him because he was good last night, man. He gave you dude, he's been good. He's been good the last 4 games. This is awesome to see him getting on base and doing some stuff. And they played really good defense last night. I agree with you, Kevin. You got to be able to get home runs. But, Kevin, I don't mean like home runs.
Runs home.
Drive runs home. But that is what this team has been inept at it all season.
Yeah.
So this isn't anything new.
No, it felt particularly agitating yesterday, but I guess it would have been far worse if you would have lost the game. But again, luckily we have Jacob Latz. Now, a lot of other good
Were you excited
stuff.
whenever Jakob Eunice came into the game, too? Like, it was a moment in the game where
we know it's Jacob.
He didn't come in to close it, but he needed to stop it. And that was a very important inning for him, understanding Latz is coming up next.
No, you're right about that. And if you want to take the combination of Tyler Alexander as well, those 3 went 3 innings and gave up nothing. So, I realize that is an optimized situation, but you just love to see when the leverage innings go exactly as planned, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Especially in a super low-scoring game where you knew every run was going to be at a premium.
And from that, Tyler Alexander, 12 pitches.
Wow.
Jakob Eunice, 12 pitches. Jacob Latz, 12 strikes, 16 pitches. Like, that's efficiency, right?
And you're always going to get more pitches if you're striking out more people, but still, yeah. So in the last 3 innings, you had 40 pitches and 31 of them were strikes. Holy moly.
Yeah.
Well, that will usually be
dominance.
A good thing right there. Now, a couple of other fun things. Did you see the Cardinals manager got the Skip Schumacher concert tee?
Oh, he did.
Yeah, and he was wearing it.
That's and so he's also the dude that like told the guys out in the tarps off section he'd buy their tickets to come back to the game the next night.
I love that.
So he's a man of the people, and getting that shirt's a really so hold on, did Skip give it to him?
Yes.
All right.
Is that less impressive to you? You seem disappointed by that.
Yeah, that's kind of I guess it's.
They're buddies going back a ways.
Cardinals, you know.
Okay, I hear you.
But I get that he played for the Cardinals when he won the World Series and everything. I get it, you know. And I mean, we had Boch. He won a World Series too, so all is forgiven. But all right, Skip, you got some work to do.
Man, it does not necessarily sound like you are ready to forgive that, does it?
Dude, I don't know, man. Do you not remember that World Series? We were in Game 6.
No, I do remember.
One strike away.
Remember multiple times you were 1 strike away.
Go get Rangers.
All right, thanks,
Boch. Lazy shot to the outfield. Nelson Cruz out of position.
This is why Derek doesn't like you.
Why?
Because you keep telling this effing story.
Stories we talk about stories all the time, guys. We talk about all the stories. That's what we do.
Why so much on that one part of the story?
It had a big impact on my life.
It did.
But it doesn't hurt me anymore because we have a World Series now.
Okay.
But I was just kind of bringing it up because you were asking why I don't like the Cardinals. So
no, I wasn't asking that. I know why you don't like the Cardinals.
You were concerned and you were like,
no.
You said, lay down on this couch. And I was like, well, let me just get it all out there.
All right, let me rapid fire a whole bunch of Rangers moves then. Robbie Ahlstrom and Luis Carvello, they joined the club yesterday, replacing Gavin Collier, who was optioned back to AAA, and Chris Martin, who's going on the IL for the second time this year with a right shoulder impingement. I hope he gets better and feels better and enjoys a great life that does not include pitching for the Rangers more. By the way, I think today is his 40th birthday.
I hope they try to fix him, you know?
Okay. It's a Coldplay lyric. I get it. And then also, Cody Freeman is back up, Sam Haggerty on the bereavement list, and Josh Spores granted his release from AAA Round Rock. So one of the heroes of
like
the
the
World
first question
Series.
you asked Skip this year.
Yes,
And
that did not go over well in the organization.
Took a couple months to get there.
Yeah, and so Josh Spores has been released.
All right.
He's the guy who recorded the very final out in the World Series.
The one we won.
That is true. He is no longer a part of this organization.
Guess who is, though? Corey Seager. Him and Wyatt Langford played baseball today.
So, and it's a very odd, it's a 12:05 game. If you're in, well, hopefully if you're within the Metroplex, make your way to Frisco. Listen to this show while you watch the Rough Riders play at noon with one of the more star-studded lineups they're likely to have
Could
all
be awesome.
season.
Could be awesome today.
It could. Do you need a home run for them to get called up?
If both of them hit 2 home runs today, are you just like, all right, y'all are betting. Y'all are back.
Yes. Yes.
What if they hit no home runs?
Then there's a tiny part of me that thinks it should sort of be like a get out of jail.
4 singles apiece.
No, you have to like roll the correct dice. You have to hit a home run to get back up
They
to the
hit
big club.
everything from the cycle except the home run. Corey
Yeah.
Seager hits a triple. It's standing up. Doesn't even slide.
I guess that would be problematic if you're like, well, Corey Seager continues to linger in the minors despite hitting 600 with an OPS of 1,000
They're just
because
trying
he
to make
has
sure.
no home runs. So, yeah, that could be problematic.
Don't try to leg out a triple.
Yeah,
Please
I
don't
do
try to
know
leg out a triple,
Corey's.
Corey.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the top 5 NFL defenses after the Myles Garrett trade. And is this money laundering? Next right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go.
well.
Huge breaking Mavericks news on the Fan.
We also have breaking news regarding the Mavericks' new arena, as Brad Townsend has put out. The Mavericks have chosen Valley View, dealing in major setbacks to efforts to bring the project downtown.
And our immediate reaction.
I mean, that's within reason. It's frustrating when a team gets moved out of your town, to Arlington or Frisco or whatever, still within city limits.
Yeah, I mean,
that's huge.
You'll never miss any sports news when you turn it on and leave it on the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
40 seconds and counting, 3rd and 5, and there's the sack at the 45-yard line, and there it's Myles Garrett.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. The top 5 defenses in the NFL after the Myles Garrett trade. Will any of these players be on the move next? But we'll start with, is this money laundering?
Dude, listen, first off, we've often said there's a fast food fish chain. We're pretty convinced that is a money laundering scam.
Yes.
At this point. There's also... What's that? And there's also some other places that we've considered that. But I've been watching Tulsa King, Kevin, and Sly Stallone. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's an actor in the show. Everything that he sees, he's like, I'm going to turn that into a money laundering scheme. And I'm like, how do you do this? How do you launder the money?
So
I also watch Ozark, and I don't want to get involved in it.
I love trading cards a lot. There are times when I understand people's concerns about money laundering in the trading card
Wasn't
business.
NFTs like that? That was the idea.
I think that was the only reason that NFTs really thrived for a while. Somebody just put down $200,000 on Polymarket for the Browns to not win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
That pays out $201,761, which includes
you win just over $1,000.
The bet that you made. So somebody put down $200,000 to win $1,761. Now, do I think this is a lock solid bet to win? Yes, I do. But if you have $200,000 and that payoff is not going to come until February, you couldn't figure out a way to make $1,700 and change on your $200K in 8 months? How did you get that money, one wonders?
Yeah, what is... Yeah.
Like what?
Here's what I think.
Now I kind of hope the Browns do win the Super Bowl.
They got a windfall of money, all right? Somebody passed away.
Okay.
And their dying wish was, I want you to take this $400,000. You get to keep $2.
Okay.
But you have to place a $200,000 bet on the Browns to not win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
If Myles Garrett gets traded. Like, that was their dying wish.
So they didn't make this through savvy financial moves over the years. It was just...
They were just... This is given to them by somebody else that passed away.
Okay.
You see this all the time.
Like, this sounds very much like Brewster's Millions. Have you ever seen that movie?
I love that movie, dude.
Alex, do you have any idea what that movie is?
Nope.
All right, so I'm going to, approximate the numbers. But, somebody really close to Richard Pryor dies and is like, I will give you $3 million. You have a month to spend it all with nothing left. You can have no tangible assets or money or anything like that. And if you succeed, I'll give you the rest of my fortune, which is like $30 million. Or maybe $300 million. It's something like that. It's pretty entertaining.
Alec, first off, I did not say a name of any specific fast food fish restaurant.
And yet people knew.
So I never said the name. Alec, you should spend, the next month going through as much Richard Pryor content as you can. Just put that into your life and soul.
Right. Except for the toy.
Yeah, maybe not that one.
You could skip that
one. You can
one.
go ahead and skip that. Everything else, though, you'll be better off having seen it and listened to it for sure.
Huh.
Yeah.
So $200,000 to win $1,761.
That's impressive, man.
I would say good luck, but I want that person to lose.
Do you think they're going to win, though?
Almost certainly. Because somebody would be like, that's a free $1,700. But I'm like, yeah, but you have to wait 8 months for it. Surely you could put it even in the lowest yield money market account or savings account, probably. I didn't even crunch those numbers.
How furious would you be if that's the bet you made? You're like, dude, come on. It's the Browns.
Sure.
And Derek Holland's like, yeah, we're going to win. What are you talking about? But how furious would you be if that's the 1 year they're like, we got this?
I mean, look, I hope it happens. I am actively rooting against this
then
person.
Then you take that other $200,000 you got from your dead relative and you put that on them winning. And that'll pay out even more.
Then you better root for it because you're going to win, I don't know, $6 million or something. All right, so people helping me out. He started with $30 million to get $300 million, not 3. So he had to spend $30 million.
Dang.
And this was in the 80s. All right. The best 5 defenses.
That was an unheralded amount of money.
Exactly. I mean, I imagine you could just have a big giant cocaine party, but that wouldn't have been as much fun as a movie. All right.
I don't know.
Fair. Never mind. Comment withdrawn.
You ever seen the places John Wick walks into? Aren't those just big giant cocaine parties?
True.
And then John Wick does his thing.
Man. Why did they piss him off? All right. Top 5 defenses in the NFL.
I think I know this.
Post Myles Garrett trade.
All right. I still think that the Denver Broncos are one of the top defenses in the NFL.
Okay. That is correct. They are number 4. They are number 4 on the list. Now we go to Alec. Does he have the boldness to pick the Cowboys as one of the top 5 defenses post Myles Garrett trade?
Scared?
I'm never scared. No, I'm kidding.
I was like, you could have traded Myles Garrett to the Cowboys. I wouldn't have put them in the top 5.
Yeah. No, give me the reigning world champions, the Seattle Seahawks.
The Seattle Seahawks are number 2 on the list. So you've got 2, you've got 4. I don't need 6, 8, or who do you appreciate? Just tell me the next one.
I still think the Houston Texans are in that
Houston Texans are number 1 on the list. So it goes Houston 1, Seattle 2, mystery team at 3, Denver at 4, and mystery team at 5. Alec Medford, it is up to you to continue the streak. And then somebody said, screw you, Kevin. The toy is great.
Oh, wow. That's intense.
The one person, huh?
Jeez.
They're furious.
How about the Philadelphia Eagles?
The Philadelphia Eagles, number 5 on the list. So you guys, I just want to reset. Post Myles Garrett trade.
Yeah.
You have listed the top 4 of the top 5 defenses after Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. And you're only missing one team after Myles Garrett was traded to the Rams yesterday. I don't know if you'll be able to figure out who this last team is after Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams, but let's see.
I think I got this. Alec, he started this segment off saying that a guy put $30 million down to win $300 million.
No, that you're confusing it with Brewster's Millions.
On the Cleveland Browns. I think he's saying that it's the Cleveland Browns because he keeps talking about the Myles Garrett trade. He's being so emphatic about the Myles Garrett trade and them getting Jared Verse. They were already a great defense last year, and now that Myles Garrett's gone and they got Jared Verse, they could be that much. I think that's where he's kind of signaling us to go. But I'm not gonna accept that because I told you I knew the answers, Kevin. Even though you're trying to tell us it's the Cleveland Browns,
I am not.
I think it's clearly the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh my God, I was gonna be so mad. I was gonna be unreasonably mad. Correct.
All right.
So Fox Sports post trade have the Texans still at 1, Seahawks at 2. The Rams at 3, the Broncos at 4, and the Philadelphia Eagles at 5. Now, I know that was a specific list that we went down, and you guys did a really good job of guessing it, but does that feel about right to you in terms of the top 5 defenses in the NFL?
For sure. I mean, I think there's still some other ones that are kind of hanging around in those categories. The Patriots, they played phenomenal defense last year. That's one of the reasons they were in the Super Bowl.
Agreed.
Because while Drake May was good, their defense was the reason that they did what they did. I mean, especially against the Texans, they made the Texans' offense look inept. So yeah, I think that's a very. I'm fascinated that the Texans are a bit ahead of the Seahawks, but
Did you put the Seahawks 1?
I'm interested to see how they respond losing Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen. I know Woolen had some moments last year in the playoffs where you're like, what are you doing out there? But he was still an effective cornerback for them. I love what the Texans defense does. They just have to cover a lot of ground for their offense sometimes. So, no, I would have the Texans 1 still.
Okay, so we will pick back up later maybe some of the other players that could be on the move, including a divisional player and somebody that the Cowboys are interested in. We will pick that up at another point. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Is this going to be an all-time great NL Cy Young race? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's time for the Rangers Player Show. Ezekiel Duran's going to join us at 3:20. Nation 2 to 6, then Rangers pregame in The Fan.
Hey, everybody. The World
Cardinals play Game 2 of their series in St. Louis. Hi there, everyone. I'm Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Ted Emmerich and me. Our coverage of tonight's action gets underway at 6 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2-2. Struck him out. He's got a dozen. Ties a career high for Jacob Mizorowski. And leads to an ovation.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Alec did the work in the break. And if you took that same $200,000 that's definitely not money laundering and put it into just a basic savings account, your interest off of that by the first week of February would be approximately $4,650, whereas that guy's bet on the Browns to not win the Super Bowl will net him $1,781. So I don't think it would happen, but it could theoretically happen, whereas if you just put it in the savings account, you're going to be good to go, and you could have made almost $3,000 more.
Kevin.
But it's definitely not money.
I refer you back to the Tulsa King. Where Sylvester Stallone needs a loan for that's interesting. Needs a loan for $7 million. So he goes to the Bank of Tulsa, and he walks in and he says, "I need a loan for $7 million."
He didn't say, "I need a Stallone."
No, he did not say that. And the lady says, "All right, well, we can only give a loan of up to $3.5 million." And he's like, "Well, let's see what we can do." And then he's still working, and she's like, "Well, we still have to get this information and this information, this information." He goes, "You know what? That's the longest no I've ever heard." And she's like, "It's just what we have to do." And he's like, because if I find a corrupt bank that's willing to take this money from me, then it's okay if I do it. So he's like, "You are a stickler for the rules."
Okay. All right. That's been your takeaway for the show so far.
Sounds like the Poly Market was like, rules.
Yeah.
Cash.
Whatever. Right now, let's fire up some baseball nuggets. Now, there's nothing particularly unusual about a 3-6 putout. It happens all the time. And it happened yesterday in the White Sox-Twins game. But what is more unusual is the White Sox, for the first time since 1972, turned the 3-6-3-6 double play. How, you might ask? Well, thank you for asking. So it was your run-of-the-mill 3-6 putout. There was already a runner on first base. First baseman fields it, throws to second, they get the out. And then the throw goes back to first base, but it is an errant throw, at which point the runner from first decides to advance to second, but the first baseman gets it back to second base for the tag, or shortstop, if you will, for the tag, hence the 3-6-3-6 double play had not been seen in 54 years.
That is a lucky bounce off the wall.
That is true.
To position
and it like
the first base coach,
ricocheted off his glove too to like slow down the craziness of it.
Yeah, that helps whenever you have that kind of luck. And as a runner, there's two things. You see the ball pass and you're like, you have to make a split-second decision of, can I make it? And you're also listening to your first base coach screaming, go, 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 go. But sometimes the coach is like, oh, crap, the ball didn't go far enough, or it's not going to, and then a lot of times, Kevin, you will sit there and have a scouting report on the arm of the outfielder.
Sure.
I don't know how often you have a scouting report on the arm of the first baseman, because there's like
interesting point.
But sometimes don't run on that dude. He will throw you out. That being said, it's always such a fast decision to try and make that cool play that hasn't happened in over a decade.
5 decades.
And that's over a decade though.
That is true. So let's talk about
bested again.
Let's talk about the NL Cy Young race.
Right.
This is shaping up to be one of the greatest Cy Young races in history.
Yeah.
I realize that we just got to June, but consider this. In the month of May, Jacob Mizorowski, 5-0 with a 0.23 ERA, 57 strikeouts, and 6 walks.
That's cool.
To which that's pretty much what he said. He goes, "That's pretty good. I mean, that's decent." Yeah. And then what if I told you that wasn't the best performance by a pitcher in the month?
Is it Christopher Sanchez?
Christopher Sanchez went 4-0 with an ERA of 0 and 45 strikeouts to go along with 3 walks.
Sorry, hold on. He went 4-0.
Yes.
Which isn't a pitcher stat.
Unless your ERA is 0, then you're like, I am undefeated.
But his ERA in those games is 0?
Nothing. And why? Partially because he had 3 walks and 45 strikeouts. That's a robust 15-1 strikeout to walk ratio.
Dude,
so just there, you're like, wow, that's amazing. This is going to be a great race. But that's only 2 of the 5 viable candidates right now. Because, don't forget, Paul Skeens still exists. He was the Cy Young winner last year. Then there's Chris Sale, who was the Cy Young Award winner the year before that. And then there is Shohei Ohtani, who has a sub-1 ERA, and everybody you ask says he is focused solely on winning the Cy Young. He has a 0.82 ERA and somehow has 2 losses.
That's fascinating because his WHIP is also 0.82.
Oh,
I don't know how that lines up, but that's a pretty cool thing. He's only got 61 strikeouts though, and I feel like the Mizorowski 108 strikeouts are probably going to stack up real high. Sanchez doing. I know that Shohei is committed to it and everything. This just might not be the year because there are some other exceptional ones out there.
Can I ask you a question about that? Mm-hmm. Do you think there would be any potential historical voter bias?
Probably.
Where they're like, yeah, Christopher Sanchez is badass, but Shohei is also hitting. I know you're not supposed to, but could you see some votes going Shohei's way because of that?
I can. I don't think it should.
I'm with you.
By any means. The numbers, the outings, that should say it all. And it is a pitching award, not a hitting award.
Agreed.
So then again, I don't know, whenever pitchers were still hitting in the National League, did that ever factor in? Did Clayton Kershaw get, a leg up because he was already dominant?
Yeah.
But did he get a leg up because he had a home run that year?
I don't believe that was ever factored in. And by the way, Chris Sale right now is 11-1 to win the NL Cy Young. Hey, what's Chris Sale up to? Well, I'll tell you. He's 8-3 with a 2.01 ERA and a WHIP of 0.94, and he's 11-1 to win the Cy Young. That is how ridiculously stacked this race is. Paul Skeens 6-1, Shohei 5-1, Mizorowski 2-1, and Sanchez 1.75-1.
Did you mention Chase Burns?
I did not.
Who's also on Cincinnati. He's 7-1 right now with 72 strikeouts, a 1.96 and an 0.96 WHIP.
And that does not even get him in the top 5.
He's not even the best pitcher on his team. That's how good Cincinnati's pitching staff is. How are they doing in the standings, though?
I mean, they were doing really well for a while, and now they've drifted back towards mediocrity.
They are last in their division.
And it doesn't.
And they're still above 500.
Yeah, it doesn't help that they're in the division of death. They're really
30-29, and that is last in the division because 32-28 is the Cubs. How are they doing, man? Ugh. Yeah, but then they got the Brewers. So I think that might be a big difference too for the big lefty.
Okay.
In that division.
So let's stick with the Reds.
Okay.
Elly De La Cruz landed on the injured list for the very first time. We talked about his hamstring yesterday. They said they thought they caught it in time, and they are saying they believe this is somewhere between a grade 1 and a grade 2 hamstring strain. At least that is what the MRI revealed. So it's a broad timeline of 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Although Francona pointed out that De La Cruz, this is the first time on the injured list. He's no stranger to exceeding expectations. So just keep an eye out on that. This injured list stint will end his consecutive game streak. He had played 276 games in a row.
Oh, man.
Right?
He was so close to Cal Ripken.
Yeah,
Junior,
not
Cal Ripken Jr.
not quite.
Oh. One day, though, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll have to restart.
Yeah,
at
once
19.
he comes back and plays, 14 years in a row or whatever it was.
with a little help, the power going out. On
Exactly,
one night. Yeah.
exactly. Was Kevin Costner involved? Don't know. Now, tell me if you think this is a good sign for the negotiations between the MLB and the MLBPA. So MLBPA interim executive director Bruce Myers said that the players would actually be taking a $500 million pay cut if they accepted MLB's salary cap proposal.
Player?
No.
Oh.
I would still like to see where he's getting that number from, and then reiterated that they will never agree to a salary cap.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's probably not the best sign to kick off your negotiations, right?
Oh, you're saying best sign for like baseball to be played?
Yes.
Okay, because like if you're the players' union, you want that strength. You
Sure.
want, because the owners have pretty much the most accessible everything to them, and they try constantly. Fortunately, the general fan has figured out what the owners are trying to do by trying to turn everybody against the players, calling them greedy. Whenever you see the difference in that, now obviously we would all love to play baseball for being paid.
Sure, I get that.
But we understand the difference in the economics that actually exists now. But this is going to be a power trip on both sides trying to figure out. You're right, Kevin. The beginning of it doesn't look like baseball's happening next year, so enjoy it this year.
I want MLB to come back out and say, we will never not accept a salary cap going forward. And you're like, oh, neat.
And then them to come back and be like, well, we're never going to. And then they just keep double negativing each other.
Exactly. Or they just agree that, the other sports have a salary cap and you could probably figure it out as long as there's a floor to go with it, but whatever. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Dallas Cowboys news of the day, including who thinks Dak will be the MVP. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you win
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for your Dallas Cowboys news of the day after a no doubt, just arduous day of pajama camp yesterday for the Dallas Cowboys. That is Dan Campbell's phrase. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. No George Pickens at the voluntary OTAs yesterday, which I know is shocking because they're so important. And so how could you possibly survive without...
There is nobody in DFW, maybe even the planet or the universe or the other places too, that cares about the OTAs the way Kevin does. Every single day, he comes into our pre-show meeting and sits down and he's like, got all these news things about OTAs. And I'm like, Kevin, really? And he's like, you know what? You're right, Corey. I'll take it easy on the OTA stuff whenever we get on air.
That's why we waited a whole hour to get to pajama camp.
It's, again, this is specifically for getting the installation started.
Sure.
Making sure, like, there's... When you have a team, I was thinking about this the other day, actually maybe on the drive-in this morning.
How do you get your offensive installation set up when one of your best players is not there?
You install somebody else for the time being.
Okay.
Defensively, the defense is the most important part. But if you want this offense to evolve, you kind of have to have that guy there, right?
Yeah.
I guess I'm going to get to him in just a minute.
Okay.
I'm going to get to him in just because I have a question there that I might be a little concerned.
Oh.
Whenever you get these guys there, I'm not sure how you put them through tough tests to start to build that unity at this point. It's like speeches, right? You're giving speeches and hoping it connects with these guys in some way, but the only real way to get that true we are a team kind of thing is to go through some tough stuff in the season and realize what you've overcome along the way, and the work that you put into it actually was like a reason for the success. Right now, this is the monotony stuff, the minutia that you got to get to the fun things, and that's just part of what OTAs are. Now, that being said, with your wide receiver, this is part one. With Pickens not being there, is this just the first phase of him not showing up to things? And I think that's the big concern. But we were so concerned with him not signing the franchise tag because of what we went through with Micah. We were just scarred from it. And we were like, it's going to happen again. It's a Mulligata guy, and it's going to happen. He's already signed it. So, like, not showing up to things, that's going to be a bad thing for him mostly.
Yeah, so I go back and forth on this because I totally get your point. On the one hand, like, you go above and beyond to show your value.
And that's what Jerry wants.
Yeah, exactly.
Jerry wants you to be the guy that's going to do stuff that you're not paid for.
But on the flip side, I'm sure George Pickens is like, look, I gave you an outstanding offensive season last year on a cheaper contract, and I think I should be rewarded accordingly. I guess my one thought would have been, and I totally understand his idea of not being out there already, my one thought would have been if you were offered the open market to go out and see what you could find and what you could learn, and what you got back was mostly people being like, nah, I'm good, then I would have thought I would have pushed in the other direction and been like, I'll show every single one of you MFers that I am awesome and worth every single penny possible. But at least in the first day, he chose not to do that.
Yeah, and I wonder, too, if he just resided to the fact that he's going to be a Cowboy instead of the open market. But that I don't know how much that affects the Cowboys' conversation salary with him down the road.
Yeah.
Like I said, voluntary, was it June 16th is the mandatory stuff? So I will look ahead to that time. If it's mandatory and he's not showing up, that's a different concern. But is Jerry Jones, and
it's fake voluntary, right?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be.
Yeah,
I'm
want
with
you
you
there.
And I see the text. What do voluntary mean? But like that was the whole idea. It didn't work out very well for that player. Is the idea is it's voluntary in name only to skirt the CBA.
Mm-hmm. But the idea that they want is true leadership does all the little things and is there for everything and always building. Dak would be, those kinds of ideas. And they'll use Dak like that all the time, won't they? They'll be like, well, Dak this, Dak that. Dak's the greatest leader. And which he does the professional things, doesn't he? He does those things pretty well.
And that's why he has the potential to be the MVP per Corey Majors.
Nope, that is definitely not per Corey Majors.
I heard it from you.
No, you didn't. You heard it from Pete Prisco.
No, I heard it from you, who heard it from Pete Prisco, all right? So I know you. I trust you. So cut number 11, this audio is going to say it's from Pete Prisco, but I heard it from Corey.
Dak Prescott's going to be the MVP.
Okay.
I think Dak Prescott, again, I say it time and again every single season, he's the most underappreciated, underrated player in the National Football League. And if they had any sort of defense, he would be that much better. Every time he took the field last year, he knew he had to put up big numbers, in large part because the defense was awful. Well, I think the defense is going to be better. New coordinator, new system, better players. I loved what the Cowboys did in the offseason on the defensive side of the ball, and Dak Prescott's going to roll up big numbers. They're just not going to play as free as they've had to because they won't be forced to do so. So he probably will cut down on the mistakes and still be able to put up big numbers. I think Dak Prescott has a monster year.
Now, Corey, what has led you to that belief that Dak is going to be the MVP? Was it just all the things that you were just saying?
That was Pete Prisco. And
did you tell Pete to say those things?
Why would I tell Pete anything? I've never talked to Pete Prisco.
What do you have to tell him again?
Pete Prisco.
I get it.
Is that a kind of dude that I want to talk to? Because he has a powerful voice.
Yeah.
In the media world.
Sure.
And I'm just kind of curious. I don't disagree with a lot of the things that he said.
Yeah.
And if everything goes right, Dak absolutely has played at MVP level. I don't know if y'all know or not. A couple of years ago, he finished second in MVP voting. It wasn't talked about much.
Yeah, man, that feels criminal that got underreported.
Yeah, it was almost like the Angel Reese trade.
Does the Jones family know about this?
I don't know if they do or not. We should probably send
a sexy pic.
Yeah, we should send a text. But he's right. The defense should be a little bit better. It should be a little bit better. Dude, it has...
That's not good enough, right?
It has the...
If it's a little bit better, that's not good enough for Dak to be MVP or this team to make the playoffs or anything, right?
I think this defense can be above average.
Ooh.
I'm not saying it can be...
I think that's a bolder pick than what Pete said.
One of the top fives, and maybe you were insinuating the Browns need to be a top 5 team. But I don't think it's going to be a top 5 yet, but it can be a little bit better, and that might put you at mediocre.
Yeah.
But last year, that's all we asked for was be a mediocre defense consistently, and this team's doing a lot of different things. And if that's the case, maybe Dak doesn't have to have 5,000 yards.
Sure.
But he still can.
Yeah.
And this offense is built and constructed in a way that you can have some massive big plays. That Washington game where you just obliterated them on Christmas, you can do that again over and over if your defense is pretty good.
Now, the MVP odds that I saw, keep in mind, I saw these about an hour before the Myles Garrett trade yesterday. Okay. A lot of familiar faces. Josh Allen leading the way, 6-1. Lamar, 7-1. Drake May, 8.5-1. Burrow, 9.5-1. And Mahomes, 10-1. Then Justin Herbert's at 11-1, and Dak is 7th on the list at 12-1, followed by Stafford, Love, and Caleb Williams. One would think perhaps Matthew Stafford would move up just because this feels like a you play quarterback for the team with one of the best records awards as opposed to just MVP. But if you think Dak is going to be in the mix, I know I'm kidding about you and what Pete Prisco said, 12-1 feels like a very good value if that's something that folks out there believe could happen.
This person is absolutely correct, though, Kevin, and I think you and I have discussed this at length. We have questions of why. From the 469, Dak needs to be better in the red zone.
Big facts. So this is one of the things that annoys me.
He could obliterate some records if he is.
I agree. It annoys me when people strictly talk about how good the offense was as a monolith because they look at the overall stats. That is something that is easy and at times lazy. Go into those games. There were at least 2, maybe more games that, sure, your defense sucked last year, and I agree to that. But if you're better in the red zone, you still win that game, even with an incompetent defense last year. So that is something that needs to be significantly better.
And recently, Shoddy did discuss that too, and how that was a shortcoming of their offense last year, and established that there probably needs to be some different kind of play calling, a little bit more study on what they need to do better there. And maybe if it's running the ball more effectively in there, maybe that could be the thing. It takes away from some stats. So who cares about that when you're winning games?
Yes.
But I think this offense is designed to have some big numbers offensively, whether it be in the running game or the passing game. That's going to come. You have the talent to do it. That's the thing, too. When you don't have the talent, you see the result on the other side of the football last year. Not having the talent, not good enough. No matter what the coaching, your talent wasn't good enough last year. If you have the talent, which you saw offensively, you can do what they did. And if they have the talent defensively, they can be one of those teams, Kevin, that puts their quarterback in the conversation because of their record.
Now, God, this stat can't be true, but I think it is, and it makes me so sad. Since he arrived at the 2024 trade deadline, Jonathan Mingo has 6 catches for 21 yards.
Go.
And no touchdowns.
Was that all in one game? Or?
That feels like a subpar game, let alone a season and a half for a 4th-round pick. Anyways, what would be your idealized version? Like, assuming Pickens is there, because I know at OTAs, hey, no Pickens gives everybody an opportunity, or maybe you think Valdez-Scantling or Tyler Johnson get more of an opportunity, like early on, to get their foot in the door heading into training camp. What would be your idealized top 4 or 5 wide receivers? Like, I'm assuming we're all on the same page. CD and Pickens, 1 and 2, or if you want to flip them, doesn't matter to me. Then from there.
Quite honestly, Kevin, past 3, do not care.
Okay.
Jake Ferguson is my next receiver. And now we can have the conversation for the sake of it, but your first 3 receivers are really good.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb, I think, is a great receiver. George Pickens is a great receiver. Ryan Flanoy is coming on. And
you feel good with him at wide receiver 3?
Absolutely.
I know what you said about Ferguson.
Absolutely.
But okay.
No, beyond 3.
Okay.
Ferguson's my 4th. Yeah. But I think that those 3, as long as they stay healthy, you have one of the most, if not the most lethal trio of receivers running around on the field. And I'll take that any day with Dak out there and the Javonte Williams running back situation. I'm not a huge fan of Valdez-Scantling. I don't want Turpin focused too much on being a receiver. And when it comes to Jonathan Mingo, I got question marks. So I like what I saw in Anthony Smith. That's going to be one of those guys. And quite honestly, I kind of like Trayshawn Holden too. With Anthony Smith, when I was watching him, did you get a chance to get your eyeballs on him, Alec?
A little bit.
He had some qualities I really liked about him. But again, you go up against the competition he's going up against, and you're like, okay, is that just him abusing bad competition? But he is a. Remember when was it Thrasher or something like that? We had a dude that everybody was really excited about, and we were like, is he really going to make this team, though?
You're right.
And then it turned out, no, he didn't. It might be one of those where he's around because he was a draft pick, but we really are just focused on those first 3. But Valdez-Scantling he'll have some really good moments where something good could have happened and he dropped it.
So essentially, are all the wide receivers fighting for one spot?
Yes.
And then could you possibly envision a scenario in which the Cowboys kind of follow that logic of, hey, you sort of dropped off a little bit in the return game, so Kevontae Turpin, we're not going to really use you as much as a wide receiver? Or would that just be insanity for the way the Cowboys roll because they already view it as a 2-in-1 roster spot?
Oh, yeah. No, that's probably the way that they
So you don't see any way in which they're like,
he's there.
Okay.
And
right.
I can't say that Anthony Smith is fighting Valdez-Scantling, but I would see them keeping 5, not 6.
Okay.
That's just because I honestly think that you're still trying to figure out your depth at running back right now, and that might be a big factor for you. But I just don't see any reason, aside from injury, for you to keep 6 right now.
Do you guys see a world in which Jonathan Mingo doesn't make this team? His cap hit is negligible. It's $1.1 million. You would just have to be admitting that was a stupid trade.
I mean, he was one of the best blocking wide receivers out there, Kevin.
Yeah, that's great. I've said this many times. I do not want a wide receiver whose primary focus is blocking. If we get to the point, this feels like that stupid, was it the 09 draft when we're like, oh, he's going to be our cold weather kicker. Fine. If we go 17-0 and you're like, we really need to fine tune a spot, there's Jonathan Mingo. I want a wide receiver that can catch a pass.
Here's the thing that I'm actually, I'm very interested in. Will anybody look at what the Rams did last year with their 13 personnel
and just load up on tight
and
ends?
Say, Kevin, you got Ferguson, Schoonmaker, Spanford, Princeton Fant, Michael Trigg. I know DJ Rogers exists too, but that Michael Trigg edition is interesting. And with the way they seem to like Spanford, would it make sense for you to say, you know what, if we want to make our offense more explosive out of the run game as well, there are lots of elements that we can create in this to build really good plays from the tight ends as well as what our receivers can do.
100%. I would rather the Cowboys carry 4 tight ends than that extra wide receiver, especially since Turpin is, dual positioning it up. Fine. Lamb, Pickens, Turpin, Flournoy, and then let the rest fight it out for one spot and give me that 4th tight end.
From the 2-1-4, with Turpin's speed, you'd be a fool to take him off the field. It's just
not if it's impacting the return game. I don't agree with that.
Like, he just doesn't make it. They don't have enough impact plays for him.
Yeah.
And he hasn't had enough of the impact plays to say that it changes the game for me to be like, I got to go with that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That was a fun discussion. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, a new world record, and a Looney Tune. Literally, next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan.
increased travel activity. Consider using transit, carpooling, shifting travel times, or working from home if possible during busier travel periods. Travel tips, schedules, and maps at nctcog.org/gameplan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we will do another Charlie Puth ticket giveaway. We'll be doing that all week long in the noon o'clock hour. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. That was high-pitched. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day.
I got a question of the day for you first, Alec. Do you think that Tank Top Corey has a different persona or give a damn level than regular Corey? Like, does he let things roll off his back easier? Does he have a more carefree demeanor?
100% he does. He gives me Friday Corey vibes on a Tuesday.
That's just the cover of the book, guys. I give lots of dams, all right? Many dams.
Mm-hmm.
And,
all of the dams.
I just think about how fun that wide receiver discussion was.
I gave a damn about that.
Yeah. You think Friday Corey is going to have a talk like that? No.
You think tour guides at those specific places have to ask if there are any damn questions?
I think you should start that every time.
Okay.
Be like, hey, hold your damn questions for the end.
Excuse me. I
And
have a damn question.
Does anybody have any damn questions?
See, wasn't that worth like 90 seconds of your life, Alec?
We got the question of the day, plus I got 2 stories for you. A new world record that is very impressive, and then a Looney Tune, literally. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but the question of the day before any more jokes ensue, or should I say damn jokes ensue. Today is National Bubba Day.
Oh,
yeah.
Like the Bubba Gump Shrimp Company.
That's right. National Bubba Day.
Oh,
so
we had Bubba Ray Dudley on the show.
Yes.
He was supposed to be in studio.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a call from a number that said private. And I was like, what? Decline. And so we were doing our show prep. And then the number called again, private. And I was like, oh, well, maybe this is important. And it was Bubba Dudley to say he was really sorry, but he wanted to know if he could do it over the phone. And
Is that the day that he told me that he'd shove his foot up my butt?
Yes, if he talked about his girlfriend again.
I asked a question. Kevin goes, I think you definitely should ask that question.
Sorry about that.
Of course
I
he
think
did.
I was set up.
You definitely were. Sorry.
Yep. You should know your coworkers.
You ever mention her name again in my presence? And I was like, I'm not even in your presence, dude.
Yeah, because you didn't show up. Look at that.
Yeah, it's probably best that you didn't say that.
So for National Bubba Day, not Bubba Ray Dudley, National Bubba Day, what is your favorite nickname that you have received in your lifetime?
Probably Bubba.
Take the low-hanging fruit, huh?
For my sister. You know, my sister called me Bubba.
Yeah.
Because she couldn't say it, but then my dad would say it too. So that became kind of the... But I didn't feel like a... I always liked it. I always liked kind of Bubba.
Yeah, that's what I called Brandon growing up, and so now we say that with Noah, and then we call Brandon Big Bubba. And so, yeah.
Actually, you know what? The one that really stood out, my senior year when I had the stolen bases, I just was a crafty base stealer. And I slid into home, and we had this one kid whose grandfather showed up to every game. He showed up to practices, and he was loud and funny, and he was like, "Wheels! Wheels!" And I was like, yeah, that's it. I'd get on to first base, and he'd go, "Yo, watch out for Wheels over there!" And I was like, why are you telling them?
Yeah, it feels like you shouldn't give away your favorite team's strategy. Yeah. Like, they always run this route on a cover two. Like this. Shut up.
Hey, what are you doing here, dude? You're not helping us out.
Oh, that's amazing.
He'd yell out wheels, and Adrian showed up to a game and she heard it and she just thought it was great too. I don't go by it anymore though.
Maybe you should.
I think you should.
Maybe so.
Maybe that's your Tank Top Tuesday persona.
Wheels.
Yeah.
We also had a teammate who was redheaded.
Do they call him Wheels?
Nope.
Oh, is that something
had to do with fire in the nether regions?
Oh,
I've gotten
Fire
that
Sea?
one.
Yeah.
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 He would yell that out.
Man, that sounds like a
at a baseball game in high school.
That sounds like a wacky MTV sitcom, right? Wheels and Fire Sea. I don't know if I could say it, so I won't. I guess it sounds worse if I say Fire Sea.
Yeah, it really does.
It is a Tuesday.
Jeez. All right.
See you then.
Stop. From the 682, my papa called me Money Man.
There you go.
That.
Okay.
Money Man. I like that. Let's see. From the 817, my name is William. The wife calls me Bill, and I'm 31.
Nice.
I tried to make Special K happen for Kevin for a long time. I called him Special K.
I kind of like that.
Because it was from Can't Hardly Wait. But he was a kind of a... Seth Green's character wasn't the favorite one.
I gotta ruin my flavor.
He'd always refer to himself as Special K.
That's from the movie.
That was awesome.
I really enjoy that movie.
That was awesome. Let's see. From the 682, my baseball coach called me Big Timber.
Oh, because you brought the wood?
Thank you.
For baseball, you jerks. I guess they probably use a metal bat at that age, though.
Exactly. So, look at you.
Now I feel foolish.
As you should. But again, the question of the day for National Bubba Day is, what is your favorite nickname that you've ever received?
From the 940, this is fantastic. A lady called me... Random lady called me Hot Daddy while walking into the Target. Years later, my wife still calls me Hot Daddy every time we walk into Target.
Oh, nice. And from the 214, Corey needs to be careful. There are signs on the building that say no guns allowed.
That's right. Men's T Clinic got you looking right.
Thanks, Men's T.
Yeah, looking good, man.
Oh,
looking
their
good.
nickname was Opie because they look like Ron Howard.
Hey, if you can direct movies like him, you can be a billionaire.
Good point. Man, how much money is he worth?
A lot.
I've had a lot of nicknames in my time. My favorite was probably Tree Frog growing up because I've told this story before. I was the quiet kid growing up. I was terrified of people. Speak when spoken to at best. I wouldn't speak at all. So in public, when there was people that I didn't know and I was, like a toddler, I would always just cling to my grandpa and like hide behind him. So he's like, you're like a tree frog. You never let go. So I was Tree Frog growing up for the longest. And then
what a riveting story.
I'm going to make you.
I'm actually pretty impressed with that one.
Take that one in.
Thank you.
Sorry, Alec. I was pretty...
Not even going to tell you any of my other names because I feel like there could be more jokes there. But the one that you...
There will be jokes.
I'm pretty sure Bobby's called me the one that you were alluding to, Corey, that you somehow made sound worse than just saying it. Bobby Belt has called me that before.
Fire.
Oh, yeah. Because he's asked the question before. I think he asked it in front of Nate Newton one time if it matches.
Get invested? Was he like, I would also like to know the answer to that?
I'm glad he just ignored it.
Okay.
I think he's worked with Bobby enough to know sometimes you just need to stop listening to him.
972, my drill instructor at basic training said I looked like a baby velociraptor, so everyone called me Raptor for 9 weeks. That's awesome.
That one is
Baby
cool.
Velociraptor is unironically amazing.
Yeah.
Guys, you know what else is amazing? I got two things. Oh, thank you. I've got two things. Well, really three things I want to share with you. One, Thursday, come see me at Hawaiian Falls in Mansfield.
Why do we have to be stuck inside?
Do you want to try to convince them in the next 2 days that we can do the show live from there, from hfalls.com?
Oh, yes. All that equipment around water. That's a great idea.
I love this idea.
You'd wear this, like, almost this exact outfit, right?
Only with flip-flops. Yeah, I wouldn't wear tennis shoes.
I'm surprised you don't have flip-flops.
Going to the gym.
Oh,
After,
so am I.
got to work on the guns.
That's right. Today is a pool day.
Yeah,
So and not pool as in getting in the pool, pool as in the pulling motion.
Understood.
Tuesdays are the start of the week. So for me, Monday's a rest day.
There we go. So this Thursday, noon to 2, I'll be out there with Travis Jankowski, hanging out with all
So much
of
hair.
you. That's right.
So much hair.
That's right.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm scared.
Travis Jankowski, you guys are both dressed in regular clothes, and he says, "You know what, Alec? Your hair is amazing. My hair is amazing. Let's go down a water slide right now in your clothes. You in?"
I'm doing it.
Hell yeah.
I live like 10 minutes from that Hawaiian
Hell
Falls, so
yeah.
getting a change of clothes is not going to be difficult whatsoever. And then I want to share this story. For the first time in 23 years, a new Mount Everest speed record has been set by an American climber named Tyler Andrews. And not only did he beat the record, he destroyed the record. He beat this record by over an hour recently.
Wow.
He set it in record-setting time of 9 hours and 55 minutes, beating the previous
Good night.
record by an hour and 1 minute.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so that is insane.
An hour and a minute off?
Yes, he shaved over an hour off of the record to summit Mount Everest. I just thought that was awesome, so shout out to Tyler. And then I want to tell you about a Looney Tune.
Okay.
This is a story from Oregon where a man named Looney Tune has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for multiple charges following a traffic stop and a subsequent police chase. That's right, his name is Looney Tune. Technically, his full name is Looney John Franklin Kolb Tune.
What?
And on Thursday, he pled guilty in a Oregon Circuit Court to multiple felony charges after firing shots at police officers during a high-speed chase. This all happened last year around this time. June 20th, 2025 is when the traffic stop happened. He just now appeared in court. And yes, people did not believe this was a real story. His literal legal name is Looney Tune. So I think we need to.
So weird.
We have the Florida man stories, right? That's kind of like the stereotype, the joke. I think the Oregon man might be making a run for its money soon because I've seen some crazy stories coming out of there. There's all kinds of stuff that's legal over there that isn't legal in other places. So you're seeing some crazy stuff. But again, his full legal name,
so strange,
Looney John Franklin Kolb Tune. That is a real living person that is in jail for 20 years.
That's on his parents. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will any of these players be on the move next right here on The Fan?
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's time for the Rangers Players
KNC Masterpiece, Wednesdays at 12:20. Coverage you deserve on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time for some gridiron gravy.
Dip it, and how do I find that baseball game? It's on MLB TV.
Yeah.
I don't think I have that.
We'll figure it out.
All right.
Don't you worry. All right. So Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, has unfortunately already been forced to lie. He said it's way too premature to think about drafting a quarterback in 2027. Hey, that's what y'all do, is draft quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So go ahead and draft another one in 2027.
Did they draft one this year?
Yes, they did.
What?
And they drafted 2 last year. They became one of the few teams in recent history to draft 3 quarterbacks in 2 years. And they might cut the 3rd rounder from last year.
But they'll keep the one they drafted this year?
And the 5th rounder. It's a fascinating amuse-bouche of a quarterback room. This is what I'm going to go with.
I got to go look up.
All right, so...
A moose.
I want to see how you spell that. All right, so could these players be next on the move following the trades of A.J. Brown and Myles Garrett? We will pick back up with the A.J. Brown one in just a little bit. Brandon Ayuk, I feel like that is definitely true from Sports Illustrated. John Lynch has basically been begging people to come pick up Brandon Ayuk. Alvin Kamara is on the list, and so is Anthony Richardson, but I don't really care about those two. I wanted to skip down to the last 2. Josh Sweat with the Cardinals and Kayvon Thibodeau with the Giants. And I know what the Giants have said about Thibodeau, but I still wonder if that move is in play. And then also, we have heard about some of the connections or potential connections with the Dallas Cowboys and Josh Sweat.
Yeah. You want to add him?
I do.
Because you want a pass rusher or more pass rushers?
See, I guess I better say more pass rushers, but the other thing about Josh Sweat that I think is really enticing is his contract.
Oh.
So you take a look at it, best I can tell, I'd have to crunch the numbers a little bit more, but I think he would cost you about $12 million this year. And then the next 2 years, about $19 million.
Okay.
So theoretically, a 3-year, $50 million deal, although after just 1 year, the dead cap hit would be doable if you wanted to move on from that.
All right. The trade value is a 3rd and 5th? Mid-round, 3rd, 5th?
Oh, dude, if you could do a 3rd and a 5th, I would do that in a heartbeat.
What about a 4th?
3rd, 4th, and a 5th?
Yeah.
Or... yeah.
2 4ths.
Yeah. I mean, if I do a 3rd and a 5th, I would definitely
Cowboys love trading 4ths.
2 4ths. Yeah. And I mean, it's not like you'll definitely get more use, you would think, out of him than Mingo or Lance.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
I think you do.
Mingo is amazing.
What if I told you he costs a minimum of a second?
At blocking. I don't love that idea, but how long did you say again?
Essentially 3 years, $50 million.
And that's worth it.
Yeah.
If I have him for 3 years and it's a 2nd round pick, I'm getting better contribution than I would from the 2nd round pick anyway, probably. So yeah, I would do that.
And he had surely one of the best 2 seasons of his career last year, arguably the best season of his career. So he just turned 29. You kind of hope he's still at that level.
We kind of had this discussion yesterday as we were walking out the door. And in the grand scheme of things, Bobby's said this multiple times. This is kind of the way that a lot of, Alec, we've just been doing a lot of studying on what the best defenses are doing, and they are changing your timing. They are messing with the quarterback's mind by messing with his eyes. Rather than speeding up his clock by pass rush, they're saying we're just going to shift things in the defense to make you unrecognizable to you whenever you have the ball in your hand and you have a split second to get rid of it. And so, but we had the discussion of why not both?
Sure.
Why not be able to do both of those things, have a good pass rush? Like, because if you're going to look at your team and say, well, we're going to have a lot of coverage sacks, that's kind of what you're looking at right now, hoping that Ezeraku turns into a pass rusher or whatnot. But you don't have anybody that's a 15-sack guy right now.
Right.
So why not have both of those by adding a player like that can be a pass rush specialist, also plays good run defense, but can...
And that's what makes the second rounder a no-brainer for me.
And that's where, then you start looking at your depth with Rashawn Gary. Now you're really confident in what you have going on around your defense.
Yeah.
Do they look at that as a progress stopper for somebody else out there? Whether, whoever it is, I feel like they're like, that's progress stopper for some of these young players.
And I hear that, but at the same point, like, I think progress stopper gets overused when that person is a clear and immediate upgrade. You know what I'm saying? Like, technically that might still be true, but if they're easily going to be your best pass rusher straight away, is that not worth?
I agree.
The Cowboys seem to maybe.
We discussed their philosophy yesterday. Is not what the Rams are. Their philosophy is we want to see these young players we've invested draft picks turn into great players.
And by the way, this is my loose interpretation of the contract. That number might be even lower because as you move back over into the A.J. Brown deal, by the way, you think Thibodeau is in play? Not necessarily here, but somewhere.
If he was to go to the Patriots, that would be interesting.
That would be interesting.
I do think there's a conversation being had about that.
And that's one of the things I really like about what the Patriots did with that trade for A.J. Brown, which was the slowest moving trade in the history of time. So they give up a first in 2028, right? And then they give up a 5 for A.J. Brown. So on the one hand, you might think and that 5 is for next year's draft. It might feel a little pricey, but consider this. The next 2 years of A.J. Brown in New England, he costs $18 million total.
Fantastic. What a deal.
So he's going to be making $7 million cap hit this year, $11 million cap hit next year. So $18 million total over 2 years, and then you can move past him. And in response, Philadelphia did get the first in a couple of years and the 5 next year. You know what their dead cap hit is for that over the next 2 years? $49 million.
Oh, really?
So then that kind of brings into the idea of how much would you pay off your cap for another first-round pick? Because I've always been fascinated by kind of that concept.
And I mean, how much is a rookie wide receiver going to cost you?
For sure.
If you can go find that dude.
Yes.
I mean, that's the idea there. Mekhi Lemon is there already, though, because they did their smart due diligence there. But this is...
And Philadelphia doesn't care because of the way they load up their contract, and they're like, I'll deal with that issue when we're at that year, as opposed to the Cowboys. They're like, ooh, look at that hit for 29, though. We better plan accordingly.
Yeah, now that I think about that, that was a really smart move, again, by Howie Roseman to make that trade with the Cowboys, to get their receiver to replace the receiver that they knew they were shipping out anyway. Right. But it gives the Patriots, that's a win for them too. Because, as you said, the price tag, very low, allows them to keep a strong defense together. Also, they got a young quarterback that's on the way to his contract. But it gives him a real threat if they're going to try and make their way back to a Super Bowl.
And you're talking about that quarterback. Drake May led the NFL in air yards per attempt and overall yards per attempt last year. A.J. Brown has scored 18 touchdowns in receptions of 20 or more air yards in his 4 seasons with the Eagles. So you have one of the best deep ball throwers in the NFL in terms of statistically, and then one of the best deep ball catchers in A.J. Brown, and now you're bringing them together for $9 million a year.
Yeah. Now, that being said, 2 years in a row now, you do have a sensitive wide receiver.
Sure.
So you just got to figure out how to keep him happy in some way.
This is just the Patriot way.
Yeah.
Now,
watch out for those massage therapists.
Let's talk about OTAs. Josh Jacobs is at OTAs, and Christian Gonzalez is not, as he is seeking a long-term deal. So, just wanted to throw that out there. Shocking.
You are kidding me.
Guess what? It happens to other teams, too. All right, now let's go to Todd Monken for the Browns, because he said something that you have been echoing for the last, week and a half. He talked about the idea of picking up Brendan Sorsby, because obviously the Browns' favorite thing to do in the world is to pick up quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that he thinks it would be a slippery slope, per Mary Kay Cabot, to pick up Brendan Sorsby because of the gambling issues. And he said, I don't think we're in a position to want to go down that road. Now, that could also be because they have lots of quarterbacks. But I think when he says slippery slope, that's focused in on the gambling. And I keep wondering how many teams feel that exact same way, as you need to go be clean for a year, go play somewhere else or whatever. Or will a team get to the point in the supplemental draft where they're like, I'll take my chances? I don't know the answer.
I think a lot of teams will say, and how is he that good?
I think he would have been like a second-round pick.
Okay.
So
if he was Fernando Mendoza, I know a lot of people had questions there, but if he's the number one overall pick, this is something they can look past. But if he was a second-round pick, it's like, okay, first off, the big question mark is this still something you're dealing with?
And it definitely is.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be something that you're dealing with. And secondly, somebody said yesterday he's just a kid. Kids have to learn. And sometimes a big lesson like this that sets you back. If you really want it that bad, you'll work for it. You'll get your opportunity at some point. But you might have to learn the lesson the hard way this time. That's just the way that life comes at you sometimes.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment. Would you like to start with, I won't keep doing that, with the NBA or the NHL?
Let's go ahead and start with the NBA, Kevin.
I was really hoping you'd pick the other
Let's
one.
go with the
No, you're
NHL.
fine. So the tickets, especially the tickets for the NBA Finals in New York, are really expensive. And Garrett Wilson weighed in on this conversation. And he goes, I know Jets fans are, like frothing at the mouth to cheer like that, and we want to give them that kind of title. And then he talked about how cool it is to see the Knicks there. And then he goes, man, those tickets are expensive, so not yet. I'm not going, but I'll be watching. So even NFL player who has superstar potential, already making a good amount of money, was like, yeah, come on, dude. Those tickets are too expensive.
Yeah.
I'm a big fat pass.
It's gonna be fun though.
It is. It really is.
Hockey is. I'm sorry, we're talking about NBA.
That's right.
Yeah. The fact that it's in New York just elevates those prices and the excitement level that much more.
Yeah.
The fact that it's in San Antonio.
I've seen Darren Ravel speculating on the reason the prices are so much lower there is because people are not flying from New York to San Antonio.
Why not?
I don't know. Whereas maybe they are all flying to New York to go see the game.
What?
Maybe they think there's more to do in New York.
Have you not ever been to the Riverwalk in Fiesta, Texas?
I have. Do they still have that mall with the Riverwalk?
I don't know what you're talking about.
They had a big old mall. It was a Riverwalk mall.
I just know, every time I've been to the Riverwalk, there's a bunch of bars and restaurants.
Okay.
And they have a museum at the end somewhere.
Do you take the boat around places?
Take the boat's
All
fun. Right. They have the Margaritas on the Riverwalk.
Oh.
They have lots of stuff down there. Okay. And then they have the Alamo, dude.
They do.
Don't forget the Alamo.
I always remember.
That's what they always say.
You should prepare yourself for the Spurs to win Game 1. They're 6-0 in Game 1 of the Finals. And I believe the Knicks all-time are 3-5 in Game 1 of the Finals.
Okay, that makes sense right there statistically. Wouldn't you say that in a lot of series, people kind of roll out Game 1 as a let's see what we can learn?
Sure.
We're going to put out a base game plan, and we'll make adjustments from there. Well, when your base game plan is Victor Wembanyama,
right,
you're going to probably win a few more.
Yes.
But I'm fascinated to see because their base plan is Jalen Brunson, go do what you do. And so that's where this is a very interesting one. I could totally see the Victor Wembanyama thing just winning out in Game 1.
It is remarkable how different these teams are in terms of how they're put together.
Mm-hmm.
So the Knicks' average starting age is 5.5 years older. Here's how the Knicks put their team together, their starters. 1 free agent, 4 trades.
Okay.
The Spurs, 3 drafted, 1 waived, and 1 trade. So they're primarily draft, and the Knicks are no draft, and the Knicks starting lineup costs $172 million. The Spurs, $90 million. And most of that is De'Aaron Fox, because remember, Wemby still only makes $13 million. So it's a fascinating study in how clearly there are different ways to get to the NBA Finals. Now, obviously, I would think that the Mavericks would be better suited to go to the way of the Spurs and just keep hitting the draft picks out of the park. But then again, we had both Jalen Brunson and Luka, and decided that wasn't working for us. So
can't have 2 guys that handle the ball like that all the time, Kevin.
Yeah, would be too good.
One of them's going to feel left out eventually.
Okay.
They didn't share the ball well enough, I guess. I don't know, man.
Yeah, we made some really good decisions right there. Now, for Jalen Brunson, he comes into this finals on a roll. He is the first player with a plus-minus of plus 200 in the postseason since Kevin Durant 8 years ago. But that is emblematic of the team in general. The Knicks have been dominating. They have won 11 in a row going into the NBA Finals. That is the tied for the second longest winning streak going into the Finals since playoff expansion in 1984, behind only the 2017 Warriors, who we mentioned before started the playoffs 15-0 before they nicely gave the Cavs a game.
So that they could win at home in front of their crowd.
So good for them. That worked out. They went 16-1. Both of the Knicks' playoff losses have been by 1 point. So their average margin of point differential in the postseason, 19.4. That is the largest point differential for any team going into the NBA Finals ever. Previously surpassing, of course, the aforementioned Warriors, who were at 16.3. So all of those things make it sound like this is a dominating Knicks team going in, and yet they're the decided underdog in these finals.
Yeah, I mean, because of one player? Is that why?
I think that's like...
Also, the Spurs played at a significant level this year, and you saw them just take down the champ. So
I think that's
all those
a huge
factor in.
deal. And take down the champ on their home court in a Game 7 where every single one of their role players, it felt like, stepped up.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, that's a horrifying prospect if you're the Knicks. Like, if San Antonio's role players all play like that, I don't think the Knicks can win. But that's a big if.
Kevin, I don't know. Like, I feel like this is a... maybe they just don't love this, but somebody texted in and said, I hate the way you just said Wemby only makes $13 million as if that's nothing. Comparatively in the NBA,
yes, that is nothing.
The max players make significantly more than that. It is
for a human, it's a lot of money. But keep in mind, Wemby,
it's a lot of
money. Wemby makes about a third of what De'Aaron Fox does.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah,
now
they aren't humans.
Well,
is what you're saying?
Wemby's not. He's an alien.
He's an alien.
The Knicks also haven't played in 9 days when the finals get started. That's tomorrow. How problematic is that?
I think it's good. A little rust on your shot probably, but I think it's good to kind of, with the way that Jalen Brunson's body runs, like the physicality he puts on it anyway, it's probably good to kind of recover just a little bit. I think it'll have the same effect it had with the Hurricanes.
Okay.
Where you're out of rhythm just a little bit and you got to go re-find it some way, but you can quickly find it. Somebody said that the Knicks haven't played anybody. Is that true?
I disagree.
Cleveland wasn't my favorite thing to watch because, but Cleveland was a good team. But they weren't Oklahoma City. They weren't, that.
And if you want...
The Sixers, the Hawks.
If you want to say they haven't played anybody, well, first of all, Cleveland overthrew the number 1 seed. Mm-hmm. But that's fine. They didn't play anybody. And they massacred them all at a rate never seen in the history of the NBA playoffs. So if you want to say they didn't play anybody, fine. I'll concede that. And they smashed them up like no team has ever done.
Yeah. Instead of being a team that was just like, you know what, we barely beat all the teams.
Yes.
They were just like, we cooked
clubbed
you.
them to death. In a sports context. Now, you mentioned the Hurricanes. Go ahead and give me cut number 8, will you please?
The Alder pass chased out by Robinson. He scores! Eric Robinson with his third goal of the series. For the second straight game, the Hurricanes take a 3-0 lead in the first period.
Now, the Stanley Cup final begins today. We have got, of course, the Hurricanes against the Golden Knights, who are already in the finals for the third time in their 9 years of existence. Corey, is 15 experts too much for you to take it seriously?
Honestly, when you get to double digits, it's too far. Because...
okay, don't listen to this part.
How many experts, do we really need? If I'm going to go to a panel,
sure,
probably going to have a panel of 5.
Okay.
15, it's a lot.
Well, this next part you might not
It's
love.
not 36.
That's
so I'm
true.
okay with that.
That's true. But NHL.com put together their 5 experts plus 10 more. For 15, 10 of them picked the Hurricanes. of the 10 that did pick the Hurricanes, Frederick Anderson was picked by 8 of them to win the Conn Smythe Trophy as the playoffs MVP, which makes sense. If you awarded that right now, obviously Anderson would win.
Canterbury Tales.
But one of them, picked Logan Stankoven as the playoff MVP. For the 5 that picked Vegas, 4 of them predicted Mitch Marner would win the Conn Smythe Trophy. So 10 for Carolina, 5 for Vegas. Carolina's a minus 150, which means they're about 60% to win the Stanley Cup final. And this is one of the reasons. The Hurricanes in the regular season had 14 more wins than the Golden Knights.
Okay.
That is the largest differential between Stanley Cup final opponents since 2002. The Hurricanes were in that final as well, except they were the team with fewer wins. They had 16 fewer wins than the Red Wings, and the Red Wings won the Cup in 5 games.
Okay.
So history says this may not be a competitive series, but then again, Las Vegas is rolling into this series having crushed the clearly best team in the regular season.
Yeah.
And they just smoked them.
So that's what this is one of the things that I don't know if I don't know.
Okay.
And I'd love, I maybe need to text Tiffin on this one, because I don't think Tiffin or the Hockey Hawk or anybody could have predicted what just happened to Colorado.
Right.
Like,
I would not have.
And so when I look at this, I go, was it a bad matchup or was it a buzzsaw? I hate the buzzsaw because, yes, we've seen teams can just get hot at the right time.
Sure.
The Rangers weren't necessarily a buzzsaw when they won their World Series. They did get hot at the right time, but they were a good team.
Agreed. Carolina, or Vegas is good enough.
But was that a bad matchup for Colorado?
Yeah.
And I feel like that might have been the case. But if they go through and burn through the Hurricanes here, then I'll believe that it was the buzzsaw.
Yeah,
like I'll look at it and say they just got hot at just the right time and took it all the way, and congratulations to them. Whatever the Hurricanes are doing, led by Stankoven, that is a lot of fun hockey to watch.
You know what's interesting about that is usually the team that's favored has the favor to win MVP, right? Mm-hmm. Not the case in this series. So the betting odds say the favorite to win the Conn Smythe Trophy is Mitch Marner from Vegas at 2-1. But I think part of that is because Carolina has players 2, 3, and 4 on the list in Frederick Anderson, Taylor Hall, and then the aforementioned Logan Stankoven, who's 9-1 to take home the Conn Smythe Trophy. There are 7 players who have better than 40-1 odds, so it's kind of boiled down to these 7, including Carter Hart, Jack Eichel, and Jackson Blake.
Dude, if Stankoven did it and won the championship, would that be enough for you to start going, all right, Jim Nill, it's time to go? Or would you be like, no, because again,
not time to go, but
at that time, nobody was thinking that this was a lopsided trade in the Hurricanes' favor.
You're right.
You were like, we got the best player out of this for right now.
I definitely wouldn't say it's time for him to go, but I would kind of be like, seriously, what in the actual F is...
How do we get that kind of...
Yeah, what is going on?
What the puck happened?
Yes, that is a good way to put it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway. We've got the Charlie Puth ticket giveaway, NFL overreaction or reality. Plus, we will talk about the Mavs and the Streaking Wings. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Bank of America is the official bank.
Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Jackson Crosby's there, and Max Crosby's got him. Crosby just crashed across the line of scrimmage for his second sack of the year.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and looks like there's a little bit of controversy when it comes to our giveaway. They've had this giveaway multiple weeks on the morning show, and every time they said Charlie Puth. But then somebody said that he was just on Good Morning America, and it's Puth, rhymed with tooth, which is what the AI overview says. So, did Sean and RJ get it wrong for like 2 or 3 weeks?
I think so. So I didn't know that that's where you stole it from.
I asked them that. I was like, is that how it's pronounced? They're like, that's right.
I frequently see him on the Tic Tac. And,
that's right.
And he loves music. Like, this dude loves the science of music. Like, he really digs deep into why you're hearing what you're hearing and why certain sounds are put together. It's really brilliant stuff, and I usually hear him say that.
Okay.
But
that his last name is Puth.
He's like, this is Charlie Puth.
All right. In your face morning show. Overreaction or reality? You're upset the Cowboys didn't make a trade for Myles Garrett or Max Crosby.
Yes. Reality. If you're like, but I don't know, Kevin, if this team, and somebody said it's like Pluth, like the Pluth family banana stands. Not so much Max Crosby, but a Myles Garrett, I think, is a phenomenal player. But I don't know exactly when the Cowboys are going to go, we're there.
Okay.
Because you've seen them at places where they're just like, we won't pull the trigger on that trade. We aren't willing to give up this to get ourselves out of a position of getting the future whatever in the draft. And because I think, does that probably have to do with a lot of the finances of everything and how cheap draftable players are?
Yes.
And so they're like, why pay that much money for a guy? But then you look at the A.J. Brown deal, and you're like, that's $18 million for a guy.
For 2 years.
They got to eat most of the money. So, yeah, to go get a Myles Garrett and make yourself that much better for the window that you have, because it's not like Dak has a 15-year window left.
Right.
Or an 8-year window where you're going to take advantage of all the draft picks you have in the future. But you also don't want to be in a position where the Cowboys don't, where they don't have those draft picks in 5 years. Well, the Rams are like, that's fine with us. We'll just continue to add, better players, and our coaching will put us in good positions to win.
5 years, 138 for Myles Garrett is the carryover to the Rams.
That seems cheap.
And I think they might be dead money free after 2 years.
Do you think that he's going to have
holy moly
that steep of a fall off by the time he's 35?
Not necessarily, but let's say
he's not going to be 24 and a half sacks at 35.
If he's awesome for 2 years, their cap hit the next 2 years, holy moly, for Garrett is 2 years, $24 million total.
Seems pretty good.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I would absolutely be involved
Alec,
with that.
Same question for you. Bonus question or statement. You wish Les Snead was the Cowboys GM.
Oh, geez. I didn't even have time to say Rick bonus because that kind of blew my mind. Reality, I am upset that the team didn't make one of those two moves, specifically Crosby, just because after the whole debacle with the Ravens, I feel like his price went down. And now I think the price has gotten even less. I don't think he's that expensive of a player to get in a trade now, other than the fact that the Raiders seem overly committed, at least publicly, to like accommodating for him and keeping him. I do think it would be nice, like Corey said, to capitalize on the fact that you do have the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. You made that decision. You need to put those pieces around the team to give him the best chance to succeed before that time runs out and then the clock restarts and you have to go back into evaluating the position all over again. And then really your playoff window is completely sealed until you make the right decision once again going forward. So the semantics of it all, I would rather have a GM that does make those moves. Yes. Les Snead specifically, I think I would like to have him as my GM because even when he does have draft picks, he hits on them. That's the thing that I feel like goes underappreciated when it comes to him specifically, is he does trade away his premium picks very often, especially the first round picks. He almost never makes those picks, but in the second, third, fourth rounds, he's getting players that are starting for him every year and are making impact plays. You look at guys like Puka and then Jared Verse, whenever he does draft, he trusts his process and his system. I think he's one of the best in football for multiple reasons, but I think he's, in that respect specifically, I think he's underappreciated.
When he makes those trades, though, doesn't he usually get a top 5 player in the league?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no question when he makes those trades. Everybody's like, yeah, of course. It makes sense.
And to be able to pull off that with a draft pick that's a, whatever number it is, it's not going to be a number 1 overall.
Right.
To be able to do that for that, pretty brilliant stuff.
I don't think I got an opportunity to ask you this because you were out a couple of days last week, so I'll throw this to you with new information. So the Browns have 2 picks in next year's draft.
Okay.
First-round picks. The Jets have 3 first-round picks in next year's highly touted NFL draft. Overreaction or reality? In the next 3 years, the Jets will make the playoffs. It's been 16 years? 15 years? Don't do it.
Reality.
Oh!
They might extend more teams to get in the playoffs at some point.
So you view it as an expansion of the playoffs, not anything to do with the Jets or their draft picks.
No, this is, listen, it's a tough division. With the Bills and the Patriots being good again. So it's going to take a while, but they actually had a nice draft this year, and I think they can have another nice draft with those 3 first-round picks next year. So I think that it's young talent that's on the way. 3 years might be too fast. You might be right, Kevin, when the don't do it. It might be too quick, but because you need time for those to develop. And
for sure.
You know what? Quite honestly, when Mike talks about prospects in baseball, it kind of goes the same way for football as well. Those prospects might not turn out. The proven commodity players, they can turn out for you. So I guess that's the way that the Rams look at it, is the proven commodity dudes. That's who I want leading the way, but I'll draft smartly in the 2nd through 4th round.
Now, to kind of stick with this theme, overreaction or reality, the Rams are the team most under the microscope now this year. NFL.com put out an article about an hour ago about this, and they have the Rams at number 2. Mm-hmm. So they disagree, but I disagree with them. Overreaction or reality, the Rams are the team most under a microscope this year now.
Yes, and most capable of being under that microscope and succeeding.
Agreed.
Myles Garrett's not going to you just saw he broke the sack record.
He did.
Didn't matter. The pressure that came along with it. And he knows what it takes to be there. He knows the level it takes to be successful. Matthew Stafford has won a Super Bowl finally after years of being in Detroit and being incapable of building and having a team around him to do it. So, yeah, I think that it is a very capable team. It does still have the Puka Nacua offseason situation. They have lots of contracts that are up in the air, too. So there's a lot going on there. Will those guys play well under contract seasons?
Right.
Those are big deals, too.
You just said something that's got me intrigued. Will, the Rams become the franchise that everyone clamors to get to because you're like, oh, they got Stafford a Super Bowl, they got Garrett a Super Bowl, and they were on garbage teams? I don't know.
Maybe.
Overreaction or reality to you then, Alec? The Rams are the team most under the microscope this year.
Reality, and honestly, I thought they were going to be even before the Myles Garrett trade.
NFL.com has the Bills at 1 and the Rams at 2.
The Bills never are. They always get the pass because they're miserable in the playoffs, and they have been for a long time, and because they have debatably the best quarterback in the NFL in Josh Allen. So they're never totally underneath the biggest microscope, I don't feel like. If anything, I would listen to an argument on like the Seahawks before the Myles Garrett trade, just because reigning champs, and they didn't do too much to keep some of those pieces in place from the title run. So it would be, okay, was it a product of the sum of all the pieces versus really good coach, really good GM? Now, I think it just solidifies my thought even beforehand that they made the Trent McDuffie trade. They went out and signed Watson. They made some moves that said, we are capitalizing on 1 to 2 final years of MVP level quarterback play, and then we're transitioning to a rookie quarterback contract and hoping that makes sense afterwards. So really, this whole time, they've been the most under the microscope for me because they have to win this year for any of this to make sense. People aren't going to kill them if it doesn't work, but I think people are going to look at game by game. Any little mistake, they're going to be like, well, they gave up a lot to get here.
I think most of the top of the list is pretty spot on with one glaring omission for me. It goes Bills 1, Rams 2, just in terms of teams most under the microscope. Chiefs 3, Cowboys 4, Ravens 5, Eagles 6, Bengals 7, Giants 8, and Patriots 9. I think that is crazy. The Patriots have to be in the top 5. The Patriots might have to be in the top 3.
Where's that list from again?
NFL.com.
Seems smart on them to be like
protecting themselves.
Hey, that thing that happened with the head coach, not such a big deal, guys. We're talking about on the field. That's what they're trying to. That's what I see.
Well, let's focus on the field.
You're right, though.
A team that was the defending AFC champions. They were in the Super Bowl. You just traded for one of the more mercurial players in the NFL. And then, not to mention, your head coach was cheating on his wife and banging a reporter over the span of like 6 years. And now people even have questions about like her child's parental lineage and all of that. So, anyways.
Did she tweet about the trade? It was already reported.
Would assume she is no longer on social media for the time being, at least not under her real name.
How many parody accounts were made yesterday?
Oh my gosh.
Not enough.
That's a fair point.
Dang.
Overreaction or reality? The importance of OTAs is overrated. I take you to Dan Campbell.
All right.
He said there's a lot of guys who have done well for 2 days in pajamas. I'm done with the hype for the pajama party in May. We'll find out in training camp who's who.
That's true. That's the absolute truth. When you see, now that being said, you still don't run, not a lot of people run their training camps physically enough.
Right. But, and Campbell doesn't think it's physical enough.
But that is more of the battleground. Again, this is where you're just trying to get guys on the field, get them in position, start letting them visualize it. But then, Kevin, we've talked about this. When we're out at training camp, we're like, how many walkthroughs did we have this week?
Right.
Do we really need that many walkthroughs? Or, like, what is camp right now?
Yeah.
Mostly leading up to the first game is the first time some of those dudes. I mean, is Dak going to play any preseason this year?
I would assume not.
And so I wonder, again, what we're looking at. Is it another Joe Milton run group this year? So he's right. But you do have to get people kind of started on the same page with these younger players, get them around the veterans a little bit, and then get these guys into the building, show them around a little bit, let them know where the bathrooms are.
Alec, it goes to you. Overreaction or reality? The importance of OTAs is overrated.
Reality, with the exception of teams that have undergone major personnel and staffing changes.
Head coaching for sure.
Exactly. When you have a new head coach or you have a new actual play caller, not the offensive coordinator that's underneath an offensive play calling head coach, not one of those changes. If you have a new signal caller in there of any kind, I think it's important just because you can't have enough of an early start to get some of that stuff installed and get some of the language kind of going around the locker room and whatnot of everybody getting on the same page like Corey was just mentioning. Other than that, it's just us as a community. We are fiends for football. We want more. We want reasons to talk about it. We want drama. It doesn't really matter for teams like the Seahawks. It doesn't matter for teams like the Rams, even after making a blockbuster trade. It doesn't matter because we know what they are. Other than that, it's just another thing to talk about, which is nice for people who are just total fiends like me.
And I won't read it on air, Alec, but I want you to check out the fan text where there's a really top-notch Diana Rossini dinosaur joke. Overreaction or reality? Yesterday, we were 100 days out from the start of the NFL season. We didn't get to it because of the Myles Garrett news. So overreaction.
What happened with Myles Garrett?
He got traded. Overreaction or reality?
What was the compensation?
A lot. The way the NFL has taken over the year-round calendar makes you feel like football really isn't gone as long as it actually is. Like, there's no real football for 7 months. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't feel like that, does it?
Oh, no. And, I mean, Jerry talks about that all the time. It's exactly what Jerry Jones wanted.
It's a shame we have to play the game.
You are excited about the draft. Our ratings numbers crushed.
Right.
Because the draft coverage on this station is phenomenal. Yeah! And it just carried over from one show to the next and just stayed better. Get anywhere in this thing and you were just like, you felt the injection into the vein, as Alec was talking about. You're a sicko for it. And it is entertaining. And then, the Sorsby story. That's another little element that goes into it. Hell, even the college football discussion, the NFL benefits from that as well. So, yeah, it's and the way that they've kind of looked at their schedule and known if we take this much time off, all we need is one headline in between these 2 weeks that'll give us this. And then Broadus, would he take off? Was it June to the middle of July? And he'd be like, all right, and I'll be back at that time.
Right.
And then we hit the ground running, and they're still going to make sure that things like this are available to you. So, and then, man, we got the Rossini story for a few weeks, which just, they were like, how do we get that back in the conversation somehow?
Alec, what did you think about that dinosaur joke there?
I'm over the dinosaur jokes, but that one was top notch.
Okay.
That was great work.
That's all I needed to hear. And then the question goes to you. Overreaction or reality? The way the NFL has taken over the year-round calendar makes you feel like football isn't gone as long as it actually is.
Reality. There's always something to be, spoken for. Even like Corey said, when it comes to college football, it somehow ties back into the NFL. Brennan Sorsby. That magically has its way to tie into the NFL with the supplemental draft as a way for him to keep playing football. NIL has a way of impacting the NFL game. It's so amazing how it feels like the entire sport is tailor-made to the NFL now. And it's all intertwined. It all has something to do with it. You're even getting stories about high-ranking NFL execs getting jobs as GMs in college football. And it's like, well, how does their NFL success translate to the college scene? How can they build a team down there and vice versa? We're telling really cool stories about, interns that sent letters to all 32 teams to get jobs in the NFL. Just because there's always something cool or something relevant to be spoken for when it comes to the NFL. So it's amazing how they've created this machine.
Now, a couple more quick things for you. Derek Hall agreed to a 3-year, $42 million extension with the Seahawks. And then we go to the Patriots, where offensive coordinator Josh McDaniels, talking about A.J. Brown, said there's a force to the way he plays the game. Maybe the closest thing I've seen is Gronk. This is a big guy. And that's just a fascinating comparison. I know they both catch passes, but what do you think about the idea of kind of saying A.J. Brown is sort of Gronk-esque?
Yeah, he's
I'm assuming significantly smarter.
The speed and the power that they both play with. I've also seen, Gronk at many times played with finesse, which you were kind of, because you think Gronk, big Gronk meathead, kind of guy,
Yes.
but then all of a sudden he's making this beautiful play around the end zone. And when it came to the red zone, there was no better target because he understood the game so much. And A.J. Brown does a lot of those things too, but then Gronk had the ability to get downfield and down a seam and beat you. I can see that because of the power. And whenever A.J. Brown was with Tennessee, I was like, dude, this dude is a physical specimen. And he's turned out to continue to be one of those dangerous receivers out there. He just didn't have a great relationship with his team this year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Mr. Medford, can you go and give me cut number 4? Because we need to talk some hoops.
Here's Beckers working off Shepard. Splits the defenders. Kick out Fudd for 3. Knocks it down. What a start for AZ Fudd. Still hot.
Now, I want to get y'all's thoughts on where the Mavericks' new arena is going to be set up, because that news broke yesterday on G-Bag, and so they had an opportunity, obviously, to get those live reactions. Want to get y'all's reactions as well. But for the Wings, they were victorious in a god-awful game against Seattle, 79-56. And that's not just me who thinks that. It's Paige Beckers, who said, sometimes you got to win ugly, like tonight, and then added, I feel bad for the people who are watching. They should get all of their money back. That's a real thing that she said. I don't even know what the field goal percentages were on both sides, but sometimes you got to win ugly, so we'll take it and keep moving on. To that point, Dallas with the win, they now have the best record at 6-3 they've had at this point in the season since moving to Texas in 2016. So we're talking about 10 years, and this is the best start they've had at 6-3. They're third in all of the WNBA standings.
Okay, first off, can we not wait one more game to point this out?
It's a good point.
Because
9
nice
feels
round
weird.
Number, that
that's
we're dealing
fair.
With. But that's pretty impressive for a team that we said was, as we were going to their media day and hosted a show from their the Wings media day, it was, hey, this team has really good potential to be a good team.
Right.
And there were some people who were like, yeah, they could be good, but maybe they won't be knocking off the champs. Oh, hold on. Did they beat the champs? Yeah, that was nice. That's fun. And they have a player that sees the game in a spectacular way. Like just watching that pass that she made, that bounce pass she made last night, seeing the way that she is as competitive as it gets. And Paige is a really great player. She has a team to run with her too, though. Like I think she has some people there. Quite honestly, some people thought that Fernandez going out and calling out his team so early in the season was ridiculous, but guess what? Sounds like he knew what he was talking about.
I was one of those people. I was like, dude, it's a third game. And it's your third game ever coaching the WNBA. Whoops.
And it's his locker room.
Good job.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I know.
I forgot that it was you, dude. You're right. It was you. But he's like, I know.
Oh, I'll own that.
I see what's happening in this locker room. I'm paying attention. And Kevin, I know that he likes to joke with us and have fun.
Yeah.
But everything about him that we've talked about with him told me I'm serious and want to win. And that's like that. Everything that he said about his players when we've talked to him was he wants them to play at a certain level, speed, tempo, all these things he expects out of them. And this is good for them, man. If they want to build something special here, which they have a special player to build around, this is a great start.
We're going to try to get another Dallas Wings interview lined up this week.
I dare you try.
I feel like you support it. By the way, speaking of Paige Beckers, her debut Dallas Wings jersey back from May of last year sold for $64,720. That's the most ever for a WNBA jersey, more than doubling the previous high, which was Asia Wilson's jersey from games 1 and 2 of last year's WNBA Finals. So Paige's debut jersey more than doubled what I feel like everyone agrees is the best player in the game, and hers was in the NBA or WNBA Finals. So that's really impressive.
Are we changing our mind on Fudd here after letting her warm up a little bit? I know last night she had 9 points, but everybody had 9 points.
Yeah, by the way, since Paige asked, the two teams were a combined 9 for 44 from 3, so that's just a tick above 20%. And shooting from inside the arc, Dallas 36%, Seattle 33%. It was horrid.
I just when I look at what I know, a lot of people were like, but look what
Olivia Miles
is doing.
Yeah,
you have Paige already. And then you add talent like Fudd. You build a team,
right?
And you build with that kind of talent too. You don't need Fudd to do what Paige is doing. You need Fudd to do what she does well.
And that is in large part shoot the three. The 2 wins before that, she was a huge part of that. And in their 3-game winning streak, she's 10 for 21 from 3.
Yeah, and so I'll take
just a tick below 50%. That's incredible.
I'll take that, and I'm hoping that again, the talent across the top of the lineup and the rest of the roster is something that can be fun to watch.
Now, we mentioned it came up on G-Bag yesterday. Do any of you guys have fiery thoughts about the Mavericks choosing the old Valley View Mall site as the spot for their new arena and entertainment district? Because I feel like most people probably just view this from a personal lens of and I looked it up. It's about the same distance as it from where I live as it was to the American Airlines Center. I just know for a lot of people, you can take the DART essentially right up to the front of the AAC, and that was a huge deal for them. But do you guys have fiery thoughts about where they choose to put the new arena? And are we not that far away from the American Airlines Center having nobody in it?
Dude, I mean, what if the Stars jumped up today and said, we are now announcing
Willow Bend?
We're going to the Willow Bend location, and Corey is going to be a season ticket holder.
Oh.
That is, I've said that since I heard it.
Yeah.
Because it literally is down the street. And I'll be like, this is great. My kid can drop me off and then come pick me up after the games, unless he wants to go. If he wants to go, we'll Uber or something like that. But it's not too far away. I love it. I kind of did some real quick number crunching, and I kind of got Plano, Frisco, Allen, McKinney, Richardson, some of those surrounding cities. It's about 1.5 million people.
Okay.
In that general vicinity. Yeah. That's not including the things in the University Park thing south of 635. So that's not even including that. A lot of what I think that they did was, where is the general demographic that we're trying to get? And they're trying to get a certain amount of money, and they're trying to get a certain amount of population. And by moving their place to that Willow Bend area, or not the Willow Bend area, but the Valley View area, they put themselves smack dab in the middle of the most populated areas, I think, that they think are going to come to their games. And I think when they were downtown, a lot of people were like, that's too far for me to get from Frisco. And they want to tap into the 250,000 people in Frisco for sure.
Does it bother you that this is the first time ever the Mavericks will not actually be in Dallas?
Is that not Dallas?
It's not its own, in the city.
Like downtown area? Yeah, no. It's the northest Dallas part, I believe.
Okay.
The northest of Dallas that I think you can get. Because whenever I was living in that area, we still had a Dallas address. Yeah. No, not at all. Just all of our teams are in areas. But I think the biggest thing that people are concerned about is the traffic. Because that Hillcrest, Preston, 635 area right there, Kevin, is already as chaotic as it can possibly get. It is insane.
So nothing adding an arena there will help that out.
And I don't know how they're going to change the streets so that it's the lanes are more wide. I have no clue what they're going to do. It was congested downtown. It was congested where it was at the AAC already. Right. So I understand that. But it's an area that has already got, like I said, a large population and a lot of people that are coming from 635 area. It's not going to be easy. People like me from Plano, Richardson, the Frisco area, we all come down that Hillcrest, Coit, Preston roads. We take what they call the surface streets, and I
do call it that.
And we get to we can get there pretty quickly. But yeah, it's going to be chaos. I'm very fascinated to see how they manage the traffic situation and what kind of building they put up in that little area. I think it's going to be nice, though. I think people will like it.
And the good news is you still have a few years to enjoy the Mavs at the AAC.
And quite honestly, for the people in Fort Worth, the best possible thing is roll in off of George Bush, hit that toll road, and then cruise over somewhere, from there. It's still going to be a drive. It was a drive to get to the American Airlines Center, and the Mavericks didn't feel like the location for them was anywhere central for those two cities.
Now, this is unrelated to any of that, but I just love this audio so very much. Let's go to the West Virginia head coach Steve Sabins as he's about to do an interview with ESPN, and you always got to be careful of that hot mic even coming out of a commercial.
C Network, so they can off.
All even in the fifth inning, Wake Forest and West Virginia. Please be joined by West Virginia head coach Steve Sabins. Coach, we had a scramble drill yesterday.
So that guy is, fair to say, Alec, that guy is clearly rattled because he knows what happened. By the way, West Virginia did defeat Kentucky 6-5 in 10 innings to win their regional, and we'll move on to the super regional against Cal Poly starting on Friday. But yeah, what he said, and we'll play the beginning part one more time, is he was saying SEC Network so they can F off. So let's go ahead and hear that part again about how he will talk to ESPN.
C Network, so they can off.
So not inclined to give an interview to Kentucky, but yeah, fair to say the interviewer was a little bit rattled after he definitely heard that F-bomb go over the air.
Wouldn't you be?
Yeah, I would.
How are you in those moments whenever you're just like, maybe somebody says something a little weird?
Yeah.
Maybe you're in a Rangers broadcast, and David Murphy says something that kind of throws you off just a little bit. Do you just lay out there and let the silence exist?
I mean, that's what happened yesterday, or in the time when Jared asked, I think it's Jared asked Mike if he likes soccer, and he goes, "Do you want me to say yes?" We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and
let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Charlie Puth at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory on June 12th. You can buy tickets from LiveNation.com, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
You know what? It's time for some level of concern. Next on The Fan.
Too low means turn it up.
Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Alec, how we doing today, man?
Doing great.
Who was our winner of the Charlie Puth tickets?
It was Cole from Aubrey.
Look at that, Cole from Brandon Aubrey.
We'll be doing that giveaway, by the way, the rest of the week, whether Alec's here or not.
Alec won't be here on Thursday.
What?
Yes. That's true.
He's very busy. Where are you going to be, Alec?
I'm going to be at Hawaiian Falls in Mansfield hanging out with Travis Jankowski.
hfalls.com.
That's right. If you want more details, wear your favorite baseball team's jersey, and you get entry for $19.99.
It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the level of concern. Got a lot of things to be concerned about.
Oh, man.
I like what you just did there, sir. Would you like to start with the Cowboys or Josh Hart?
Cowboys.
Cowboys. Let's see if we can find this real quick.
Josh Hart.
The buzziest teams in the NFL. Should you believe in them? Kevin, two of the top teams are the Bears and the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys being selected twice by the NFL experts, Kevin. I think there are like 6, so that's kind of cool.
Okay.
Even though it doesn't really lend itself to a balance there of a winner. But the Cowboys were selected twice here. My level of concern, and your level of concern with the Cowboys being a buzzy team, my level of concern is that they are getting more national notoriety, which happens all the time, than they actually are worth.
Yeah, it's pretty low. I'll say 1/10 of a ton, 200 pounds. I go back to something Bobby said this morning. Now, he was talking about candy corn, but I think it might be appropriate.
All right.
Yeah.
Apropos.
Yeah, apropos in this scenario. The Cowboys got discredited so much, they got too discredited as just being, fine.
Their defense was bad.
True. And their offense was really good, which I think leads you to, they're fine, I guess. And that's where I think it is, but you've made some defensive improvements, at least in theory. So I think they got underrated too far, and that's why some of the buzz has begun.
Okay. Alec, do you feel like that they are appropriately nationally rated, or they're starting to get too much hype?
I'm kind of with Kevin. I think the misery that was the Matt Eberflus experience kind of led people to forget first-year head coach, who is the offensive play caller, and I feel like he didn't get enough credit for what he did. And through adversity, within tragedy, all the stuff that surrounded it, I think people just kind of wrote them off, rather than there was a lot of things that went wrong that they didn't get credit for. So, yeah, I'm kind of with Kevin on this one.
Okay. I'm kind of, my concern's probably 1/2 a ton.
Eat the cheese?
I don't want to eat the cheese.
No, I'm saying...
Yeah, I feel like I don't want them to start believing they're better than they are.
Which you would hope wouldn't be an issue if you have made the playoffs, right?
And when you're the Cowboys, you have to know that you're always being talked in. Either you're the worst or the best.
Right.
That's just where the Cowboys land on the spectrum of things when it comes to the national audience looking at this team. And while they have made some good additions, we haven't even seen those additions touch the field yet. And I'm just hoping that they don't get a little too much. So that's where my level of concern is right now, is that they don't start eating the cheese or smelling themselves, as Dak once said. Your level of concern that news just doesn't understand Tank Top Tuesday yet. Because when we started...
Yeah, mine is low. Yours sounds like it's at the max.
When we started Tank Top Tuesday, which, by the way, if you're watching on the Twitch or the YouTubes, hello, Twitch, wink.
Man, I hope you saw this morning the dramatic reveal. The only thing that would have made it better is if that shirt had sleeves and you just ripped the sleeves off.
Yeah. Or if there was another tank top that was part of this tank top. That was just a minier tank top.
A minier tank top.
A crop top.
Yeah. Like remember when Zeke told me anybody can wear that S.
Yes, that is an actual thing at training camp that Corey, I was right there, that Corey asked Zeke, and he looked at him and he goes, yeah, man, anybody could rock that S. Which he did not say S.
Now I got to believe that, yes, Zeke is the best teammate on the planet. If he was like giving me that prop,
sure.
Thanks, dude.
He was supportive.
But every time that I've stepped out into, when we started Tank Top Tuesday, we were on the 11th floor at the other building, and nobody was on that floor with us except for LeGrande, which LeGrande is like, yes, we absolutely love Tank Top Tuesday. But News, they wear khakis and polos or button-ups all the time. They're also well-dressed. And every time I walk out to go to the bathroom, I feel like they're looking down going, what the F is going on in the sports section today? What are these guys doing? Is this how we're showing up to work?
Yeah.
And I feel like
it's also how we're making budgets, so why don't you back off?
I feel like I just need to go
Sorry,
over there.
that's too far.
And let them know that on occasion throughout this year, on Tuesdays, you're going to see me in a tank top for the rest of the summer.
Alternate theory.
All right.
Alec, you're Corey. You're walking through the news section without a care in the world in a tank top. I see you as a news person, and I don't think I'm disappointed in the levels of dress that you bring to this professional environment. Instead, you're thinking, that son of a bitch did it. He said he was going to. I admire him, and I am jealous that he is dressed how I wish I was right now. That's what I think the stares are.
I like it.
You know what, Kevin, Alec? That's what I'm going to start believing.
Book it.
That's right.
It is what you make it, right?
For sure.
Your reality is what you make it.
Perception is reality.
It does seem to be the way of the world.
Josh Hart. Since I asked about him moments ago, your level of concern.
Comedian.
No, that's Kevin Hart. Your level of concern that Kevin doesn't know which Hart is which.
I know who he is.
Josh Hart says that Victor Wembanyama guarding him, that's a good sign for me. He said the only unanimous defensive player of the year is guarding me. That's a good sign for me, right? It means I'm pretty good at basketball.
No, that's true. I get that point.
But your level of concern that he might not score very much during these finals.
See, I actually think it's the opposite. I think the Spurs are going to give Josh Hart all of the room in the world to win this series. Now, he's usually good for about one game a series where his three-point shooting can get you the win. But I think the Spurs are going to go, yeah, go for it. What do you got, Josh Hart? Let's see what you can do.
Your level of concern.
Low. It's low.
That flopping is out of control in soccer.
2,000, because I never believe that somebody is really seriously maybe blown out their knee or they have shattered their shin or whatever, because everyone acts like they got shot point blank with a shotgun every time they fall.
So you think it's out of control?
I do. 2,000 pounds.
Did this send it over the top? Here's the headline, and it might be my favorite headline I've ever read.
Oh.
Flopping in soccer is out of control. Player in Ecuador gets run over by the medical assistant cart while already transporting a player off the field on a stretcher.
What is this chick from the Michael Jordan racing team who hit that old man into the wall? Hold on, so let me make sure I understand this correctly.
Guy who had flopped in soccer was being transported in a cart.
Okay, see, I heard that as somebody else was already in the cart and they ran over the guy on the field. Oh, my goodness.
A guy who is being carted off the field by the cart because he had fallen. They run over somebody who has also flopped and fallen on the field.
Is that insult to injury?
That's just two injury insults at the same time.
Man, like that person should lose their job, right?
No one's dying.
I mean, I don't know, kid. Maybe, but like it feels like one of the basic things, like when the Madonna stretcher dropped, it feels like one of the basic things is, you remember that, right?
Mike brought that up and I was like, hold on, what? He was like, go back and watch. And I looked it up and I was like, that's the worst.
It is horrifying. Your basic thought as that EMT or whatever is, hey, let's get this person safe to the medical, where it's the medevac or the ambulance or whatever. That should include don't run over anybody. Don't drop the person.
Don't run over the next person we got to pick up on the way back.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Do you think they were trying to drive super fast because they're like, I got to get back here to pick that person up
guy over there,
and then they're like, oh crap,
he just rolled into the driving lane.
How can that happen? Where was this? Ecuador. Was that person who got run over okay?
We'll find out.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Okay.
So now we have a couple options here. We have a stupid ejection that I didn't get to yesterday. We have tooth regrowth.
What?
And your AI level of concern of the week.
Tooth regrowth.
Yeah, not pooth.
But didn't it kind of sound like he said 2-3 regrowth? And I was like, I don't know what that means.
So I'm going to go with the stupid ejection. Here's the audio.
And the teeth.
Here's the audio from the stupid ejection.
Bye-bye. Home run. Trey Phelps gives Georgia the lead. I think they may have just thrown Trey Phelps out of the game. I saw the arm signal from one of our umpires, and Wes Johnson is now livid. Bradley LaCroix came out of the dugout immediately after the home run as Phelps was going down the first baseline.
And so Phelps hits what is, Alec, one of the most monster home runs you've ever seen. Just absolute confidence in this swing. And you heard the metal bat, too.
There's Jeff Fry on this crew. Get that dude out of here.
He bat flips, turns to the Liberty dugout, and gives a hand gesture, which I think is just a wave.
Oh.
Then scores his
not
home
cool,
run.
buddy.
But then, come to find out, his parents were sitting above the Liberty dugout. He was gesturing to his parents who were sitting above the dugout, and he got ejected, and Bradley LaCroix was furious. I don't think he knew. Here's my question, though. Your level of concern, why parents are sitting above the wrong dugout? Shouldn't they? I hate going to the 8th grade football games, and we're all mixed together. And I'm like, why are you cheering right now? Your kid just ran for a touchdown against our kids.
That is a good point. Do you think it's possible they didn't think that team would get that far, and then they had to buy off the secondary market for tickets? And those are the only ones available because they didn't have faith in their kids' team. But also, it doesn't feel like arguing with the ump is the time for nuance, right? Like that manager didn't charge out there and be like, hey, friend, that's his parents. There's a good chance he's like, hey, you dip ass, what are you doing? And then, that doesn't help the situation.
Yeah, probably so.
That's tough.
And then...
Tell me about the teeth.
Okay, we're going to do teeth. A Japanese biotechnology company developing what could become the world's first tooth regeneration therapy has secured fresh funding to accelerate clinical trials. Kyoto-based Toragem Biopharma. Yeah, that sounds dangerous.
Yeah, but that sounds better than Jim's Toothaporium, right? You're not going there.
Yeah, and then you hear about Big Biopharma. You know what I'm talking about.
Fair.
Announced that it has raised approximately $5.5 million for their financing to start a clinical trial of its experimental drug, TRG-035, in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
The latest funding comes months, blah, 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 blah. But basically what they're saying is a tooth regeneration drug that works by blocking a protein that suppresses tooth growth. So there's a protein in your body that tells you not to grow teeth anymore or to regenerate or anything like that.
Are those little monsters walking around there like, we make holes in teeth?
I think those are bacteria.
Holes in teeth.
But the trial launched at Kyoto University. They enrolled 30 healthy adult men between the ages of 30 and 64 who were missing at least one molar. And the researchers used the study to evaluate the treatment's safety before advancing to the later stage trials. They're looking for $29 million to get this thing off.
Okay.
Now, that being said, though, do they know exactly how much protein they need to be blocking? Because can you imagine if these teeth start growing out like Bugs Bunny? You got some walrus teeth going on. You're like, shave them back. I don't know how that works.
So when you hear when they'll be ready for the public, I'm thinking, all right, couple years after that.
Because they're only moving to 30 right now.
Yeah, I do not want to be at the forefront of this research.
Evidently, that's the same company that developed eye drops to correct vision with no surgery. I'm going to go see if that's true.
Is there any chance their slogan is "You can't handle the tooth"? Any chance? But also, do you notice that our body comes along with lessons? Now, I think they're lessons from God. If you think otherwise, that's fine as well. But he teaches you lessons. And he's like, yeah, maybe you thought there was going to be a third set of teeth, but there's not. You should have taken care of those ones after your little teeth grew out. And he's like, maybe you'll learn. Yeah, we don't.
What do you call the teeth that grow fur on them? Molar bears.
Hmm?
Go to break.
That's C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We might be canceled. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Molar bears?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what's a fair grade for the Rangers through the first 2 full months of the season? And does Corey have more hilarious teeth jokes? We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our in the backyard. Wild Fork.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A little bit over 33%. And a swing and a miss here for Gorman on the changeup from DeGrom. So Gorman strikes out. 6 punch-outs now for DeGrom.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think is a fair grade for the Rangers through the first 2 full months of the season? 877-881-1053, but also Frisco Rough Riders updates.
Update on the Rough Riders.
As far as I can see, Corey Seager thus far, 1 for 2. And Wyatt Langford is 1 for 1 while also having been walked.
How many home runs amongst the two of them, Kevin?
They have none.
Really?
Yes.
They're going up against minor league pitchers in a day game, and they can't even hit a home run off these guys?
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Did they do what Max Scherzer did, and they bought everybody lunch? Didn't Derek say that's kind of custom sometimes, those guys come in and buy Chick-fil-A for everybody or something like that?
That probably makes sense. And I'm trying to look. It appears as though maybe they took Seager out of the game after those first 2 at-bats.
Why?
Probably because that's just all they were looking for. I'm not sure. But yeah, so far today, Langford and Seager are combined 2 for 3 with also a walk.
Okay.
So that's pretty good, right?
I'm hoping so. As long as no more injuries pop up,
right,
and you kind of get that progression back for these guys, I think that's the most important part right now, and get them kind of into the groove of swinging the bat again. That's what I'm hoping for.
And somebody asked this question straight away: if and when Josh Smith comes back, do you then take Ezekiel Duran out of the lineup? I just cannot envision that happening whatsoever. They have to find a spot for him. Like, you go back to Saturday, you had the game winner, tagged on another couple of RBIs on Sunday. He had 3 hits yesterday. I just do not see a way whatsoever right now that Ezekiel Duran is not in the lineup.
2 things from our friend Sean McFarland over at the DMN, Kevin. Number 1, there are 19 players on Frisco's roster older than Wyatt Langford.
Which is amazing for Wyatt, but also we have a really old minor league system.
But he's also in his 3rd big league season, so that's kind of crazy. But here's the other note. The first batted ball of Corey Seager's rehab game is a ground ball hit directly at him. He turned it for a double play. His ability to field ground balls and run the boxes, he needs to check off. Done.
Okay.
So, there you go. He has done those check-off things.
All right.
So he should be back in the lineup tonight.
I actually don't know if that...
No, it's not.
...would be allowed?
No, it wouldn't be.
Is there a specific rule against that?
I don't know. I wouldn't push it.
Yeah, no.
Plus, they're in St. Louis. And
oh, yeah, that's right.
That would be a little weird for him to be like,
otherwise, I'd be like, yeah, they pulled him out of the game, hop in the car, and go. But no, you're right about that. And Alec, I felt like you would need to know this. Where do whales go when they need braces? To the orthodontist.
Did you also point out Langford had a steal?
I did not.
Let's go. He's got stolen base, too, because he runs violently.
That is true. And sometimes to the detriment, do you feel like
Yeah, probably so. Kevin, I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question. You're starting Zeke, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't take him out of the lineup.
There's no way he is not in the lineup.
And when we talked with Skip kind of about that conundrum, which isn't, it's a great thing, he was like, look, man, without talking about Josh Smith at the time, he was like, we're doing everything we can to find him every day, rotation. He's in the lineup all the time because he deserves to be in the lineup all the time. So
Now, what's a fair grade for the Rangers so far? They are, from projected win total, 83.5 to start the season, now down to 81.5. So they've dropped 2. By the way, the biggest overachievers, Atlanta, Cleveland, the White Sox, Washington, St. Louis, Tampa, all up at least 8. Tampa's up 14. And then the biggest droppers, the Giants, Royals, Astros, Red Sox, and Mets are all down at least 7, and the Mets are down 13 from their win projection. Rangers down 2, so slightly below average from their projection.
Okay. I have like 2 different grades.
Intriguing.
One being I thought they were going to be good.
Okay.
They're a D- if I thought they were going to be good.
Ouch.
If I thought that they were going to be mediocre, then they are a D+ for me right now.
Okay.
They've underachieved. That's the absolute truth, is they have had opportunities. Their batting still underachieves on a nightly basis. With opportunities to beat bad teams, they prove that they're just as bad. And they didn't go out there and say, let's stomp these guys. So right now, it's a D+ team for me, and I had better expectations for them. I wish that they were better. The pitching's been really, really good.
Yeah.
And then at other times, you're like, dang, if you hadn't given up 4 solo home runs, Jacob deGrom, maybe you would have 101 wins right now.
Right.
But like, they've been really good, but they also were so good last year that I kind of expected more. But then you've had some really good outings from the younger players. The bullpen's been the biggest surprise for me. It was the biggest fear for everybody coming into this season. While I was also like, but still, are we convinced that our batting lineup can do it? The bullpen was the big question mark because you didn't have a dude. You didn't have a closer. And now you seem to have, we have found a place for Jacob Latz. So that's great. But it was good.
Now, some of the early grades coming up, and plus from the 254, God, our division is trash. That's true.
Yeah, it is.
From the 214, they get a D. From another 214, Rangers get a C+. Evan Carter is a Z-. Man, not even a Z, but a Z-.
His defense is really good, though.
It is, but you saw him strike out in another key offensive situation yesterday. From the 210, Rangers season is a C-. They're still in contention, so I can't drop them below that. And that is the grade.
But that's not in contention because of them. That's in contention because of how bad the division is.
I think that's a fair point. I do. Absolutely. I think that's a fair point.
But you're giving them a C-?
No, I was going to say CBS gave them a C-, and they added, it's hard to say expectations for Texas were necessarily high, coming off a losing season in 24, 500 in 2025, but they were higher than this. And even with a 4-game winning streak, they're on a 4-game winning streak and they're still below 500. Now, it is true their division is terrible, though obviously Seattle in the last week has caught absolute fire. Otherwise, the Rangers would probably be in first place at 29-31, which, as Corey just said, is an indictment on this division. But I think a C- is probably about right. I was hoping that the Rangers would be a little bit above average, and right now they're a little bit below average, so I'll give them a grade that I think is a little bit below average, and I think a C- is fair. Yeah, fair.
Okay. But as a fan, you expected more, didn't you?
I mean, so as a fan, I expected more from a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like Evan Carter's at the top of the list.
Wyatt Langford hasn't played enough.
Yeah, Wyatt Langford's on that list for sure. Mm-hmm. But Evan Carter, you go back to Sunday, and you just hate hearing this, like, the Rangers were hoping he would be ready, but he told Skip he just didn't feel like he was good to go for Sunday, which, look, there are people in that organization that have concerns about his willingness to power through on things and maybe toughen up just a little bit. We have heard that from multiple sources inside the organization. He is hitting 171 right now, and it is just getting worse because a handful of games in March, solid, then dropped to 171. He's hitting 158 for this last month, and we've talked about it before. The splits remain shocking. He is 1 for 26 against lefties.
That's not good.
With 10 strikeouts. So again, we go back to this.
Do you have the splits on the righties?
Yes.
How many at bats?
He has had 144 at bats against right-handers.
Look at that discrepancy in at bats too.
I mean, which makes sense, right? Because
but if you're trying to win, you can't logically put him up there against lefties enough.
I mean, I would argue logically, do you put him out there at all? Because you know his batting averages against right-handed pitchers, 194.
Ugh.
Against lefties,
DH for him.
If he goes up against a lefty, he is 10 times more likely right now to strike out than get a hit. Not get an out, to strike out, then get a hit. So that part has been staggeringly bad. I know we've been tracking Seager and Wyatt in the minor league game, and they have both been colossal disappointments so far this year. So one of the things I guess I want to ask you guys is, do you believe in the next 2 months, and maybe this is a bigger conversation for another day, do you believe in the next 2 months the direction for the Rangers in the next 3 years will be determined?
No.
Oh, I think I do.
I think in the next few months here, I think that they're going to be still in position to do something and think they can do something late in the season.
Gross.
And this might just be the way that the Rangers do things from now on. We're never going to be the front running like we're the Dodgers out there doing it all. It's a, hey, if we can get to the last 2 weeks and be close, we can make a push to get into the playoffs, and if anything can happen from there. That's what I think that they're hoping. Ownership all the way down.
And that's...
I think Chris Young and Skip want this thing to be bigger and better, but I think ownership's just like, look, if we can just do this, we'll be fine.
And I think that's hugely problematic because, to your point, do you know if the season ended right now, the Rangers are a wild card team?
But I see your desire to say, screw it, we're going to do something else. But what's the other thing you can do? Trade off everything and hope the prospects turn out?
Correct.
How's that rocking for you right now?
I mean, first of all, I would make a change in your head of the scouting department before I pulled off any of that. But I mean, look, and that
hasn't happened, what, 30 something years?
So I mean, that is a fool's errand. But if you were in even the AL Central, you'd be 4.5 games out of first place. If you were in the AL East right now, you'd be 8.5 games out of first. But instead, you're only 2.5 games out of first. You right now are positioned in the wild card for a team that is below 500. That feels weird. In the NL, you would be 3 games out of the wild card, and you would be trailing 7 teams to make up that ground. But you're right. You're sitting right here. So maybe you'll see the Rangers continue to plod along at this point, make some dink fart trade that they think can put them over the top. That you're welcome, Mike, for the budget that they have, and they'll be in the playoffs. And they're like, "What do you want us to do? We're in the playoffs."
Don't make a dink fart trade for a pitcher. Right now, Kevin, I absolutely feel like if you were able to make a push in the last couple of weeks to put yourself in position to be in the playoffs, I would believe that my starting pitching can carry me. I would believe that 3 of those starting pitchers, maybe even 4, can carry me in the playoffs. I got to make a trade for a bat. No matter what. No, I'm not going to go make a trade for the Girthquake. But I have to make a trade. If I'm going to do something, it's not a dink fart trade either. It's going to be a significant swing to add a bat to this thing to give me the offensive punch that needs to be surrounding a Seager and a Wyatt. Because whenever you told Corey Seager that you were bringing him here, you told him you were going to build a winner and have a winner around him.
Yeah.
And you did it. Well, now you got to keep doing it too. That's part of the promise. And it's part of the promise you have to make to those players every single time they put the uniform on.
I'm with you, but Corey Seager's got to carry his end of the deal too.
Absolutely he does. And Wyatt Langford's got to carry his. All of those guys. So if I'm going to do it and I'm that close, I can't do it for another pitcher.
Yeah.
I have to do it for another bat. And I don't even know what I have to go trade for another bat.
That is a great question.
Maybe a pitcher.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we got a Shabu
3.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hear from your favorite Rangers each Tuesday afternoon at 3:20 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage, right here on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The set by McGreevy and the 0-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive left field, base hit, and a long run for Torres. This ball goes all the way to the wall. Nimmo hitting the bag at third. Corey Ragsdale waving him home. Torres just now picking up the ball. Nimmo scores standing up. RBI double for Ezekiel Duran. And the Rangers punch first and lead 1-0.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen,
how is you today?
You heard the man. How is you today?
Terrific, Hagee and Wolchuk. How the hell are you guys?
I'm doing even better because of a statistic that Zach Wolchuk has brought into my world.
We're going to win it all?
Stats and info.
No,
Zach Wolchuk.
They're definitely not going to have an above 500 record.
Oh, you just said you were doing better, though.
But I'm fascinated by numbers, so that's on me.
Actually, he shats in info.
In the last 5 years, you have the 2023 season when the Rangers were 40-20 after their first 60 games.
They won
the World Series.
Yeah, they did, didn't they?
2022, 29-31. 2024, 29-31.
Don't say it.
2025. 29-31.
Okay, seriously.
And now 2026, 29-31. So 4 of the 5 years, with the only outlier being when you won the World Series.
My gosh.
What about before?
Before in 2021, they were much worse than that. I believe they were 22-38.
So that's improvement.
Okay.
Have they ever been on a 4-game winning streak to hit 29-31? Have they ever been +8 run differential at 29-31?
Ooh. Man, going in 2022, they were on a 3-game winning streak to get to 29-31.
As I suspected.
I do not know the run differentials offhand.
That is optimistic Dawson right there.
I love optimistic Dawson. Are we going to get to 500 in the next week?
Shoot, probably not.
Oh, come on! I just said optimistic Dawson.
He emptied the clip of optimism. There's nothing left in the chamber, dude.
Sorry about that.
I mean, the Cardinals are pretty good. That was a great win last night.
It was.
Huge.
Dude, I heard you yesterday, Wolchuk, say if they can sweep the Cardinals, and for some reason my brain was just like it didn't register, and then they won game 1, and I was like, hold on, maybe we can.
Maybe they can
do this.
They'll be sitting at 500 again, 6 in a row, and then okay. Then it's like, all right, can they get over the hump? Are they able to come back home and then go ahead and finally break through and get to 32-31? That will be the key turning point. You always ask in the postgame, Gavin, what was the turning point? Mm-hmm. That could be the turning point of the entire season. If they can sweep the St. Louis Cardinals and then win on Friday night, boom, this team's got a chance again, and I might be backing in.
I like it. Okay, and
first.
Optimistic Gavin actually wants to weigh back in here.
Whoa!
I did say probably not because the Cards and the Guards over the next 5 tough. Okay, so you probably
the Guards aren't guarding anymore.
Probably lose 3 out of these 5, but after that, you get Royals and Red Sox, 2 last-place teams next week.
Yeah.
Right? So I think not in the next week. In the next week and a half, Hagee, is when this comes together.
You get Minnesota after that, too, and they're not very good either.
And Duran, you're starting second baseman moving forward, even when anybody's healthy? Everyone
absolutely.
Is?
There's no way in hell that he cannot be.
Well, I think Skip told us that he's earned himself everyday playing duty, right?
Absolutely.
So you get Wyatt and you get Seager, boom.
Now, on the college sports front, 2 number 4 seeds advanced to the Super Regionals in college baseball for the first time since they adopted this new series seeding way in 1999. But in college softball, you get the rematch. Texas Tech against Texas in the best-of-3 championship. Who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to win? And then did you hear the story about Hannah Wells that her superstition going back to childhood is that if she sees a ladybug, she eats it for good luck.
What? She eats it?
She chews on it and swishes it
Said
around
she
in her
swallows
mouth.
it whole.
And she swallows it whole.
Okay.
After
And
she chews on it.
So Holly Rowe said, I was told at the SEC tournament in Kentucky she had a nice home run and ingested a ladybug before that.
I call it the greatest sideline report of all time. I don't know if there has ever been a better one.
Yeah.
Holly Rowe was so deep in her bag of sources there in that dugout.
She said she had multiple sources on the ladybug thing.
I just wish we could get like the follow-up situation where it's like, is she going on the hunt for these ladybugs, or are these ladybugs just sort of finding their way to her, knowing that they need to be sacrificed in order for her to be able to go yard?
Do we have stats on this? Yeah, you're right about that, PJ.
The ladybug.
No, do we have stats on how many she's eaten and how many home runs?
We just know the latest
I
one.
just know, yeah.
She ate it and then she went yard.
All right,
but
so-
apparently this goes back to like childhood.
I need the stats now, though. So that's what I need to know. Is she like 6 for 6 in ladybug home run situations?
I bet she's even more, dude.
You think
this
so?
goes back to, I think her mom was eating ladybugs when she was pregnant with Hannah.
Makes sense there.
The 972.
You got that superpower.
This isn't odd at all. All of my Little League teams used to do the same thing. What?
With ladybugs
you
or
make
other
a
bugs?
wish on the
Yeah,
ladybug.
like the ladybugs are good luck. One lands on you, that is good luck.
Yeah.
I've always heard that.
But you
and we
don't
abide
eat
by
the
that.
luck.
But no, you don't eat it.
Usually.
Dennis Leary played a man ladybug in Bug's Life.
Oh, and that's an underrated movie.
By the way, Wyatt Langford just got another walk.
Jonathan Brandis was also a ladybug when he played
Who's
for
a
that
man?
soccer team.
In the movie Ladybugs. Have you ever seen it?
I have not.
Jonathan Brandis plays this no-good punk soccer kid who he's really good at soccer, but he has a bad attitude. Bad attitude on the field, bad attitude at home, where his stepfather, Rodney Dangerfield, is just trying to get a little respect from both him and his mom. So
Isn't the
there's
mom like sleeping with the tennis pro or something like that?
No.
That's
She's
the other.
she's
Okay, that's the
faithful.
other mom.
She went full Giselle?
Yeah.
So Jonathan Brandis has an incident in his soccer game, gets booted off the team. So him and his stepdad, who's now coaching because he needs a promotion from the big mean boss, whose daughter is also on the team, and then later on they kind of fall in love a little bit, decides to put him in a wig, and he's clearly the best player on this crappy team, takes him all the way to the finals, then he gets caught, feels bad, backs out, and they still win the championship game because of all the confidence that
believe in
Jonathan Brandis
themselves.
has instilled in them.
Did they catch him because he was wearing a cup?
No, but
wig
there was
fell
an
off or
incident
something.
in one of the games where he takes a soccer ball to the ding dong and he is down and out, and all the ladies are like, "You'll be okay," and he's like, "Oh, hold on, I'm not doing so
Didn't
well."
they put butterflies on the soccer ball for that one girl and she kicked it
Yes,
harder? Yeah.
that's how she could kick it.
It was
you liked it?
impressive. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it better than Joanna Man?
I don't know.
is
I don't know if
outstanding.
I've ever actually seen Joanna.
She's the man was the Amanda
Joanna
Bynes
Man is
version,
so
right?
bad it's good. type
I
of
think
movie. It's
Ladybugs
hilarious.
was my generation's Joanna Man.
Joanna Man, you need to watch.
And
It's
Jack
funny.
A.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
Jack
yeah.
A. She was also one of the assistant soccer coaches.
Did you see Kangaroo Jack?
227.
Of course.
Yes, I don't think
Kangaroo
so.
Jack's made like I don't know, recirculate, like Jerry O'Connell's out there talking about it, and so now
Oh.
Kangaroo Jack's back in the algorithm. And I forgot all about that movie until about a week ago.
Okay.
I would like to continue forgetting
I think it was false advertising in that trailer.
Yeah.
All right. So what's coming up on the show? Hopefully a synopsis of Kangaroo Jack.
And we're going to circle back around on ladybugs. And
hell yeah!
I'm surprised PETA is not weighing in on this.
Yeah.
we don't
Or
care.
are they?
We don't care unless you're furry and cute. PETA, is that what we're finding
Yeah.
out here?
Bugs don't
We have
furry,
Zeke
man.
Duran at
They love
320.
furry.
Oh!
Zeke Duran 320.
Love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the G Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Take us
General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. He's back. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixing to go for Flawless. Reading up the Rangers pregame show here coming up at 6. They're going to look for a 5th in a row. You do have Eric Chiafalo in the house, and you have Zach Wolchuk. Aiden Butler is he's still out, so hope he's making the most of his time off. Send him some love on social. Let him know that he is missed. Welcome back, Brian. How the hell are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much, Dawson. I appreciate you guys helping me out as you always do. It's kind of, I could see the studio. My dad had to go over to Medical City, and really appreciate all the nurses and doctors over there. And we got, he was with a low blood pressure, low heart rate and all that, and just a very talented crew over there. And we've got things straight. He should be going home tomorrow. I think he might be listening right now.
Salute.
But yeah, I could from his room I could see our building. So it was
no kidding.
I was just met with the doctor about 10 minutes ago, and now here I am.
Is he listening? Is Doc listening?
Dr. Johnson is a wonderful. It's so funny. Dr. Johnson came in yesterday, and he was. He looked at me and he goes, Brian Bross, I listen to you and Voch Lombardi every day. And I said, you're my kind of doctor. So, yeah, it's nice to have such talented people. But again, I can't thank you guys enough, and Gab and Spittle and Tim for kind of letting me do what I need to do to kind of get stuff situated. But I appreciate everybody here.
It's great to have you back, man.
Thank you, man.
We did miss you, but we definitely understand some things take precedent.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, congrats to the Texas Rangers. Thanks to them for not only winning, but for booking us Ezekiel Duran, who's coming up in the Rangers Player Show at 3:20. The man has been a savior 2 out of the last 3 games. The walk-off slapper into right field. A little bit of a flare, more of a flare than a slapper. But Saturday night, he had the walk-off against the Royals, and then last night had 3 hits and 4 at-bats, a double, an RBI, and a 2-1 win over the Cards. So, yeah, looking forward to chatting with Zeke, the new Zeke, coming up at 3:20, the Player Show.
Your Rangers Player of the Month there for the month of May, and well-deserved. I know during the pregame show yesterday, Skip Schumacher was talking about, that also could have gone to Josh Young, but I think clearly Ezekiel Duran, what he's done and playing every day, seems like it's really made the difference for Zeke.
Yeah.
We had a lot of questions about that, right? Didn't we have questions about him playing every day?
Because, the last time he played this, Seager was hurt, and it was 2023, and he has to fill in, and he played like an all-star the first half of the season.
Yeah, and his level of play by the end was going down. But, man, he looks like a different guy at the plate. It used to be you could throw that sweeper, and it was in the left side of the batter's box, and he was swinging at it and stuff.
Yeah,
so
his chase rate was horrible.
He just seems like he is every pitch that's thrown to him, it's good contact. He's hitting the ball hard. He's hitting it in gaps. And defensively, he's played outfield. He's played infield. He's done a little bit of everything. So, well-deserved the Player of the Month, and hopefully he'll transfer this into more wins.
Yeah, and when Seager does come back, I think it gives you a great option. It gives you a great option at second base, or maybe Seager can use a couple more days off. We'll have to see how he performs.
Bench player, that kind of thing.
But tight squeeze, 2-1 the final. Cool to see the bullpen get the dub. As CY told us yesterday, it's great when you have the lead in these late game situations because you're using your pitchers to close the game out. And that paid off for the Rangers once again. And Jacob deGrom picked up his 100th win.
Yeah, that was great though.
He's sitting on it and I specifically did not mention it yesterday at all because I had teased it during Around the Bases the last 3 times, and it's been else. So hopefully, not putting it out there, he finally got it.
Well, a good job by him, and again to keep and that's a pretty good Cardinal lineup there that he was having to face. Tip the cap to Latz as well, back-to-back nights of getting saves. So
unofficial closer now.
Yeah, there we go. You when you get him in the game, you're going to get. You're going to get the opportunity to save it, or if he has to pitch middle innings. I mean, you at least get you can maybe get a 4-out save with this guy, 5-out save. You maybe 2 innings out of him the way that he's conditioned himself to pitch.
So just as last week we were talking about how these starters were maybe starting to show that they weren't going to be able to follow up last year, they now have gone 27 innings without giving up a run from their starting rotation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and And we'll make it an official full trip through tonight. Have they ever gone a full trip through the rotation without giving up a run? I would doubt it. I doubt many organizations have done that, but that's the opportunity that sits in front of them this evening with the pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. They're 2 games back of 500. Jock Peterson, game-winning ribby. Nicky Lopez, 2 for 4. You can talk a lot about CY not finding hitters, but this guy Lopez has been a big part of the streak since they picked him up late last week. I think he's got 3 or 4 multi-hit games for the Rangers already.
Yeah, I think he's got 2 or 3 now over the last 3 games. And so your record right now, the longest scoreless streaks by the starting rotation between the Washington and Texas franchise combined, you got to go back to 81, 35 and a third innings. So that would be the record. If they can get to 35 and 2/3 innings tonight with Evo, which is... that would probably bleed into the following game, I would say, to be able to accomplish this. But they can get into second place, which is at 30 and a third. So I think Evo could accomplish that tonight.
So pretty cool chance tonight if you're a Rough Riders fan or you're looking for something to do before it gets too damn hot. Seager and Langford and Frisco.
Pretty cool.
So, and we talked with CY about this yesterday, and I said, is it possible if things go well Tuesday night, we could see him in the big leagues on Wednesday? And he said no, but he can't rule out this weekend, depending on how things go with the Cleveland Guardians series coming up. Okay, what do you guys think of the idea that Jared Verse is like a pressure merchant and the Rams know that the real currency for pass rushers is sacks? Is that a thing, you think? Or if you keep laying down pressures, are you going to get sacks? How do you look at the whole sacks versus pressures thing? Because I think that's really at the core of the debate. Jared Verse is like top 5 pressures since he stepped into the league. Not that far behind Myles Garrett, but Garrett closes and finishes the deal. How much of a differentiating factor is that for you when you're evaluating edges?
I think with these 2 players, Verse is a power guy, whereas Myles Garrett has way more speed to his game. So I think some of it's about like quick pressure, right? So how fast can you win? I think Jared Verse is a bull rush savant. That's kind of like his best attribute as a rusher, where Myles Garrett, you'll see kind of like, it's almost like that Euro step translating from basketball, where he's going to go and weave around and kind of stunt over. Or, he can stand up, he can put his hand in the ground, but he can just win quickly to where, there was a play going viral in that Green Bay game where he beats the right tackle so clean, the tackle doesn't even get hands on him, and he just turns around and he's yelling, "Jordan, run! Jordan, Jordan, run!" Like he's going so. He closes so quickly. So I do think that's probably what is the gap between like you're a really good edge rusher to the greats, and Myles Garrett, because of his closing speed, is elite. I don't know that there's any others. You can go back to like the Reggie Whites, the Bruce Smiths, like the all-time great pass rushers that had that ability.
To me, Verse at this point on his contract, he's worth 2 1s, and then you give him 1, 2, and 3. It's like you really got to believe that extra that Myles Garrett gives you is going to be the difference. And, as good as he is, Cleveland hasn't been able to have any real team success with him.
Do you guys feel like, though, that there's been a lot of these edge rushers that have been moved? All the top ones have been moved. Do you think people now are saying, I don't want to spend $40 million, because every year as a unit we evaluate more edge rushers? Seems like that. I've got 6 guys in the second round. I've got 8 guys in the third round. And all these guys tend to like end up on teams. I wonder if we're to the point now, because all these teams are moving these edges. Is defensive tackle play becoming more important because of how quickly you can get to the quarterback through the middle? We're starting to see tackles getting paid. Defensive tackles. We're starting to see people spend money and draft capital on centers and guards. So all of a sudden, are we going away from the edge being it used to be? Well, it's the quarterback. It's the guy getting the quarterback on the ground. That used to be the way you built your team. Why all of a sudden are we getting rid of the best pass rushers in the league? We're just trading them away. Do we not want to pay him $40 million? That could be something that's happening right now.
Yeah, the money's gotten huge at the position, so that's something. And then you're also seeing the teams that aren't a $40 million edge rusher away from a Super Bowl being willing to move on from him. It's the good teams that feel like they're ready to rock and roll that are trying to acquire those guys. They're still extremely valuable. But why would I pay a guy $40 million when I'm going to go out there and be the Cleveland Browns? And I'm going to win 4 games this year.
Right.
5 games this year. What's the point of paying him $40 million? But I'm the Rams. I want a Super Bowl. I want Myles Garrett. I'm the Ravens. I want a Super Bowl. I want Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson. I'm the Packers. I think I'm actually pretty good. I have a chance to contend. I want Micah Parsons. So the good teams still want them, but their price is so much now that what's the point of having that? If you're almost paying quarterback money for
4 wins,
when you're a 4-win team,
right?
It just doesn't make sense to do that.
I don't think those players are worth it. I'm with you. It's not to say they're not great players and difference makers. Like, you still want a great edge rusher if you can get one, but I think you're right. I think the immediate pressure right up the middle, and that goes back to like Brady in those Super Bowls against the Giants. Like, it's Justin Tuck. It's those guys in the middle that were really wreaking havoc in those games. You look at the Chris Jones, the Aaron Donalds, like these elite defensive tackles. Those are the difference makers to having these teams in Super Bowls right now. It's not that the Von Millers and the 2015 Broncos didn't matter. They did, but I do think there's something to be said about that. It's hard to find those elite interior rushers that are also good against the run. The Cowboys finally got that guy in Quinnen Williams, which I don't know that we appreciate enough just yet, that they finally are able to have evaluated and got that guy on that team. Because I think it's been harder to find those guys than it has been find some of these elite edge rushers.
I also think, those are all great points. I also think that the thing that Cleveland and the Cowboys have in common is they needed a lot of other answers elsewhere on their roster, and if they just continue on the path of paying Micah, they're not going to have the resources to fix all of their other positions. And Cleveland, with Deshaun Watson's contract sitting there, you add Myles Garrett to it, we're stuck here in quicksand. We know what these guys are going to add up to, and the Cowboys knew what this defensive group plus Micah Parsons would add up to was not going to be enough. So it's an acknowledgement, but I do think it's a luxury type of thing that Green Bay found themselves in. We're close. We need to get over the top. We can't rush the passer well enough.
Right.
And then, the Rams find themselves in a situation as well. But I don't think the model for the future is locking down and marrying an edge for the next 8 years and having him make this insane amount of money, because it's going to start picking off the rest of your roster as we've seen with Green Bay having to let guys like Jenkins and Dobbs go and Kenny Clark go and Rashawn Gary. Like, the Cowboys, I think we're on it. And it's cool because it's another example of how they might be in line with a trend that is happening in real time, not 5 years late. They were 8 years late to the offensive motion party, maybe more. They might have been 9 years late. But here we have the nickel corner thing, and then instead of paying an edge, you might want to get 5 good defensive players instead, especially if your defense is broken. Now, if you're one player away from winning a Super Bowl and maybe having the best team, I can bring an edge in for a year or two.
Yeah, now all of a sudden I'm willing to pay that guy $40 million and give up multiple premium picks for it.
Yeah.
So there's still a ton of value in that guy.
A ton. Okay, we're coming back with the champ and Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. What is the subject today?
Well, Happy National Rotisserie Chicken Day. Okay, I've got the top 10 best go-to ready-to-eat meals in grocery stores. That's next in the nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Argentina is trading at 9.1% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,033 if they win soccer's biggest prize. With tons of categories to choose from, you can find any and every trade that you're looking for just for you. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TOLO, T-O-L-O, to get $10 when you trade 10. Again, use the code TOLO on the Kalshi app to trade on the world's biggest soccer tournament. Kalshi, K-A-L-S-H-I. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dallas Metro's newest resort community, Bynum Springs Club, has sold over 60 estate lots in just a few months. Their newest phase opens Saturday, June 6th. Go to BynumSprings.com to RSVP. BynumSprings.com.
Wow.
Huge breaking Mavericks news on the Fan.
We also have breaking news regarding the Mavericks' new arena, as Brad Townsend has put out. The Mavericks have chosen Valley View, dealing in major setbacks to efforts to bring the project downtown.
And our immediate reaction.
I mean, that's within reason. It's frustrating when a team gets moved out of your town, to Arlington or Frisco or whatever, still within city limits.
Yeah, I mean,
that's huge.
You'll never miss any sports news when you turn it on and leave it on the Fan.
Injured in an accident? Call now! Oh, look. If you've been hurt, the last thing you need is another high-stress situation. At Branch & Dillon, our goal is to remove that stress and let you focus on recovery while we focus on protecting your interests. Established right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. When you work with us, you're a fellow Texan, not a number. No yelling, no gimmicks. Visit us at CrashHelpFast.com. You focus on recovery. We'll handle the rest. CrashHelpFast.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Window Nation.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you can get them with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation. Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your champ.
All right, this piece of audio will be going for 2 today at 5:30, so stick around for that. How you doing, Mr. Broadus?
I'm doing well, Lucius.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
for asking.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
you, man.
It comes from the Fan After Dark. Blake and Fred. Blake and his old lady, they were fawning over an athlete's body. They were fawning over his body. Sure was. Happy Pride Month.
I would have liked to have gone out and gotten Rasmus versus getting Myers, who is a 36-year-old, huge body, and he had some good games. But man, like there's just things that defensively
Myers is big.
We weren't doing.
I saw it in person. I saw him in person.
I believe you.
Yeah, it was.
I believe you.
It was like, wow. I didn't know someone could be that big on the ice. Tyler Myers, he's 6'8".
Even in the cold?
Yeah, it was cold and it still was that.
You were impressed.
I was impressed. Me and my girlfriend. We were just standing there. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just being honest.
I didn't know. Were you sitting in the corner or what?
No, we both our jaws were on the ground.
Wow.
Were you sitting in the corner?
I wasn't just watching, bro.
I was actively participating.
I didn't think you'd be able to tell in that hockey outfit.
Yeah, a little tight.
Is it tight? I didn't know that. Yeah. Surprise for me. You learn something new every day.
Well,
Fan After Dark, Fred and Blake. They'll probably be back, Thursday night? We get a Rangers off day coming up Thursday?
I believe Thursday will be a full show. Now, CA was listening during that, texted me and said, this is crazy but true. NHL's Tyler Myers is half brothers with former Mav and 76er Quentin Grimes. So they must have the same mother.
Okay.
So he might be packing.
Okay. All right. It sounds like something.
What,
Thanks for
bro?
getting to the bottom of this.
What are we
Chuck.
doing?
What?
And,
he might be. Man, come on, fam.
Not sure what happened, but I do know it's time for Warchuck's Top 10 at 220.
He's a larger in charge individual.
Are you back into that triple espresso?
Yeah, I actually just crushed it.
You got an HR file as a result last time you did it.
No, are you kidding me? They said keep that up. We like
He's
that.
doubling down on his takes.
They go straight down with. What do you think? The ratings are up and up, bro. The more controversial, the better. It is a Toxic Tuesday after all. Shout out to Texas Tech.
Wreck 'em.
Yep, man, they got it done. Mia Williams with the walk-off home run to force Game 2 last night. Then they shut out Alabama. So we get a rematch, Texas versus Texas Tech, a Lone Star State showdown tomorrow.
This is what we wanted all along, right?
Is.
This is what Joey McGuire and they were talking about.
We wanted
right?
this. We wanted this in football. But we're getting it in softball, baby.
I thought it was softball. I thought it was when softball we were trying to get this done.
Well, I will say I think Tech's got a better chance here in softball to get the dub than they do in football. If we end up getting that Week 1 matchup,
tip of the cap to go and win 2 games. Like they were like Alabama was on a big time roll, and to win 2 games in one night. Like that, well done. Tech.
They both did it.
4-2, yeah.
I don't know the last time we've had a combined such a great day.
Yeah.
From 2 Texas sports institutions.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, they're able to beat the top seed, and they were down. It's tied at 2. Then they get up 4-2. Then Alabama comes back. They tie it back up. They had to fight through a lot of adversity in that first game to force the second one. But this will be fun. Rematch of last year that Texas beat Texas Tech in. Now Tech does have a quality second pitcher, which they lacked last year. All the pressure was on Kennedy.
Yeah.
And offensively, they've just been awesome. But this was a crazy story as we continue with softball before we get into the top 10, and I do want to know your go-to ready-to-eat grocery store meals here on National Rotisserie Chicken Day, which is undefeated, and it will be number 1 on this list, spoiler alert. But Nebraska's Jordy Fromm pitched in the Women's College World Series while pregnant. She just announced today her and her boyfriend are having a baby. She is now expecting, but she was crushing it. She's basically like the Ohtani version in softball, where she is a dynamite pitcher. She was the player of the year. She had multiple 20 home run and 20 win seasons as a pitcher and a hitter. This past year, she went 21-6 as a pitcher while hitting .403 as an average. First Division I pitcher in history with multiple 20 home run seasons and 20 win seasons. She was incredible, and she won a couple of championships at Oklahoma, then transferred to Nebraska, and she was dominant for Nebraska this year. Unfortunately, the Huskers fell in the tournament, but that's not something you're going to hear in any other sport.
No.
bitch and 3 months pregnant. That's an incredible accomplishment. And game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight, boys. It'll be the Vegas Golden Knights against the Carolina Hurricanes. I'm pulling for the Canes. Let's get Logan Stankoven a Stanley Cup. I do think the Golden Knights have a good chance of victory here. You're going to have a very rested Hurricanes group of VGK get sweeping through, beating Colorado there in 4. So this is going to be a fun series overall. I hope this one goes 7.
How about travel for this thing?
It's crazy, right?
Vegas
Opposite
to Raleigh
coast. Yeah, 100%.
And we start to get to game, if this thing goes 7, wow, that's going to be some serious travel on these cats.
When you got some, only 8 players in the history of the sport have won a Stanley Cup and a gold medal in the same season. So you've got Golden Knights players Jack Eichel and Noah Hannafin who are trying to accomplish that, and then Jacob Slavin of the Carolina Hurricanes. They each won gold on the Team USA team.
When's the last time? 1980?
Yeah, it had to be. That's the last time the U.S. won gold, unless there's a Canadian player that's done that.
Oh, this is a good point. Yeah,
this is just in total. But
I was thinking of American-born players.
It's been since Montreal maybe that you've had a Canadian team even win the Stanley Cup. So it's been a while, 25 years.
Yeah, it's been a while
since the last time that happened. But there's that, and then the other thing that I wanted to talk about. We didn't get to this yesterday. But TMZ kind of did Adrian Beltre a little dirty. Did you guys see the headline that they said that he wants Wander Franco back in Major League Baseball? And that's not really what he said. If you go back and look at this, he said, quote, "It's a sensitive situation, but I believe that everybody has a second chance. MLB is really strict about these things. It's just a sensitive situation. I don't really know enough about it." So that was Adrian Beltre's comment regarding it. And then they kind of ran with the headline that he's basically cheerleading for Wander Franco to get back into Major League Baseball.
Well, we have to be able to think for ourselves, and there's a massive echo chamber right now that Wander Franco victimized this young girl, and that because he did that, he should be thrown in jail and never allowed to be in sports ever again. But if you go back and read what was said in court, the mom tricked him into sleeping with her daughter. He is not a predator that was out looking for underage women or girls. He was kind of a victim. And it's unfortunate because in this era that we live in that is, understandably
quick to judge,
raising the stakes on human trafficking and predator type of stuff. Like, we should be really strong in going after Epstein files people, right? But we're not. Instead, we're pretending that Wander Franco is Jeffrey Epstein and that he should never be allowed in baseball. Adrian Beltre is dead balls on right in this situation, but nobody wants to let it breathe and actually have a full investigation of the facts. They just want to believe that the story hasn't evolved from what we saw when it first hit the news, Wolchuk.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, we do kind of live in a society now where you'll see or read one thing, or you'll just see a clip of 30 seconds and you kind of base your entire assumption off of that. And that's not really fair. I think that we do need to do a deeper dive and really kind of educate ourselves, have a better understanding of every certain situation before we make a final conclusion.
It's hard to tell right now. My daughter is going into her sophomore year. It's hard to tell her apart from girls that are going into their senior year. And it can be hard to tell them apart from a 20-year-old, So if the mom is telling you she's of age because she wants you to do this so she can then blackmail you.
Yeah.
It's really a tough situation, and I'm not surprised that the players in that players association are kind of standing up, or at least not doing the full fire-breathing dragon on Wander Franco.
Yeah. And we'll see what Major League Baseball decides moving forward regarding him and if he's ever able to come back and play.
Gavin Spittle just texted us and said Jeff Carter and Drew Doughty of the LA Kings won gold for Canada.
Thank you so much.
The Stanley Cup for the LA Kings in 2014.
Boom. There's the hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle, Drew Doughty, and Jeff Carter. Shout out to you, Spitzy. Make sure you're checking out Spitz and Suds.
The only American to do it from 1980 was Ken Morrow.
Okay.
So,
boom. And we did get word from Elliot Friedman yesterday that $14 million a year is what Jason Robertson's looking for, and I don't think there's any way the Stars are going above 12. So it sounds
like they even have 12 to give.
I think 12, yes.
Okay.
14, I don't think so, and 12, I believe, is what Mikko Rantanen's getting. And like Robo, I love you, man. I think Robo could be the next captain. If you listen to him with Jared on the pregame show, like super well spoken, like to me, that guy won me over. And he's incredible on the ice. But at the same time, it's like, dude, I don't know that you can go that high for Robo. So they seem to still be very far apart in contract negotiations. And I'm interested to see how this ends up playing out over the summer.
Didn't McDavid get? McDavid didn't even get 14, did he?
I don't think so.
It's a must
12
trade.
and a half. He got $12.5 million. That's McDavid.
I mean,
it's a lot.
He's a good scorer.
He is.
Yeah.
And I do think he got better as a two-way player.
He's got Todd France as an agent, huh?
I think he switched to the same representation as like Wyatt Johnston. So like
I was just saying that in a way that, France goes for the 60. You know,
that's true. No, Todd France. I mean, he's still laughing at the rest of the league for what they did with the quarterbacks contracts there. All right, top 10 here. Best ready-to-eat meals at the grocery store on National Rotisserie Chicken Day. And gosh, you got to love that grab-and-go rotisserie chicken. When you're going to the grocery store, you need something ready. Just outside of the rotisserie chicken, what's the first thing you're grabbing?
At a grocery store?
I mean, honestly, I think Lucius is probably our correspondent for this.
I got something.
That's my daily.
I'm about to say. I mean,
I'm at the Tom Thumb Deli daily. Ooh. It's like half off during the week.
Yeah.
Not on Fridays, but the rest of the week,
we have
half
good
off,
deals.
bro. And I like Kroger's chicken, Kroger's fried chicken in their deli.
All right.
Thank you. How about the potato wedges?
Let's go.
The potato wedges rock. You know, I mean, it's usually some kind of chicken potato wedge situation if I'm going with the ready-made Kroger or, just grocery store deal if we're not doing the rotisserie.
Mm-hmm. I wish I had back all the money I spent on sushi at a grocery store.
I do usually dabble in the sushi.
Okay, that's a good call. I forgot that.
H-E-B now has like and Kroger's got the people making it too.
And usually I will, if they don't have it, I'll ask the guy to do it. I'll wait. I'll go shop and tell him what I want, push a basket around and come back. Wow. And he'll have it prepped.
That's amazing. Look at you.
So yeah, I gave up the Chinese buffet to pick up
the sushi habit.
The sushi habit at grocery stores, which is really, really, and it's good. I mean, it's good. I mean,
you got to notice the specific grocery stores to go to. Like Kroger's a good one, and then H-E-B is.
If they've got somebody back there doing it, I always like, he's like, well, let me make you one, and I'll give them what I want, and they'll prep it, and you come back around, and it'll be ready for you.
I mean, if I love sushi, I think that might be the top thing you could get beyond the rotisserie chicken, of course. But for me, I think a lot of the delis or the little bakeries have great chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah,
If I'm hungry and I'm walking in, I'm thinking that or donuts usually.
Yeah, Lucius is absolutely right because you could get the chicken strips with two sides of stuff.
Yeah.
And they make that food with some love back there.
I like those meals they already have put together, like it's enchiladas or maybe like
a heat up situation.
Yeah, you heat them up 15 minutes. Come back, you feed the whole family.
That's nothing against our group at Eatsy's. Eatsy's will do the same.
Hell I love Eatsy's.
Some high end. Me and Lucy, some high end guys on this stuff. But these grocery stores kind of they do the quality. Not the quality of what Eatsy's is, but they're trying. They're trying to get there with those heat up meals.
I mean, Tom Thumb's got a pretty solid meatloaf that's ready to go.
Yeah,
that I've dabbled in a couple of times.
Eatsy's my favorite place.
Mm-hmm.
I love me some Eatsy's.
I wish we were close to it again.
Yeah,
yeah, it was right by the old station. Number 10 is your pre-made sides. Your mashed potatoes, the mac and cheese, roasted veggies. Usually, you got the hot deli sides, or they've got refrigerated as well that you can pair with whatever you're getting. Number 9 are your individual or combo packs. They've got the high protein options. If you want that, you can get the hard-boiled egg, the cheese sticks, the meat snacks as well. They've got the deli soups that you can grab. And number 8, pizza by the slice. At number 7, Central Market does a pretty solid, and Whole Foods, pizza by the slice.
I think Whole Foods salad bar is really good.
It's a big one.
And it's good. And then they've also got the bar where you can get the olives and stuff like that if you're just interested in those kinds of things.
6 is your protein boxes or your yogurt parfaits, your Greek yogurts that you can get. Those are more of your breakfast options if you want to grab and go.
Got to check the date on that stuff, too. You don't know when that yogurt might be a little old.
Yeah.
Go to the back. If you grab from the front, they usually put the older variety up front. Look at the back. Check the date.
You get the fresher one.
Yeah, you get the fresher one.
Cocktail shrimp on that list.
The cocktail shrimp is.
I get the cocktail shrimp from Tom Thorne sometimes.
Which is
they sell for like $6. I'm like, yeah,
with
cool.
the platter, with the cocktail sauce in the middle.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's number 4.
Already peeled, right?
You've got your cocktail shrimp, but also you can do your.
It's damn near the only shrimp I eat.
Your fruit trays as well are on here. You can get your ready-to-eat fruit.
Yeah.
The sushi is number 5.
Yeah.
With Publix, HEB. Tell you what, Publix. The pub subs are undefeated.
It's supposed to be one of the most legendary.
Oh, we got Publix in Texas.
They're in Florida, but the last time I went to Florida, I did the pub sub.
I was doing Lion King was another one, or Lions King, or there was the one Lions something. It was a Florida.
There was a Lions food market. I think we did have one.
I said Lions
here.
King. What am I doing?
I remember Food Lion.
Food Lion. That's
Food
what
Lion.
I'm thinking.
Okay, that's it.
Yes,
the Lions.
I was like,
King.
I was whatever, something. Yeah.
Your sandwiches, wraps, and subs come in at number 2, but number 1 is indeed the rotisserie chicken as your number 1
That's
ready
not
to eat
healthy
meal.
for you at all.
Is it
It's
actually?
amazing.
It's actually not healthy for you.
It's in like a plastic bag. You know, it's
so
like
you're
a
getting
hot
all the
plastic
microplastics?
bag, and the amount of ingredients they're using.
I
is
think-
Sodium's crazy in it.
I think they're shooting those things up
They
to
are.
plump them up.
They are, man.
Yeah.
But they're delicious. I mean, I used to hammer those when they were like $5 a pop. Used to be
It's a good deal.
$5. Hot and ready to rock and roll, dude.
Yeah,
You got
that's
an
the eating
entire
ranch.
Is that how the plastic got down in the lower area on you eating all those rotisserie chickens?
That's how I got micros.
I mean, I love
My
making
micro.
quesadillas out of that. I'll pick one up on like a weekend and make quesadillas for 3 nights out of it for the kids.
Yeah.
The salads you can do, like it's versatile.
They've got
Very
they've
versatile.
got chicken already kind of chopped up. They've got like in if you go to the
Oh, they already got the shredded
they've
version.
already got it shredded.
sure do.
They got
Rotisserie chicken
Now,
shredded
they
up.
do. Yeah.
Dawson, you're going to
Okay.
have to take an 8th job that you already have to pay for it. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
what they do. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing at the store under $8 now. Last year it was nothing under 6. Now it's 8.
You get if you have 4 bags of groceries,
Unless you're at the deli
you're
on-
in the $135 range, right off the jump.
Okay, move over Luka. Was that the end of the list? Yes, it was. Move over Luka. Was this Mavs mess up actually the biggest fail in franchise history when it comes to letting guys go? We'll talk about that. Maybe get you some Cowboys news coming up on the other side. And then Football Fix at 3 o'clock. We're back here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. And when it happens to you or somebody you love, you know, especially, I mean, if it ends tragically, the Frankels will make sure you don't settle for less. How do you put a number on these things, you know? Pain and suffering for decades, not being able to get around and play with the kids or the grandkids like you have been doing or plan to do. That's what somebody's negligence can take away from you. And we highly recommend here at The Fan that if it does happen to you, you call the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com, give them a call, 214 or 817-333-3333. And you'll find out why people love watching the Frankels work on their behalf. You know, they'll take them to court. They're trial lawyers, 2 of the absolute best in DFW. Their names command respect. But here's the deal. When you're hurt, not your fault, the guilty party, they'll try to blame you. When that doesn't work, they will work overtime to get you to settle for less. They'll get the best insurance adjusters and lawyers they can. So you should have the best lawyers you can. And for us here in North Texas, it's been the Frankels for a very long time, over 3 decades now, fighting to get clients paid when they're victims of negligence. 18-wheeler hit you, commercial vehicle, rideshare, just a regular negligent driver. Call the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we got a Shabuzi ticket giveaway during the commercial-free Expressway where we will chop it up. Can the Rangers keep their winning streak alive? And we'll get you set for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. It's a Wednesday morning, maybe with Sean on The Fan.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trusting Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Hi, everybody. Brad Sham for John D'Angelo. If you have a house to sell that needs work, you need to talk to John D'Angelo. John buys houses, usually older homes that need work. Condition is not an issue. John will share current market information with you so you can make an informed decision, and you'll feel at ease dealing with John. You'll notice and appreciate the considerate way he does business. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit JohnD'AngeloInc.com.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com.
1976. Gas was 59 cents a gallon, disco ruled the radio, and D&M Leasing opened its doors in Texas. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M because we make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and often less expensive than the traditional dealership experience. No negotiating, no pressure, just experts designing the right lease for your life. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, 50 years of helping Texans drive smarter.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
We have breaking news. Myles Garrett has been traded to the LA Rams.
A bombshell in the NFL. Arlington Martin, A&M, and Cleveland Browns Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, dealt to the LA Rams. And we're on it immediately.
You do not have to go off the assumption that even including the Seahawks, the Rams are the presumptive Super Bowl favorite.
All over breaking sports news. That's why it's important that you turn it on and leave it on The Fan.
A big job doesn't have to mean juggling multiple vendors throughout a project. With the Home Depot's expanded assortment of supplies, you can get everything you need for the entire job from one partner. More sizes, more selection, more of the quality you can trust. Source and supply the entire job when you access thousands of products not available in stores. Because at the Home Depot, it's our business to supply yours.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Nathan Eovaldi is on the mound tonight as the Rangers and Cardinals play Game 2 of their series in St. Louis. Hi there, everyone. I'm Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Ted Emmerich and me. Our coverage of tonight's action gets underway at 6 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
I had Broadus getting out of his beanbag in my corner of my eye right here. I'm trying to stay focused the whole time.
I got a little upset. I was trying to work on my Masters tickets. It's that time of year that you get to put in for the lottery, and then I couldn't get out of the beanbag because I was working on the Masters tickets. So,
I was just trying to guess what color red you're going to be when you try to get up.
Sorry about that, Lucius. I didn't mean to be that way about it. Yeah.
What do you call that technique for getting out?
It's what the sea lions do at SeaWorld when they get up on the deck and they throw a bunch of fish in their mouth and go back in the water. That's what it's called. It's kind of like I'm on fire. I roll on the ground and then try and pop up.
That's what I thought. It's kind of a stop, drop, and roll situation.
I'm kind of feeling like I'm going to blow my Achilles doing this sometime, though. That chair is so comfortable.
I can't believe you haven't slipped a disc.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time.
Fat people do not pull muscles. I'm talking about that.
That's true. You can't pull fat.
Can't pull fat.
All right, Tim Kalishaw, Morning News, asking today, as the finals prepare to get underway, and Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks taking on the San Antonio Spurs, is losing Jalen Brunson the biggest mistake the Mavs ever made? The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you if you want to leave your name and city you're texting from. I think it's up there. You know, there's trading Luka, there's letting Steve Nash go, there's letting Jalen Brunson go. Is there anything else that compares? Maybe that's another good subject for the Mavs fans out there if you want to text in. But those are the three. And, you know, how would I rank those? I don't think Jalen Brunson is the biggest loss of all time.
No, it's definitely still Luka. It's not even close.
Could he be number two? You know, was it a bigger brain dead decision? But the circumstances that led to it were just really tough for the organization to process.
Yeah, the whole thing was difficult, and I think just like looking at it just by itself, yes, losing Luka is worse, but you were ultimately able to get flag out of that, even though it was unintentional. With the Brunson thing, it's just he leaves.
Yeah.
And there is no real silver lining to, but you ended up, like the domino effect didn't lead to anything awesome with the loss of Brunson.
Well, okay. But here's the domino effect for the Luka situation. Your GM's fired. Your head coach is fired. They're having to get rid of every single person that basically had anything close that resembled, okay, I was part of the Luka decision. Your entire fan base revolts right now. It's now broken. It's a fractured relationship between between the team and their fans, all because of one move, and that's trading Luka Doncic. So I think all of that, when you look at every single layer and impact from the Luka move, it's not even close, despite the compensation and still even getting flagged, which was not part of that trade.
Right.
It ends up happening, but it's to me that doesn't even factor in. So I still think the Luka decision is the worst in the history of the organization. But when you look back and it's like, wow, you had Luka and Jalen Brunson, who are two of the best players in the NBA right now, and 2 years ago you were in the finals with one, and now Jalen Brunson's in the finals with the Knicks. Those probably are the top two. And I get your point. I mean, losing, and what did you get back for losing those guys? And ultimately, it comes down to right now, it's Max Christie and a first-round pick. And
a couple of them. You get the future pick from the Lakers and pick from the Wizards.
I guess you got nothing for Jalen Brunson, and that goes back to when he was drafted initially, and they botched the rookie deal for him. Right? Yeah. They had like a year shorter on the deal than what they should have had.
Yeah, you know, I think more than anything, it was the beginning of the signs that Mark Cuban was not financially capable of running an organization anymore or owning an organization anymore. You know, because and he said it when he sold the team, like he didn't want his family to be the people that had to make tough financial decisions, letting players go, and then the entire world hates you, you know, as the owner of the team. So, you know, but Brunson was a late bloomer, and they had made like a final offer around midseason to Brunson, and then he leads you to have the upper hand against the Utah Jazz with Luka out. You're up 2-1 because Jalen Brunson is balling. And then he and his dad really wanted to go to New York.
Yeah.
Like it was the worst kept secret in the NBA for like 4 months. So after all of that, you feel like maybe he doesn't want to be around. You feel like you've made him a very generous offer and said, this is our last offer. And then he goes off. And I would hope that an organization would be more flexible. Like, wow, we really didn't see that coming. That was, an incredible breakout for a 26-year-old player to have who spent 4 years in college. And you're going to be a late bloomer now here in the pros. But I think, between the negotiation, the late blooming factor, and then, him and his dad wanting to go to New York, I kind of gave them a pass on it, even though at the time I was screaming, you got to give him what he wants. Because finding that second player, but I don't think it would have resulted in greatness with Luka and Brunson. Do you? I think having those two guys on the court at the same time and the defensive liabilities that they would, I've taken a long time, but in this segment, I think maybe right now, Brunson might be the most overrated player in the entire league.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much success they would have had together just because of the defensive issues that would arise, but he would have still been an asset that you could have moved for something else.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah. But in terms of criticizing the Mavericks, I mean, they didn't have the foresight to know that he was going to blossom the way that he did. And by the time you had that feeling after that playoff run, it was already pretty much too late because he wanted to go to the Knicks. So I don't criticize them hugely, but you think he's the most overrated player in the sport right now.
Yeah, I think he's a good scorer, and he gets the ball a ton because there's not a lot of other guys who can create their own offense on that team. So I think it's a team perfectly built around him. Maybe the best roster construction around a small since the Allen Iverson 76ers, who also got to the finals in, an era of the Eastern Conference that wasn't the most difficult to make it. But I don't want to take anything away from that. But you look back on Allen Iverson's supporting cast, and it's good defensive players, it's rim protectors, and then he gets to go out there and pretty much have a green light in any situation. But Jalen Brunson doesn't rebound. Like they're compared to others, there's between 3 and 5 rebounds per game that somebody at his position could get. He's not an elite assist guy. What are we at? 6 assists?
7
assists.
7 assists, 3 boards a game.
There's 2 or 3 assists per game between him and the elite distributors and playmakers for others. I just think he's a great scorer on
he's
a team magnificently built around him.
Right, like that's in a depleted East. Yeah, I think the clutch factor has to be factored, and I do think he wins. Like, he won at Villanova. I mean, obviously, what you said about even when Luka was on the floor, he found a way to win for the Mavericks, and he did help change this culture with the Knicks where they were kind of laughable. I mean, I think all of us would look at the Knicks, and we were just waiting for them to ultimately just disaster to happen. And now he's gotten him to an Eastern Conference final, an NBA final. Like, I do think there's flaws in his game. I think you're right about that, but I think some of the intangibles that he brings to the table here, I don't know that I would say he's overrated. I do think there's some value that he brings outside of just scoring, the clutch factor. I think that he creates a belief and he makes teammates around him better.
Dallas Wings are not overrated. They blow out Seattle 79-56. Salute to the front office. Salute to the coaching staff as well for putting together a roster this good and snapping it into place. They're now 6-3, 1 game behind the Minnesota Lynx for the best record in the league. Beckers last night 10-9-7. You had 6 players with 9 points or more, and Aziaha James poured in 18. It's like 4 or 5 different players on any given night that can carry the load, and they just have quality all over the place. So I think we're about to be treated to a summer of very high level basketball. Maybe a run at the title.
Okay, really great point from a texter in the 945. Going back to the Brunson stuff, it was the initial contract, his initial rookie contract. They gave him a straight 4-year deal without adding the team option for the final year. Second-round picks typically get contracts with team options, and so it was sort of an oversight that meant Dallas could not retain him as a restricted free agent.
Yeah, they couldn't match. Yeah,
I would love to go back into that world in 2018 and figure out why didn't you give him the usual contract that second-round players get?
Mark Cuban at that time was doing favors to players.
Okay.
You know, and it was
that's
weird.
What that feels like.
Dwight Powell, oh, well, we don't have anybody else that wants this contract, so we'll go back and give you even more. It was weird, and maybe the Jalen Brunson thing was, because they were a big fan of him and wanted to show how much they believed in him, but they were the only team that did believe in him. Guy goes to the second round. There were a ton of teams that passed on him. So I think they deserve credit for recognizing that he was capable of doing something like that. But I just don't think they had the money when it came time to pay him. We got a football fix coming up next. We'll check where you're taking it.
Yeah, let's do it. We do have some A.J. Brown talk as he is discussing the Jalen Hurts situation. Cover athletes and slippery slopes. That's next to the nation.
But first, Tolos, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results, whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of your hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. You are going to love them. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The worst-kept secret of the NFL offseason came true yesterday. An A.J. Brown trade on June 1st. The Eagles sent A.J. Brown to the Patriots for a 2028 first-round pick and a fifth-rounder. Moving forward with the Patriots, Brown will work with third-year quarterback Drake May. Stephon Diggs was the Patriots' leading receiver last year. A.J. Brown is a clear upgrade. I'm Chris Black.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hey Tolos, Corey Majors here with Dax Kirks from Best Buy Windows and Siding. This time of year, everything's about baseball, sunshine, and fixing stuff around the house.
Windows are usually at the top of that I'll get to it later list.
Until that electric bill hits.
Exactly. Old windows can cost you money every single month. Best Buy Windows and Siding is the home of 10 windows for just $59.50 with 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit and lifetime warranty.
Upgrade now and start saving on energy bills. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Real talk time, man. You have been dealing with that terrible, awful feeling. It's called ED. I want you to remember something, though. It's not the end of the world. There are fixes to that problem nowadays. It's called Blue Chew Gold. A 4-in-1 upgrade targets both body and brain. That's right, most blue pills only focus on Blue Chew Gold. Goes further, enhances arousal, desire, connection, total performance, both physical and mental. It dissolves right under your tongue. Starts working in as little as 15 minutes. Look, we don't have time to wait and wait and wait for it to kick in. That's why Blue Chew Gold is a turbocharger. It's a PED for the bedroom. It works in as little as 15 minutes. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man this link, BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ, 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold. With the promo code RJ, get your confidence back and your little fella feeling big again.
The Second World War is the largest event in human history.
A 20-part series with Tom Hanks.
No part of the globe was untouched. No life unchanged.
Experience the ultimate account of World War II.
Every single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are.
Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Tolo's Choppy here. If your business is still living in the dark ages, it's time to get off the sideline. Is your company finally ready to automate with barcoding or RFID? Then call the heavy hitters, Texas Barcode Systems. These guys are local based right here in DFW, and we're talking about a name that over 6,000 companies have trusted for the last 30 years. So whether you're starting fresh or you need to refresh that clunky old equipment, they got the best roster in the game. Zebra, Honeywell, Datalogic, Sato, and Printronix. Do it right the first time. Texas Barcode Systems. Check them out online. TexasBarcode.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. And we do have the Rangers Player Show coming up here in about 20 minutes. Ezekiel Duran is going to join us, a hero of sorts here of recent times. So we're excited to talk with him about his game-winning hits. His All-Star candidacy, guys. All-Star voting is underway tomorrow. I have been informed we are expecting that Zeke Duran's going to be on the ballot, as he very well should be, hitting .299, getting it done. Here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
All right, perfect. Let's go ahead and get to it. There's a new award out there and jersey numbers after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, the latest on Josh Sweat. Now, Easton Butler, who is a writer for the Green Bay Packers, and he's a guy with like a decent following, but he's been really on the buzz here with the Josh Sweat stuff, and I got to give him credit because he actually was pretty on before it was widely reported of what Myles Garrett was getting traded for and who he was getting traded to, plus the A.J. Brown trade, that it was still getting done. He was correct yesterday, so I'm starting to give him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt on this. He's hearing that the Cardinals are their asking price for Josh Sweat is a second, or it's a third plus a day 3 pick. They're also wanting the Green Bay Packers to up their offer. So yesterday, that was the big talking point, was Green Bay really starting to get hot on the Josh Sweat trade, and then that might have fizzled and fallen apart. He also is reporting the Cowboys reached out, nothing happened, and the two teams that Josh Sweat would like to go to, if it's not Green Bay because he wants to go and reunite with Jonathan Gannon there, is maybe going back to Philadelphia. So if Green Bay falls, we do know Filthy was already getting in on the Myles Garrett sweepstakes. Do they pivot and go after Josh Sweat? And now you've got Sweat and you've got Jonathan Grenard, who they've traded for. And now they've got a pretty good edge rush group.
That would be nauseating. He was pretty good for them in the Super Bowl and in their playoff run. So that'd be tough. There's no indication he wants to come to the Cowboys. It's Green Bay or Philly?
Those are Thomas R. Peterson, who covers the Eagles as well and writes for Bleacher Report, has put out that he does think that those are his top two options. So I don't know that he doesn't want to come to Dallas. I have not seen that reported at all, but at least maybe he'd prioritize Green Bay and Filthy before Dallas. But I'd love Dallas to get into the mix here. I still think you need a plethora of good pass rushers, and he'd probably be the best one on your roster.
I mean, the point is to try to get edge rushers without having to give them more than $25 million.
Yeah, his contract's a bargain right now.
You can do that. Like we were just talking about Jalen Brunson. One of the reasons that the Knicks have been able to build such a good roster, he took $100 million less in this salary cap game, no matter what the sport is. How many guys you can get that can perform at near the top of their position for half of market value?
Yeah.
So it's just a golden opportunity. It should be everything the Cowboys want. You know, this is their range, under $20 million impact players like Rashawn Gary, Jalen Thompson. This should be your lane, Cowboys. So hopefully they can shake it up. But I feel like if they were intending to, we would have definitely heard it by now.
Yeah, we got a new episode of Love of the Star up. Brian and I recorded that today, so go ahead and check that out. Love of the Star is an Odyssey podcast. You can find it on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts. We kicked around the Josh Sweat topic a little bit, and I kind of feel, guys, I don't know if you agree, but just kind of going by our coverage of the Cowboys and knowing how this team operates, I think they feel good about what they've got right now, and they'll reassess it once they get out onto the fields with the pads on in Oxnard. And then maybe we start to hear, okay, they're working out some veteran corners behind us. They're working out some veteran linebackers, whatever the position group might be. But I just don't see a ton of new additions between now and when this team flies out to report to training camp.
Yesterday, while I was gone, I was able to talk about were they in on the Garrett? And I got no, not at all on that one. And then just asking about this to a couple of different people, and I know you were talking about the credentials of the gentleman that was reporting this. I got that they weren't in on this one either, on the Josh Sweat stuff.
It kind of hurts to hear, but it's not a surprise.
Yeah, so that would be news to them is where they're at on that one.
They like their guys, and they'll go after the aged-out veteran for a workout in Oxnard. Just like you said, Walchuk, that's where they're at. And then hopefully at the trade deadline, if they're rocking and rolling, then they'll cook something up.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that maybe that they might add a linebacker, though. That might be a possibility.
Via trade?
I think more or less probably a signing.
Yeah.
A signing.
Yeah, and I think so, too. I don't know that it'll happen. I think it'll happen when we're in August.
Yeah. Well, I think I would bet that this one might happen before camp.
Okay.
We'll just keep an eye on that one.
All right.
How good?
Oh, I'm just hearing that
like a starter or like a depth piece?
I'm just hearing that they're looking that route.
Okay.
Oh, I think they've got to be. They need another linebacker.
Yeah.
I just wonder, to your point, is it going to be somebody that can move the needle?
Better than D. Winters?
Is it legit somebody that can start?
Well, you're gonna to get better than D. Winters. I think you're going to have to trade.
Yeah, that would be the
free agents.
I think we're looking at some free agents here.
Yeah, and that's I hope they do.
Karake, Wagner.
Yeah, that kind
Milano.
of group. Yeah,
we'll see on those guys. Okay, congratulations to Derek Hall. Seattle has agreed to a 3-year, $42 million extension with the defensive end, who is also an outside linebacker. He ended up playing really well in the postseason for them. They're starting to pay guys. Devin Witherspoon is the next guy up. They just gave JSN that big contract. Now they've got Derek Hall locked up, $21 million guaranteed. His story is pretty damn incredible. Derek Hall is one of these guys that when he was born at just 23 weeks early, so he was a big time preemie. He was born with no heartbeat. Doctors told his mom he only had a 1% chance of survival, and despite all that, dude's a fighter. They took him off life support. He was able to go ahead. Was big,
start breathing,
incredible. Yeah, I mean, stayed obviously in the NICU, but then went home. An amazing story. Now look at him. I mean, $42 million he just signed for and is an NFL player. So
that's fantastic.
It is. That's really, really cool. Congratulations to him and his entire family today. Now, A.J. Brown has made his first appearance in a New England Patriot uniform. Was out there at practice today. The report is he's going to wear number 1. Now, why? Well, he's chosen to wear number 1 instead of 11, according to Mike Rice of ESPN, because he wants to respect Julian Edelman. Even though he had Edelman's blessing, he wants to go back to his roots of wearing number 1, which I believe is what he wore at Ole Miss. So, respect to Jules. Edelnut.
Hey, that's a Patriots Hall of Famer.
Absolutely it is. And here was A.J. Brown. He caught up with Maria Taylor. And what is Maria Taylor going to ask him about? Well, what the hell happened between you and Jalen Hurts? So here was the conversation and the answer before we get to a little Toxic Tuesday of the real rumors as to what went down. This is AJ's perspective.
Not as close as we once were. And I believe that's fine. It's like there's no bad blood. There's actually still a lot of love. I love him to death. I want him to succeed and accomplish all the things that he wants to accomplish. I didn't truly understand why our friendship became the public of the center of everybody's attention when it came to football, because, looking back on it, we haven't been as close as we were a couple years now, but that didn't stop anything. We still competed, we still pushed each other, we still led the team. So it was just kind of strange, people just got so fixated on the relationship and wanted to talk about maybe from the history of this place, but that wasn't what this was. And I'm gonna say it to you, I'm gonna say it on camera. I got nothing but love for him, you know, I wanted to do well and accomplish everything that his heart desires. So,
I think at the end of the day, people always just want to know why, and there's an understanding that people grow apart. What is the best way that you can put a description so people can understand?
Yeah, nothing happened. Nothing happened. You know, people just grow apart. Nothing happened between me and him or our families, wives, anything. Nothing like that ever happened. But life happens. And you just look up sometimes and you find yourself drifting away. And that's fine. And I think both parties accepted that.
Grew apart. Nothing happened. Still loves him. Hopes he can accomplish everything he wants to accomplish. Well, are you guys ready for a little conspiracy theory?
Absolutely. I thought his choice of words was very interesting there.
Is this the massage therapist thing?
Oh, yeah. So here we go. Wild. There is a conspiracy theory about A.J. Brown, Hassan Reddick, Jalen Hurts, and a massage therapist side chick that is gaining traction among Eagles fans. So according to this, both Brown and Hassan Reddick were allegedly seeing the same massage therapist romantically, although without A.J. Brown's knowledge. A third player, which is identified as QB1, Jalen Hurts, reportedly knew about this overlapping relationship but chose not to tell A.J. Brown. Brown allegedly then found out that Hurts knew but didn't say anything, and he felt betrayed by that action. The source of the theory characterizes Brown as having a sense of blind loyalty that ultimately serves his own interests and suggests that situation is what created the lasting tension in the locker room throughout the 2023 season.
So Hurts knew that Brown was Eskimo Bros with a teammate and didn't tell him?
Like they're seeing the same girl at the same time and doesn't say anything to him.
Okay, that's not the conspiracy theory I was expecting, but I mean, that's...
And then he felt burned by it. And Hassan Reddick obviously was traded and then didn't do anything. But yeah, that's some of the rumorskis that are out there. I mean, there had to be something.
Yeah, you don't just...
It's not just like, oh, we grew apart.
Yeah, you're with each other every day, and your jobs are directly involved with one another. So there's not just some drifting apart, and this is all bygones. Something clearly happened.
I mean, the most obvious thing to me would be I'm a star wide receiver that wants the football, and the league figured out that my guy can't read zone defense. So that's going to create tension at practice, just like it did with all kinds of quarterbacks and wide receivers in NFL history, most notably Russell Wilson, where his teammates didn't like him even after they'd won the Super Bowl together because they knew he wasn't that good. When you're dealing with a player who's not that good, that's not just affecting like this play or you. It's affecting our ability to win and go get more Super Bowls and be a multi-time champion. So that's possible, but I mean, it does seem like there's a lot of conversation about the triangle around Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and ladies. The other one was that A.J. Brown was having an extramarital affair. Jalen Hurts told his wife, who then told A.J. Brown's fiance or whatever.
Yeah.
So A.J. Brown is mad at Jalen Hurts for not keeping that under wraps.
Yeah, I mean, something along those lines would make a ton of sense to me.
Yeah,
and it probably goes back to a lady in some way, shape, or form. A little side action there for A.J. Brown. Allegedly, of course, here on a Toxic Tuesday. Now, Myles Garrett's going to rock the 95, so Poona Ford is very ready to give that up for Myles Garrett there in L.A., and that's already been announced. I don't know what Poona Ford's going to switch to, but he's like, hell yeah, bring it on. Of course, when you're going to have Myles Garrett. And then the Aaron Donald stuff's not going away, man. Michael Brockers, former teammate, hinting, I have some knowledge that others might not have. My guy is staying ready, so he doesn't have to get ready, said Michael Brockers. I think we'll get more into that with Eric during football's finest. There's another
the Pat McAfee text?
Yeah, there's another layer to that.
Nice.
With
but
Aaron
you also
Donald.
have his wife doing the Instagram thing where he's snoozing and she's just like videoing him being like, clearly this is not a guy who wants to do anything other than enjoy retirement.
Yeah.
So, but maybe she's trying to knock the scent off a little bit.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe she's rooting against it.
Yeah, that's true.
You're going to get hurt, Aaron.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Aaron.
Or you're going to hurt somebody else, Aaron.
Aaron.
Could have been a recovery nap, because he just been working out for 3 hours.
Todd Monken, in regards to Brendan Sorsby, are they going to put in a claim for him in the supplemental draft? I don't think we're in a position to want to go down that road. That's my opinion. That's not the GM's. I like the quarterbacks we have. I think that's a slippery slope when you go down that, irrespective of talent, right? In terms of that situation he's put himself in, we all know what that is. He put himself in that situation. We've seen in other sports with players that have been banned for life from playing in professional sports. But from my end, it's kind of a tough angle to go down that road, and I think that's going to be your franchise quarterback if he's ever eligible to play in the NFL. So it doesn't sound like Todd Monken would be greenlighting from his point. Cleveland being aggressive in pursuing Brendan Sorsby. And we'll catch up with Ari Temkin, get more on the tech side of that coming up at 4:20.
Right on. Thank you, Chief. Okay, we got to step aside because it's time now for the Rangers Player Show. Thank you, Wolchuk.
No, I appreciate it, dude.
Golly. We're coming back with Ezekiel Duran, Rangers Player Show on the Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
During Dallas summers, a working AC is a game changer. Luckily, American Home Shield can help protect your wallet from pricey repairs when major appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge break. If AHS can't repair the covered item, they'll replace it no matter its age. So don't sweat breakdowns. Keep your cool with the home warranty from American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at AHS.com. See AHS.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
Hi, it's Michaela at Boomer Jacks. Wish your dollar could go a little farther? Me too. Join us as we are throwing it back to $2 domestics and $3 Dos Equis every day until 2 a.m. Bring your +1 and we'll see you at Boomer Jacks.
Wow.
Huge breaking Mavericks news on the Fan.
We also have breaking news regarding the Mavericks' new arena, as Brad Townsend has put out. The Mavericks have chosen Valley View, dealing in major setbacks to efforts to bring the project downtown.
And our immediate reaction.
I mean, that's within reason. It's frustrating when a team gets moved out of your town, to Arlington or Frisco or whatever, still within city limits.
Yeah, I mean,
that's huge.
That's huge. You'll never miss any sports news when you turn it on and leave it on the Fan.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to get Texas-sized savings. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Right now, you can save on Kroger brand 80% lean ground beef. 3-pound rolls are only $4.99 a pound with your card. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Question: you wouldn't drive your car 100,000 miles without an oil change, right? Well, my teenager would, but in North Texas, your AC system runs over 2,000 hours a year. And just like your car, all those moving parts need regular maintenance. You see, here's what most homeowners don't realize. Breakdowns don't just happen. They start as small issues, like a clogged drain line that should have been caught weeks earlier with a simple tune-up. Because small problems can turn into expensive repairs. So for a limited time, Reliant Air Conditioning will tune up your AC system for just $85. But here's the best part. When you join our Hero Club maintenance program, your AC tune-up is absolutely free, and you'll stay protected year-round. So call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your AC tune-up online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Pat
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dallas Metro's newest resort community, Bynum Springs Club, has sold over 60 estate lots in just a few months. Their newest phase opens Saturday, June 6th. Go to BynumSprings.com to RSVP. BynumSprings.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch. There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Tolos Chiafalo here, and I got to be honest with you, my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention. And that's when I reached out to my friends at CertaPro Painters and scheduled my free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint in a worry-free process. Free estimates, detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. They're dedicated to bringing fresh color to your home with quality craftsmanship, just like they did for me. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by ntccog.org/gameplan.
The big event is finally coming to North Texas this summer, and that means increased travel activity. Consider using transit, carpooling, shifting travel times, or working from home if possible during busier travel periods. Travel tips, schedules, and maps at nctcog.org/gameplan.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan, and it is time now for the Rangers Player Show here on your home of the Rangers. Pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock in St. Louis. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And yes, sir, the Rangers Player Show. Brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. All right, so here he is, Rangers Player of the Month for May. Last night he was 3 for 4 with a double and a ribby in a Rangers 2-1 win. He is a 2023 World Series champion. All-Star voting begins tomorrow. He's expected to be on the ballot. Ezekiel Duran joining in now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
Doing wonderful. Thanks. Having a lot of fun watching you play. So I want to thank you on behalf of Rangers fans here on The Fan. You've been doing a hell of a job. How's it feel up there?
I feel amazing. I feel blessed.
What are your keys to keeping it going, you think, for the rest of the summer?
Yeah, the key is putting everything into God's hands and keep trusting.
Very nice. A God guy. Fans are going to love that. How much would it mean for you to be an all-star, Zeke?
Yeah, that's gonna be a great feeling. You know, every baseball player wants to be in the All-Star game too, so it's gonna be fun.
You've been incredible right now when it comes to inside the box. You've been on fire lately. What's clicked for you at the plate? How are you seeing the ball right now?
Yeah, I'm working a lot. I'm working in the cage with the hitting coach, approach, and everything. You know, we're making approach before the game, and we're making an adjustment during the game too, trying to hit the ball hard to the middle.
Skip has talked to us about everyday Zeke, and right now you're getting that opportunity, unfortunately, due to some injuries to play every day, but I think that you've earned that everyday role. How important is consistency and consistent playing time to your success, Zeke?
¿Cómo te gusta que el trabajo que estás haciendo, que la consistencia de ustedes, que cómo tú eres la competencia que te metes ahí?
Yeah, I would be happy if I'm in the lineup every day. I'm gonna play hard every time. Yeah, I'm happy to be in the field every single day.
What's the key to when you don't play? It seems like you're always in a great mood in the dugout, Zeke.
Yeah, I'm trying. If I'm not playing, I'm trying to bring my energy in the dugout. You know, with making laugh every time, with bring my energy to every players in the lineup and getting ready every time.
Where does walk-off game-winning hit? How was that Saturday night against the Royals to be able to do that? Final at bat of the game, you guys win. What was that like for you? Was that the first time you'd done that in the big leagues?
Yeah, this is my first one in the big league, and that was amazing. You know, when I was in the batting box, I was trying to kill the ball in my first swing, but after I'm just saying like, don't try to get big, don't try to be a hero, just take a good pitch and make a good swing. You know, that was an amazing day, and, you know, that was a great feeling.
What's your favorite position to play in the field defensively?
Yeah, and the lineup. If I'm playing, that's my favorite.
Well, DeGrom got win number 100 last night. What's it like to play behind him and some of the other pitchers on staff?
You know, that's amazing. It's amazing. He's a great pitcher. He's a great guy, too, and that's fun to see that guy making 100 wins. It's not easy, and that's really fun.
Did you help give him a beer shower after the game last night?
For sure.
Ezekiel Duran here with you, Rangers Player Show. Which veteran teammate has helped you the most through the ups and downs of trying to establish yourself?
¿Cuál jugador aquí te ha ayudado más que todos en el equipo?
I say everybody. You know, everybody trying to support to every players. You know, it's like we trying to help us. You know, we are a team. We are a good teammate. We got great guys in the clubhouse, and that's amazing.
Ezekiel Duran, the Rangers Player Show. Thank you so much for your time, sir. And we like to say, give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Oh, thank you. That's my pleasure.
Take care. There he goes. Rangers Player Show brought to you by Golden Chick and by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. When Corey Seager went down, we talked about how they need role players to step up, and I think Zeke Duran has been as good of an example as that as anybody. Obviously, Osuna has been big, and he got on again last night. The new second baseman, Lopez. I mean, they've done a really nice job elevating their game around the absence of their two biggest hitters. And if it's not for Zeke, this 4-game winning streak is, probably not alive right now.
No. It's not possible. He's been absolutely consistent, and I think Josh Young's been their most consistent hitter this year. Duran is number 2 for them, and I think that he's Wally Pipp, Josh Smith. I think Smitty, when he's back, goes back to the role that Zeke's in now, that we've seen Smitty have success in as that utility guy, and Ezekiel Duran's your starting second baseman.
Him or Jock Peterson. the way if you would say, I know he was the player of the month for May.
Yeah,
both of them have been so huge.
Yeah, and
if you had to say one or the other,
I'd go Zeke because I think defensively what he's brought to the table, short, second, and field. I mean, he threw somebody out from, I think he was playing left field during the series against Kansas City. But Jock did have the game winner last night. But I'd give the nod to Durant over Jock. But I mean, Jock Peterson and Josh Young bouncing back this year are two of the biggest storylines.
Oh my goodness! Can you imagine what their record would be if those two things weren't happening right now? How miserable we would be. We're just a couple of games from 500 once again with the pregame coming up at 6:00. Things I'm wondering about OTAs, gentlemen. Brian, I don't know if you saw it or you heard it, but last night in the Football's Finest, we talked about Ted Wynn's article updating where the Cowboys are in this journey to turn over their DC and hopefully become at least an average defense. And I think one of the cautionary tales in that article, guys, for me was him talking about DaRon Bland and Kobe Durant. Bland gave up the 5th most yards on explosive plays in zone last year. I think that was the stat. And then Kobe Durant is a player that probably raise the floor, but Ted made the point that the Rams moved on from him because they wanted to build a championship secondary. So if your goal is championship secondary, a team that knows their way to the Super Bowl has decided that one of your better free agent signings is somebody they should go without. So I think going into the OTAs and how many corners the Cowboys have, I think it's 11 or 12 of their 90 players. Where could some of these guys emerge? Like, is it Revel in year 2 or Devin Moore? But if it's not Bland and Durant, how would you handicap it? Or who are the guys to be optimistic about maybe saying, hey, my brain works. I can do this zone stuff. You might not have heard much about me, but I'm good to go.
I kind of feel like, though, to me, and one of the questions I was going to ask you guys at 3:40, it was about the expectations of a year 2 leap. And I actually put him in the category of when you start to talk about Booker, when you talk about Ezraku, and you talk about Ravel. And to me, the question was going to be, of those guys, who's the guy that might not have the year 2 leap? Who's the guy? And I think if you look at that, to me, when you ask the question about Revel, he's the guy that probably has the least known about him.
He's got the most to prove.
Yeah, he's got the most to prove. But he's also one of these guys too that, and I'm guilty of this. I think he's an incredible player. I saw that guy at East Carolina, but I'm also a little bit like, I'm not too sure right now. Is the knee brace going to be fine? Is his knee going to be fine? Has he been working out? Is he, how's the transitions been for him to kind of work on his craft and stuff like that? I think he's the cornerback that has the most questions about him. He's the guy that can honestly be the boom or the bust. You could be like, wow, look at this guy.
Full health, full camp.
Full health, full camp, full confidence, all that stuff. But right now, he's the guy that has the most questions. And I know we were talking about, guys like Butler and others that, Carson that we're not talking a whole hell of a lot about. But, man, this Revel could be the guy that when it's all said and done, they were like, okay, all he needed was this offseason. But also there's that side, too, where people are like, Broadus, you're blowing smoke. You're blowing smoke right now. This guy, he is what he is. He's not going to get any better. I don't believe that. But
if he's that bad, I think there's lingering knee stuff. Like he's going to be the ACL that wasn't right on the other side of it.
That it didn't work out.
Yeah.
That it didn't work out that way. But he's the guy that when it's, like I say, when we get out of training camp, it's like, damn, he needs to be playing more. Or he needs to be a starter. Or he needs to, coming out of camp, he was one of our best guys in camp.
I did wonder how much Kalen Carson played zone in college, and I guess that's a project to go look back on. But obviously,
quite a bit.
Did he?
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, quite a bit at Wake Forest.
He's played like 2 good games for the Cowboys, and then like a bunch of them where it's like, oh my goodness, what is he doing out there? What a total scheme change.
Yeah.
put him in a better position to have more good games. And then Devin Moore, the fourth rounder who said when he was drafted, if I'd been healthy, I might be the best corner in this draft. And if that's a schematic fit and he stays healthy, I think there's some hope. Revel year 2 and a rookie showing up who stays healthy that is designed and scouted by this actual coaching staff.
I think we're holding our breath on Bland too. We're hopeful that the foot is something that just talking to some people over there, he's not going to do much for the OTAs, minicamp things, but training camp he should be ready to go. But They have clearly a lot of questions. I feel like we've been talking about the cornerbacks maybe more than any other position group here.
Yeah.
It's leading up. I mean,
it was so bad last year, and you've got so many injury questions.
Right.
I mean, with enough respect, and I know you asked us this question last week, Brian, and maybe I was too dumb to think about it thoroughly through or not informed enough, as I'm sure the text will jump all over. But, after reading what Ted said yesterday, he made the point that corner is their biggest problem.
Yeah.
And I was like, really? Is it? Is it a bigger problem than linebacker or edge? But because of the fits and the Deron Bland stat that he had, I do think Deron Bland could be a really good player again in this league, but maybe it's just going to have to be for a different team. But I'll end with this, because I started it with let's be optimistic about corner. Fangio runs a lot of man on third down. So can you survive in zone on first and second if you're Deron Bland, get to third where you can do your thing? And is Christian Parker going to copy that template?
Yeah, I think that I will say this. I think we're really into connecting the dots, and I'm interested to see if this guy takes elements of what he's learned but tries to find his own way.
Yeah.
That where you think, well, man, he's going to be just like Vic Fangio, and he's going to da-da-da-da. And maybe that's not going to be his case. Him, Mike Elko, those guys, he's probably going to take elements of everything that he's learned.
Yeah.
And but he's got a whole new staff, too. He's got guys that he's brought in, and they're like, bro, you can't do that.
Well, I think he's going
to. But that's where the adjustments come.
Yeah.
That's where all of a sudden it's like, and then the Ted Wins and these guys that all watch tape during the year are like, well, they're not playing the same thing.
Yeah, he's added this wrinkle.
He's added
doing this
he's added that.
I think the post-snap disguising is something that he's really going to be big on. And I mentioned that yesterday. I wonder if you agree, Brian.
Yeah, no, I do. I think he is going to try and create his own defense here. I think he's heard enough about, and he's even come out and said, no, this is the Dallas Cowboys team. This isn't. So to me,
a lot of guys are saying that. I feel like that might have come from this symposium that they do, or this forum for the up and coming coaches.
Right.
What's that called?
Oh, yeah, the Coaches Academy.
I think they're all being told, have your own identity.
Right.
Because that is an important thing. You don't want to just be a robot that's copying Fangio. You want everybody in the media to be talking about how you've done your own thing. Because that's a consistent talking point with Patrick Graham and the Steelers right now. It's like, oh, no, we're using our own language, and this is our defense. It's not that we're borrowing from anybody else. So, to me, that's like branding or marketing on who I am as a guy. I don't want Fangio to get credit for this. Mm-hmm. So if I keep saying Fangio's name, he's going to get all the credit for me turning this thing around.
Right.
And I don't think it's in the best interest of the upward trajectory of a career that these guys want. But we do have Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
I do have some questions for my guys talking about this roster some more. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we got a Shabuzi ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway where we will chop it up. Can the Rangers keep their winning streak alive? And we'll get you set for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. It's a Wednesday morning, maybe with Sean on The Fan.
All right, turn it up. This next track by Crown Royal, it's got a way of getting everybody together. So grab your people, grab a glass, and play this one loud. This track is brought to you by Crown Royal. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, Tolo's Choppy here. When you think about barcodes, the first thing to hit you is labels. You see them everywhere. Every box, every pallet, every product in the warehouse. So who do you call for the labels and ribbons that actually work? Texas Barcode Systems. Picking the right combo of labels and ribbons can be confusing, but don't sweat it. With over 30 years as the industry leader, these guys are the barcode experts. They've got over 80,000 rolls of labels and ribbons in stock right now, so they got you covered for any application. Reach out. Texas Barcode Systems. TexasBarcode.com. That's TexasBarcode.com.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Come see us today in person or visit us online at AllianceHyundai.net.
We have breaking news. Myles Garrett has been traded to the LA Rams.
A bombshell in the NFL. Arlington Martin, A&M, and Cleveland Browns Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, dealt to the LA Rams. And we're on it immediately.
You do not have to go off the assumption that even including the Seahawks, the Rams are the presumptive Super Bowl favorite.
All over breaking sports news. That's why it's important that you turn it on and leave it on The Fan.
If you're looking to buy a home, this is a call out to you to call TexasLending.com for your home purchase. Mortgage rates have fallen. It's a great deal right now with the number of homes that are for sale, and TexasLending.com has a free call, free application, free pre-approval letter. Get a free quote right now at TexasLending.com when you call 972-387-4600. It's TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Big news, Fort Worth. Luxor Staffing is hiring for a major new electronics manufacturer in the Alliance area. We are urgently hiring machine operators for this cutting-edge facility. Positions start ASAP. Be a part of the DFW's newest tech hub while enjoying weekly pay, great benefits, and incredible growth potential. Don't wait. Apply online or find your local recruiting office at LuxorStaffing.com. That's LuxorStaffing.com.
You finally decided to take that long overdue family vacation or business trip. You apply for a passport and then you find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you thought the IRS can't affect your passport or ability to travel, guess again. The IRS can and will prevent the issuance or renewal of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers.
The law offices of Namath and Flores will help you get your life back. We have been right here in North Texas for over 25 years helping taxpayers resolve their IRS issues. We focus specifically on helping people like you resolve IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, and even unfiled returns. The first visit is completely free and confidential.
Call the law offices of Namath and Flores today. Texas tax attorneys at 972-484-0TAX. That's 972-484-0829. Or go to myirsteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Golden Chick. Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 club. $6 club. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 club. $6. Choose Golden Chicks 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers. Golden Chick.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here. Do I have a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell? You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. We're talking American value for American values. It doesn't get better than this. Check out the full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Some restrictions apply. Go see GM Adam Vinci right now. Tell him you want your employee pricing and you want to pay what he pays. You can start the process online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Thanks for making the Fan DFW's #1 rated sports station so far in 2026. To those of you that Tolo, which means turn it on and leave it on the Fan, you're appreciated.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock as they look for a 5th in a row. Sans is going to join us in 1 hour to sort of set the scene for us. Ari Timken, Big 12 Radio, coming up at 4:20 to talk Sorsby and college football. Maybe some women's national championship softball. Yep. I know Red Raiders are fired about that. Same with the Longhorns. What a day yesterday. All right, it's time now, though, for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one as well. I had somebody on Twitter X ask me a question. And the question was about, are there defenses that statistically are really poor during the year and bounce back the next year? You know, what kind of, and usually it is the case. And if you go back to 2021 through 2025, I know it's a small little sample size. Mm-hmm. There's only been 3 teams that got worse from one year to the next. So, with your hope, if you're the Dallas Cowboys, that, oh, wait, there's a big jump, or they're much better than being. If you just do it, I personally like to look at points allowed. That's kind of my thing. But if you just do yards, statistically last year, Dallas in yards allowed was not in the bottom 5. But if you think about points and big plays and
red
stuff,
zone defense, explosives.
Yeah, exactly.
Third down defense.
Exactly. There were a lot of other things but I mentioned there's only 3 teams that have gotten worse, that got worse over that time period from 2021 to 2025. And the Minnesota Vikings, just to go back, the Minnesota Vikings in 2021 allowed 383 yards a game, which was the 30th worst in the league. In 2022, they fell to 31, where they went back-to-back years of being awful. The Detroit Lions did the same thing. They went from 29th, averaging 379 yards a game given up, to statistically the worst defense giving up yards in the National Football League.
Wow. Consistency.
And then if you go back to it, and it hadn't happened before, it hasn't happened, like from that period of 2021 to 2022, we didn't have anything from 23 to 24. It was the 25 group, the 2024 to 2025. The Indianapolis Colts went from the 29th worst defense to the worst defense.
So did you look at like the worst defenses in the NFL and if they got worse?
Yeah, I did. For example, this is what's amazing. In 2021, if I would have told you yards allowed by a defense, right? That's But there's a lot of other categories we could go to. But if you just go through yards allowed, how about these names? Seattle was number 28 for the worst defense in the league. Detroit.
You needed to get Pete Carroll out of there.
Detroit, 29. Minnesota, 30. We've mentioned them. Houston was 31. And the New York Jets were 32. Go to 2022. Houston was 28th. Slight improvement from... But you think about Houston today, you would say Houston's never had a bad defense.
Hell, they needed to draft Will Anderson, Derek Stingley.
Yeah,
get
big
those
turnaround
guys.
there.
Bring in Daniil Hunter.
Yeah. Houston,
Azeez
kind of
Al-Shaair.
like what Dallas is trying to do. I mean, we're trying to make it just a big swing at it. But Houston was 28th, Chicago 29th, Atlanta 30th, Minnesota, we mentioned them, they were 31, and Detroit was 32. If you go to 2023, bottom 5 again on yards, Arizona was 28th, the Giants were 29th, the Chargers were 30th, Cincinnati was 31, and the Commanders were 32 for your worst defenses.
Shout out to Dan Quinn and Jesse Minter.
Yeah, how about that? In 2024, this is when you get Dallas. Dallas was 28th in the league, giving up 355 yards a game. Indy was 29th. The Saints were 30th. Jacksonville, 31st. Carolina, 32. Then we get to the final year of the study here was, again, the Giants. They were 28th. Arizona, 29. Baltimore, 30. Pittsburgh, 31. And
shocking.
Indy, 32. There were some teams that's shocking.
Yeah, Pittsburgh and Baltimore.
That you think that play a lot better defense than that, but giving up way, way, way too many yards. So it could happen. You could get big, adjustments. You could get the defense
volatility
playing a lot better. Yeah, a lot better. So there's only a few teams that have gone from a bad number to a worse number. So that would be your thing.
What do you think it would look like if the Cowboys actually were worse, other than injuries? Is it possible?
I don't know how you can be.
I really don't think it is.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I really don't think it is. And look, for the Cowboys, you got to look as recently as 20 to 21. Mike Nolan's defense, Dan Quinn comes in the next year. If you just want to go on points, Brian, they were 28th in points allowed in 2020 under Mike Nolan. The following season, DQ's first year, they were 5th.
Turnovers, right? They create those turnovers.
Yeah. And then also pass rush helped. But yeah, I mean that's right there is what you're hoping for this year. That kind of discrepancy.
That year might have been the finest coaching job we've seen on defense for the Cowboys in a long time.
Incredible. All right, I'm going to ask you guys this question, and this kind of made me think about what the Rams are doing. Right? If you were a team, and this is with the kind of the Rams in thought, because they're the ones that seem to do it more than anybody else. Maybe wrong about this, but would you rather be good at hitting mid-round picks or trading for or signing the right guy? Would you rather be good at hitting mid-round picks, building a team, or trading for and signing the right guy?
I mean,
or signing the right guy.
I'll take option A, guys. I think if you're doing that, I might not have to trade or sign anybody, other than the guys I picked. If I'm hitting rounds 3, 4, 5 consistently, we got it. We have a huge advantage.
I'm with you. And
so much cheap labor.
Yeah, cheap labor, and it also allows you to stay aggressive. Like, even if I miss on some of those guys that I trade for, I'm now recouping my roster based on hitting on these mid-round guys. So I think it's allowed the Rams to really lean into this strategy.
They don't seem like that they really, and I thought maybe they didn't have confidence drafting first-round players.
They've been great.
But where people get terrified in the NFL is they feel like they could draft the first-rounders. They don't feel like they could draft the mid-rounders. Does it make sense?
Yeah, you're just hoping to get lucky.
The Rams are the complete opposite of that. They're like, we'll just give away all our picks. Yeah. They're so good at evaluating those mid-round picks that they can afford to give away picks, the top picks. I mean, they've had, 3 times they've picked a quarterback and a...
I mean, they've taken Todd Gurley, Jared Goff, Jared Verse since 2016. with their three since 2015.
Most teams are terrified of not picking high or in the first round of a draft. They're like, we got a better shot at getting players. Not the Rams.
No.
They're the complete opposite of that. They'd be willing to give away their first round pick in order to be able, like, okay, we'll get a guy we know. We'll get a top guy we know.
We'll get Ramsey.
And then we'll go draft the rest of the pieces around that.
If you needed a reminder, I feel like the last couple of months has proven the Rams are the best organization in football.
Yeah.
Do they take over from Philly?
I would say the Rams are slightly better than the Eagles, yes. Yeah, I agree. And look, I'm giving Howie Roseman a lot of credit for what he's just done with his A.J. Brown thing. I mean, to me, it's crazy. We're having the conversations we are about George Pickens and how the Cowboys can't get a 1 for him. And I get it. There's other elements to that. But A.J. Brown, who was traded for a 1 and a 3 4 years ago, the Eagles just flipped him for a 1 and a 5 yesterday. That's wild.
It's like Ferrari value right there. Yeah.
Yeah, both are doing a hell of a job. I feel like the Rams are better at quarterback. You know, Howie believed in Wentz, and he believed in Jalen Hurts. And I'll give him credit for using a sledgehammer to build a good enough roster around those guys to win. But I'd prefer to be a fan of the Rams.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that mode now. I think that maybe the Rams have taken over as that front office group that we really, really admire. I think Cowboy fans wish that the Cowboys front office was the Rams front office.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
100%. And the Cowboys issue has really kind of been in the middle rounds, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've struggled, especially at certain positions, mainly. Like offensive line, they haven't really hit the mid rounds. Biotish might be one that you could look at.
Yeah, I would take a lot of front offices, obviously, over the Cowboys. It'd be interesting to find how many I wouldn't. Like, how many front offices would you not trade the Jones boys and Will McClay for? Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing. We got 2 down, 2 to go. Chief, what is next?
Sports Hodgepodge, the greatest sideline report in sports history. Plus, we prep our bodies for the finals next year in the nation. But, Tolos, let's go ahead and talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution for you. It is a very simple one-day treatment, and it offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's truly amazing. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it begins to grow. Now, Advanced Hair, they have it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So go ahead and schedule your free consultation right now, 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and you need to be next. So the team that I personally recommend, you are absolutely going to love them. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
We all knew it was going to happen, and it finally did. Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown has been traded to the New England Patriots for a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick. Brown will be reunited with head coach Mike Vrabel, who he played for in Tennessee, and now he will have MVP runner-up Drake May as his QB. We'll have to wait and see if things are sunnier in New England. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com.
They say the world we live in has never been more digitally focused. And these days, it seems as if we spend most of our lives looking down, lost in our own worlds. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas knows some of these advancements in technology serve another purpose, to connect us all with 24/7, 360-degree access to the latest products and technologies to better serve your universe within. And as the most trusted customer-owned health insurer for nearly a century, we've remained community-focused, not publicly traded, grounded in our trusted local presence. So we don't only work for you, we work right here with you. At Blue Cross, we also believe in a larger world of wellness, and we'll make sure it's forever revolving around yours.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Ari Timkins coming up at 4:20. We'll talk to him about Sorsby and college football, the Big 12 storylines. Sands coming up at 4:40. He'll give you the preview and react to what happened this afternoon in the Frisco Rough Riders game. Seeger and Langford both active. There's sports news as well. We'll get Sands here coming up at 4:40. pregame at 6 o'clock, Rangers Cardinals. It's time now for a hodgepodge, and here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Does anyone listen
Well,
to
it
you
is
guys?
the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Yeah, I think this might be the greatest sideline report of all time. I'd like to take you to the world of college softball, where we have game 1 of the College World Series tonight. Longhorns versus Tech. That's tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have a Texas Longhorn softball player, Hannah Wells, that has an interesting superstition. Here is Holly Rowe.
I have some sources in the Texas dugout who have given me an incredible story on Hannah Wells. She has a superstition dating back to childhood that if she sees a ladybug, she eats it for good luck, swallows it whole. What? And so I was told that at the SEC tournament in Kentucky, she had a nice home run and she had ingested a ladybug before that. So this is a superstition. I have this on 2 different sources in that Texas dugout. What a cute and weird superstition.
I don't know how cute it is. It's a little violent.
How often do you think it happens?
It's a good question because I that was going to be a follow up of like, is she out? Is she sort of hunting ladybugs? Yeah, can she source them? Does she go somewhere? Is there some kind of ladybug store? I mean, you remember Lloyd Christmas had I Got Worms. Like, is there an I Got Ladybug store that she can just go snatch up some ladybugs before a big game, before a big moment? Or, do you just have to let the game come to you and hope that a ladybug makes an appearance? Like, how often are we seeing ladybugs out there?
It is strange.
It's not very often.
This time of year more often?
Yes, somewhat more often, agreed. Spring.
I feel like we've had an uptick of them recently because you have little girls around the house. They're going to spot a ladybug and be like, oh, my goodness.
See, if it was roly-polies, I feel like you find roly-polies all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's like shooting fish in a barrel.
That's kind of crunchy.
Yeah.
Do you think the ladybug's kind of somewhat crunchy, right?
I would think.
Absolutely. They have that exoskeleton.
Yeah, I think
that's what I think it'll get stuck in your throat. The little wings, the little
sharp
legs.
edges.
Yeah. All the time.
Yeah, you can't breathe. You can't take a big inhale, before.
Yeah, you're right, because when they on you, I tend to
give a
flick, and they fly because they're solid.
They are.
So yeah, that's where I would. I think I'd pull the wings off and eat that thing though.
Jeez,
would you really?
Yeah.
So I guess this could be a bad payoff potentially
for a superstition. If you feel like that's
if you swallow it whole, is there potential that it's flying around in your guts?
It gives you superpowers.
No, it's dead. That acid's knocking
It's dead upon by the time it gets to your belly button, or like by the time it gets to your collarbone.
Yeah, the acid just destroys them.
But it does give you superpowers. That's why she hits home runs. They call her the ladybug for a reason.
If I'm a teammate, I believe I'm catching them. We're going to get a little bug home that you can get at like. The nature department of the Tractor Supply Store or something like that.
I think it'd be easier finding crickets.
Yeah.
I think if she said, she eats crickets and stuff like that would be a little bit
more disgusting.
That's too much.
Well, a little bit easier to find.
She's swallowing these things whole.
There's no chew.
Like she's not chewing on the ladybug. She's just popping that. She's popping it like a pill, basically, and just getting that thing down.
This can't happen very often.
You wouldn't want to crunch them.
It's just
That'd
a
be
random,
unsettling.
Yeah, the random time, right? A ladybug lands on her jersey. She just pops it and eats it.
I just want to know who the dad is, the legendary dad that told his daughter that, and she ran with it her whole life.
What if a ladybug gets on another teammate?
You got to
eat it. You got to grab it off the teammate's jersey and then pop it in your mouth?
Sure. It's bringing good vibes.
You just go right up to it, lip to skin,
just pop it right in there.
That thing right off the arm.
There you
know. But this is pretty next level, I would say, in terms of the superstitions.
Yes.
Not one that I have seen before. Ladybugs bring some level of luck in the minds of certain people, but never to the extent of actually eating them.
Well, I mean, I would remind you of the story of Miles Michaelis, the former Rangers pitcher who was struggling. He went on to the Cardinals and found great success, I would call it, for 4 or 5 years. Guy's nickname was the Lizard King. because one day in the minors there was a lizard in the dugout, and then he ate that son of a gun.
You're
money.
kidding me.
For
Was
money?
it alive?
I think it was
He ate that thing
$100.
alive?
Yeah.
he needed the money, I guarantee
That's
it.
gross.
That's how you get salmonella.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
Hey,
kidding.
Miles, I bet you won't eat that lizard for $100.
I mean, you could die from eating some of these creatures.
We need to get this girl to the podium, though, so that we can pepper her with a bunch of questions here.
For sure.
You know, how did this start? Who was the one? You know, did you just take it upon yourself to eat the ladybug, or was it the cool dad who encouraged it? Has this ruined relationships romantically over the course of your life? As boyfriends discover that you eat ladybugs on a relatively regular basis? Or do they think it's badass? Because when you do it, you go out there and you strike gold at the plate.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's insane, dude.
It is.
So salute to her, man.
I feel like we're going to get a lot of questions, maybe some fan participation. I'm expecting ladybug signs at the championship game tomorrow.
Yes,
Maybe a ladybug mascot costume.
And it's only a matter of time before PETA gets involved.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, they could shut this thing down quickly, or at least try to.
Are insects considered animals?
No, I think they're considered.
I think they're in
insects.
the animal kingdom.
They're one of God's creatures. That's all I know.
And nobody is the ladybug is seemingly the most harmless of all of the creatures. Like no one's ever been like, oh my gosh, this stupid ladybug just won't get away from me.
No,
oh my, like
they're chill.
We love ladybugs.
Yeah,
so
they're beautiful.
They're like there's no real reason. You know, if she was eating mosquitoes or something, we'd be like, thank you, doing the Lord's work. Eat as many as you can. Find them, kill them, crush them, whether it brings good luck or not.
I don't know why I waited so long to bring this up, but I used to eat mayflies. I think that's one of the names for them. The things that are kind of like mosquitoes, but they have long legs, or something between a daddy long legs and a mosquito.
Yes, you used to eat these.
Well, at parties, you know.
Oh,
it's a
party trick.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you'd be like, "Oh my goodness, it's a bug!" I'd be like, "Oh, cool."
You know. Anybody else have a bug eating experience?
Hell no.
Like running marathons and stuff. Like I'd be out on a jog.
I used to rub them on your
and they
nipples.
would fly into your mouth.
Yeah, like gnats.
Your face was like a windshield.
Yeah, gnats
on a road
would
trip.
fly. Like you're running with, you're trying to breathe, and then like mosquitoes would fly into your mouth. Yeah.
Oh, that's gross.
And then you're like,
insane, dude.
you're trying to get it off the back of your
I
tongue.
also wonder if this is something that took place while she was in the womb, and maybe mom ate ladybugs, and so she just came out with
got a craving.
Yeah, she's got a little bit of a craving for it.
Okay, check this out. How long do you think the average adult ladybug's lifespan is?
Give me 18 months.
Okay.
Give me no.
I was going to say 5 years.
5 years. You're going 5 years for a ladybug.
I mean,
How about 18
I don't really know the
minutes?
bug lifespan.
How about 18 minutes?
This is a blind spot.
See, that's
for me.
what I thought I was going to get. Like 18 minutes, 2 days, 3 days.
Yeah.
I was surprised they live up to a year.
Okay. Wow.
Okay,
Really?
they go up to a full 12 months. How much baby making are ladybugs doing to keep their existence? Can you look that up? Could you Google that on the work computer? How often do ladybugs shebang?
How often do ladybugs mate? Okay, their entire lifespan is like 3 years. They're little grubs, and they're hibernating, and they're, so
I would have never guessed that.
Female ladybug typically lays around 300 to 1,000 eggs in her lifetime.
Wow. Okay.
They're just guessing. There's so much guessing going on.
Their lifetime
They lay about 300 to 1,000 eggs. Somewhere in between there.
The most common figure is 1,000.
Okay.
Well, that's what it says.
I'm just
It's
saying.
reporting the information.
There's so
we
much
get here.
just chat GP.
This is not ChatGPT.
Multiple times through the spring and summer. They're getting it on.
Wow, dude.
Producing a lot of
Like rabbits, man.
Love is in the air. All right, so is the NBA Finals. Lucius, did you see Pat McAfee is going to be leading an alternate presentation for game number 3 of the NBA Finals? We have a Pat McAfee altcast like we get in the college football. I think they're going to be doing the Super Bowl as well because it's going to be on ESPN this year. But now he's going to be doing a little bit in the finals. Little McAfee
Will
cast.
he be there? I need Mac there.
I believe he will be.
Okay.
From my understanding, they are sort of like maybe boxing out Stephen A. Smith to some extent, who's usually all over all of their coverage, but especially their basketball coverage. I'm not seeing him anywhere as they list out all the different ways you can consume.
They get rid of him and Mike
finals
Wilborn doing
coverage.
that stuff. Mike Wilbon. Yeah.
Wilbon.
I bet they'll still be part of the pregame festivities and postgame.
Yeah, I don't see their names listed here, maybe like on the postgame sports centers and stuff. But McAfee, who is slowly becoming the face of ESPN, it looks like he's getting a little bit of NBA Finals opportunity here. So that'll be interesting. I've never seen it in a basketball format because they're usually like down on the field in football. Where's it going to be posted up?
Three on the bench and 3 on one side and 3 on the other.
He's probably just going to be sitting next to old Chalamet, you know? And Ben Stiller. Just chopping it up with those fellas.
They're going to sell those seats.
I'd maybe put him in the tunnel.
Chalamet's not going to be courtside?
He's paying for him.
Okay, that's fine. He's going to be there.
Can we find a spot for him to stand? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. You put one end of the floor and the other on the other. You put 2 and 2. You know how they.
There's just a lot of traffic underneath the hoop.
Well, no, they're sitting down on the front row. They're on the front row. They have seats. They're basically They're like in the Mark Cuban seat, or our sweaty owner from the
maybe
Clippers.
At the press table. Maybe,
what's the sweaty owner's name?
Maybe they're sweaty owner of the Clippers. Yeah, Steve Ballmer.
Ballmer has seats right there in that pit area, right?
Yeah, he's right up.
Yeah, he's in the pit.
He's right in the mix.
Yeah. That'd be cool to go see a game there.
Do you think McAfee would sit for an entire game and just chill there? No, he's going to be up. He's going to be pacing the sideline. I need to give him a little bit of room to operate.
I know. That's what I'm thinking here. So
maybe get hit by Wemby coming off the court. Something like diving for a ball,
take an elbow or something, an angry Wemby elbow.
Yeah.
But part of the fun was like he and his buddies are just behind the end zone and they're kind of like hitting each other and just kind of goofing off, watching the game. So I gotta create that small group of guys vibe.
And he's always got the other football people, that will kind of rotate through the coverage. All of a sudden, Nick Saban could make an appearance, or Tim Tebow could make an appearance during a college football thing. Like, will there be some NBA voices that are helping give the analysis? Right? He obviously has the football acumen to some extent, being the punter, being around it, he gets it, but he still surrounds himself with football dudes, the AJ Hawks of the world, the Darius Butlers of the world. So, who will be that alongside him from an NBA standpoint that can actually give some level of real analysis?
He's got Pacer buddies,
that's true. Halliburton, maybe.
Yeah, they've got Pacer buddies.
I mean, he has Perkins on the show a lot.
Does Halliburton still have the shingles, though? I mean, he's going to be up there just stressing and scratching? That's a fair question to ask.
I would go with Iman Shumpert. He's been one of their guests. Yes. He's fun. He's hot takey.
And he knows ball. He knows championships.
He's got, you mentioned Kendrick Perkins. He's gone on McAfee. Quentin Richardson, if you remember him from the Darius Miles Clippers. He's got options.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Game 3.
Thank you, Chief. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and we're looking forward to getting Ari Timken in here, Big 12 Radio. He'll update us on the Brendan Sorsby trial and college football discussion, maybe some tech softball discussion with you as well on the other side. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Jim Follow here, Tolos, and I'm so fired up because CertaPro Painters just came into my home and gave me that brand new paint job, and I could not be happier. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, and you can trust them to get the job done right. I know firsthand they take pride in what they do, and the process is worry-free. Free estimates, reliable communication, and professional painting, all at the right price, and that's what I'm about. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Injured in an accident? Call now! Oh, look, if you've been hurt, the last thing you need is another high-stress situation. At Branch & Dillon, our goal is to remove that stress and let you focus on recovery while we focus on protecting your interests. Established right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. When you work with us, you're a fellow Texan, not a number. No yelling, no gimmicks. Visit us at CrashHelpFast.com. You focus on recovery. We'll handle the rest. CrashHelpFast.com.
Hi, everybody. Brad Sham for John D'Angelo. If you have a house to sell that needs work, you need to talk to John D'Angelo. John buys houses, usually older homes that need work. Condition is not an issue. John will share current market information with you so you can make an informed decision, and you'll feel at ease dealing with John. You'll notice and appreciate the considerate way he does business. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit JohnD'AngeloInc.com.
Wow.
Huge breaking Mavericks news on the Fan.
We also have breaking news regarding the Mavericks' new arena, as Brad Townsend has put out. The Mavericks have chosen Valley View, dealing in major setbacks to efforts to bring the project downtown.
And our immediate reaction.
I mean, that's within reason. It's frustrating when a team gets moved out of your town, to Arlington or Frisco or whatever, still within city limits.
Yeah, I mean,
that's huge.
You'll never miss any sports news when you turn it on and leave it on the Fan.
Golden Chicks 2 new $6 golden deals are here.
$6 cluck.
Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each.
$6 cluck.
Choose Golden Chicks 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece Stark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each.
$6 cluck.
Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
Gavin Dawson here for Window Nation. If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn out windows could be the culprit. Upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows, getting half of them free. Plus, you can get them with no money down, no payment, no interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on right now. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
If someone broke in tonight, would your camera stop it, or would you just watch it tomorrow? That's the old way. Record, replay, regret. Remote video monitoring powered by Alarm.com from DFW Security is different. Live agents intervene and, if necessary, issue a visually verified police dispatch not after the loss, before it. The new way with DFW Security is powered by Alarm.com. Detect, deter, defend. DFW Security. Stop crime before it starts.
DFWsecurity.com. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Give Dad the Father's Day feast he actually wants with Wild Fork. Score buttery picanha, red Argentine shrimp, Wagyu briskets, and prime New York strip steaks. Visit any of our 9 DFW locations or wildforkfoods.com. Stop settling for average. Own the backyard. Wild Fork.
Welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Jared Sandler's coming up in about 15 minutes or so to preview Game 2 Rangers-Cardinals. The pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio, joins us now here on The Fan. And good afternoon, Ari. How the heck are you?
I'm great, General. How are you, buddy?
We're doing awesome here, man. It's exciting, to see all this sports news happening, and the Texas Tech softball team and the Longhorn softball team and the collision course. So hopefully you got some thoughts on that for us. But obviously the top story, Brendan Sorsby and the trial there. When do you anticipate we're going to get a court decision on this?
Yeah, it's. I think it'll come down fairly quickly. Some of the indications I've seen have been, within the week. There have certainly been, some from the lawyer's side, things that the judge has to go over, but it's probably not as cut and dried as I think people anticipate it to be, because you hear gambling on his own team, and you think, oh, this will be pretty easy. But I think what the judge here is deciding is sort of between two different things, which is one, does the NCAA, which has been ruled a monopoly by the Supreme Court, have the ability to create rules to govern the sport? And if not, then they can't do that. So therefore, this rule is null and void, and the injunction will be granted. The other one is this one of those things that sort of transcends that rule? And in sports, we have to protect the integrity of sports, and therefore, because of that, the injunction will not be granted regardless of the validity of the rule itself.
So it's possible the judge could decide it's not constitutional for you to block players from betting on their own team?
The way you put it there, yeah, absolutely. And it really goes to the core of the NCAA's argument that it cannot enforce any of its rules because the Supreme Court said that it's a monopoly. And that's really what Jeffrey Kessler and many other lawyers have been after over the last few years since the Supreme Court made that decision, was continuing to strike down, any sanctions or rules that they put in place. And so far, most of the courts have handed the NCAA a bunch of L's when it comes to any of these sorts of rules that they're trying to enforce. And that's been their biggest issue. It's the reason they're, lobbying as much as they have with Congress in order to get something passed that will give them some sort of power in order to, put these rules together. It is sort of ironic in a sense too, Gavin, from the standpoint of the SEC and the Big Ten have already come out with this College Sports Commission, a different rule, and basically said, hey, even though we've established this College Sports Commission, which is going to oversee NIL, we don't agree or abide by these things, and we're not going to participate in these rules. So right now, rules are, with the NCAA, extremely fluid.
Wow. So you think that there's still a good chance here that he plays this year for Tech?
Yeah, no, I think he will. Wow. I absolutely think he will. And as we've done our kind of off-season previews over the last few weeks, I'm including Brendan Sorsby as if he's going to play for Texas Tech. Okay. And I understand how that makes people feel. And if an injunction is granted, I know that there's going to be just a firestorm of media around it. And I'm sure a lot of it will center on this homerism in Lubbock County Court. Now, again, if the NCAA appeals this, it goes to a circuit court in Texas, which is overseen by 4 different Texas Tech alumni. So it goes deeper than that. But to me, it just boils down to these two sides, guys. on one side you have the NCAA's ability to enforce rules and the continued court system across the country saying you do not have the ability to do that, and that's where the injunction would come in hand. Or the other side of that, again, which is transcending all of this, is just the importance of the integrity of our sports, and this is the way the NCAA laid it out. Basically, if this injunction is granted, this would be the first time in American pro sports that somebody's been able to bet on the league they're playing in and continue to play in said league.
What do you estimate the chances are, Ari Timken, Big 12 Radio, that you're wrong believing Sorsby will be eligible?
I mean, I'd say it's probably 50-50, but I'm not a lawyer. Sometimes I occasionally try to play one on the radio. I think so to me, General, it comes down to, Brendan Sorsby didn't hire Jeffrey Kessler as much as Jeffrey Kessler hired Brendan Sorsby. And I think he saw this opportunity to continually strike down, these antitrust laws, these laws, the rules the NCAA is making through antitrust means. So, yeah, I mean, again, I think like most of the discourse I've heard nationally on this is nobody really wants him to play. I think seems pretty cut and dried in terms of just how we as a society view this sort of thing. And you bet on your own sport, you bet on your own team, you can't play anymore. And so I imagine if this injunction is granted, it's going to create quite the storm and the stir. And if he plays in games, he's going to be enemy number one. And in many ways, Texas Tech has embraced that. It's happened in softball to them, and it's going to happen in football, the way in which they're, really, ruffling some feathers in recruiting. But no, I in terms of am I likely to be wrong? I guess, of course, I'd throw a 50-50 shot there, but I think it's, again, pretty cut and dried in terms of, the NCAA doesn't have the ability to enforce its own rules because it was viewed as a monopoly, and this is one of those rules.
I love it. Ari Timken here with you on The Fan. So how is this different from MLB's antitrust exemption that allows it to operate as a legal monopoly?
Right, and NBA or NFL, the big difference is there is the collective bargaining agreement, and that is what many people have been calling for. To me, it's the only fix towards establishing rules and guidelines that both sides have to follow, and that is the way that all pro sports get out of being a monopoly, is the collective bargaining agreement. And so what you have is on one side, the entire enforcement arm coming up with these rules. And even now, today, as they meet with Congress and try to get all these bills passed through Congress and their lobbying efforts, they're not even including the dialogue with student athletes in on this stuff. So they continually miss the boat here in terms of trying to figure out a common ground. And that's what led to all these lawsuits and all these losses. And, look, I think collective bargaining would be extremely messy. It would not be easy. I think it would not benefit the players. I think this current situation benefits the players far more than a collective bargaining situation would. But the reality of the situation, guys, is there have been 40 bills that have been raised and written in either the House of Representatives or Congress, and none of those bills have gotten out of committee hearings. So, all these millions of dollars that have been spent by the NCAA on lobbying efforts, everything, all the time they've spent lobbying Congress, all these bills that have been written and ballyhooed, none of them have made it out of committee, guys, let alone made it to the floor to be voted on. So there's very little progress being made. And, again, as a monopoly, as viewed as a monopoly from the Supreme Court, they've got to figure out a way to collectively bargain rules. And I think ultimately that's what they're going to have to settle on. But it's going to take some time because they just do not want to view athletes as employees. And I get it, but it's probably the only way to create a salary cap, to create rules that will govern the sport and, create a little bit of, a little bit less of the confusion that's going on right now in college sports, because it in many ways is a disaster.
Hey, Ari, this is your stupid question of the day from me.
What's up, Broadus?
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you about what we're going on here, what we're talking about with the
Sorsby.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to ask you about
Thanks a lot, Brian.
Yeah, the identity. I'm not going to ask you about the identity of Tech right now or their softball team. But listen, they keep talking about a commissioner. They keep talking about a Nick Saban. How close are we to this? Is that something that could help? Could it make things a little bit more stable as opposed to what we're going through right now?
I would say short answer would be no. And the reason for that is because, you've got Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC, and you've got Tony Petitti, the commissioner of the Big Ten, and you've got all these commissioners, and those two in particular are the ones in power. And they talk about wanting to do what's in the best interest of the sport. They talk about wanting to do what's in the best interest of college athletics, but they don't. They want what's in their own best self-interest. And it's hard to argue against that because they're all, as commissioners of these leagues and stewards of those leagues, looking out for the leagues themselves and their own viability and survivability. And so, like, the latest thing we talked about with this College Sports Commission, right? So millions of dollars were spent to establish this College Sports Commission and this, essentially algorithm that deals are plugged into, and then they, through the algorithm, decide the legitimacy of those deals, meaning they're paying X for Y action, and are they actually doing it, and is this an actual viable deal? Well, many of these schools, particularly Broadus in the SEC, promised money against NIL deals that they then co-wrote, or underwrote, I should say, with the Learfield Sports, with a Playfly, with essentially their media partners. And what the College Sports Commission has said is that is not a viable NIL deal. And so you have a bunch of SEC schools that have promised all these dollars to these players that will be funded through Playfly or Learfield that are no longer, based on the CSC, going to be able to be funded. So this is a long way to say that now the SEC has come out and say, well, we may leave this, not even ascribe to the rules of the CSC, and basically create our own rules, so that they have superseded any sort of goodwill rules that exist around fair play, to say, well, because this doesn't work for us, and even though we spent a bunch of money to establish this, and even though we've said we want to do this, we don't actually want to do it. And so I think, nobody really wants this. Everybody just wants to be able to use the money they have to put together the most lucrative teams and make money and obviously win championships. And so, again, it sounds great for Nick Saban or somebody to be a commissioner. I think it all starts with collective bargaining, and then at some point you have to put together kind of a system in place that's sustainable for a playoff, and then you probably get to a commissioner at that point in time. But to me, it's sort of, the commissioner is, in a sense, sort of the last hire, because it's all backwards. And again, not as much as they might say it publicly, none of them actually want rules. They only want other people to have rules.
Yeah. Well, all right, what about last week what we saw with Kirby Smart talking about Georgia will take their ball and go somewhere else? Is he just being Kirby Smart? What's going on with, are teams really believing that they can go out on their own and be Notre Dame-like or BYU-like? Well, I know BYU is now in the Big 12, but BYU wasn't independent for a bit. Yeah,
and I think, Broadus, a lot of SEC schools were playing into the Sankey comments about not wanting to play ball through this College Sports Commission bylaws. So it started there, basically, with Sankey coming out and being like, oh, yeah, we can create our own league and we don't have to, we'll create our own system and, our own rules, and we'll govern ourselves. And, I mean, basically that is what the Supreme Court said the conferences had to do, that together as an NCAA, all these conferences are a monopoly, but individually, if they create rules and govern themselves, that is not a monopoly. And so I think they're sort of using that as leverage to try to get what they want. In terms of Georgia, I mean, yeah, sure. Georgia, Ohio State, Texas, there's certainly some brands in college sports that could go independent and, make more money than they're making right now. I mean, think about it from Notre Dame's perspective. That you might look at their TV money and think it pales in comparison to the SEC and the Big Ten, and it does on spec. But when Notre Dame makes the playoffs, they get money for every round they advance the playoffs, like they did a couple of years ago when they played the national championship game, and they don't have to share any of that money with the rest of the conference as the SEC does, the Big Ten does. So ultimately, they have much more upside. So yeah, I could absolutely see a Georgia or a Texas or an Ohio State or a Michigan, quote unquote, taking their ball and going home, and joining their, creating their independent league conference, independent league schedule, and playing that and doing fine. But there's few and far between brands that can actually do that and thrive in that world.
Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio. Terrific report, man. We'll catch up with you soon, and have a great week.
Take care, guys. Be well.
Yeah, salute to you. No disrespect to Texas and Texas Tech softball. It was a historic day. We salute them. Championships start tomorrow night. Stars have made the shops at Willow Bend move official, or as we learned when we were up there last month at Mexican Bar Company, it's just going to be known as Willow Bend now. The shops have gone away. Those restaurants remain, but they're going to build the Stars' new HQ there. So back-to-back days, we're getting relocation news from the AAC tenants. Jared Sandler joins us next. Preview Rangers cards in the Fan.
All right, it is a Tolo Truck Tuesday, baby, at East Dallas Diesel. I want you to go over to eastdallasdiesel.com, and I want you to check out everything that they've got to offer, whether it's the motor cars or the amazing collection of all the trucks. They're your one-stop shop when it comes to car buying. And right now, oh my gosh, I'm looking at this gorgeous 2017 Porsche. This thing is absolutely beautiful. It's got everything that you can customize on it as well. And that's the beautiful thing about East Dallas Diesel. If you're looking at that website, or heck, if you even go into that showroom there and you talk to my guy Fernando, the GM, or the owner, Tony Alberti, and if you don't see something you want, just give him a call. Because Tony Alberti is personally handpicking every single thing that you see on that lot. He's putting it through inspection. He's been in the car and truck game for over 30 years. It's a family-run operation. They're really, really good people. They're not all about that dealership ring around, okay? They're about getting you in and out and getting you everything exactly what you want in your vehicle. So go check them out right now, East Dallas Diesel. Check them out on Instagram. Check them out on Facebook. Give them a follow there. And make sure you're checking out the new inventory they're pumping out every single day. East Dallas Diesel. Tell them Wolchuk sent you. Go check out that showroom today, or check them out at eastdallasdiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we continue with our Dallas Cowboys news of the day. Plus, at 12:22, we've got Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Throw in that Charlie Puth giveaway, and you got to tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
You finally plan that family vacation and you renew your passport only to find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you thought the IRS can't affect your passport or ability to travel, guess again. The IRS can and will prevent the issuance or renewal of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers.
Call the law offices of Namath and Flores today at 972-484-0TAX. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look, Game 1 tonight of the Pro Hockey Finals. Carolina, -150 over Las Vegas, +125. The total in the game is sitting at 5.5. I think this series is a legitimate coin flip, and if that's the case, I want to lean into plus money. Give me Vegas to win the series and Vegas to win Game 1, +125. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Golden Chick! Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 club, $6 club. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 club, $6 club. Choose Golden Chick's 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 club, $6 club. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
We have breaking news. Myles Garrett has been traded to the LA Rams.
A bombshell in the NFL. Arlington Martin, A&M, and Cleveland Browns Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, dealt to the LA Rams. And we're on it immediately.
You do not have to go off the assumption that even including the Seahawks, the Rams are the presumptive Super Bowl favorite.
All over breaking sports news. That's why it's important that you turn it on and leave it on The Fan.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell doesn't fudge on deliciousness. Our new black raspberry fudge ice cream in pints and half gallons combines black raspberry flavored ice cream with dark chocolate flavored chunks and a chocolate fudge swirl. The result is real. Taste the truth.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell Ice Cream at Hess Meat Market in Valley View.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Hi, it's Michaela, and it's always game time at Boomer Jacks. Now, there are 2 more great reasons to love us. Enjoy $2 domestics and $3 Dos Equis each day until 2 a.m. Find your location in DFW at boomerjacks.com and raise your game.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
How many of you want a home equity loan, but you want to close fast? With TexasLending.com, we can close fast for many reasons. One of them, we do automated appraisals on many of our home equity loans. That means you can get an appraisal done for a fraction of the cost at twice the speed, closing your loan when you need it. Fast. Call TexasLending.com for your home equity loan today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet. My family has bought 4 cars from Platinum in the last 6.5 years. It's because of the great people, service, selection, and those low prices. You get them all at Platinum Chevrolet.
Get in now and pound your fist on the table for GM Justin Rudd. You got clear upfront pricing. Whatever you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Working the phones, at the practices, and covering the biggest events, we call it The Fan Difference. The more you listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in that all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Great conversation with Ari Timken about the Brendan Sorsby situation. I mean, he was hot-taking, he was dropping knowledge. He thinks Sorsby is going to play. If you're a Tech fan and you want fuel for that, you want to jump back with the Odyssey app right now. Go to about 4:25 when Ari Timken joined us. I think you're going to like what you hear. We also just had the news the Stars have made their move to Willow Bend official there just north of the Bush on the toll. Yesterday, the news, the Mavs are moving to 635 and the toll, basically. Yeah, 635 in the toll. So we got teams moving north, and hopefully, for whatever inconvenience that it creates, we get more amenities, convenience, new and great. I always like the old stadiums, though.
Yeah,
I think I'm not alone. Like I'll deal with some lack of convenience for feeling the history, knowing this is the building that those guys did those things.
Mm-hmm.
There's more value in that as a fan to me than all the modern amenities combined. Jared Sandler joining us now here on The Fan, and a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Yeah, big news. Things definitely changing in the Metroplex.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, this sports world evolving significantly over the last 25 hours. Now, how much is the Seager-Langford story evolving with them doing some rehab work this afternoon in Frisco? Looks like both of them had some pretty good success.
Yeah, I think, the biggest thing, they came out healthy. I think, the company line is we'll reevaluate tomorrow. They're not going to be in St. Louis tomorrow. That has been confirmed, but I do think this weekend is a possibility. I think some of it has to do with how they feel tomorrow and whatever's next. I think it's possible they each have another rehab, game. The Rangers are off on Thursday, so after tomorrow, the next game wouldn't be until Friday. So sometimes with guys, you want to see, hey, how do they respond after back-to-back, right? So what happens, if you run them back out there tomorrow, how will they respond? And maybe you can match up the off day Thursday and get them back out there Friday. Or maybe it's just later this weekend. But I definitely think that, the road trip in Kansas City will have both of them. Whether or not it comes before then, I guess we'll probably know more tomorrow.
Jared, what narrative would you attach to this 4-game winning streak? I'll just throw one out. It's the ups and downs of about a 500 team.
Yeah, I think, Gavin, I think that's fair. I mean, they obviously have an opportunity to kind of push past that, and just like they have an opportunity, or opportunity is probably not the right word, the burden of potentially falling below that, right? But until they prove otherwise, I think that's fair. Now, what have we seen? I think you've seen a team that has evolved a little bit in their ability and willingness to execute offense without the home run ball. That gives you maybe a little, what you would like to believe is a little more consistency because you're tapping into different ways to score. I think you're seeing a team that's playing better defense and the value of that. But, at the end of the day, I think it all comes back to the starting pitcher. We talked ad nauseum this offseason how this team's identity was built around its starting pitching. And by name, nothing's changed. By, actual, production, I don't know that that's really been the case this year. The starting pitching has been fine, but the starting pitching hasn't been as good as I think people expected. Well, here we are, 4-game winning streak, and the Rangers starters have not given up a run in 27 innings, one of the longest streaks in franchise history. So you're seeing a team that is now once again, revolting. We expected to be the strongest, part of the tripod.
We got to have Ezekiel Duran on earlier, and I mean, look, he's second on the team in RBIs. He's been fantastic now in relief, and when you talk about getting Langford back, Seager back, whenever Josh Smith is ready, I think that clearly, and Skip said it yesterday in the pregame, Zeke's earned everyday playing time now. What do you think about the season he's having? And I guess it's tough to say this is sustainable, but it does seem like he's kind of, maybe things have clicked for him.
Yeah, I think there's certain guys, Zach, and you see this a lot of times with the young guys, when they are playing sporadically, it's tougher for them to find a rhythm, and then who knows mentally how that impacts them, right? Like, gosh, I really got to win the game today, or I got to have a great game to be in the lineup the next day. Now, chicken or the egg maybe, because, as easy as it would be for someone to hear that and say, why didn't you just start playing them every day sooner? Well, he really wasn't earning it, right? You still have to earn it. And he did have some stretches where he would get regular-ish playing time, and it didn't look like this. He has no doubt earned the right to be in the lineup, and thanks to his versatility, it's not going to be hard to find ways to put him in the lineup. I think what stood out the most, his ability to deliver with runners in scoring position. He's the best on the team in that regard. His 2-out hitting, that's not necessarily, I don't know that that's necessarily so much a skill as it is a stat, if that makes sense. But at the end of the day, the ability to prolong innings, the ability to demoralize a team by getting a hit or driving a run like he did yesterday with 2 outs, that goes a long way. He's a guy we saw in 2023 can drive the ball, right? He's not a noodle bat hitter. And we just hadn't seen that the last couple of years. And then the other thing, too, defensively, he adds to this team, and on the bases he adds to this team. We've talked about this is not going to be the team that wins the most athletic team in Major League Baseball award. So when you get a guy like Ezekiel Duran who's able to be a part of the equation and get on base, that does add to your versatility and allows Skip Schumaker to be creative because he's got another athlete on the bases.
Jared, Eovaldi on the hill tonight. Can we keep this streak going? Can we make the record?
Need to, right? First of all, by the way, guys, how crazy is it? The Rangers, if they're tied for a playoff spot right now. I mean, like the iFest record aside, you just watch the 60 games. Not a playoff team. Maybe you see some signs. It's just crazy how muddy down the American League is. We said this last night. You can talk about DeGrom and Eovaldi through different lenses, right? Maybe they're streak stoppers. Maybe they're streak starters or they're streak extenders. Whatever the case is, when those guys are on the mound, I would say you feel like you should win 3 out of every 4 games. That just hasn't necessarily been the case. And so you got DeGrom last night, career win 100, gets the streak to 4. Now you want to see, it doesn't get any easier for the other guys because now they got to face Nathan Eovaldi. He puts his foot down, and now we get a 5-game winning streak. And, that's the danger. And I mean danger in a good way. Why a team with this can be dangerous because you get these guys on a roll, and now you give the offense a little wiggle room to get going, and you have the ability to get on a run.
How about Dustin May? How's this guy doing? He went to my alma mater.
Yeah, no, you went to Justin, was it Northwest, right?
Yeah.
Northwest High School, yeah. It's funny. He was talking to the media yesterday, and he was saying how much of an honor it is to get a chance to start against the team that Eric Chiafalo roots for.
Yeah.
He said that you are a legend.
Yeah.
Your organic way of living, and all your views and beliefs he admires.
Yeah.
He's actually got a little Eric Chiafalo Joe Goodall in his locker, so he knows you're going to be watching. He just hopes that he can make you proud. And, by that, I know that means giving up 7 runs to the Rangers in 2 innings.
Amen.
We'll drink to that, dude. All right, have a great night, Sands. Let's do it again tomorrow.
See you, fellas.
Let's go. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. A must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. The finale tomorrow, another 6 o'clock pregame with a 6:45 first pitch. Then off Thursday, we're coming back with the finest, Chief.
Yeah, more on Myles Garrett and a potential Aaron Donald return. Plus, is Tom Brady reaching or preaching next in the nation?
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The LA Rams were already going all in this season to win a Super Bowl in what could be the last couple of years of MVP quarterback Matthew Stafford's career. The Rams now have the leaders in passing yards and touchdowns, the leader in receptions in Puka Nacua, the leader in receiving touchdowns in Devontae Adams, and last year's leader in sacks in Myles Garrett. The Rams went from 8-1 to 6-1 to win the Super Bowl after the trade. I'm Adam Abdallah.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Whoa.
Giafalo back here, Tolos. Let's get you that brand new vehicle courtesy of our friends at the all-new Alliance Hyundai, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, my backyard, I-35 and Golden Triangle. And I spent a few years in the car business, and I got to tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. What he's doing at Alliance Hyundai is second to none. Ryan has built a dealership that actually puts people first, and the difference is truly night and day. Right now, every new Hyundai comes with America's Best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000 miles, limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And they've got a huge selection with the best deals possible on all their vehicles. The versatile Tucson, the sporty Elantra, the spacious Santa Fe, and the eco-friendly Kona Electric. You can shop online or stop in for a no-pressure test drive with their fantastic team. Alliance Hyundai is locally owned and operated, proudly serving Fort Worth, Dallas, Denton, Grapevine, Saginaw, and beyond. You'll love the transparent pricing. I know I did. The price you see is the price you pay with their lowest price guaranteed. No appointment needed for same-day oil change. That's a game changer. Their factory-trained technicians offer quick same-day service. You can relax in their comfy waiting area with the free Wi-Fi, drinks, and snacks. So come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai today, or check them out online at AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy two, get one free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
At Siemens, we take pride in what we build. We're growing our carbon-neutral manufacturing hub in Fort Worth alongside our teams in Grand Prairie and Carrollton. Right now, we're hiring talent at every experience level to build the advanced infrastructure powering EV networks and industrial AI. Enjoy competitive pay, great benefits, and career growth. Plus, you'll do work you can truly be proud of. Transform the everyday with us. Apply at Siemens.com/jobs.
Giafalo here, Tolos, and I could not be happier thanks to CertaPro Painters, who recently painted my home. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. And they exceeded all of my expectations. True professionals, top to bottom. My wife couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got pregame coming up now in less than an hour. G-Bag of the day at 5:30, then LA Live still on deck for you. Here's the Chief with your football's finest.
Another player gets the bag, and more on all of the NFL things you need to know right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, congratulations to edge rusher out of Pittsburgh with the Steelers. Nick Herbig has agreed to a 4-year, $100 million extension, $42 million guaranteed. So one of the fun young edge rushers who has a lot of ability, kind of a part-time player for the Steelers. I would imagine they level up his role and his opportunity after giving him all that money. But he's a young player that some people were thinking with Alex Highsmith, TJ Watt, could he be a guy that would be tradable? I know John Owning has been trying to get him in Dallas for probably 2 or 3 years now, it feels like. But he is going to stay in Pittsburgh as he gets the $100 million extension. Really good player.
Dawson, on the Knoll Road
Were you guys talking about him being a trade candidate, though?
Yeah, all three of them. Highsmith, Herbig, Watt. I mean, you're throwing a ton of money now at that spot, and that's one of the reactions is, can you have all three of these guys paid at the same time?
Immediately thought, okay, Alex Highsmith, what's his future look like now?
Yeah.
And that was a name that I had heard kind of back around free agency that maybe was available on the trade block.
I mean, Herbig is just such a freak rushing the passer, even though he's got 31-inch arms. Like, he is the test case for you could still get to the quarterback if you got short arms, but I guess it'll come down to how the new DC wants to use him. He said he can do that Barham thing where I'm playing inside linebacker, I'm outside linebacker, am I rushing, am I playing off ball? But I think it's worth checking into if you're a team that really needs some edge help. If maybe they're interested in doing what their divisional rival just did and moving on from their former defensive player of the year.
Yeah, that would be welcomed 100%. You have news out of Philadelphia with Jeff McClain on his Uncovering the Birds Odyssey podcast, alleging that the Rams were in the mix to trade for A.J. Brown, but they backed off after they got a piece of his medicals. So whatever it was there, I mean, think about the Rams. They're just swinging for all the fences, dude. They trade for A.J. Brown. Can you imagine? Then they get Myles Garrett. They find a way to just put the most stacked team ever out there on the field. But I guess whatever they saw medically was something that they wanted to stay away from. So that'll be interesting to see how that unfolds over the course of the next couple of years there with A.J. Brown in New England.
He's had bad knees, I think.
Yeah, he's had a couple of issues for sure. And now he's getting up there in age a little bit. So that would be a disaster for the Patriots. You have their offensive coordinator now getting to see A.J. Brown on the practice field. Josh McDaniels says there's a force to the way he plays the game. Maybe the closest thing I've seen is Gronk. This is a big guy, so he's comparing him to Gronk a little bit. A.J. Brown is an absolute physical freak show. There's no question about it. When it was him and DK Metcalf at Ole Miss, it was like, are you kidding me? These are transformers playing wide receiver. Every DB was like, I can't believe
it's
that.
It's not fair.
This is what is happening to me right now. But you also get the news the day after A.J. Brown gets moved. There's Mekhi Lemon dealing with a soft tissue injury. And apparently he's good to go for training camp, or will be, but that's probably the last we see him in OTAs. Just a nightmare for Philadelphia. The day you trade A.J. Brown, your first-round wide receiver replacement for him is coming up a little bit gimp there.
He saw Jalen Hurts and was like, you know what? Gosh, my hammies a little tight.
Don't know about running in the middle. Don't know about running routes in the middle of the field with this guy. Yeah.
Now, with the Myles Garrett stuff, I thought this was funny. He's going to play more primetime games this season, 7, than he's played in the last 4 seasons combined.
I believe that, man.
The Browns.
Gosh, whoever has not seen Myles Garrett play is going to be in for an amazing awakening here.
And it's pretty amazing. I saw this from old Hembo, the stats guy at ESPN. Myles Garrett, of course, set the sack record with 23 in a season which the Browns' opponents dropped back to pass 563 times. That's the 3rd fewest in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
Rams opponents recorded 658 dropbacks last season, the 7th most in the NFL. Like, this dude was setting the record for sacks in a season where opponents were throwing the ball at the 3rd lowest rate against him.
He's constantly playing from behind.
Yeah. I mean, the opposing teams usually had a lead versus Cleveland, and so dropping back to pass was not something they had to do very often. He's still getting you 23 sacks.
It's incredible.
Now with the Rams, where you're very likely to be playing with a lead in virtually every game, just what a nightmare to have to deal with.
Yeah, the Cowboys
except that Cowboy game.
Yeah, he did nothing against Tyler Guyton in a week 1 a couple of years ago. And that was his first game. I think Guyton's got his number.
I
wouldn't forget that.
I wouldn't be surprised if he hangs on until his mid-30s as an elite player because he's got the speed and the power and the technique. So I wouldn't be surprised if Stafford moves on over the next couple of years and the Rams flip him back to jumpstart their rebuild around Ty Simpson. I just think he profiles as a guy who might be able to play 36, 37 years old still at nearly an all-pro level.
Trade him again when you're kind of down
like
in
they did with Ramsey.
Yeah, I like that. Now, I saw this from Deontay Lee at The Ringer talking about Garrett and just the impact that he had. So when he's been on the field in his career, opposing quarterbacks have had a passer rating of 87 and averaged 6.5 yards per attempt. Without him on the field, the Browns allowed a passer rating of 98. So it goes from 87 to 98, and the yards per attempt with him on the field was 6.5. It goes up to 7.7 yards per attempt when he is off the field. So for context, the Falcons had a passer rating of 87 allowed and averaged 7 yards per attempt last year. The Niners and Cowboys were at 98 allowed for the quarterback rating. So both averaging around 7.5 yards per attempt as well. So when Garrett wasn't on the field, whichever quarterback the Browns faced played like one of the league's best. With him on the field, that quarterback played like one that needed to be replaced.
I mean, even just mentally, like, oh my gosh, that guy's not on the field right now. You kind of take a sigh of relief.
For sure.
Like, oof, I don't have to worry about him this play. And ESPN put a graphic up during NFL Live today. Rams third down defense in the playoffs. Teams converted about half of their third downs against the Rams in the postseason. Points allowed 24, and they allowed a 99 total QBR. Both of those were worst in the NFL during the playoffs last year. So they desperately needed help on third down getting off the field. Myles Garrett does that.
I mean, the Rams now, I like the way Benjamin Solak put it. The Rams now have a top 5 quarterback, top 5 wide receiver, the number 1 edge rusher, and a top 10 corner in the league. Yeah. That's what they have right now. I mean, it is insane.
Les Snead thought he was going to get fired.
Yeah. And now,
well, and they won the Super Bowl at SoFi Stadium, and now where's the Super Bowl this year?
SoFi Stadium. Yeah. Everything's adding up, potentially for an Aaron Donald return. Of course, we've been talking about that since the trade went down. And Pat McAfee apparently texted Aaron Donald just to kind of see, like, hey, what's going on here? And he says, it for sure got me thinking. Like, the trade of Myles Garrett for sure got him thinking. He says, I'm 35, removed 2 years ago, got to see if that fire can light back up. So you have Trey Wingo that feels like he's kind of guaranteeing the idea that Aaron Donald is going to return. And if it does happen, I don't know, would it happen right before the season? Would he want to come in for training camp a little bit?
Nah.
I'll tell you what, I am bummed that we will not be in Oxnard for that that Rams joint practice.
Yeah.
Seeing Myles Garrett up close and personal.
Iron sharpens
iron. That would have
iron.
been fun. I don't know. I know Trey Wingo has said that, hey, maybe there's something to the Aaron Donald thing, but the way that he phrased that, it just seems like he understands he's old and he's not the same. I don't think Aaron Donald knows. You know, he's going to go out there and see, number one, can I have the emotional hunger to prove something? Mm-hmm. But can my body get to the place that it was and be able to dominate like that? I don't think Aaron Donald wants to come out there and just be a guy.
Yeah, and I think that he would always just be more than a guy, but would he be the same level of dominant? Probably not. And would he be able to stomach that? I don't know. Like, he's used to being the absolute best on the field every time he's on it, and that likely wouldn't be the case anymore, but also playing next to the best player you've ever played next to, and how that affords you a little bit more in the way of opportunity with everybody having to worry about Myles Garrett. But, I mean, Aaron Donald is younger than Cam Hayward, Cam Jordan, and Khalil Mack, all still in the NFL. So,
he can definitely still
if
play.
he wants to, like you said, that hunger factor, if he actually wants to, I think he would still go in there and be one of the best.
What kind of a bag do they have? You know, obviously that doesn't matter to him. He walked away early. But, you know, will they pay you enough to feel respected?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think he could probably play at a Pro Bowl level, but, I mean, Father Time's undefeated, and those older guys are the exceptions to the rule. Usually by the time you're 35 as a football player, depending on explosive movement, you're done for.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to see it.
Maybe he goes the Eric Weddle route. Like, Eric Weddle was on that Super Bowl team when they won.
Oh, just show up late in the season.
Just show up and get your ring. You know, basically. I'm just going to show up, basically play in the playoffs, and you know what? Boom. There's the story.
I'm sure the Rams would be totally down for that. I saw this from Dante Kaplatzowitz. Don't think I said that correctly.
My Polish brother.
But Myles Garrett had 13 sacks in weeks 8 through 12 last season. Okay, so in 4 weeks he had 13 sacks. Jared Verse has 12 sacks in his entire career. That is the difference between Jared Verse and Myles Garrett. And Jared Verse is an absolute monster, but Myles Garrett is unlike most things we've really ever seen.
Half season's work for him.
In 4 weeks, he basically had as many sacks as Mike has had in a season. That's his season high. It's insane.
It really is. Now, I wanted to play this sound from Tom Brady. I saw this the other day, and I wanted to get, in particular, Broadus, your thoughts on this as a man who's been in and around the NFL for a very long time.
Yeah.
This is Tom Brady sitting down with Daniel Cormier, the former UFC champion, and he's talking about the difference between players on the active roster and practice squad players. Is he reaching or preaching here?
I learned this, again, over a period of years, but there's 53 guys on the active roster, and there's now 15 guys on the practice squad. So there's 68 players. But those practice squad players are important because if anybody on the active roster gets hurt, they can get elevated to the squad. Well, there was times where these 15 guys would do really well in practice. And they'd be practicing, and you'd be like a scout team receiver. And I saw this happen a lot. These scout team receivers would come in and practice with, the scout team. And they'd do really well. And I'd be watching. I'm like, man, we got to get that guy. Like, let's get him up on offense. He's making a lot of plays. That's Darrelle Revis he's getting open on. Like, we got to do something. Then all of a sudden, we're like, hey, man, you're doing really well. You got to come over here and deal with the pressure of succeeding now that you have expectation. And these guys are like, they weren't prepared for it. So whatever we saw in practice against where there was not a lot of pressure, now when they're put in a situation where there's an expectation for performance, they've never had to personally deal with that. And then they fail. And then what I realized was a lot of guys in those practice squads, they don't want to be elevated to the roster. They're very happy living this life where they could tell their family and friends, which I have no problem with that. Like, there's no problem. Like, you would just assume, though, that if you're on the practice squad, you'd want to be at the top. But the reality is a lot of guys don't want the pressure of dealing with top.
So,
reaching. Well, I mean, listen, these guys, the whole idea is to be on the 53. The whole idea is to get a real contract, not a practice squad contract. The whole idea is to try and get yourself set up where you get enough accrued seasons, where you become vested, and you get all the benefits of being part of the union. With like when if there was a strike, if there was something, sudden work stoppage, whatever, that you're a part of all that stuff. So and then you get all the benefits of insurance for you, your family. That's. I listen, I appreciate what Tom's saying, but man, I've never have ever seen a practice squad guy just being happy about coming to work and not, they were usually walking up to you and going, hey man, you been watching that film? Been watching me? And I'm like, yeah, man, just keep going. You might be BSing them a little bit, but you do. Why? I mean, there's too much at stake for their futures.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not to just, Tom's big about the pressure stuff and all that. And maybe in New England they had guys that didn't want to be. But everywhere I've ever wanted to be, man, the guys, they want to get vested. They want to have a bigger part of the offense or defense. And they want to get a part of the pie that the other players who are on the 53 get.
I just don't think a lot of the greats understand how much more talented they are, and whether it's like Michael Irvin talking about the reason we won is we looked each other in the eye and said, I'm not going to let you down and you're not going to let me down. They assign afterwards like this narrative that their intangibles and their leadership and their work ethic drove them. And that's certainly a part of it. Like, you got to be willing to outwork everybody. But the talent is huge. I think that's disrespectful to the practice squad players on your team.
100%.
I don't even know if he understands the difference in money.
Yeah,
like, you will quadruple your money if you can get on the active roster, minimum.
Yeah, you go from $234K a year if you're on the practice squad to $840,000
on the game day roster.
If you're on the active roster for a full season.
There's so much other more benefits that the things I kind of walked you through.
Yeah, the pension, the afterlife of football.
Like, all of a sudden, you're in a better spot when you get vested. You get a bigger part of the retirement. You don't. I just never have seen any practice squad players turn down the opportunity to be elevated.
Yeah, like, that part was weird. I totally get what he's saying in terms of not all these guys are going to meet the moment, right? Like, some of them aren't going to be ready when you get elevated from the practice squad to the active roster, and the pressure is much bigger. Now you're actually thrown out there, and this is the NFL. But to say, like, guys are just content, like, I'm cool. Just let me. I mean, look. Yes, it's a foot in the door. You're on an NFL team, but that's somebody that you probably don't even want on your practice squad if they don't have the ambition of being on the 53.
Yeah, and just about everybody that makes it to the NFL has incredible work ethic and discipline. Like, they don't get enough credit. There are the occasional idiots who got there with talent. Mm-hmm. But, like, the real idiots get rooted out. You know, it's only the super-duper uber-talented idiots that make it to pro football.
Yeah. I mean, I was surprised.
You're David Irvings.
Yeah, where you're just so unbelievably gifted.
Throw my career away.
Yeah, and he got jumped on. A lot of players like came on there and was like, haven't met one person who's okay with just being on the practice squad. Ben DiNucci had some things to say. There was a lot of players that came out and said this, and I wonder how many guys are able to perform better at practice because they're going 100%, and maybe the starter guy is kind of loafing at practice. Mm-hmm. So yeah, sure, I'm beating this guy, but then all of a sudden you get to the game, it's different.
That's a great point, Chief. Let's wrap that up, and we'll hand it off to the G-Bag of the Day in LA Live after we take a snapshot of the day's sports news coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about a different nation. That would be my friends at Window Nation. Go to windownation.com if you want or need new windows at the house. Maybe your windows are old. Maybe they just put builder-grade windows in your home when it was constructed, and now you're paying the price in the form of higher energy bills, and you know the real hot stuff is coming. So go to windownation.com because right now, buy 4, get 4 free. And you could pay nothing for 2 years. No down payment, no payments, no interest, 2 years. WindowNation.com. Replace those old windows with new windows from Window Nation. It can save you hundreds, if not thousands, on your energy bills every year. Window Nation recently ranked on Forbes' list of best window install companies. You can trust Window Nation for high-quality, affordable windows and a job done right. That's why they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. You don't have to take it from me. There's over 45,000 5-star reviews online for my friends at Window Nation. But hurry, this sale ends soon, and you can get your home ready for the summer. It's creeping up already. You might already hear your AC running constantly. You're noticing it's not coming down to temp quick enough. Maybe it's not reaching your target temp. This sale's going to end soon. Buy 4, get 4 free. Pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. You can lock in these savings. Schedule a fast, free consultation. Get a good no-obligation quote that's good for 6 months at WindowNation.com.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Hi, it's Michaela to tell you at Boomer Jacks, now it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, we think you deserve a break. 2 means $2 domestic drafts every day until 2 a.m. And 3 is for $3 Dos Equis days because 2 is always better than 1.
Wolchuk and Chiafalo back with you. And hey, if you're looking for a wealth management professional that actually protects, maintains, and grows your portfolio, Trajan Wealth is the place to go. Visit TrajanWealth.com and see how they can help you move forward with confidence, because no two retirements look the same, and Trajan Wealth gets that. Their fiduciary advisors help you plan around your life. You can set up an absolutely free consultation at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. They've got a variety of offices across the Metroplex. My home base is in Frisco, but if that one's not close to you, don't worry. They're in Arlington, they're in Fort Worth, they're in McKinney, and they're in South Lake, Eric.
Yes, they are. That's my spot, and I love Trajan Wealth because your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make, so trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Wow.
Huge breaking Mavericks news on the Fan.
We also have breaking news regarding the Mavericks' new arena, as Brad Townsend has put out. The Mavericks have chosen Valley View, dealing in major setbacks to efforts to bring the project downtown.
And our immediate reaction.
I mean, that's within reason. It's frustrating when a team gets moved out of your town, to Arlington or Frisco or whatever, still within city limits.
Yeah, I mean,
that's huge.
You'll never miss any sports news when you turn it on and leave it on The Fan.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Golden Chick! Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here! $6 cluck! $6 cluck! Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 cluck! $6 cluck! Choose Golden Chick's 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each! $6 cluck! $6 cluck! Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Dallas Metro's newest resort community, Bynum Springs Club, has sold over 60 estate lots in just a few months. Their newest phase opens Saturday, June 6th. Go to bynumsprings.com to RSVP. bynumsprings.com.
Mostly clear skies tonight, overnight low 77.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Do I have a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell? You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. We're talking American value for American values. It doesn't get better than this. Check out the full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Some restrictions apply. Go see GM Adam Vinci right now. Tell him you want your employee pricing and you want to pay what he pays. You can start the process online. PlatinumFord.com. And then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by TXU Energy.
When it comes to energy, you've got options, but TXU Energy welcomes back more customers than any other provider, and for good reason, offering personalized plans, automatic savings, and a total satisfaction guarantee. Find out why TXU Energy is the #1 electricity choice of Texans.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock. We got the G-Bag of the day here in just a couple of minutes. And then LA Live right here on your home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys. The Expressway. We go commercial free to the top every night at this time. It is brought to you by the On Time Experts. 2 hours ago, Ezekiel Duran joined us. Been an absolute hero. He was 3 for 4 last night. Jock Peterson doing damage. Lopez doing damage. Like, this could be a turnaround. And today in Frisco, the Rough Riders played baseball. Langford, Wyatt Bangford, 1 for 2 with 2 walks. Corey Seager played. He was 1 of 2 and then came out. I think he just played 3 innings. Corey Seager did. And they're likely going to play again tomorrow, and then maybe a return this weekend is on the cards. But right now we're manufacturing runs better. They're playing less selfishly than they have. We have the rotation absolutely dominating with 27 innings without surrendering a run, and Eovaldi on the hill tonight. Brian, we've gone back and forth on this a couple of times. Are you allowing yourself to believe that maybe this is the turning point of the season?
Well, you said it perfectly, though. You asked Jared this question.
Yeah.
Is this just a 500 team?
Probably.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. It's very much what we're seeing in Major League Baseball. Cubs 10-game winning streak, Cubs 10-game losing streak.
Okay.
We're seeing things, and I'm
variance.
Yeah, I just appreciate the fact. I don't know when the shoe's going to drop for Duran and guys like that, but man, just keep riding it. Just if you
need 2 more games for the weekend,
you just keep finding ways to sort out the bullpen. Kind of get yourself set up for that. Get these starters going again. And then the hitting, the fact that Peterson's hitting, defensively, it hasn't been awful. Kind of worried about some spots we were in when Foscue was playing second base.
Absolutely.
It was a little bit of a
spotty.
little gamble there, but man, I'll tell you, I think they're kind of in a good spot right now. But you nailed it. We're gonna every week we're gonna be dealing with a 4-game winning streak and a 4-game losing streak.
Yeah, and I hate to admit it, but I agree with you, and I'll hope for the best. I'm always willing to update my sports takes depending on how the team plays, and if they could put together a couple of weeks, I think I'm willing to get there. But I think this is a sign of the times that on the back end of a 4-game winning streak, with all the optimism that we forced ourselves into over the last 2.5 years post World Series championship, we're just kind of sitting here with our arms crossed right now, saying, nope, this ain't going to do it. Yep. We're approaching a franchise record for scoreless inning streak from pitchers. We could tie the 2011 record tonight. And if he goes 8, you will set the franchise record, or 8 1/3, you will set the franchise record. But that's not convincing fans, and I think it's the right.
You needed a 4-game win streak to get 2 games from under 500.
Yeah,
it wasn't good
because last week was rock bottom, Chuck.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the Dallas sports scene, other than the Wings, we're all standing there with our arms crossed. We're all just kind of waiting. Gotta wait, Stars, Mavs, Cowboys, or it's just we're all waiting.
Quick football thought. Jordan Mailata says it might sound terrible, but thank God it's over was his reaction to A.J. Brown being dealt. Let's just take account. Graham and Slay had to retire because they got old. Nakobe Dean, Jalen Phillips, Reed Blankenship, who I'm told is good when he doesn't play the Cowboys. Then last year, Josh Sweat and Milton Williams. This Eagles team is significantly different. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't make the playoffs. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
I'm right there with you, Mr. Broadus. I like watching the Wings.
Yeah.
I do.
They're fun. They're absolutely fun to watch play basketball.
During the tournament, the women's basketball tournament in college, I was watching them instead of the Miz. I didn't watch the Miz until the Final Four,
You got me hooked. We were at the burgers place.
Cheeseburgers.
Yeah, you got me hooked on that women's tournament stuff.
Yeah, I like their style of basketball because it reminds me of real basketball. It's just not a bunch of, ISOs.
Passing.
Yeah.
Outside shooting.
Yeah, outside shooting. It's just like there's pick and rolls and they're setting stuff up.
Old school stuff.
Yeah,
playing out of the post.
Yeah, Namath, whatever that guy's name. He'll be proud of that. G-Back
Nate
today.
Smith.
Nate Smith. Yeah, shout out to that fool, man. You and that peach basket.
Name it too. I want to kiss you.
Bro, you was in your bag, bro, with that peach basket. Let's put it up here. All right, G-Back today. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530, brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com. Mm-hmm. It's a Tolo Truck Tuesday, isn't it, Will?
Damn right it is.
Damn right it is. Damn right it is. All right, going for two today. We're going to stick with a show here on The Fan. It's called The Fan After Dark. Blake and Fred.
The Blake Elliott Show.
Yeah, Blake Elliott. Blake Elliott and his old lady, they are freaky.
Freaky show of record.
Freaky. I'm going to just let you hear it.
I would have liked to have gone out and got Rasmus versus getting Myers, who is a 36-year-old, huge body, and he had some good games. But, man, like there's just things that defensively.
Myers is big.
We weren't doing.
I saw it in person. I saw him in person.
I believe you.
Yeah, it was.
I believe you.
Saw it in person. Like, wow. I didn't know someone could be that big on the ice. Tyler Myers, he's 6'8".
Even in the cold.
Yeah, it was cold and it still was that.
You were impressed.
I was impressed. Me and my girlfriend, we were just standing there. Wow. I mean, I'm just being honest.
I didn't know. Were you sitting in the corner or what?
No, we both our jaws were on the ground.
Wow, that's crazy.
Just got
right
worse.
there.
It just got worse.
Yeah, both of our jaws on the ground. That's crazy. Y'all see that Diddy tape where he was really directing.
He was.
He was really directing. My man
Is there a tape? There's actual tape?
Yeah. One came out so far.
Okay. Did they not scrub it yet? Is it still there?
Yeah. My man was butt naked, oiled up, like directing what other people need to do. No, put your hands right here. I was like, yo, put some underwear on or something.
Dude, what the hell?
God. Jeez, bro. Lord.
And they're just rocking with it? Like, it's no big deal.
They just ride with it.
Bro, shut up.
Yeah. No, put your hand right there. Okay, now hold it. All right. Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. It's so weird.
Cut.
Yeah. Action. And he's oiled up. It's crazy.
Yeah.
We have some boomers right here confused by technology. I'll say that respectfully when I say boomers. Okay, so listen to this audio. What I think happened is daughter's at home alone. Somebody came and knocked on the door. She got a little frightened, called dad. Dad called the cops. Mom and dad are at work. So they're talking to the door camera when the cops show up. Both of them at the same time at their respective jobs. Okay? Confused by technology.
Hi, can I help you? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Hi.
Hello,
I'm
sir.
Jody. I'm the
called.
homeowner. I'm at work, and my daughter's. I think she's home.
Are you talking to my wife right now?
But my husband reached out to you guys.
Talking to the wife. Yes. Okay, you can make
because there was a man
first.
and
I don't
he
know
was
if it
going
was
through
just
our
an
mailbox. He was
accidental,
knocking
came
on
to the
our
wrong
door.
house.
We weren't
He
sure
does
if he
say
had the
something
wrong
at the
house.
end of the video, but I'm not too sure because he did knock on
hear
the
me?
door afterwards, but then he took off. Yeah, sorry. Both of you are coming through at the same time. All right, I'll let her talk.
Okay, I'll let my husband talk to you. Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna hang up.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to hang up. Now they're both gone.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hear you. Hello. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna call.
Hit the
That's
button again.
awesome.
One at a time, please.
I'm just let my wife do. I'm just let my husband talk to you.
Okay, bye. Chaos, dog. Straight chaos.
Okay, you can make
because there was a
guy
man
first.
and
I don't
he
know
was
if it was
going through
just
our
an
mailbox. He was
accidental,
knocking
came to
on
the
our
wrong
door.
house.
We
He
weren't sure
does
if
say
he had the
something
wrong
at the
house.
end of the video.
House video.
What the hell did you just say?
Oh, Lord, man. It is a Toxic Tuesday. How about this FedEx driver? Shout out to all you drivers out there delivering stuff. Wow, I got a StockX thing I've been tracking. And Nice Kicks I've been tracking. I tracked it today. I was like,
check it every 30 minutes.
Delivery. All right, come on now.
Where about are you?
Looking for you. Yeah, we got a FedEx driver that was confronted because he was driving allegedly on a private road. And the owner came out there and confronted him. And I promise you, the dude probably smells like Keystone.
The f***'s it gonna take?
Sir, what are you talking
You slow this mother down. I nailed you the other day for that.
Sir, the speed limit says
This
15.
is a private driveway. You got that?
I
It ain't your
understand.
driveway.
I understand
You
that.
slow the mother down,
I
or you'll
understand
never
that.
commit it again.
The speed limit is 15.
The speed limit ain't 15.
That's what it-
This
that's
is a
what-
private road.
That's what my GPS tells me.
I don't give a what your GPS tells you, Fuck your GPS and electronics. Drive like a white man or don't come in here.
Oh no. Drive like a white man? What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know what it means, but I'm pretty sure I do too. I'm pretty sure I do too.
Yeah. 15's pretty slow.
That was pretty racist.
What kind of heat you getting though at the house though? I've been thinking.
Huh?
StockX. What'd you order?
Yeah, like some kegs. I went back to the Jordans. It's been a while since I cooked up some Jordans. And I got some Air Maxes, really nice.
And what else?
Yeah, I got one more coming.
Let's go. Do some Jordans.
So, bro.
After you do it once, it's just fun. Like,
It goes crazy.
I'll add 2 more.
Then they give you them updates like, hey, man, it's 35% off right now for the next 2 hours. You're like, what?
all right, one more is not going to kill it.
yeah.
I've already done 3.
Let me move this out of the savings into the checkings so I can clear that. This isn't one right here, but there's a lot of college softball, which I've been watching and enjoying.
Yeah.
This umpire right here, I love his energy. Listen to this guy.
1,800. Hell is frozen here.
Like some,
Hell is frozen here.
You can't keep that up the whole game.
No way.
You can, bro. You're going to have a headache.
not on the other side of 40.
You can't keep that up, bro.
Better stay hydrated.
Strike me.
Oh, that was his strike call.
That was a strike.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Hell is frozen here.
Dang, that is wild. How do you get that high?
I thought for a second it was like a home run.
Out of there.
And the umpire was responding to the dong ball.
Just happy?
Yeah, just enthusiastic,
Yeah.
fan of the game.
Wow, yeah.
You know?
Bro, I went out there and watched my son do his little umping thing that he does. And I tell him, you can't be involved with the teams. You have to call the game.
Yeah.
I see him waving kids in like you can't do that, bro. You can't wave the kid in. Come on. He said,
Get down,
both
get down.
teams. I was like, no, you can't do that.
Got to get home for lunch.
How old are the kids that he umpires for?
All the way up to like teenage.
Oh, does he?
Real small when there's coach pitch.
Okay.
All the way up to teenagers.
See, to me, if I knew to move the game along, I think I'd call a lot of strikes.
Yeah.
If I... He should be swinging.
Yep.
Strike!
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like I would set the strike zone would be like the top of the plate to the top of the kids.
Got him.
Yeah.
We getting on out of here.
Yeah, we're not going to we're not going to be walking a bunch of people today. No, we're not going to have one of those games. We're going to either hit it or strike out. That's what we're going to do.
Let's get it on out of here.
Yeah.
Now, what would the skipper comes up to you in between innings says, man, I'm trying to teach the kids the game.
I would
So
say
you're being liberal with your strike zone,
I'd say,
sir.
sir, it's 98 degrees out here. I've got this chest protector on, these shin guards. If you want to be giving me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you might want to tell your kids to go up there swinging today.
Hey, get this over with.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Friday. What you drinking and what you thinking. Polo called in.
Oh, God.
Broadus had enough. Let's go to Polo in Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Polo?
Man, I just came from Outback Steakhouse out in Mesquite. Y'all don't ever go there.
Yeah,
I got a
you're going to
brother.
bitch about the service. There's no kidding about that, right? You're like America's food critic. You're like the Michelin guy.
They gave me some meat that wasn't done all the way.
Yeah. You need to pick better restaurants. Then it's always their fault.
But are you okay today?
I'm great, man. No, I'm great, man. You always come on bitching about restaurants. That's all we ever hear, bitching about restaurants.
Okay,
Service.
I haven't said about the criminal ACC or the
Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, keep it going. Keep it moving.
I kind of talked to my homeboy Gavin. What's up?
What's up?
Gavin? Why you talking about these other Spurs?
What's up?
Call him like the Michelin man. I do like that Outback in Mesquite, though. It's a good one. That rankled me. Those blue and onions, man. They're
my man comes on. He gets the worst service ever.
Yeah.
Ever. I was at a restaurant we were at it was one of
Shell
those
Shack. Shell Shack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was like complaining about that. And I think we saw
You
him.
seen Polo?
Yeah,
In face to face?
Yeah, he came out
and then
sauce.
Hurtado
Yeah, he came
one
out.
night he was
Him and the
bitching about
family.
Hurtado.
He
and
had
I'm
his
like,
girl with him?
Yeah.
Was she on a
Poor
leash?
And the kiddo.
the kids, yeah.
Get over there and talk to Broadus.
The biggest zero on the tip line you've ever seen.
Damn. Hold on. I like this Polo question.
You need to pick better restaurants. Then it's always their fault.
Butters, are you okay today?
You okay, fam?
That was one of the most eventful what you drinking and what you thinking we've ever had.
That was great. All right, that's it, dog.
Is it the Fan After Dark? Blake and his lady were checking out Myers. Is it Boomers confused by technology there on the ring cam? Delivery driver there at the in the 15-mile-an-hour driveway. Umpire Energy or Broadus with Polo in Garland? I'm going to go with the umpire myself, Chief. How about you?
Give me Polo and Broadus.
Lucius?
Where was I? Oh, Boomers confused by technology. Technology. Technology.
I do the same thing anytime I hear that word.
Yeah.
Wolchuk?
I agree. I'm going to go with the ring camera.
Uh-oh.
Vote for me.
We're tied at 2.
There we go.
Jump onto @GBagNation's Twitter account, @GBagNation. You can follow us all when you get there because our handles are in the bio. We'll create an Insta poll. We'll announce the winner on the other side of LA Live, and you will determine who your G-Bag of the Day champ is. And speaking of LA Live, here's Lucius.
And remember that G-Bag of the Day is brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com on
I love you, East Dallas Diesel.
I love you, baby.
We love you, baby.
All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James, baby.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
There's 3 things I don't think you should be doing as a grown-ass man. Let's get right into it. Number 1 is having a hissy fit. You a grown-ass man throwing a temper tantrum.
Speak
have
for
you ever
yourself.
heard of being stoic? As a grown man, you shouldn't be going back and forth screaming and hollering.
be
You a
emotional.
whole man. Lock in.
Yeah.
Number 2 is having asthma. Just breathe. You're 25 years old and you ain't outgrow that shit yet? Talking about, anybody see my asthma pumps? Bro can't handle air. As a grown man. Lock in.
Just
That is awesome.
Yeah, lock in, dog. Lock in. This is LA Live for Tuesday, June 2nd. Oh, man, them bills are due, baby. It's June 2nd.
June 2nd already.
2026. That's what I said. I just paid y'all 30 days ago. Yeah, 2026. It's the Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Ow, yow. We're busting out of some serious fuck, y'all. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this here station. Now, you gentlemen talk about the experiences of being a girl dad.
Sure. Yeah.
It can be stressful at times. But the boy dads, though. I try to tell you about the boy dads.
Tell me about it.
Boys get into all types of goofiness.
Yeah.
Boys will embarrass you, bro. Boys are real hard to keep up with. Think about all the things you did when you were a young boy that your parents don't even know about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Awful. Mischievous.
Yes.
Trying to prove ourselves.
Yes.
Violent.
Very much so. Very much so. All types of weird stuff. I remember I was throwing peaches at cars they were driving by at one time. That's what we did for fun.
I just stuck with the eggs myself.
Good for you. Good for you. I probably would have got a whooping from taking the eggs. You didn't eat the eggs? What?
Yeah, you ever see like some community newsletters about your activities? Like, we had some incidents of eggs being thrown at cars in the park. Please talk to your kids about those incidents.
Miss Dawson's over there eating a bug.
100%. Well, we have a United Airlines flight out of Newark headed to Spain. Had to turn around an hour and a half into the flight.
Oh, man.
We're an hour and a half into the
Bluetooth,
flight. We
huh?
have to turn around the Bluetooth situation.
Yeah.
There was a possible security threat after someone named their Bluetooth device a certain 4-letter word. Now, according to passengers, the name was Bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Okay.
that's, you know.
The FAA and United Airlines did not confirm that as of yet. They just keep saying a certain 4-letter word.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. But passengers are saying it was a 16-year-old boy that named his Bluetooth Bomb and was asked to fix it, but he didn't.
Now you're on the do not fly.
Oh,
list.
my
Do that.
God.
Come on, fam.
That's crazy.
Think
That's
about
not
the
worth it,
bill
bro.
that the parents are about to get with these fines. That's a fine, bro.
Yep.
You gotta have to pay for that gas. You have to do something.
Might be jail time.
You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
The plane had to fly back to Newark to do a full security sweep of the plane. and every passenger had to get out and go through TSA again.
Oh. Wow. All-time nightmare.
And going to Spain, right?
Going to Spain, bro. You're going on a vacation. This is how you started it off. You costing your parents so much trauma right now.
Idiotic kid for sure, but I mean, did the plane overreact?
He wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I get it.
The Bluetooth network.
I get it. But bomb on a plane, you can't play with these boys.
Just in case.
You're right.
You know, I get it.
Dawson, you hate to fly.
I do hate to fly. Yeah.
I mean,
if somebody
you never
did
know.
that, you'd be on that plane in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but I would also like ask the pilot, like, what evidence do we have that there's an actual bomb? An idiot kid named his Bluetooth network bomb.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not like he's saying he has a bomb. It was just if I'm reading a book and it has the word bomb in it, do we have to shut everything down now? Because the word bomb has been uttered on this plane.
I would think with technology, you would not want to utter bomb.
Yeah, and I feel like
the book, I think, is one thing, and I understand what you're saying. But if somebody's got something on a device that got through security that has bomb on it, I think they're in the right. I think the airline's trying to do their best not to have one of their planes blow up over the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah. I think if you're an hour and a half out, though, and the kid really has a bomb, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
There's no evidence that bombs can be engineered.
Yeah, it's kind of funny
in Bluetooth.
Was there not a
wireless?
closer? You would think like, oh, if we need to land this plane now.
Maybe
We don't have 90 minutes to go back to the same airport. Is there
that's
something
what I would
closer?
think.
It's like,
why would you want to risk another hour and a half? You know, if indeed that was an issue, if you never know when this thing's going to go off, if you're worried about it. So where's the nearest airport we can land at?
So the thought was maybe he's got a bomb in his luggage.
That maybe he could.
Maybe my phone was called bomb.
Maybe
my phone is a bomb. I don't know.
Activate the luggage. That's what I would worry about.
All right.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. Like, once you figure out that it's just a 16-year-old kid playing games, I wouldn't turn the plane around. You're still going to get these fines or whatnot, but we're not turning this plane around. But that's boy dad problems out here. There's a whole family right now shaking in their boots because they worried about what's that
Probably
that
not
bill's
allowed.
gonna look like.
Probably not allowed to fly on United ever.
Yeah, exactly. Boy dad problems.
Where are you at?
I'm in North Liberty.
Doing what?
I'm at Asher's house.
Your mom's on her way to get you.
Okay.
I am pissed. Call your mom and tell her where the you're at.
Yeah. Boy dad problems out here.
Oh, man.
LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Yay!